This audio story was created by WebNovel Chapter 1600 Beast Farm. Sonny had experienced a lot of bizarre things in his life, but the nameless guy really took the cake. It must have been one hell of a conversation when Effie came back from a routine mission as a saint, with a baby in tow despite only being in the 3rd month of her pregnancy, saying that the baby was somehow also a saint. Sonny did not even want to imagine. In any case, Effie and the nameless guy seemed to have worked things out in the end. In fact, their relationship was strangely picturesque and idyllic. Their son was growing up happily, too, bathed in endless care and affection. His mom was now one of the 5 transcendent powerhouses of the government, as well as one of the most well-known and beloved protectors of humanity. His dad, meanwhile, had gone into the dream realm on the winter solstice, a month after the cohort returned from the tomb of Ariel, and became an awakened. He possessed a utility aspect having to do with mending, restoration, and cultivation as well as golden hands. Now, the nameless guy was managing a large farm that he and Effie had established on the beautiful meadow contained within her supreme memory. That farm was the source of many ingredients Sonny used in the brilliant emporium, so he received visits from the nameless farmer often. Which was why the marvelous mimic was afraid of little Ling. The cure boy possessed an endless amount of enthusiasm, like all children did, and the power of a transcendent being. Therefore, he was nothing short of a walking disaster for furniture, appliances, and even buildings. Sonny did not know how Effie's house was still standing, but the mimic had suffered greatly despite being a powerful demon. Sonny had suffered greatly, too. As he extricated himself from little Ling's embrace, thanking Bone Weave for keeping his ribs intact, Sonny shook his head in dejection. Well, it's my own fault. He just couldn't resist the adorable brat, so every time they visited, Sonny treated him to something tasty, like hot chocolate, waffles, or ice cream. Who knew that a child's fondness could be bought that easily? Therefore, Sonny didn't have anyone but himself to blame for being the target of little Ling's affection. As soon as the little boy let go, he looked at Sonny with huge eyes and smiled bashfully. Auntie Aiko. Sorry, Aiko. Sonny smiled and pointed behind himself. Oh, she's in the kitchen. His only saving grace was that Aiko seemed to be the energetic puppy's favorite. So, he heartlessly hid behind the petite girl every time the dew arrived. Yay! Little Ling disappeared behind the door. A moment later, the marvelous mimic seemed to shake a little. The nameless guy had brought his large cart over by that point. Sonny looked at him and nodded politely. Nice to see you, Ling's dad. How is it today? Ling's dad panted for a few moments, then grinned. Great, we were finally able to cultivate a strip of raspberries, in addition to what we already grow in the garden. The fields are taking well to the new fertilizer, too. Oh, and we are thinking of procuring more cattle, considering how high the demand for fresh milk has been lately. He pointed to the cart. Plus, with all the enchanted items you made for us, my life has become much easier. So this time I was able to bring everything on the list. Milk, eggs, tomatoes, flour. He listed all the things in the cart, leaving Sonny to contemplate for a few moments. That's good, I won't have to search for many substitutes in the waking world. Still, Bastion is still far away from being self-sufficient, so there is no choice but to go. Indeed, although humanity's presence in the dream realm had expanded dramatically, they were still dependent on the waking world for countless things. As far as Sonny was concerned, things like coffee beans, chocolate, salt, and a bunch of other commodities could only be procured on the other side. Which was a bit of a pain, considering that he had to act as a master. So every time Sonny wanted to go to the waking world, he had to enter the castle and pretend to use the gateway there. At least he didn't need to come back through the dream gate. That would force him to interact with people from Valor way more often and way more closely than he wished to. He nodded at Ling's dad and offered him a hand. Let me help you unload everything. As they were unloading the cart, he asked nonchalantly, Oh, how is your wife doing, by the way? Ling dad smiled, a glint appearing in his eyes. Effie, she is doing great. Soul Reaper and she have just returned from suppressing a minor gate crisis in the eastern quadrant. The casualties were minimal, so everyone is celebrating. Sonny sighed. As much as the situation in the dream realm had improved for humans, the situation in the waking world was slowly getting worse. There were more gates, and those gates were more powerful, even with resource shortages being greatly relieved by the mass migration to the other world, infrastructure was still reeling from losing Antarctica. So the government was busier than ever. Not only were they working to establish a firmer foothold in the rapidly changing dream realm, but they were also working hard to contain the growing menace of the nightmare spell. Luckily, it was not only the legacy clans that had become much stronger after the chain of nightmares. Although the government did not have many saints, their awakened forces had grown tremendously in recent years, mostly due to many veterans of the evacuation army choosing to remain in service. And the few saints the government did have were up there with the mightiest champions of the great clans. Soul Reaper Jet, raised by wolves, and Nightingale, the three of them were worth a dozen less powerful transcendent, if not more. Ling's dad straightened, wiped his brow, then almost blinded Sunny with a smile. "Ah, sorry, I forgot to mention she'll be coming by in a short while." Sunny blinked a couple times. "She transcended Athena, she'll be coming by." The nameless guy nodded happily. "Yes, she had a meeting to attend in the castle, so I just told her to meet us here." Sunny froze. Chapter 1601 Esteemed Guest. 1601 Esteemed Guest. Sunny froze for a moment, then smiled politely. "Ah, in that case, it seems I'll be busy in the kitchen soon." His face did not betray any emotions, but he was a bit rattled on the inside. What is up with today? He had wandered the dream realm alone for about 3 years after becoming a saint, only returning to the embrace of civilization a year ago. So, the brilliant emporium had not been open for too long. In that time, Sunny had brushed sides with some members of the cohort, but it did not happen often. And definitely not in any kind of meaningful way. Which was how he preferred it. He was being contradictory in that desire, perhaps. After all, the very reason Sunny had chosen to open his shop in Bastion was because many of his old friends were here. Well, there was another reason as well, but that was the deciding factor. Still, while he could maintain a level of nonchalance while meeting people like Teacher Julius or the Irregulars, it was different with his former companions. Being close to them was both sweet and painful, but mostly painful, which was why he both yearned to see them and preferred to avoid them at all costs. Sunny knew that getting closer to the cohort members would only bring him anguish and torment. Nevertheless, he was sometimes tempted to abandon reason and ingratiate himself into their company once again. Luckily, in the end, reason always won. In any case, calm down, you brought this on yourself anyway. Not only was the brilliant emporium bound to attract the attention of local powerhouses eventually, but there was also Eiko. There were less than 100 survivors of the Forgotten Shore alive now, and she was one of them. Many of the fire keepers were on friendly terms with her, so they visited her place of work often. Sadly, that did not translate into memory sales. As the elite battle force led by Nephis, they not only had access to the best weapons and equipment the great clan Valor could supply them with, but also spent most of their time on calamitous battlefields, earning plenty of powerful memories of their own. Kai and a few were among Eiko's friends, too. That was how Sunny had established the partnership with the Beast Farm in the first place. He sighed and beckoned little Ling's dad. "Please come in. I'll pour you something cold and refreshing while you wait." The two of them carried the ingredients into the kitchen, witnessing a peculiar scene. Little Ling was giggling as he jumped around like a rabbit, reaching his small hands toward Eiko. The petite girl, meanwhile, had sought refuge at high altitude and was floating near the ceiling with a distressed expression on her face. Auntie, come down." She threw a resentful glance at Sunny, sighed, and glided to the floor. Catching the little boy, Eiko nimbly spun him around and then patted him on the head. Here, I'm down. How about we get you some ice cream, Wolfie? Just be a good boy." The rascal immediately put on a subdued expression and looked at her with his huge eyes. His entire being expressed nothing but well-behaved obedience. "Little Ling is a good boy." At the sound of his solemn voice, Eiko couldn't help but smile. "All right, then let's go." Soon, the little boy was sitting at one of the tables and happily swinging his legs in the air. In front of him was a bowl of ice cream. Adorned with freshly cut strawberries, the ice cream was disappearing with a frightening speed. His dad, meanwhile, was drinking a glass of cold lemonade as he watched the street through the window. Sonny was looking at the contents of his icebox, wondering if there would be anything left for other customers after Effie was done plundering his cafe. Soon he heard the sound of the silver bell ringing and an excited yelp. "Mom, my ye." Then there was a sound akin to a torpedo hitting the hull of a warship, and the entire marvelous mimic shook. Dust spilled from the ceiling. Letting out a sigh, Sonny turned around and left the kitchen. Effie was perhaps the only person who could withstand the full force of little Ling's excited pounce without being pushed back or reeling. She had easily caught the brat and raised him into a tight hug, laughing. The boy was hanging from his mom's tall body like a monkey. "Hey there, dumpling, missed me." "I'm not a dumpling, I'm a boy." All right, but why are you so tasty?" "Muami." As Effie pretended to bite little Ling, he giggled happily and squirmed in her embrace. Sonny observed the scene while suppressing a smile. Despite the flow of time, Effie had not changed at all. She was still the same tall, beautiful, and vibrant woman Sonny had met in the dark city. Her athletic body was still brimming with boundless vigor and vitality, her perfect lean muscles rolling under the dewy olive skin. Of course, there were changes, too. Effie had grown even more appealing, her transcendent allure capable of bringing countless men to their knees. There was a subtle but palpable presence about her, too perhaps it had always been there, but now there was no mistaking it. Wherever Effie went, the air brimmed with liveliness and energy. Everyone around her felt a certain primal intensity permeate their bodies, infusing them with stimulating, spirited force. Such was the effect that Saint Raised by Wolves, one of the most famous and beloved warriors of humanity, had on people. Carrying little Ling, she walked over to where the nameless guy was sitting, hugged him with one hand and kissed him on the cheek. Then she looked at Aiko and grinned. "Hey there, shorty. Gods, have you grown even tinier? I really can't, Aiko, you're so cute. Every time I see you, I just want to squeeze you and dress you up." The petite girl frowned. "There will be no more squeezing happening today, thank you very much." Effie laughed. "That stupidly gorgeous boss of yours as well. Ah, he's just like a porcelain doll. If I wasn't a married woman, I would have definitely tried dressing him up. Or, undressing him would be fine, too." Aiko's eyes widened, while little Ling's dad spat out his lemonade. Effie's smile turned a little strange. She fluttered her lashes sheepishly, then coughed. "Oh, he's standing right behind me, isn't he? 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1602 short, dark, and handsome. 1602 short, dark, and handsome." Effie slowly turned around, just in time to notice the unreasonably gorgeous proprietor of the brilliant emporium falling. 3 cups of coffee that he had been carrying on a tray were flying into the air in slow motion. It seemed that he had tripped. Without missing a bit, the enigmatic shopkeeper regained his balance with a graceful half-step, extended his hand unhurriedly, and caught all 3 cups on the tray without spilling a single drop. A moment later, he smoothly approached the table and placed the cups down, acting as if nothing had happened. Then, the nonchalant young man smiled pleasantly and gave her a respectful bow. "Saint Athena, welcome." Effie found herself unable to speak for a moment. "Damn so cool." At the same time, Sonny was nothing short of panicking on the inside. What the hell? No, what the actual hell? I mean, what the hell? How could she go and say something like that? And right in front of her husband, too. Did that woman have no tact? Glancing at Ling's dad covertly, Sonny noticed that the young man was looking at him apologetically. He seemed more embarrassed than anything, with no signs of anger or insecurity written on his handsome face. It seemed that the nameless guy was used to his wife's antics well. It made sense. Why wouldn't he be? Sonny had been teased relentlessly by Effie. What made him think that the poor bastard would have had it any easier? If anything, as her husband, he probably had it way worse. Effie, meanwhile, smiled and said in a reserved tone, "Oh, Master Sunless, you were here." It stung a little. The fact Effie used his name instead of a nickname, like she did with her close friends, stung. The fact that she made an effort to act with decorum around him stung, too. Even not being openly teased by her, caused a dull ache in his heart. But at the same time, seeing her healthy and well made him happy. Being around her felt familiar and nice, too, even though he was nothing but a dull, unassuming merchant in her eyes. A passing acquaintance not deserving of a second thought, unremarkable and easily forgotten. Someone not worthy of her time, let alone attention. In fact, it was strange for her to even remember his name. But that was the best Sonny could hope for. For now, he nodded politely. Indeed, I took the liberty of making some coffee for you to enjoy while the food is being prepared. Aiko, you take a break and keep our esteemed G. Used company. Effie was being uncharacteristically taciturn, probably because she felt uncomfortable around a stranger. She was also looking at him strangely. If Sonny did not know better, he could have even imagined that she was feeling shy. But surely that was impossible. Bowing again, Sonny turned around and fled into the kitchen. Of course, he made sure to make his retreat seem calm and dignified. As he was walking away, though, he couldn't help but hear little Ling giggling. Heh, clothes are itchy. Can mommy undress Ling Ling too? Feeling his ears burning, Sonny dove behind a door. Damnation. Right, he had to concentrate on cooking knowing Effie's appetite. Nothing less than a veritable feast would do. Sonny did just that, manifesting an avatar and several pairs of shadow hands. Slicing, dicing, washing, roasting, boiling, simmering, stirring, he had to do a lot of things at the same time just to distract himself from thinking too much. Thankfully, his other two avatars were busy at the moment, as well, increasing the load on his consciousness. An idle mind was a restless mind, so Sonny preferred being busy. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of the conversation happening in the dining hall. Shorty, is your boss single? I have someone in mind to set him up with. Single? Actually, he's double. I mean, there's two of him. Huh. In any case, leave my boss alone. Every time you people show up, my career takes a nosedive. First in the Bright Castle, then in NQSC, I swear to the dead gods, Effie, if another of my employers decides to enlist and become a war hero after spending time with you lot, I'll take it personally. Are you still angry at Kai? Actually, he asked me to pass a message to you. Tell that pretty bastard to keep his messages to himself. Unless he wants to help me sue himself for unlawful termination, I don't want to hear a word from him. Hee, bastard, bastard. Ling Ling, don't say that word. Sonny shook his head and let out a sigh, thinking that Aiko was being too harsh on Kai. Actually, Effie and her were not that close. The two of them were on friendly terms and shared a deep bond as the survivors of the Forgotten Shore. Sure, but back there, Aiko had lived in the Bright Castle, while Effie had been a huntress of the outer settlement. Their paths had not intersected often. Another point of connection between them was Kai, who knew the petite girl much better from their days of paying tribute to Gunlog. Aiko had even worked as his manager after returning to the waking world. So, when he chose to end his idle career and enlist in the military, she lost her job. As a result, Aiko seemed to be holding a grudge, which was a bit sad, considering that she was one of the main reasons why Kai had ended up as a saint in service of the government, to begin with. Kai's life could have been safe and comfortable as an awakened, but he had chosen to follow Sonny and the rest of the cohort into the second nightmare, and later joined the Southern Campaign. One of the main reasons he had done that was the shame he felt about not having done anything to help Aiko when she was being harassed by one of Gunlog's pathfinders, the bastard whom Nephis had eventually killed. So Kai never wanted to be powerless to help people like Aiko and Aiko herself ever again. That was his motivation to seek strength and continuously put himself at risk as one of the government's champions. What a messed-up situation. The web of human relationships was like that, and sometimes it seemed that people were helplessly stuck in its complicated embrace. Sonny, on the other hand, had been forcefully freed from that web. And yet his situation was just as messed up. He chuckled. There was no salvation from the human mess anywhere. Chapter 1603, he's a rumor. Chapter 1603, he's a rumor. 1603, he's a rumor. It was not every day that a famous saint visited the brilliant emporium, so Sonny went all out with cooking up a feast. And Effie was, without a doubt, very famous. The world had changed a lot from the day he awakened. Back then, there had been barely a few dozen transcendents in existence, each representing the absolute pinnacle of human tenacity and achievement. They were distant and dazzling, like living legends. Today, though, there were more than 100 saints out there. They were still revered and venerated, and each of them was still an absolute elite, an exalted warrior and champion, the best of the best humanity had to offer. But still, not all saints were made equal. All of them were remarkable, but some were more remarkable than the rest. In general, the 100 transcendents were often divided into 3 loose tiers. The lowest tier, if such a description could even be applied to these legendary figures, was the largest, and mostly consisted of those saints who had reached transcendence after the Southern Campaign. They were younger and less experienced, and their path to sainthood had been a little easier than that of their predecessors. So, these undoubtedly outstanding warriors were still considered a bit weaker than the rest of the saints. The middle tier consisted of the few most talented representatives of the new generation, as well as of the old guard, of those seasoned veterans that had reached transcendence before the chain of nightmares. Saints like Sky Tide, Summer Night, Silent Stalker, Bloodwave, and Wake of Ruin were among them. These powerhouses wielded fierce powers and possessed a frightening amount of experience, each towering above the rest of humanity like mythical giants. However, there was still someone above them. Each of these unique individuals was a singular existence, a presence that broke all the rules. Their terrifying power could hardly be measured, and they stood apart from even the saints, inferior only to the sovereigns themselves. There was no word for what these people were, but everyone knew their names. The government possessed 3 of these exceptional champions, raised by wolves, Nightingale, and Soul Reaper. Clan Song possessed 3 as well. They were Mordred, Sacian, and Beastmaster. And lastly, Clan Valor possessed 2. They were Nephis and Morgan, the Sword Sisters. Of course, there were saints of equally terrible power who were completely unknown. One of them was Cassie. The other one was Sunny. And that was pretty much it. So it wasn't an exaggeration to say that a very famous saint was currently visiting the brilliant Emporium, saying that she finally understood what the female fire keepers had been talking about when they mentioned the Eye Candy Cafe. Sunny frowned subtly. Eye Candy Cafe? I haven't heard of it. Do I have a new competitor? New shops and restaurants were popping up in Bastion almost every day, so he was not very diligent about keeping up with the competition. Whatever, all the more reason to make sure that Effie is satisfied with her experience in the brilliant Emporium. Then she can tell the fire keepers to stay loyal to it, her own soldiers as well. Although the government awakened have fewer coins to spend, there are a lot of them. Eventually, he used one of his bodies to start serving the dishes. Various side dishes, a mountain of dumplings, tender barbecued meat, black bean noodles, steamed buns, spring rolls, red rice cakes, and perfectly cooked rice. He had really outdone himself this time. Panting, Sunny wiped his hands on the apron and smiled pridefully. Back in the dining hall, Effie had already demolished half of what he had cooked and let out a satisfied sigh. "Ah, this is great." Then she gave his avatar thumbs up and added, "Can I get another one of everything?" Sunny's smile wavered. After Effie was done with her meal, she stayed for a while, catching up with Aiko. They had invited Sunny to join them, but he politely refused and returned to the reception desk, pretending to read the Monster Almanac. Therefore, he accidentally heard Effie sharing some information about the meeting she had attended in the castle. It's about the winter solstice, of course, which is today. By tomorrow, many sleepers from the waking world would be sent into the dream realm, scattered all across its territory. With how many humans are here now, most will find their way to the nearest settlement without much problem. The rest will be picked up by the patrols we've jointly established, well apart from those who are unlucky. She grew quiet for a moment, and then added in a somber tone, "Of course, there very well may be poor bastards like us too. Since not all regions of the dream realm have human presence, they can be lost. No one wants the Forgotten Shore to be repeated, so this time there is an initiative to widen the search area. Valor is even sending a team into a death zone." Aiko frowned. "Let me guess who is going to draw the short straw. They're going to send Changing Star, aren't they?" Effie sighed. "Yeah, my poor princess can't catch a break. Well, of course it's all a ruse. The real reason they are sending her there." She lowered her voice. "Is the Lord of Shadows." Sonny turned the page of the monster almanac, his face remaining perfectly neutral. Eiko, meanwhile, raised an eyebrow. "Lord of Shadows, who is that?" Effie gently caressed little Ling's head. The boy was resting his head on her lap, fast asleep. His dad, meanwhile, simply listened to their conversation while sipping coffee with a smile on his face. The huntress shrugged. "He's just a rumor, but since Valor is taking action, I guess he's not after all. In any case, there has been a lot of talk about a mysterious saint appearing in the death zone between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain not too long ago. If he really exists, and has been able to survive there alone for so long, then he is immensely powerful. Of course, both domains would want to obtain his allegiance." She hesitated for a moment, then added darkly, "Or if Had is not possible to make sure that no one else gets him. I guess they are sending Nephis to test the waters." Shaking his head, Effie remained silent for a few moments and then laughed. "Can you imagine? I mean, has Anvil lost it or what? Don't get me wrong, I love Princess, but really, she is probably the worst person in the world to use as a negotiator." Sonny couldn't help but agree. Of course, what Effie did not know was that the person Nephis was supposed to negotiate with was sitting just a few meters away, having just served her a delicious dinner. Chapter 1604, Brave New World. 1604, Brave New World. So they are finally starting to move. Sonny let out a quiet sigh. Things were progressing according to his calculations, but at the same time, he felt that it was sometimes unpleasant to be right. Many things had changed since Antarctica, but many things were also the same. The balance of power was entirely different, for example. Sonny had been born at the time when the three great clans were in charge of humanity, so for the longest time, he simply assumed that that was the natural order of things. But actually, although some legacy clans had always been more prominent than the others, the three great families, Valor, Song, and Night, only rose to their exalted status shortly before he was born. And now the status quo had changed again. Even though there were still nominally three great clans, in practice, only two remained. The House of Night had lost its competitive edge for a multitude of reasons, the main being that it lacked a sovereign. Without a sovereign, the masters of the Stormsea could not bring millions of mundane humans into their area of influence and develop their citadels into prosperous cities. They could not keep up with the exploding number of awakened, masters, and saints the other two great clans now commanded, either. In short, the House of Night had been relegated to the role of a supporting player in the great game between Valor and Song. The role of the government was not the same, either. Now that the sovereigns had revealed themselves and the exodus of humanity from the waking world had quietly begun, the writing was on the wall. As the force mainly responsible for maintaining the cradle of humanity, the government had no choice but to become obsolete. Perhaps it was not going to happen in a decade, or even several decades, but their days were numbered. Unless the government changed, that was. And so it was changing, slowly developing its presence in the dream realm. Strangely enough, despite the bleak future, the government's power had actually grown in recent years. Although there were not a lot of saints in its employ, 3 of those saints belonged to the highest tier of transcendence. There were countless awakened, and a large number of masters remaining loyal to the army as well. So the government had actually shortened the gap and was now almost as powerful as the House of Night. It was nowhere near the 2 nascent kingdoms of the Dream Realm, though. And those kingdoms, Sword Domain and Song Domain, had changed the least. The war between the 2 great clans was not being fought in the open, but it had never ended. The only thing preventing it from progressing to direct conflict was that the 2 domains did not share a physical border. But in fact, the territories of Song and Valor were dangerously close to each other. It was just that they were separated by a perilously dangerous death zone. That death zone was doomed to become the first battlefield of the inevitable open war between the 2 dream kingdoms. It was also where Sonny had established his citadel, right in the middle of this exceedingly important strategic region, and where his 3rd avatar was currently hunting down anything stupid enough to challenge his rule. His thinking was simple. He had to put himself in an advantageous position for when the war inevitably started. Because after 3 years of wandering the dream realm alone and slowly losing his mind, he realized that he didn't want to observe the end of the world and the birth of a new one from the sidelines. He wanted to be right in the middle of everything, shaping the outcome to fit his will and achieving his goals in the process. Well, anyway, that was the third avatar's problem. The second avatar was keeping an eye on Rain and cautiously exploring the hidden side of Ravenheart. This Sunny, meanwhile, was simply running a shop, and occasionally feeding gluttonous saints. "Hey there, Master Sunless, can I ask you a question?" Sunny looked away from his book and turned to Effie. "You certainly can, Saint Athena." Effie hesitated for a moment, then smiled mischievously. "Is Sunless really your name? You know, I'm not saying that it sounds like something an 8th grader would call himself, but I'm also not saying that." He stared at her with a polite expression. "Didn't you name your son Dumpling?" Effie flinched. What? No. Ling, his name is Ling. It's the name that belonged to a dear friend of mine." Sunny smiled and turned back to his book. "My mom, you see, had a poetic soul." He hesitated for a moment and then added nonchalantly, "Also, I never attended school, so I wouldn't even know what an 8th grader would call himself." Effie, little Ling, and little Ling's dad eventually went on their way, leaving a mountain of dirty dishes behind. Sunny used his avatar to wash them while resting on the porch and listening to the lively sounds of Bastion. Although his shadow sense could reach far and wide, he didn't dare use it right under Anvil's nose. The King of Swords possessed unrivaled authority within his domain, after all, and few things escaped his gaze. Chances were he would sense someone exploring his capital through unseen means, so Sunny kept to himself. Soon the midday crowd arrived, and he spent a couple of hours in the kitchen cooking various lunches. That crowd disappeared as well, leaving the brilliant emporium empty. Sunny was drowning in a strange melancholy after meeting Effie. The time she had spent in his restaurant had felt very uplifting, but now that she was gone, only wistfulness remained. It was his birthday as well, but she didn't remember. No one did. Honestly, even he had almost forgotten about it himself. What was the big deal anyway? Suppressing a sigh, Sunny closed his eyes and concentrated on his other avatars. That was another advantage of existing in several places simultaneously. He was almost never bored. So Nephis is coming. It was not unexpected, but happened sooner than he had thought. How long would it take her to find the nameless temple, knowing Neph 2 weeks at most? So he had 2 weeks to mentally prepare himself. That was probably enough time. Rain needs better arrows, too. Time passed swiftly while he contemplated various matters. Then a new customer arrived. This one, however, was not here for a meal, but rather for a memory. Chapter 1605, Memory Boutique. 1605, Memory Boutique. The silver bell rang once more, and a new customer walked in. Sunny was idly wondering what they would order when he noticed who it was. A moment later, his eyes glistened with professional interest. It was a young woman wearing light armor and a white cape and awakened. Her elegant beauty and golden hair were lovely, but her expression was cold and composed, creating an uninviting impression. Sunny did not really care about what she looked like, though. The aloof awakened was important because she was one of his clients and had come to retrieve a memory. More than that, she was a legacy, which meant a hefty commission and a great boost to the brilliant Emporium's reputation. Plus, she was a passing acquaintance from Sunny's former life. Even though they had only met a few times, hers was still a familiar face. He smiled and bowed politely. "Awaken Tell, welcome." The young woman glanced at him sternly and nodded. "Master Sunless, I'll be leaving Bastion soon, so I wanted to check on your progress. It would be convenient if you procure a suitable memory before I depart." He couldn't help but widen his smile a little. "It is good that you decided to pay the brilliant Emporium a visit, my lady. In fact, I have just recently acquired something that might be of interest to you." Sunny did not make a big secret of the fact that he could craft memories, but he was hiding the extent of his abilities. So, for the more demanding commissions, he pretended to be a mere merchant. Very few people knew what he was really capable of. For most, it seemed like he simply possessed a network of connections that allowed him to find and purchase suitable memories in a timely fashion. Sunny signaled Aiko to hold down the fort and invited Awake and Tell to follow him downstairs. Passing through an ornate wooden door, They descended a set of stairs and entered the spacious basement of the marvelous mimic. There, a large chamber was illuminated by the soft light of enchanted lanterns. The furnishing was luxurious, but tasteful, exuding elegance and class. Various memories were displayed in glass cases that were attached to the walls, sharp steel glinting on dark velvet. No sound from the upper floor reached this silent place, creating a solemn atmosphere. In short, Sunny had nothing to do with designing how the memory boutique looked. It was all Aiko's work. The petite girl possessed much more knowledge on how to actually sell memories, both because she had been close to Stev, the caretaker of the Bright Castle's arsenal, and because she had run the actual operation of Sunny's brilliant emporium in the past. Plus, she was generally savvy when it came to business. Aiko had explained her rationale well to make Sunny sign off on all these expensive furnishings. They were much more awakened now, but good memories were still quite expensive. In that sense, they were much closer to luxury goods than to common tools. Therefore, a memory shop had to cater to a luxurious clientele in order to seem reputable. The classier it looked, the more inclined affluent clients would feel about spending their coins here. Although Aiko had complained that the brilliant emporium had only sold one memory in the last 2 months, it was actually not that bad of a result. In fact, Sunny only had to sell a memory once in a while to keep the business afloat. Selling one every month, meanwhile, would be more than enough to turn a large profit. Right now, the main problem he faced was not weaving memories, but actually crafting them. Since Sunny did not want to reveal his secrets, he was reluctant to partner up with external specialists. Therefore, he did everything alone, playing the role of a blacksmith, jeweler, tanner, tailor, carpenter, and so on himself. He was surprisingly good at it. Well, actually, it was not very surprising. Sunny had learned the basics of craftsmanship a long time ago. Every awakened knew how to survive in the wilderness, which included maintaining their equipment, constructing shelter, sewing up wounds, and many other things. Additionally, he deepened his knowledge of all kinds of crafting while learning to weave memories. That knowledge was then put to the test when he lost access to the nightmare spell and had to survive in the remote regions of the dream realm alone for 3 years. Most importantly, though Sunny was a weaver, his ability to craft weaves of essence strings made all other forms of craftsmanship seem accessible. He also had a golden touch due to consuming weaver's phalanx. Lastly, he was a transcendent. His dexterity, physical coordination, and precision were unrivaled. His senses were vastly superior to those of mundane humans, and his mental acumen was far beyond the norm. In short, Sunny had put a lot of effort into mastering his trade, and was confident that he would not lose to the famed forgemasters of Clan Valor when it came to the quality of his craftsmanship. Although he was somewhat envious of all the tools and resources they had access to. Awakened Tell could not see it, but there was more than one chamber in the basement of the marvelous mimic. Sunny also had an expansive workshop hidden behind the boutique, containing everything he used to do work, from a forge and a kiln to a pottery wheel and a sewing machine. There was also a large storage room where various materials, mostly sourced from the carcasses of nightmare creatures, were kept. It had not been easy to arrange a proper workshop in the basement of the marvelous mimic, let alone an opulent boutique. The interior of the shadow was somewhat of a separate dimension, after all, and although Sunny had managed to alter the weave of the original covetous coffer to make it capable of containing living things, it wasn't really suited for it. Above ground, the problem was easily solved by having the marvelous mimic manifest windows, which could let in air and light. Below ground, though, things were a bit tricky. In the end, Sunny had to create enchanted lanterns for illumination and heat plates for warmth. The air, meanwhile, was supplied by inferior copies of the quintessence pearl placed strategically here and there. The marvelous mimic supplied the essence needed to keep these enchanted items working itself. That arrangement had the side effect of turning the interior of the marvelous mimic into an isolated environment that could sustain human life or any kind of life, really even if the shadow was buried deep underground or fell to the bottom of the ocean. Even drowning in a volcano was not going to present much of a problem. But that was beside the point. Sunny had no intentions of drowning in volcanoes anytime soon, or better yet ever. Walking to a rich mahogany display table, Sunny put on black woolen gloves and retrieved an elegant lacquered box, placing it down carefully. Then he opened the lid and smiled at Awakened Tell politely. Please take a look. Inside the box was a memory that he had recently finished crafting. Chapter 1606, Belated Apology. 1606, Belated Apology. Inside the lacquered box, an intricately engraved vambrace was laying on black silk. It was forged from a light silvery metal and decorated with a pattern resembling interlaid feathers. The vambrace emanated a feeling of restrained power, and just from a passing glance, one could tell that it was an extraordinary item. Awakened Tell, however, seemed unimpressed. Well, from what Sunny could remember, she always seemed that way. The young woman raised an eyebrow. Master Sunless, from what I remember, I commissioned you to procure a suit of armor. He smiled. Your memory is stellar, my lady. But don't be concerned, this vambrace possesses a rare enchantment that allows it to unfold into a full plate of impregnable armor, just like what you wish to purchase. The process only takes a second and consumes very little essence, while such a trait might bring a slight inconvenience in case of a sudden attack. It also makes this memory uniquely adaptable. Tell's eyes gleamed. I assume that it can be used by a saint. Sunny nodded. Indeed, it can accommodate any type of transformed creature up to about 50 times the size of an average human. The speed with which the vambrace unfolds remains the same. Of course, the essence expenditure grows in proportion. He continued to smile, but really, Sunny wanted to cry on the inside. That was because it took him an incredible quantity of magical alloy to create the damned vambrace. The thing looked small, but he would have had to bankrupt the brilliant emporium in order to purchase the materials needed to forge it, if anyone would even sell them to him. In the end, he had been forced to track down and kill a dozen corrupted beasts with metallic carapaces to complete the commission. Which meant that Sunny had not suffered a loss, but he could have sold all that transcendent steel instead. His heart was bleeding. In fact, he was even lamenting the cost of the expensive lacquered box, with silk furbishing that Aiko had made him buy for the vambrace. But it is for a good cause. Sunny had to remind himself why he had put in extra effort to make sure that this memory was particularly potent and durable. Awakened Tell finally showed a hint of satisfaction. She studied the memory for a few moments, then asked in a slightly warmer tone, "You have conducted a thorough study of its other enchantments, of course. What are they? Oh, and what is its name?" Sunny carefully picked up the vambrace and began the description. My lady, this transcendent memory of the fourth tier is called the Belated Apology. Apart from the unfolding enchantment, it also possesses 3 others. One vastly enhances its physical durability. The other grants the person wearing it greatly increased protection from elemental attacks. Finally, the third enchantment might interest you the most. It allows the master of the memory to make it as light as a feather. Unbelievably, a smile appeared on the young woman's stern face. Well, of course it did. That set of enchantments was almost perfect for an armor-type memory. That's perfect. That is exactly what my father needs. Sunny hid a smile and put the vambrace back in the box. Then he asked, pretending to do it only out of politeness, "Oh, and how is Saint Roan doing?" Indeed, the young woman in front of him was Lady Tell of the White Feather clan. She was the daughter of Saint Tyrus and Master Roan, although the latter was also a transcendent now. Sunny had bumped into her a few times in the sanctuary of Noctis, and later in Falcon Scott. To his shame, though, he had never known that the standoffish girl was actually the daughter of his benefactors, mostly because of how young her parents looked. Determining the age of Awakened was a messy affair. It was only after coming to Bastion that Sunny realized his mistake. Tell smiled a little. He's doing well, apart from lacking a good transcendent armor, and still being in the doghouse, because of having challenged the third nightmare against Mother's wishes. She fell silent abruptly. Wait, why am I telling you this? The young woman looked at Sunny with wide eyes. Then, strangely enough, she blushed a little and looked away. Well, in any case, both of my parents are fine. They are awfully busy, of course. Sunny was a bit perplexed by her reactions, but just shrugged mentally. Unsurprising. There were very few legacy clans being led by 2 saints. The White Feather's prominence had risen greatly since their exile to Antarctica, and therefore, so had their duties. No one could discard them anymore. Sunny smiled and lowered his head with respect. That is good to hear. I wish them all the best. Young Lady Tell of White Feather ended up purchasing the belated apology and leaving the brilliant emporium in good spirits. Aiko was happily counting the money as well. And since Sonny knew that the memory he had painstakingly created would serve St. Roan well, he was in a good mood, too. Not long after that, evening came. More customers visited the brilliant emporium to enjoy tea and snacks after a long day of work. The evening crowd receded, and the sun disappeared beyond the horizon. Moonlight and darkness enveloped the streets of Bastion, and the city slowly grew quieter. Aiko left, leaving Sonny in the empty cottage. He cleaned up the dining hall, and then went to the porch to breathe some fresh air. Looking at the thriving city surrounding him, full of countless people, Sonny felt painfully alone. Especially today, he couldn't help but feel it sharply. Sonny remained on the porch for a while, watching the pale moon slowly move across the starlit sky. Then he sighed and went inside. I'll clean up the kitchen, then go to bed. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. This day had been strangely eventful. He was busy washing the kitchen utensils when the silver bell suddenly rang again. Surprised at the appearance of a late customer, Sonny raised an eyebrow and walked into the dining hall. I'm sorry, but we are about to close. The words died on his lips. Out there in front of him stood a delicate young woman in a sea-wave cloak. Her hair was like a cascade of pale gold, and her eyes were hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Despite the blindfold hiding her eyes, the young woman's ethereal, otherworldly beauty was simply breathtaking. She lingered for a moment, then turned her head in the direction of Sonny's voice. Oh, I am sorry. I'm afraid I'm a bit late then. Sonny remained silent, trying to overcome his shock. What is she doing here? He suppressed his emotions and put on the polite smile of a humble shopkeeper. No, it's no trouble. What did you want? I'll prepare it quickly. The young woman tilted her head a little, then said hesitantly, My name is... He interrupted her, trying to put an appropriate amount of respect and reverence into his voice. I know who you are, Lady Song of the Fallen. Who in Bastion doesn't? I am Master Sunless, the owner of the brilliant emporium. It's an honor to meet you. Cassie sighed, then nodded curtly. Eventually, she said, I heard that you can procure rare memories, or make them. Sonny froze for a moment. One of the fire keepers must have recommended him to her. And knowing Cassie, it must not have taken her long to discover that the owner of the brilliant emporium did not just sell memories, but also crafted them. But why would she come to him? All the enchanters of Clan Valor were at her disposal. Sonny took a deep breath. Are you interested in commissioning a memory, my lady? She nodded again. In a way. He smiled. Now he was in familiar territory. Great, I am sure that you won't be disappointed in my services. Just today, a member of the renowned White Feather clan purchased a memory from our stock. They were extremely satisfied with its quality. Cassie smiled, then shifted slightly as if looking around. That is good to hear. The memory I want you to make must be of the highest quality. She lingered for a few moments, then turned to him and added in a neutral tone. Oh, and by the way. Her smile wavered a little. Happy birthday. Chapter 1607, Godgrave. 1607, Godgrave. A vast white plain was shining under blinding sunlight. It seemed deceptively endless, devoid of any features. No living thing was moving across its surface, and none would dare to. Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, the Sword of Valor, was kneeling on that plain. She had been kneeling there for 3 days without moving a muscle, and even her right hand was frozen in the air, holding the hilt of a silvery sword. Its blade was like a radiant mirror reflecting a boundless white void. Her impassive face was showing signs of fatigue, but her beautiful gray eyes were cold and sharp, full of indomitable resolve that bordered on obsession. Her silver hair was moving slightly in the wind. Lady Nephis the wind. Staying still like a statue, she spoke without looking back. I know, stay strong. There were a few moments of silence, and then another voice spoke. I don't know how much longer I can endure. Nephis answered evenly, white sparks igniting in the depths of her calm eyes. Stop talking unless you want to die. She wasn't threatening the man, simply stating a fact. In response to her words, there was silence. The wind blew across the white plain, crashing into her with furious force. There were a few gasps from behind Nephis, and yet no member of her retinue allowed themselves to be shaken by the squall. The only thing that moved was the torn veil of ominous gray clouds. It swirled and flowed, slowly obscuring the merciless sky, not that Nephis could see it, frozen as she was. All she could see was the shadow slowly spreading across the flawless white plain. Where the shadow of the clouds was cast, the white surface lost its blinding radiance, becoming easy to look at. As Nephis watched the radiance dim, her face remained motionless. Her heart, however, started beating faster. Finally, the stormy veil repaired itself, and the sky became completely hidden behind it. The blade of Neph's sword was extinguished, reflecting nothing but a swirling expanse of gray clouds now. The clouds were glowing brightly with diffused and scattered light. She let out a quiet sigh. Behind her, bodies hit the ground in a clatter of metal, and pained groans tore apart the silence. Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered her sword and slowly stood up. This one was long. Turning around, she looked at the 6 masters that were sprawled on the ground, panting as they tried to recover from 3 days of torturous stillness. Shim, Kaor, Shakti, Sid, Gorn, Gantry, and Urlas, they were the fire keepers that had followed her into the death zone on this mission. The rest were in less dangerous regions of the dream realm, searching for young sleepers. Farald, There had been a time when Bastion, located in the heartland of the dream realm, was separated from Ravenheart by an immeasurable distance. Ravenheart was situated far northwest, after all, on the outskirts of the Hollow Mountains. But Awakened had conquered a lot of territory in the last few decades. Led by the great clans, humans had greatly expanded their area of influence in the dream realm. The 2 enclaves had swallowed many regions, and yet they still did not share a border. In the south, both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain bordered the Stormsea, which was ruled by the House of Night. In the north, the Hollow Mountains stood like an impregnable wall in the path of human expansion. The 2 domains were separated by a death zone, or rather, several of them, stretching from the Hollow Mountains all the way to the Stormsea. This deadly territory widened in the south, but was comparatively narrow in the north, which meant that if the 2 enclaves were to be connected by land, the narrowest and northernmost region separating them had to be conquered. And that was where Nephis and the Fire Keepers had been sent to the death zone far in the north. This place, which had taken the lives of many powerful Awakened, had no official name. However, people often called it the Godgrave. The reason for it was rather simple. Turning her head slightly, Nephis looked north. Out there, far in the distance, a titanic skull was laying on the misty slopes of the Hollow Mountains, staring back at her with one colossal, empty eye socket. Deep darkness nestled in its gaping chasm, still and foreboding. The other eye socket, as well as the forehead and the entire left side of the titanic skull, had been entirely shattered by some unimaginable blow. The bone splinters, which had rained down thousands of years ago, created mountain peaks of their own. The skull was connected to a white spine, which stretched south from the Hollow Mountains. In fact, it was connected to an entire skeleton of inconceivable proportions. From the top of the skull to the right knee joint, which was the southernmost intact point of the skeleton, it was at least 5,000 kilometers in length. The skeleton and the ground below it was the death zone. It was called Godgrave because Awakened, shocked and frightened by the terrifying size of the ancient remains, had speculated that it was the corpse of a god. Of course, Nephis did not think the same way. In any case, the right hand of the skeleton lay in the Song Domain, while the left hand lay in the Sword Domain. By climbing the skeletal arms, one could travel along the bones of the titanic corpse. If they could survive the journey, of course, which very few could. The seemingly endless white plain where Nephis stood was actually the skeleton's breastbone. She had led the Fire Keepers here, climbing up the shattered left arm of the ancient corpse, fighting her way across its vast collar bone, and making progress south over the past 2 weeks. The progress was slow because they could not fly the chain breaker here. It was too dangerous. There were 3 ways of traversing Godgrave, ranging from deadly to absolutely lethal. The most suicidal one was to move across the ground, which was shrouded in twilight and covered by a carpet of ash. The death zones were regions of the dream realm where great, cursed and unholy nightmare creatures dwelled, and in this death zone, the deadliest things were hiding beneath the ash. Anyone who stepped on it was doomed to be consumed. The second way was not much better. It was to travel in the great hollows of the titanic bones, hidden from the sky. The hollows were the safest place in Godgrave, and for that reason, they were home to an entire ecosystem of harrowing nightmare creatures and tainted flora, all hungering for the taste of human souls. Fighting through that monstrous jungle that thrived within the inconceivable skeleton was just as suicidal. The last way was to traverse the surface of the ancient bones. Here, there were fewer dreadful abominations, and those who did prowl the surface were a bit less powerful. But that was for a reason as well. The reason was that Godgrave had a peculiar nature. There were no nights here, and the sky was constantly shrouded by a veil of clouds. If the veil was broken, though, revealing the radiant white sky, anything that moved under the open sky was immediately erased from existence, turning into scattering ash. There was no exception to the rule, and no salvation from the gaze of heaven. So that was why Nephis and the fire keepers had spent 3 days without daring to move a muscle. They had been waiting for the torn clouds to hide the sky once again. And now that the gray veil was mended by the wind, they could continue on their mission. To find the mysterious saint who was rumored to have made his home at the very edge of the titanic breastbone, right before the abyssal chasm leading to the skeleton's spine. The M, and known as the Lord of Shadows. 1 chapter today, 3 tomorrow. Chapter 1608 Death Zone. 1608 Death Zone. Nephis studied the immaculately white bone plain in front of her for a few moments, then turned around and looked at the fire keepers. They were gracelessly sprawled on the ground, with pained expressions on their faces. Even with their powerful ascended bodies, it had not been easy to remain completely still for 3 long days. If there was one consolation, it was that nightmare creatures they had been fighting when the merciless skies revealed themselves were nothing but ash now. The fire keepers, meanwhile, had all survived. There was a reason why she had chosen this particular cohort to follow her into the Godgrave. The fire keepers were a fearsome force even now, when the number of awakened, masters, and saints had vastly increased. That was because each of them was an ascended, and a cohesive battle unit consisting of close to 50 seasoned masters could not be ignored by anyone. Not to mention that the fire keepers were the survivors of the Forgotten Shore, and as such, could be easily called the most talented awakened warriors of their generation, all generations, perhaps. These warriors were her personal army, and under her leadership, their brilliant glory and fame had grown explosively in the past 4 years. The ivory tower, the chain breaker, the crest of the fire keepers, and her own name, Changing Star, had all become symbols of unrivaled virtue, valor, and excellence. Their names were known far and wide, all according to her conscious will and intent. The fire keepers were her heralds and emissaries, but each was also a heroic figure in their own right still. Some of them had more renown than others. The 7 masters in front of her had once been Cassie's own cohort, and therefore they were a cut above the rest. That was not the reason why Nephis had chosen them for this mission, though. The real reason was that one of the members of the cohort, Erla's, possessed an aspect that could augment the endurance and stamina of his allies. Knowing what waited for them in Godgrave, she wanted to have his powers at hand for when the white void of the sky above the ancient corpse was revealed. As it turned out, her consideration had not been in vain. If not for his support, the last 3 days would have been much more torturous and potentially fatal for the members of her retinue. Even Nephis had felt the strain. Nevertheless, there was no time to waste. Looking at the fire keepers, she said evenly, "We have 5 minutes to recover, 5 more to drink water and eat, then we continue south." Such a short span of time was not enough for them to rest their weary bodies, but it was better to relieve the fatigue on the move. The sky was not the only danger in this desolate bone expanse, after all. "Yes, Lady Nephis." The fire keepers groaned as they started to move. Storage memories were summoned, water and field rations were hastily consumed. Shim, the leader of the cohort, used his healing powers to help the less resilient members recover faster. They were seasoned veterans and did not need her to tell them what to do. Nephis used the short rest to quench her thirst, as well. By the time the 10 minutes she had given her subordinates ran out, the bone plane was already starting to move. Ready your weapons, forward. As she started to walk, the fire keepers followed her. Although the sun-bleached bones of the dead god, or whatever the ancient skeleton had been once, seemed like a continuous surface of solid white, in truth, they were littered with cracks and fissures. The deepest of those cracks led to the great hollows within the titanic bones and the inner hell hidden in their horrid expanse. Merely 10 minutes after the veil of clouds had been mended, those cracks exploded with life. Tendrils of vibrant red moss and vermilion grass spread from them, devouring the flawlessly white surface of the ancient bones. Swarms of tiny nightmare creatures were instantly born, hunting each other as they moved between the stalks of grass. That was only the beginning. Since everything that moved under the merciless gaze of the white sky was instantly incinerated, the abominable life thriving in Godgrave had adapted to its whims. There was no way to predict when the veil of clouds would be torn, and how long it would take for the stormy barrier to repair itself. Therefore, everything here lived at incredible speed. The red moss, the vermilion grass, the tiny nightmare creatures, and the larger abominations that were yet to be born, all of them were in a hurry to be born, grow, consume, and propagate before turning to ash. The white plain was bare and featureless a few minutes ago, but in an hour or two it would be teeming with horrid life. If the veil of clouds was not broken for the next several days, Godgrave would come to look as if the infernal subterranean jungle had escaped the great hollows. By then, the most harrowing of the surface hunters would have been born and reached maturity, making the surface of the bones almost as dangerous as their inner expanse. But even now, Nephis and the fire keepers were already in danger. The predatory vegetation and the swarms of tiny critters were enough to envelop and devour a legion of masters. This was the death zone. Watching a sea of red slowly surround them, crawling closer with each moment, Nephis silently raised her sword. Prepare. As she brandished the silver sword, a wave of sparks exploded from where its tip scraped against the surface of the white bone. A moment later, each of the sparks exploded with a thundering roar, and a flood of white flame was unleashed into the world. The wave of fire rolled forward and enveloped a wide swath of the red grass, incinerating countless vermin in an instant. It did not stop there, though. Following Neph's will, the flames moved, turning into a wide ring around the fire keepers. Then it spread in all directions like a flash fire, flooding the air with heat and ash. Soon, the vast bone plain had turned into a terrible white inferno. Chapter 1609 Reclusive Saint. 1609 Reclusive Saint. White flames danced across the bone plain, incinerating the vermilion grass and the swarms of tiny abominations that had just been born moments ago. Unbearable heat assaulted the cohort of the fire keepers, and the air was suddenly full of swirling ash. The eyes of their lady burned in the haze like two cold stars. Mounts. A whirlwind of ethereal sparks surrounded the cohort, soon forming into 8 bestial echoes. Each of them was unique, but shared a common trait. Most of these echoes were not powerful enough to be of aid in a fierce battle. However, they were fast and could be ridden, serving the fire keepers as mounts. Many masters spent considerable time hunting down suitable types of dormant nightmare creatures to procure such echoes. The braver ones hunted awakened abominations, while some lucky ones even had ascended beasts as their steeds. Nephis was the exception to the rule, since the steel stallion she had summoned was an artificial echo created by the enchanters of the great clan Valor. Being the adopted daughter of a sovereign had its advantages, even if the royal gifts came with an insurmountable cost. Forward! The 8 echoes formed into a wedge and rushed across the burning plain, swiftly moving south. The sea of flames parted in front of them and then rolled forward, protecting the flanks of the formation. Nephis rode at the head of the wedge, looking ahead with a focused expression. Her sword had changed form, turning into a silver lance. The fire keepers were ready for battle, too. Despite the wall of fire that surrounded them, no one dared to lower their guard. And for a good reason. Sum, Shakti, and Urlas, the archers of the cohort, drew their bows and let enchanted arrows loose. There were larger shadows moving behind the wall of flame, surrounded by ash, since the inhabitants of Godgrave had had more time to be born and grow here. From that moment, their advance turned into a tense and perilous affair. Nephis sustained the rolling curtain of flame, preventing the cohort from being consumed by the red grass, and led the charge. The fire keepers met whatever nightmare creature the death zone threw at them with calm coordination. There were no great abominations on the surface of the ancient skeleton, at least not that soon after the white sky had wiped the slate clean. So, it was well within their ability to handle the onslaught of newborn monstrosities. Granted, the fire keepers were far more able than most masters. It was to the point that Nephis had time to think, without having to concentrate entirely on the battle. After a while, she thought silently, "Cassie." A few moments later, Cassie's voice resounded in her head, as if the blind seer was there by her side, whispering into her ear. "Yes." Cassie's powers had changed and grown after transcendence, as well. Her dormant ability now allowed the blind girl to learn more about the people and creatures she perceived. Her awakened ability allowed her to sense longer into the future. Her ascended ability not only allowed her to perceive the world through other people's senses, but also to communicate with those she had marked. So Cassie was like a spider waiting at the heart of a vast web. Even Nephis did not know how many people throughout the two worlds were serving as her eyes and ears, just that there were many, scattered around both the waking world and the dream realm. Some of the spies in the blind seer's network were willing agents, while others did not even know that they had been marked. The latter consumed more of Cassie's soul essence, sadly. Regardless, her ability to gather information was an incredible boon to them. It was just that. Nephis frowned slightly. The nature of her friend's power had changed subtly after the third nightmare. From what Cassie had shared, it seemed like her ability to receive visions of the future was compromised, somehow, making them strange and chaotic. Cassie herself had begun to act strangely, sometimes, as well. Nephis was concerned. Turning her steel steed slightly to avoid a large crack in the white bone, she thought, "Tell me about this Lord of Shadows again." The man she had been sent to negotiate with was more than a little mysterious. There were many more saints in the world now, true, however. It was still strange for an independent transcendent to exist out there, especially one whose origin and background were entirely unknown. Not to mention one powerful enough to not only survive in the Godgrave, but also make it his home. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Then her voice resounded once again, whispering into Neph's ear. "Not much is known about him, really. What we do now comes from a dozen sleepers who were unfortunate enough to be sent to Godgrave last year. They were all rescued by a mysterious saint and brought to a citadel under his control. The saint did not speak with them much and was rather aloof. In fact, some of them even describe him as sinister and frightening." Nephis had already heard all of this, of course. However, there was no harm in going over what they knew once more, just in case there was some hint she had missed. After a momentary pause, Cassie continued. "He has to be strong, considering where his citadel is located. The sleepers also confirmed that his aspect has to do with shadows, and that he commands several powerful echoes. Apart from that, there's very little information about him. Instead of allowing the sleepers to place their anchors in his citadel, the Lord of Shadows escorted them out of Godgrave and sent them on the path to one of Song's strongholds." Nephis frowned. So he might be friendly with Clan Song. Cassie lingered for a bit. Both Valor and Song have their eyes on Godgrave. Considering that it is most likely to become the main battlefield of their war, how can they not? So, understandably, both domains are very interested in a powerful saint dwelling in the depths of this deadly region. Actually, Valor is not the first clan to try recruiting the Lord of Shadows. Neph's gaze darkened. "Is it true that they sent?" Cassie's answer came swiftly. Indeed, they sent Mordert well, one of his bodies at least. However, he failed to persuade the Lord of Shadows to swear allegiance to the Queen of Worms. If the Prince of Nothing had succeeded, Nephis would not have been sent to find the reclusive saint. But how had he failed? It is strange, though, isn't it? I doubt that Mordred would have simply accepted a refusal. He would have definitely tried to consume that saint if persuading him was impossible. Cassie's voice changed slightly. That is the most interesting part. It is not confirmed, of course, but from what we managed to learn, Mordred was actually defeated. His vessel was destroyed. Nephis took a deep breath. Is there really someone else capable of defeating that monster? She had once fought against Soul Stealer, after all. So, Nephis knew better than anyone what Saint Mordred was really capable of. In fact, that man was no less of a plague than Skinwalker, whom most of humanity lived in constant terror of. If Lord of Shadows was really capable of fighting against the Prince of Nothing. Neph's calm gray eyes gleamed coldly as she contemplated the future. Chapter 1610 Land of Shadows. 1610 Land of Shadows. They crossed most of the remaining distance to the edge of the breastbone plain that day. Night never graced Godgrave with its presence, but anywhere else, the sun would have already been rolling toward the horizon. It was never dark in this strange and terrible place. The gray sky shone with diffused light, and white bone was colored here and there by fields of vibrant vermilion grass. Or rather, it was never supposed to be dark. Nephis slowed her steed as she peered into the distance, a complicated expression appearing on her face. What is that? Out there far away, it was as though someone had dropped a can of black paint on the world. The darkness, which was not supposed to exist in Godgrave, swallowed the plain, and the scattered light of the stormy sky was powerless against it. The deep shadows persisted, unperturbed by the bright daylight around them. How is this possible? Soon they drew closer to the wall of darkness. Strangely enough, there were much fewer abominations in this area of the titanic skeleton, and even the scarlet flora seemed scarcer. It was as though even the nightmare creatures were wary of the land of shadows. Nephis frowned slightly, not showing her hesitation to the fire keepers. Advance slowly. As they proceeded further, the light slowly dimmed, and the growths of red grass became smaller and smaller until they disappeared entirely. Soon, they were surrounded by nothing but impenetrable darkness, with only Neph's eyes shining in it like small S. Tars. Stop. She remained silent for a moment, listening to the silence, then said evenly, Dismount. The fire keepers jumped down from their echoes, dismissing them into a rain of sparks. Their surroundings were illuminated for a few moments, and by the time the sparks dissipated into nothingness, they had already summoned enchanted lanterns. A flood of stark white light flooded the dark land. However, it seemed weak and faltering, barely able to force the deep, dark shadows to recede a little. Nevertheless, Nephis did see something now that the luminous memories pushed the darkness back. A few meters away from them, a massive carcass was laying on the ground, its grotesque bones towering above the plain. The creature must have been enormous once, but now it was broken and dead. What killed it? Nephis walked over to the carcass and studied it for a few moments, spending a bit more time looking at the clean cut where the monster's head had been severed. Lady Nephis, what do you think? She lingered for a while, then shook her head. The head was severed by a sword, but something had gnawed on the bones. There are teeth marks everywhere, and by the look of it, the creature's flesh was devoured by something large. Most importantly, her expression grew a little somber. Considering where we are, this carcass must belong to a great nightmare creature. Had it been killed by the Lord of Shadows? If so, the rumors of his power might not be exaggerated. Many saints were capable of slaying great beasts, but very few could finish such a powerful abomination with one strike. Nephis was about to say something else, but at that moment, a terrifying roar tore apart the silence. Something was rushing toward them from the darkness. The fire keepers instantly assumed a battle formation. Shim and Sid moved forward, raising their shields. Gantry and Gorn took positions a step behind and to the side of them, while Shakti and Urlas hid behind the melee fighters while summoning their arrows. Lastly, Kaor moved to the rear of the cohort, ready to defend his comrades in case of an unexpected attack. Nephis remained where she stood, calmly looking into the darkness. Her lance had changed form once again, turning back into a longsword. Be ready. They heard the sound of massive claws scraping against bone as the nightmare creature approached at high speed. Judging by that speed, the abomination was powerful. It was going to reach the fire keepers in a matter of seconds. Before it did, however, something rustled in the air, and they heard the familiar, gruesome sound of flesh being severed by sharp steel. Something crashed heavily onto the ground, and a moment later, a monstrous head rolled into the light, a river of blood spilling from its cut neck. One strike. Nephis looked at the abomination's severed head for a split second, then turned to face the darkness. There two crimson flames ignited, staring down at her. Then something walked out of the darkness and stopped at the edge of light, making the fire keepers tremble. What in the world? The graceful creature looked like a beautiful onyx statue that had come to life. Her fearsome black armor seemed to be carved from polished stone and forged according to an intricate, elegant design. The dark sword she was holding was smeared in blood, radiating a sense of chilling, inescapable lethality. The demonic statue towered above Nephis and the fire keepers, much higher than even Effie was, observing them with cold indifference. There was no hostility in her gaze, but also no benevolence. She was clearly not human. However, the living statue did not seem like a nightmare creature either. She was more like a transcendent echo, a saint. However, Nephis had never met an echo or a saint, really who exerted so much pressure on her. The graceful knight's onyx body radiated a sense of vast, dreadful power, and the menacing crimson flames dancing in her ruby eyes were full of strange, inhuman will. She was strong. In fact, if Nephis was not here and the strange creature decided to attack the fire keepers, they would most likely all perish under her blade. The question was, would the living statue attack them or not? As Nephis looked at the demonic knight calmly, ready for both outcomes, the beautiful onyx statue lowered her sword and turned away, then beckoned for them to follow her with indifferent grace. Chapter 16, 11 Nameless Temple. Nephis and the fire keepers followed the onyx devil across the land of shadows. Their taciturn guide walked without looking back, her beautiful armor gleaming as it reflected the white light of their lanterns. The living statue's steps were neither slow nor hurried, her measured pace full of indifferent confidence. It was as though she was not afraid of the creatures hiding in the dark at all. Nephis would have expected the steps of such a heavy creature to resound like thunderclaps in the dead silence, but they were entirely noiseless. She stared at the back of T. He mysterious stone knight, white flames dancing in her eyes. The fire keepers were tense and quiet, looking into the eerie darkness with wary expressions. What is going on? Nephis was not troubled, but she did feel somewhat curious. A vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the fearsome creature that had been sent to meet them, it was all hard to explain, and she rarely encountered things that escaped explanation. Cassie. There were a few moments of silence, and then the familiar voice resounded in the darkness, answering the question she had not asked. It is strange. Nephis glanced at the beautiful stone demon and waited. Cassie continued after a short pause. She is a transcendent devil. Her soul is an impossible fusion of shadow, darkness, and divine flame. Her powers are those of a sword saint, however. She is not a simple echo. I don't know what she is. Nephis nodded calmly. That is all right, I do. Indeed, it would have been strange if she had not recognized that fearsome stone-like armor, that cold presence, and those jewel eyes. The Onyx Devil was one of Nether's children, after all. They were what she looked up to in the depths of the second nightmare, drowning in despair as the darkness of the underworld crushed and suffocated her. The prideful beings who ruled the great caverns of the hollow mountains while she struggled to survive far below at the edge of the abyss. In fact, the body she had inhabited was one of the countless flawed vessels that Nether had callously discarded before successfully creating the first of the Stone Saints. So in a sense, the Onyx Devil was a more perfect version of what Nephis used to be. But what was she doing here? Had some of Nether's children succumbed to corruption and survived until this day? Had the Lord of Shadows killed one of them? Nephis tilted her head slightly. The Stone Saints had been known to command true darkness, each inheriting a spark of divinity from their creator as well. But why did this one possess an affinity to shadows? That was not in their nature. Did it have something to do with the aspect of the Lord of Shadows? And this lightless expanse around them, had he somehow conjured it as well? Was it something that a mere transcendent could do? Her curiosity grew a little. Meanwhile, the beautiful Onyx Devil led them deeper and deeper into the darkness. Considering how difficult it must have been to chase away the deadly sunlight of Godgrave, Nephis had not expected for this shadowy region to be expansive. But to her surprise, the land of shadows stretched for many kilometers in all directions without a hint of ending. Odd. The further they went, the more eerie their surroundings became. Because sunlight never reached here, there was nothing to incinerate the bones of slain nightmare creatures. Therefore, remains of powerful abominations appeared in sight from time to time, all devoid of flesh. At first there were few of them, but the deeper into the land of shadows the fire keepers ventured, the more and more skeletal remains they saw. Some of the abominations had been slain by sharp steel, some shattered and broken by brute force, some killed by strange means that she couldn't even guess. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the Onyx Devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Eventually, it was as if they were walking across a terrible battlefield. The magnitude of slaughter that had transpired in this ominous place was nothing short of chilling. Even if all these powerful nightmare creatures had not been slain at the same time, what kind of person was capable of eviscerating this many dreadful abominations in the depths of a death zone? It seemed that there was a seed of truth in the ominous rumors about the dire power of the Lord of Shadows. In the end, it had taken almost half a day for the Onyx Devil to lead them to their destination. The signs of fierce battles that had transpired under the cover of darkness only grew more apparent. Almost 50 kilometers to reach the heart of his territory. Out there in front of Nephis, the breastbone plain abruptly ended, turning into a vast chasm. If she could pierce the darkness with her gaze, she would have seen the spine of the titanic skeleton far below. To her left and to her right in the distance, its ribs must be rising like mountains. Right ahead, though illuminated by the light of their lanterns, a magnificent temple stood at the very edge of the abyss. Its colossal columns and walls were cut from black marble, with exquisite reliefs decorating the Stygian pediment and broad frieze. Beautiful and awesome, it looked like the palace of a dark god. In front of the palace, the ground was littered with countless bones. Most of the ancient edifice was hidden by darkness, but Nephis felt oppressed by its solemn majesty nevertheless. She frowned slightly, feeling a shapeless presence gaze at her from behind the marble columns and instinctively gripped the hilt of her sword. "Is this a citadel?" One of the fire keepers voiced her question in a tired and bewildered tone. Another answered warily. "It must be. Who could have built a temple in this place?" Nephis remained silent, observing the dark temple somberly. She was not afraid of the Lord of Shadows, his Onyx Devil, and other secrets the mysterious saint could have been hiding. However, should the negotiations go badly, fighting a powerful enemy within the walls of their citadel was bound to be troublesome. It would be a shame for the citadel to be destroyed in the process, at least. Glancing at their beautiful demonic guide, Nephis smiled slightly and nodded. "Lead the way." The living statue lingered for a moment, then started climbing the steps of the temple. Nephis and the fire keepers followed. Soon, they passed between the towering black columns and reached a grandiose hall. Its dark expanse was drowning in impenetrable shadows. Chapter 16:12, An Audience with the Lord. The interior of the dark temple was drowning in deep shadows, and the enchanted lanterns of the fire keepers seemed even weaker in their cold embrace. The light emanating from the luminous memories flickered, barely able to illuminate a narrow circle around them. In fact, it was not even the shadows themselves. Neph's eyes narrowed when she felt the subtle presence of the being who was hiding in the depths of the hall wash over her like a tidal wave. Suddenly, the darkness around them seemed infinitely more dark, in turn making the light starker. Strong. While Nephis was peering into the darkness, their silent guide walked to the side and turned around, resting the tip of her sword on the stone floor of the temple. It was as though the Onyx Devil assumed the position of an entrance guard. There was another strange sculpture on the other side of them. This one was at least 5 meters tall and resembled a four-armed fiend that had escaped from the depths of a fiery hell, his mighty body forged from polished black silver. The infernal troll had long, sharp spikes protruding from his steel carapace, as if he was made from countless shattered swords. No, not a sculpture. As the towering fiend moved slightly, the infernal flames burning in his eyes ignited with hungry malice. The fire keepers grew tense under the gaze of the menacing giant. Nephis remained unperturbed. A moment later, Cassie whispered into her ear. It is a supreme devil. His body is incredibly durable and almost immune to fire." Bothersome. Killing a supreme devil was not impossible, but this one seemed especially tough. Melting him down would be a chore, of course. There were ways to deal with such turtle-like enemies. It was just that fighting the towering fiend and the Onyx Devil at the same time would not be convenient. In fact, Nether's daughter felt more dangerous despite being of a lower rank. In any case, neither of them showed signs of wanting to attack the guests. They just stood motionlessly, as if inviting them to walk deeper into the temple. Nephis passed between the two powerful monsters and did just that. The fire keepers followed, looking oppressed by the inhospitable darkness. When they reached the middle of the great hall, she stopped. In front of them, the shadows grew even deeper, and the light of the lantern simply drowned in them, disappearing without any effect. It seemed that the Lord of Shadows did not wish to be seen. Nephis sighed and looked up. She could feel something enormous moving in the darkness beyond, staring at her from incredible height. At the same time, a chilling sound resounded in the silence of the ancient temple, surrounding her and her warriors from all sides, like the rustle of countless scales as they scratched against the ancient marble. It was as though a colossal serpent was slithering in the darkness, uncoiling its gargantuan body to raise its long neck and gaze upon them from the darkness. Not being able to see the giant creature was a little uncomfortable. Luckily, Cassie was there to help Nephis know what she faced. Oh, a transcendent terror. Nephis frowned. How many powerful servants does the master of this temple have? She was amused. Was the Lord of Shadows really independent? How come he had more powerful summons than she had then? Wasn't it a bit ridiculous? Granted, the great clan Valor did not treat its adopted daughter with nearly as much sincerity as it did Morgan. But still, it was not the quantity of these monsters that mattered. It was just that Nephis could sense that each of them was far more ferocious and dangerous than any echo she had seen. Suddenly, she felt something very unexpected, a hint of sympathy for the Prince of Nothing. What about the Lord of Shadows himself? Cassie remained silent for a few moments. I don't sense anyone else. There is nobody there. But just as she said that, a cold voice suddenly resounded from the darkness, enveloping the fire keepers like a death knell. Nephis of Valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. Sitting on a tall throne cut from black marble, Sunny looked down on Nephis and her warriors. His face, hidden behind the polished black wood of Weaver's mask, was impassive. However, a storm of emotions was raging in his heart. Here in his territory, where the nameless temple now stood, he was almost omniscient. That was because the Shadow Realm fragment enveloped a vast area around the citadel, allowing Sunny to perceive everything, everywhere, all at once. So he had been watching Saint guide Nephis and the fire keepers to the doors of the temple all along. Sunny had thought that he would be ready to face her. But he had been wrong. Seeing her face, her lustrous silver hair, her beautiful gray eyes, the familiar stubborn resolve shining in their calm depths. It felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart was beating faster than when he had been facing that great demon. Looking at Nephis from the darkness, Sunny remembered all the reasons he had come up with to spare himself the pain of being close to the members of his former cohort. At that moment, he understood one simple thing: I'm doomed. Because the moment he saw Nephis, all reason was obliterated. What was good about being reasonable anyway? Hadn't he personally preached the benefits of being unreasonable before? Sunny took a deep breath and then leaned back, glancing at the huge head of the soul serpent hovering high above his throne. Then he lingered for a moment and said, keeping his voice calm and devoid of emotions, Nephis of Valor, welcome. I did not expect to be visited by someone as exalted as the last daughter of the immortal flame. She stared into the darkness, then bowed slowly. Greetings, Lord of Shadows. I hope you don't mind being addressed this way, or would you prefer I call you something else? Sunny remained silent for a few moments. Eventually, he answered evenly, I would not, but you can call me Shadow. Chapter 1613. I would not, but you can call me Shadow. The voice of the man who called himself Shadow resounded in the lightless temple, making it seem as though the darkness itself had answered her question. That strangely elusive voice was cold and aloof, devoid of any emotion. And yet there was a hint of arrogance to it. Nephis frowned subtly. Now that the introductions were out of the way, it was time to announce the purpose of her visit. However, she was at a disadvantage. The master of the Dark Temple seemed to know everything about her, and yet she knew close to nothing about him. Even Cassie, whose gaze could pierce countless mysteries, seemed to be entirely blind to the existence of the Lord of Shadows. Granted, Nephis had some idea about his true identity. The darkness spoke again, its voice remaining emotionless. To what do I owe the honor of being in the presence of Lady Changing Star? What do you want with me? Nephis hesitated for a moment, thinking. She had been sent to persuade a powerful saint to join the banner of the King of Swords. However, having reached his citadel, Nephis had to reevaluate her opinion of the Lord of Shadows. He was not merely powerful, no. He was one of those few like herself who were beyond the ordinary definitions of power. Now that Nephis had seen the vast expanse of inexplicable darkness, the bones of dreadful abominations hidden in its tenebrous embrace, the solemn edifice of the dark temple, and the creatures that guarded it, she knew that the Lord of Shadows had not survived in Godgrave by luck, or by having an aspect that was uniquely suited for living in this harrowing environment. Rather, he had survived here through strength, which only made him more desirable. Of course, there were still many unknowns about the enigmatic saint. Nephis could not be sure of what his powers truly were. The fierce creatures that served him were neither echoes nor nightmare creatures, so they could have been manifested by his aspect, like the hideous reflections of the Prince of Nothing were, or subjugated like those abominations that Beastmaster ruled. It was unclear how strong the man himself was, or if his aspect had any application in direct combat. It was also unknown where he had come from, and how he managed to become a saint without leaving any traces of himself in either of the two worlds. And yet Nephis had a strong suspicion. Awakened who possessed affinity to shadows were exceedingly rare, let alone those who were truly powerful. Meanwhile, 5 of the 6 divine lineages had already been reclaimed by humans. Immortal Flame were the inheritors of Sun God, Valor were the inheritors of War God, Song were the inheritors of Beast God, Night were the inheritors of Storm God, and finally, Asterion was the sole inheritor of Heart God. One last lineage remained unclaimed. No one had been able to find an inn. Erit the blood of Shadow God. So this man, a saint of immense power that had come out of nowhere, wielding authority over shadows. Was he the proof that the last divine lineage had finally revealed itself? If so, why now? What did it mean? One thing was certain. Nephis had to change her approach, since her preconceived notions had been proven wrong. In this dark temple, her power and exalted status didn't mean much, because the man she wanted to persuade possessed the same power and could claim the same status should he wish to do so. She had to treat the Lord of Shadows as an equal. Nephis smiled slightly. Then, Lord Shadow, I won't be coy, you asked me what I want, it's simple. She paused for a moment, then added in her usual impassive tone. I want you. She could hear the fire keepers shift behind her. One of them even seemed to choke, coughing loudly in the dead silence of the dark temple. His coughing somewhat spoiled the solemn atmosphere of her serious proposal. The Lord of Shadow did not respond immediately either. Well, of course, he must be carefully considering the benefits and disadvantages of pledging his allegiance to the sword domain. I wouldn't expect anything else. However, the silence stretched for longer than she had expected. I see, he must be contemplating very deeply. Nephis was nothing if not patient. So she waited patiently, giving the enigmatic saint time to seriously consider his decision. After a while, the Lord of Shadows spoke again, his elusive voice sounding a little flat. What exactly do you mean? Nephis was slightly taken aback, but masterfully hid her confusion. Had she not been clear? Allow me to clarify, then. I, Changing Star, invite you to join the alliance of transcendent warriors and serve under the banner of the King of Swords, protecting and expanding the domain of humanity in the dream realm as one of his champions. She lingered for a moment and then added, I trust I do not need to list the benefits of pledging allegiance to one of those who have achieved supremacy. These details can be discussed later anyway. Resources, assistance, powerful memories and echoes, soul shards, nothing is out of the question. You won't be undervalued, Lord Shadow. No one survives in the dream realm alone, after all. There were a few moments of silence, and then the cold voice resounded from the darkness once again. Ah, thank you for the clarification. Nephis tilted her head a little. What else did he think I meant? Had she said something odd again? No, it shouldn't be. Nephis frowned slightly. She thought she had done rather well. The problem was most likely that the emissary of song must have offered all the same things to the Lord of Shadows, if not more. And yet, they had been refused. While she was contemplating, a cold laughter resounded in the dark temple, traveling across the great hall like wind. The fire keepers shivered, gripping their weapons tighter. A few moments later, Shadow's voice came from the darkness, finally showing a hint of emotion. "Oh, so you want me to join forces with the great clan Valor for the benefit of humanity? I see you must be sincere, then. Surely, it has nothing to do with the impending war between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. Surely, it is not because your side wants to use me as a weapon in that war. And surely you have no ambition to subjugate Godgrave with my help to gain control over the future battlefield." The master of the Dark Temple chuckled again, and that said, his sinister voice growing even colder. "You wouldn't be trying to deceive me, would you, Lady Changing Star?" At the same time, the enormous creature hiding in the darkness shifted slightly, filling the great hall with the chilling sound of rustling scales. Chapter 1614. Sonny felt glad that his face was hidden behind Weaver's mask and shrouded in impenetrable darkness. That was because he might not have controlled his expression very well in the last few minutes. One of his other two avatars might have even stumbled out of nowhere, somewhere far away. Those lazy guys. Luckily, he regained his composure swiftly. "Damn it, Neph." The echo of his last words was still traveling across the nameless temple when Nephis frowned slightly. Sonny had just accused her of trying to deceive him in a rather threatening tone. He even commanded Serpent to make a bit of noise to add some weight to his perceived displeasure. What would her reaction be? Unexpectedly, a subtle smile bloomed on Neph's face, and her eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "I see that you are better informed than I presumed, Lord Shadow. Good. That saves me a lot of trouble." Sonny was stunned for a moment. That was not the reaction he had expected. "Shameless, she's completely shameless." Nephis, meanwhile, put her hand on the hilt of her sword and looked up a little. "Since you already know that the war is inevitable, and that it will happen here in Godgrave, you must also realize that you can't escape it. One way or the other, you will be implicated in the clash between the two domains. So unless you want to abandon your citadel and flee into the waking world, you might as well choose a side. In fact, I think that you already have." Sonny scowled, staring at her with displeasure. How the hell does she know? Of course, he had intended to insinuate his way into a high position of the Sword Domain's army from the very start. That was why he had established the nameless temple in Godgrave and waited for the emissaries of valor to take the bait. But Nephis had no way of guessing that. Sonny shook his head in the darkness and asked, keeping his voice devoid of emotions. "Have I?" Nephis nodded. "You must have. After all, you have already refused the emissary of Clan Song. Since you have shown no desire to join the other side, only one choice remains. It's us." Sonny remained silent for a while. Then, grabbing the armrests of his throne, he leaned forward and asked, his voice suffused with an insidious undertone. "Says who?" She stared into the darkness with a hint of confusion on her beautiful alabaster face. "What?" Sonny smiled. "Who said that I refused the emissary of Clan Song? I did not." Which was, of course, a lie. He could not say a word of truth while wearing Weaver's mask, and this avatar of his almost never took it off. The Lord of Shadows was meant to attract the attention of those with great power, after all the while keeping Sonny's secrets safe. This time, however, it had worked to his advantage. Neph's expression remained the same, but he could feel the pressure she exerted growing sharper. Right now, she was probably considering whether the nameless temple was a death trap. With Saint and Fiend behind her, the path to escape was cut off. In front of her were Sonny and the Soul Serpent. Nightmare and the shapeless guardian of the temple were close, as well. Nevertheless, Nephis maintained her composure. Facing the wall of impenetrable darkness in front of her, she asked calmly. "You didn't." Sonny sighed quietly and leaned back. From here onward, he had to sell himself to Nephis while making her think that she was the one insisting on making the purchase. People did not value that which came into their possession too easily, after all. If Sonny wanted to be treated as a precious ally instead of a cheap tool, he had to make Clan Valor think that they had been extremely lucky to gain his support. He remained silent for a moment. "I did not refuse the generous offer of the illustrious Clan Song. However, perhaps I didn't accept it either. Instead, I gave the emissary Kai Song a chance to win my allegiance. I despise the idea of fighting side by side with those weaker than me, you see. Sunny smiled. So I'll give you the same chance, Lady Changing Star. If any of you emissaries of valor manage to leave a scratch on my armor, I'll accept your proposal. What do you say? Nephis did not answer immediately, contemplating his offer. Eventually, she asked, "A duel, which one of us do you want to fight?" He chuckled. "Any of you, all of you, it doesn't matter. I won't even use my aspect. Instead, I'll crush you with pure skill." A corner of Neff's mouth twisted upward. "Arrogant." Sunny laughed, noticing the fire keepers tremble at the cold sound of his sinister laughter. "Arrogant? Oh, on the contrary, I am being modest." He was in a strangely good mood. The truth of the matter was that Sunny missed the feeling of fighting against humans. He had very few opportunities to fight a proper duel in recent years. The deadly reaches of the dream realm he had explored were full of all kinds of harrowing nightmare creatures. He had faced and killed countless abominations, coming very close to being killed by them instead on numerous occasions. Those battles had been fierce, terrible, painful, and sometimes exhilarating. But the exhilaration of facing a dreadful monster was different from the joy and delight of facing a skilled human opponent in battle. The artistry of combat was lost on most nightmare creatures. The Fire Keepers, though Sunny knew these people well, each of them was a brilliant fighter. Even though they were mere masters, if he held back a little, clashing with them promised to be very satisfying. And then, of course, there was Nephis herself, a genius swordsman who had taken the legacy left behind by her legendary father, broken sword, and elevated it to new heights. His former teacher, rival, and partner. How could Sunny not feel excited at the thought of crossing swords with her again? As he was thinking about that, Nephis stared into the darkness for a few moments, and then nodded decisively. "All right, I accept." Chapter 16:15. There was movement in the darkness. Nephis could not see it, but she felt the shadows that drowned the great hall of the ancient temple shift and surge, as if celebrating the arrival of their master. The fire keepers behind her tensed, looking up with Psalm. Our expressions. Thud. A heavy sound resounded, followed by another. It seemed that someone was descending from an unseen dais, the weight of their unhurried footsteps echoing in the lightless hall like an ill omen. Suddenly, the enchanted lanterns ignited with bright radiance, chasing away the darkness, as if they were finally allowed to shine. As soon as they did, a dark figure stepped into the light, the shadows shrouding it like a mantle. Even Nephis, who rarely felt fear, sensed a slight chill at the sight of the Lord of Shadows. She didn't quite know why. The man in front of her was as elusive as his voice. His figure was encased in a fearsome onyx armor, its polished surface glistening like black glass. His features were hidden behind a mask of a fierce demon, nothing but darkness dwelling in the narrow slits of its eyes as if there was no human face behind the mask, and no human flesh beneath the intricate black armor. Just a formless shadow. Strangely enough, Nephis could not say how tall the man was exactly, but it felt as if he dwarfed everyone in the ancient temple, looking down at them with cold, malevolent arrogance. He was unarmed. Nephis studied the Lord of Shadows calmly. "Cassie," the blind seer answered after a moment of silence. "I can see him through your eyes, but I still can't sense him. It's like there's nothing but emptiness where a man should be." Nephis felt a bit dejected. It seemed that she had grown too used to enjoying the amazing boon of having Cassie serve as her eyes and ears. The great advantage of information superiority had spoiled her this time, though she would not be able to know what her opponent's attributes, abilities, and hidden cards were in advance. Well, it was for the best, then, that Shadow had offered to duel her and the Fire Keepers. She would learn what he was capable of firsthand. Showing no emotion, she looked at the fearsome saint and took several unhurried steps back. At the same time, the Fire Keepers moved forward, facing him. The Lord of Shadows tilted his head a little. "What, you are not going to fight Changing Star?" His cold voice sounded almost disappointed. Nephis shook her head. "You've challenged all of us, haven't you? But I don't draw my sword for just anyone. Prove yourself first, Lord Shadow." The unnerving black mask stared at her for a few moments, and then the elusive voice resounded once again, full of cold indifference. "No matter, you there come all at once." As he said these words, the Lord of Shadows raised a hand. The darkness flowed from the floor, assuming a long and sinister shape. A few moments later, a great odachi formed from the shadows, its curving blade so black that it seemed to devour light. Disturbed, the fire keepers moved forward. 7 fire keepers. Sunny remained calm, but he also felt a little tense. Of course, there was no question that he could crush a cohort of masters without breaking a sweat, no matter how seasoned and talented they were. But how could he put it? He might have allowed himself to be carried away, a little, while acting out the role of the cold and mysterious Lord of Shadows. Not only had he promised to avoid using his aspect, but he also set a ridiculous condition for his loss. Defeating the enemy was easy, but doing so while not receiving a single scratch on his armor was not. Of course, Sunny had no intention of winning, to begin with. He just wanted to put on a good show and lose gracefully, thus laying the necessary groundwork for infiltrating the war machine of the sword domain. However, the person he needed to impress was Nephis, and now he had to deal with the fire keepers first to cross swords with her. Should I cheat? He considered the idea for a moment, then discarded it. That would not be any fun. Sunny studied the 7 masters that were surrounding him: Shim, Shakti, Kaor, Sid, Gorn, Guiltythree, and Urlas. He knew them well. Shim, a young man wielding a shield and a spear, was the healer who led the cohort. Strangely enough, he was also the most skilled and lethal warrior among them. That was because, back on the Forgotten Shore, he had been one of Gemma's pathfinders, an elite who had survived countless hunts in the Dark City. Gorn, Guiltythree, and Urlas had been among the hunters of the Bright Castle. Gorn was tall, immensely strong, and possessed an aspect that allowed him to manifest an additional pair of hands, preferring to use 2 greatswords in battle. Guiltythree usually fought with a heavy battle axe, and was able to sharpen his weapons with his aspect ability. Urlas was a skilled archer capable of enhancing the resilience and stamina of his allies. Sid, a young woman with dirty blonde hair, had been a hunter in the outer settlement. The fact that she had survived there was a testament to her skill and tenacity, and her aspect greatly augmented her physical strength in short but devastating bursts. She was armed with a sword and a shield. Finally, there were Shakti and Kaor, bow. Had been artisans in the Bright Castle, possessing potent utility aspects. Shakti's had to do with plants, while Kaor's had to do with carpentry. The former was a deadly archer as well, while the latter was a jack-of-all-trades who usually guarded the rear of the cohort. All 7 were elites even among masters, and their ability to work together was second to none. Placing the odachi that he had manifested from the shadows on his shoulder, Sunny smiled behind his mask. This is going to be fun. Chapter 1616. Sunny had never stopped fighting, sharpening his mastery of combat to a sublime level. He had already been one of the most seasoned warriors of humanity 4 years ago, mostly because very few had it as rough as he had it on the Forgotten Shore and in the Antarctic Center. But the last 4 years had not been easy on him, either. Crossing the Hollow Mountains alone had given him more battle experience than most awakened would receive in their lifetime. So now, he had a solid reason to be supremely confident in his ability. That said, there was a difference between fighting nightmare creatures and fighting humans. Sunny had mostly been doing the former recently, so the latter he was a bit rusty. As the fire keepers surrounded him, Sunny observed them silently. Now that they were masters, each possessed 1 additional aspect ability. Gorn not only had 4 arms, but also expanded in size, towering above the floor at almost 3 meters in height. Guiltythree seemed to have augmented his body, somehow making it more durable, more nimble, or simply more powerful. He was going to find out shortly. Urlas, meanwhile, was enhancing the physical state of each member of the cohort. His powers had been mainly focused on endurance and stamina before what about now. Sid was bound to do something unpredictable as well. Shim, Shakti, and Kaor all possessed non-combat aspect, so guessing their powers was of less importance. Still, they could be full of surprises. There were the memories the fire keepers wielded to consider, as well. Sunny felt a pang of regret for setting such strict restrictions for himself, but still he was looking forward to it. A real clash of skill, cunning, and competence. He had missed it a lot. What are you waiting for? Before the echo of his cold voice had time to disappear, the fire keepers attacked. The two archers opened the battle, instantly letting two arrows loose. They were showing decorum, too, since it was a friendly duel. His opponents refrained from using truly destructive memories inside the citadel. Sonny did not augment himself with any of his three shadows. Being a transcendent already gave him a great advantage as far as physical prowess and the intricacy of essence control went, so it was unnecessary. Shifting slightly, he dodged both arrows with the minimum effort. One seemed to possess a homing enchantment, turning sharply to strike him in the back, but was tossed aside by the flat of the Black Odach's blade. At that moment, the melee fighters of the ascended cohort were already upon him. They coordinate their attacks seamlessly, using the arrow salvo to cover their advance. Perfect teamwork. Shim and Sid were the spearheads aimed at his chest and back. Gorn and Guiltythree, who wielded longer weapons and had a wider reach, attacked from behind them at the same time. There was a ceiling to a numerical advantage, since space was limited and only a few people could target a single opponent simultaneously, but by using this simple formation, the fire keepers effortlessly increased that limit. There was no way for Sonny to block and deflect 4 attacks that came from different directions with a single sword. So he didn't. Instead, he removed himself from the path of the enemy weapons, deflecting Shim's spear and Guiltythree's heavy axe in the process. Using explosive footwork, Sonny escaped the encirclement and used the bodies of the fire keepers to block their comrades from chasing after him. Then he lashed out with a probing attack. Sharp steel sang in the dark expanse of the nameless temple. Interesting. Sonny's smile widened under Weaver's mask. The fire keepers had not wasted these 4 years, either. He had known that Valor had used Nephis and her personal battle force like a sledgehammer, endlessly sending them to put out one fire after another. It was almost as if they were being repeatedly sent to death, but stubbornly refused to die. As a result, their lethality reached chilling levels. Of course, he could have crushed them easily if he wished to. The gap between saints and masters was already vast, and Sonny was a singular existence even among saints, to boot. But with the limitations he had put on himself, the fire keepers were a challenging adversary, especially because he could not allow himself to be hit even once. Plus, he had chosen to only use a single battle style against them, Morgan's own battle style, to be precise. The sharp, deadly, and ruthless technique she used was representative of how warriors of valor fought, not even becoming one with their weapons, but instead treating themselves as weapons. So it wasn't easy. It was exhilarating, though. Damnation more. There were a few tense moments when the unexpected facets of the ascended abilities of his enemies revealed themselves. There were several interesting enchantments their memories possessed, as well. But Sonny still managed to evade, block, or deflect all their attacks in the most efficient and economical manner. He didn't make any big moves, using the least amount of motion possible in every situation. And all the while, he was studying how the fire keepers fought, solving their battle styles and their teamwork like a puzzle. And when that puzzle was solved, the dynamic of the battle changed abruptly. The Lord of Shadows was indeed like a shadow. Swift, elusive, and insidious, he moved across the black marble of the Great Hall with stunning speed and flawless precision, effortlessly deflecting the rain of blows that the fire keepers unleashed upon him. His Black Odachi seemed to have a life of its own, flowing like a stream of darkness. A weapon of that length was supposed to be, if not unwieldy, then at least less maneuverable than a shorter blade, and yet, the Odachi was always exactly where it needed to be, effectively creating an impenetrable barrier of steel around its cold-hearted master. It was not because of his speed, strength, or mystical power. Instead, it was pure foresight and pure skill, both sharpened and tempered until they became a lethal weapon. Nephis observed the movements of the Lord of Shadows silently. The fire keepers, who had gone through countless battles by her side, fought well. They fought bravely. They fought with great skill and cunning, proving that their glorious fame was well-earned. And yet, she had guessed the result of the duel almost as soon as it started. Soon, the cadence of the battle shifted. The Lord of Shadows, who had been defending against the barrage of attacks, suddenly abandoned all pretenses of defense. Instead, he easily shrugged off a squall of steel and moved through it, attacking the fire keepers before they could even react. It was almost as if he was dancing. The black Odachi hissed like a snake as it cut the air. It struck Shim in the chest, sending him flying back. A split second later, Sid's shield was pushed aside, and her breastplate caved as the young woman toppled with a short yelp. Guiltythree was struck by the pommel of the Odachi almost at the same moment, swaying once before falling down. By the time his back hit the floor, Gorn was already on his knees, both of his greatswords sliding away. The Lord of Shadows was among them. A moment later, he had already reached the two archers. Crap! Kaor, who was supposed to protect them, was tossed back with one unhurried blow of the demonic swordsman's fist. Shakti and Urlaz attempted to retreat, but both were sent to the ground before taking a single step. From start to finish, the duel between the Lord of Shadows and the Fire Keepers had taken a couple of minutes. However, they had all been defeated in just 2 seconds. It was as though the master of the ancient temple was telling them, "Look, I could have ended you all any time I wanted." White sparks ignited in Neph's eyes. "Beautiful." The Lord of Shadows stopped and calmly put the spine of the black Odachi on his shoulder. His fearsome mask remained the same, eerie and devoid of any emotion. The fire keepers groaned as they slowly picked themselves up from the floor. "Is that all?" His voice was still the same, cold and impassive. Nephis smiled slightly and finally unsheathed her swords. "You haven't defeated all of us yet, have you?" He tilted his head a little, staring at her with arrogant indifference. Well, Nephis thought that those were his emotions. In truth, there was no way to know what was hiding behind that fearsome mask if there was anything behind it at all. The Lord of Shadows slowly lowered his Odachi and gripped its hilt with both hands. "Stop wasting my time, then." Nephis took a step forward. "That mask, why did it look so familiar?" Chapter 16-17 Duel of the Saints. Sunny held his Odachi lightly as he watched Nephis take unhurried steps in his direction. The familiar white flames were dancing in her eyes. But what was this? As he walked, the same sparks ignited in the eyes of the 7 fire keepers. A moment later, their bodies shone with a soft white radiance, and the bruises and contusions left on them by his restrained blows disappeared without a trace. Expressions of gratitude and relief appeared on their faces, and at the same time, Neph's own face grew colder. Since when can she heal others from a distance? Before he could consider the implications of that unexpected turn of events, her sword left the enchanted scabbard with a quiet murmur. Its mirror-like blade was as black as the night sky, the light of the magical lant. Urns reflecting in it like distant stars. He knew that sword well, or rather, he had known it once. The silver blade was a transcendent memory of the 7th-tier Nephis had received after slaying Soul Stealer. It was a mighty weapon, and had been made mightier still by Sunny himself. He had transplanted a supreme soul shard as one of its nodes, augmenting the fundamental enchantment of the silver blade. But now it was different. Sunny frowned behind the mask when he noticed a familiar symbol branded into the mystical steel just above the crossguard, an anvil pierced through by a sword. Had one of the forgemasters of the clan Valor deemed themselves competent enough to improve on his own work? No, they wouldn't have been able to. That left only one person then. The King of Swords himself. That bastard, who gave him the right to taint the gift I gave her with his dirty hands. Suddenly, Sunny felt displeased. And since he did, the shadows drowning the great hall of the nameless temple moved, overcome by the same displeasure. The fire keepers, who had been retreating to give the 2 saints space to fight, suddenly paled. Nephis sensed the change in the atmosphere, too. "What is the matter, Lord Shadow? Do you not wish to fight me?" Sunny smiled darkly. "I am a peaceful man. I hate fighting." As he said that, he lunged forward without any warning and thrust his Odachi at Neph's throat. His sudden attack was violent and ruthless, aimed at slicing open her arteries and severing her spine. Of course, Nephis deflected the black Odachi easily, taking a sidestep in the opposite direction at the same time. Her movements flowed like a placid river, and yet Sunny instantly felt that he was in mortal danger. The silver sword had pushed the blade of the Odachi down just a split second ago, but was already flying forward. It was moving at a speed that could not be perceived by the fire keepers, and even Sunny struggled to sense its passing. Letter 1D425, I Grav G. Letter 1D69D. Letter 1D52B, Armenian. Hyoinus. Letter 1D463. Letter 1D4E. Letter 1D4F5W. Letter 1D4F8. Letter 1D4FB. Letter 1D425. Letter 1D4ED. Tilde. Letter 1D658, Armenian. Hyoinus. Letter 1D55E. Unable to pull his own sword back in time, he had no choice but to jump back. The tip of the silver sword missed his chest by mere centimeters. After that first exchange, Sunny and Nephis circled each other for a few moments. Then she suddenly spoke. The battle style you used, only those trained by valor are masters of it. Tilting his head a little, Sunny responded coldly. My esteemed guests have been sent by the King of Swords. It only seemed polite to greet them by using the battle style of his knights. The corner of Neff's mouth twitched subtly. Then what style would you have used if we were sent by song? Sunny raised his odachi and took a step forward. Something like this. A moment later, they were upon each other once more, their swords weaving a complicated web of attacks and deflections in the air. Both were moving with astonishing speed, exchanging dozens of blows in a second. The clangor of steel fused into a continuous wail that echoes in the darkness of the solemn hall, followed by a thunderous sonic boom. A shockwave spread from the spot where the Lord of Shadows and the radiant Star of Ruin clashed, sending a cloud of dust rushing outward like an opaque sphere. The fire keepers reeled and staggered back. This is it, this is it. Straining his transcendent body to its limit, Sunny was momentarily overcome by the exhilaration of combat. He had missed having someone to spar with, and dueling the fire keepers had not satisfied his thirst. Of course, the clash between him and Nephis was much more furious and destructive than the previous fight. After all, he was a transcendent terror, and she was a transcendent titan. Neither was using their aspect to augment themselves, but their power was still terrible enough to devastate their surroundings. Luckily, the nameless temple was very hard to destroy. It would not have remained standing from the dawn of the Age of Gods to this day otherwise granted. Sunny had found it in a rather sorry state, and had to perform plenty of repairs to make this ancient citadel presentable. In any case, he wasn't worried that it would be seriously damaged, not unless either Nephis or him decided to unleash their full power. Now how do I lose without having Nephis realize that I threw the fight? There were two problems. First, Nephis was too good of a swordsman, so weaving any kind of pretense in front of her was not easy. And secondly, Sunny was having too much fun. He didn't want their fight to end so quickly. Shall we make it more interesting, then? Grinning behind the mask, Sunny suddenly shifted his weight and switched to an entirely new technique. The battle style of Clan Valor was sharp, domineering, and fatal. But this new technique, it was flowing, unpredictable, and supremely adaptable. It was the battle style taught to Nephis by her family, and then by Nephis to him. There, finally, the mask of indifference that she wore finally cracked a little, and he could feel her blade waver for a split second. That split second was all that Sunny needed. Breaking through Neff's defense, he delivered a swift strike. And yet, no matter how swift his attack was, she still managed to compose herself and evade it by disengaging. Nephis took a step back, and the tip of the black odachi hissed angrily past her breastplate, separated from the polished white steel by no more than a centimeter. She lingered for a moment. Who taught you that style? Her voice was even, but Sunny knew Nephis well enough to recognize a somber undertone within it. He pulled his odachi back and answered in an even tone. Nobody. With that, Sunny lunged forward once again. /N. Chapter 16, 18 Transcendent Battle Art. What was a battle style? Depending on the practitioner, the answer varied. At the lowest level, a battle style was nothing more than a comprehensive collection of movements and steps aimed at giving the practitioner sufficient competence to engage in battle. A set of practices meant to encompass all possible combat situations and arm the warrior with tools to solve them. There were countless battle styles, some taught to groups of people, others formed from the personal habits and quirks of talented combatants. Some styles emphasized strength and strived to overpower the opponent, some emphasized speed and precision, some emphasized solid defense and waiting for a perfect moment to counterattack. There were solid battle styles created with deep insight, and poor battle styles that were concocted without a real understanding of the fundamental laws of combat. But that was only the most shallow layer of a true battle art. A person could practice a battle style without truly understanding its essence, but they would never be able to master it. At a higher level, a battle style was not only a set of movements, but also a formative philosophy. It concerned not only the body, but also the mind. A person who truly mastered a style had to possess a certain level of insight into the governing laws of combat. Knowing why each of the elements had been created and what its purpose was, they were not beholden to a predetermined repertoire of actions. Instead, they could freely improvise an actionable response to each situation. If all movements could be improvised, then what was the difference between the various battle styles? It was their philosophy, the school of thought and the dominant intent, a unifying principle that guided the shape and direction of these improvised moves. Therefore, even among those practitioners who had mastered both the body and the mind, there were still those who fought with domineering strength, swift precision, patient caution, or any other type of guiding intent. These were the true masters of combat. Sonny had become one of them, and one of the absolute best among them, a long time ago. But now that he was a saint, a whole new horizon had opened up before him. Because there was a third layer above the body and the mind, available only to a few chosen existences. It was soul. She has changed. While clashing with Nephis in a ferocious dance of steel, Sonny couldn't help but feel amazed. She had always been a true genius of the sword, and since he knew her better than anyone, he had expected this fight to be a tough one. After all, just like him, Nephis had 4 long years to perfect her technique. As the vanguard champion of valor, she had gone through countless battles. She had also come into her transcendent power, learning to wield it as naturally as she breathed. A saint was a different kind of beast, and the difference between them and their lessers was not only a question of raw power. Sonny had already glimpsed that chasm when he and Nephis fought Dire Fang, but only now that he was a transcendent himself did he truly understand the reason it existed. The further a human walked on the path of ascension, the more intricate their control of soul essence became. Masters were already very proficient in using it to deliberately and efficiently augment their bodies in combat, but saints were capable of elevating these rudimentary essence techniques to a completely new level. Therefore, a comprehensive essence technique was an integral part of a truly transcendent battle art. And since each transcendent warrior possessed a unique aspect, each essence technique had to be tailor-made for a single user. The difference that mastering such a technique could make was truly striking, and therefore, that alone made saints vastly more deadly on the battlefield. But that was not the end of it. Since each transcendent battle art was unique and tailored to a single user, there was an additional step to be taken, and that was to seamlessly incorporate each aspect ability into the combat technique, making it truly complete. A transcendent battle art demanded the complete integration of body, mind, and soul into a combat technique. Losing his true name made it much harder for Sonny to advance in mastering shadow dance, so he had been consenter, aiding on developing such a personal transcendent battle art for himself in the past 4 years. He had already formulated its principles, and was now tempering these principles in battles against powerful opponents. And in the process of it, he thought that he might have glimpsed what the next level of mastery was. Saints did not exist in and of themselves as sovereign beings. Their souls were vaster than their bodies, coming into contact with the world and the underlying laws governing it. Some parts of the world welcomed them, while others repelled them. That was why transcendent beings were able to absorb the spirit essence of the world, as long as they were in their element. For Sonny, that element was shadow. For someone like Saint Tyrus, it was the sky or perhaps storm clouds. For someone like Nephis, he couldn't guess. It might have been light or flame or something more esoteric, like inspiring longing in the souls of other beings. Therefore, he guessed that what came after the body, the mind, and the souls was the world. Incorporating the world itself into one's battle art would probably make it a supreme battle art. That said, Sonny was not sure if it could even be called a battle art at that point, let alone how to actually achieve something like that. In any case, he was voraciously curious to witness and experience the battle styles of other transcendent warriors, to learn from them, and maybe even gain more understanding about the path to supremacy. which was why fighting Nephis was a boon to him. So he definitely wasn't prolonging their clash simply because he missed her. Why would he cut this duel short if humanity's premier sword savant was graciously allowing him to steal her achievements? I see. No, I don't see. Deflecting a barrage of almost instantaneous attacks, and at the same time desperately preventing these attacks from dictating his next moves to avoid the countless traps Nephis constructed for him on the fly. Sunny carefully observed her movements, the flow of her essence, and the form of her shadow. Pretty soon, he had to admit something to himself. What the hell has she been doing for the last 4 years? It's damn incomprehensible. Chapter 16:19 Essence Technique. Sliding across the marble floor as he was being pushed back by a merciless onslaught of unhurried, but lethal attacks, Sunny was carefully observing Neff's movements. Why can't I make sense of it? He shifted his weight, deflected the silver blade to the side, and used the long hilt of the odachi as a lever to spin its blade at an inconceivable speed. Nephis easily partied it with the crossguard of her sword, but Sunny was already transitioning from a downward slash into a rising stab. Every movement flowed into another eye, forming a torrent of deadly steel. How strange. Nephis was the first person Sunny had ever shadowed. After years of training together and fighting side by side, he knew her better than anyone else. Therefore, it should have been easy to glimpse the true essence of her transcendent battle art, or at least start to unravel it. And indeed, Sunny sensed the heart of her intent. Just like how Nephis could read his intentions through her sublime mastery of combat, he could predict her actions through shadow dance. But his perception was oddly shallow. He could guess what would happen, but not why it would happen. Almost like those initiates who had only mastered the body, but not the mind. Nephis evaded his stab by turning and leaning sideways, took a graceful step to shift her balance, and pulled her blade out of the bind. A split second later, it lashed out, almost striking his thigh. If Sunny was a beat too late, he would have had to receive her blow. The onyx mantle was akin to a transcendent armor, while the mirror sword was a strange hybrid between a transcendent and a supreme weapon that he himself had created. Considering that offense usually trampled defense in the ruthless world of the nightmare spell, a single strike was all it would take for him to lose the duel. The silver blade might not break his armor immediately, but leaving a scratch on its onyx surface would be easy. He disengaged and stared at Nephis impassively for a moment. Apart from manifesting this avatar, Sunny was not using his aspect. She had not promised to do the same, technically, but was still following suit. Whether it was out of respect for the Lord of Shadows or simply because Neph was just as starved for a good opponent as he was, Sunny did not know. That was a part of the problem. A transcendent battle art was tailored to a single user, seamlessly incorporating their unique traits and abilities. So, since Nephis was not using any of her aspect abilities, what Sunny was witnessing was not the true extent of her battle style, but rather a partial version of it. Of course, he had hoped to extrapolate the missing pieces by experiencing the foundational technique, but it was not going well. Should I try to deduce? What's missing? Sunny had plenty of experience constructing his own battle art, so it was not impossible for him to guess what Nephis would have created. Let's see. The basic principle of elevating a battle style to a transcendent battle art was universal, at least it was supposed to be. Sunny had not consulted any saints on how they built their personal techniques, so he did not know if everyone followed what he perceived to be common sense. The first step was to create a comprehensive essence technique. By infusing one's body with essence, one was capable of greatly enhancing their physical prowess. Awakened could not control essence with finesse, so their way of going about things was crude and rudimentary, mostly consisting of flooding the entirety of their bodies with essence. Masters were much more skilled in that regard. Their control of essence was rather intricate, as was their understanding of the human body. By selectively infusing various areas, muscle groups, and organs with essence at just the right time, they were able to not only increase its efficacy, but also drastically reduce its consumption, thus raising efficiency. But saints could control soul essence as naturally as they were breathing, and with truly incredible finesse. They could more or less selectively enhance each muscle fiber, nerve cluster, or tendon in their body. Not only that, but due to better control, the range and manner of these enhancements were broader than those of a master, and could be consciously altered. In short, Saints could explosively increase their already stunningly formidable strength, speed, agility, and resilience if they were smart about using their essence, and had trained themselves to do it instinctively like Sonny had in the past 4 years. Each time he took a step or delivered a strike, the complex machine of his body performed numerous actions. His heart pumped blood through his veins, electrical impulses traveled along his nerves, various muscles relaxed or contracted, and so on. To perform a proper strike, a warrior had to possess great control of his body and know how to use it well. Of course, no one consciously willed all these minute processes to happen. If trained properly, the body itself would remember how to act to the best of its ability. An essence technique, therefore, was like an additional layer on top of physical training, designed to augment every motion in the most effective and efficient way, as well as tailored to the unique personal battle style of the individual. Designing such a technique demanded immense insight into the functions of the body, the laws of combat, and one's own self. At first, including his soul in the movements of his body was a conscious process, and one that demanded an inconceivable amount of concentration at that. But by now, it was like an instinct to Sonny. Luckily, he had possessed a rich foundation of going through countless battles as an awakened and a master to build upon, so mastering his essence technique had not been too hard. There had been the soul serpent and soul weave to assist him, as well. Similarly, Nephis had designed an essence technique of her own. Sonny could perceive her radiant, pure soul essence flowing through her body with a strange and almost hypnotic elegance, moving in perfect harmony with the fluid grace of her sword dance. Her technique seemed even more intricate and precise than his own. Was it simply because Neph's swordsmanship had a different personality than his, or because she had spent more time to thoroughly comprehend the science behind the biology of her body and the physics of her sword? After all, Sonny had mostly taught himself through practical experience and intuition, spending less time on theory. In any case, this shallow layer of Neph's battle art was not a mystery. Sonny had enough ability to perceive it, enough insight to dismantle it, and enough experience to reassemble it. Even emulating it was not a problem, given enough time. But that was what an essence technique represented, the most shallow and basic layer of a battle art. The true essence hid much deeper, having to do with aspect and attributes. That was what Sonny had to deduce in order to remove the strange interference that prevented him from comprehending Neph's elevated battle style. There was another sonic boom, and the two of them were momentarily thrown away from each other. Sonny increased the weight of his body and slid several meters back, swiftly coming to a halt. Nephis pivoted on one leg and performed an effortless pirouette, regaining her balance almost immediately. The fire keepers scrambled to get even further back, seemingly stunned by how long the duel was lasting. Sonny smirked behind the mask and rushed forward. If I compare our aspects. /N. Chapter 16, 20 Deeper Layer. A transcendent battle art was meant to incorporate the user's aspect into their combat technique. What did it mean for Sonny? The first element he had to concisely and comprehensively integrate into his battle style was the easiest. It was his ability to perceive the movement through shadows, as well as see what was happening behind his back. That did not sound like much compared to his other abilities, but was actually a drastic change. Almost every battle style he had learned in the past was meant to be practiced by humans after all, and humans only had 2 eyes. That naturally dictated how they fought, and how the masters who taught young warriors to wield weapons constructed their styles. However, Sonny was not beholden to these standards. Therefore, he had spent plenty of time relearning the very basics of combat, building his technique in a way that allowed him to fully utilize that subtle, but confounding advantage. The second element was even more fundamental, since it concerned movement. Movement lay at the base of every battle-style. Footwork was just as indispensable as striking and defending, if not more so. Not only did it dictate the balance and strength available to a fighter, but it also controlled space. Advancing and retreating, evading and pressing the opponent, both offense and defense relied on controlling space. Sonny was not beholden to space either, because he was supremely mobile due to Shadow Step. That was perhaps his greatest advantage in a battle, and therefore he meticulously altered his way of thinking about space in accordance with this advantage, practically rebuilding his battle style around it. The third element was group battle. It was a strange matter, considering that Sunny was both an individual and possessed multiple bodies. Back on the Forgotten Shore, he and Nephis had been able to slay carapace scavengers by acting together. One served as bait, another delivered a fatal blow from behind. That simple manner of teamwork illustrated perfectly why the boon of fighting in a group was not additive, but instead multiplicative. The sum was greater than its parts, and Sunny alone had 7 parts. So he had trained himself relentlessly to fight while controlling many bodies at the same time, learning how to efficiently use group tactics without anyone's help. The fourth element had to do with blood weave and bone weave. Most living things were hard to kill unless you aimed at their vital points, and due to these 2 attributes, Sunny lacked several vulnerabilities that most humans possessed. He wouldn't bleed to death even if his artery was sliced open, and his bones were immensely resilient, to the point that breaking them was almost impossible. Therefore, he had to teach himself how to make use of these traits. It was the simplest, but also the hardest mindset alteration he had to absorb, because it went against his most powerful instinct, the instinct of self-preservation. Nevertheless, Sunny had succeeded in changing his behavior in a manner that allowed him to strategically sacrifice non-vital parts of himself. The fifth element was about another attribute of his, the onyx shell. Among other things, it allowed Sunny to freely change his weight, or was it mass? He could never tell the difference. In any case, such an ability opened up a vast ocean of possibilities for a skilled warrior, from increasing the impact of his blows to greatly augmenting his speed, solidifying his balance, and even performing actions that would otherwise be impossible without toppling like a cut tree. Sunny had incorporated the effects of the Feather of Truth trait of the onyx shell into his battle style a while ago, but since he had had nothing but time in the last 4 years, he took this opportunity to fully reconsider it, learning how to use it not only comprehensively, but also instinctually. Now, he did not even have to think about utilizing that adaptable trait to enhance his every move. The sixth element was the most broad and concerned shadow manifestation. Sunny had the ability to manifest endless variations of tangible shadows, roughly divided into 2 methods. The first was to summon external implements like shadow hands or chains. This method was destructive, but lost too much of its potency in battles against truly powerful opponents. As such, it was best used against large groups of weaker foes, or for pure utility. The second method was to alter the shape of his body with manifested shadows, from summoning additional limbs to building towering shadow shells. The shape of the shells Sunny could create was, theoretically, endless, so it was hard to pinpoint exactly how he was supposed to incorporate this method into his battle art. However, in practice, his repertoire of shells was currently limited. Since Sunny did not possess a true name anymore, there was nothing to anchor himself, and therefore, assuming the shapes of alien creatures was extremely dangerous, unless he wished to lose himself entirely. So he only used a handful of shells. In exchange, these shells had been perfected by him to a stellar degree. Currently, he was slowly translating his battle art to each of these shells. And finally, there was the 7th element, or rather, there wasn't. Sunny did not know what the last element of his transcendent battle art would be, but suspected that once he mastered it, his technique would become a supreme battle art. Wishful thinking. Sunny and Nephis clashed in another exchange, the silver sword and the black Odachi howling as they repeatedly attracted and repelled each other. A few seconds later, the 2 saints disengaged and spent a moment to realign themselves. He frowned behind the mask. The Odachi he had manifested from a wild shadow was infused with his transcendent essence, which in turn was made more potent by soul weave. So it was akin to a transcendent weapon, and a powerful one at that. The Odachi had held up well against Neph's Quay's supreme longsword. But just then, he had felt a crack forming along the length of its blade. Tile Odachi was not going to last much longer. Sunny could easily repair it, of course, but doing so would mean breaking his promise to abstain from using his aspect. More than that, he would be cheating. It wasn't a coincidence that his weapon was failing, after all. Instead, it was the result of Nephis consciously targeting the same spot on the dark blade over and over again, without him noticing. How devious. Sunny couldn't help but smile. Nephis might have forgotten her teacher, but it seemed like she remembered the lessons. This duel of theirs would have to come to an end shortly. It was a shame. He didn't attack this time, waiting for her to come to him. Can I understand what is wrong before the duel is over? If Sonny remembered his own considerations when elevating his battle style to a transcendent art, he could try to imagine what Nephis had done. What elements did her battle art consist of, apart from the essence technique? Her aspect was much more straightforward than his. Sonny had a wide array of traits and abilities that made him a jack-of-all-trades, skirting the line between combat prowess and utility, but leaning slightly more toward the latter. Of the other two divine aspects he knew of, Mordred's was pure utility with hardly any battle application. Neph's, on the contrary, was all about combat prowess and destructiveness. So how would she have altered her battle style after becoming a saint? Longing was not applicable in combat, so it shouldn't have affected anything. The ability to control fire was probably similar to the first method of using shadow manifestation, mostly needed when facing swarms of weak abominations, or maybe enemy fortifications. The most obvious change would, of course, have to do with her transformation ability. She must have developed a robust technique for aerial combat, where there was no ground to stand upon and therefore no footwork, with a completely different relationship between mass, force, counterforce, and impact. She would have also paid more attention to archery, using it against enemies on the ground. Sonny was less knowledgeable about the two forms Nephis could assume apart from the winged one, so he couldn't even start to guess what her combat approach would be in those states. The most important change, however, had to be about her very first ability, the wondrous ability to heal herself. Just like Sonny had to rethink his relationship with physical harm due to blood weave and bone weave, Nephis would have forced herself to change the way she fought in accordance with her own inconceivable vitality. Sonny had seen her destroy the vessel of the Skinwalker after having her neck broken. In Twilight, Soul Stealer had delivered her 1,000 fatal wounds, and yet that wasn't enough to stop her. Scarily enough, if one thought about it, Nephis was nearly undying. He did not know what it would take to fully destroy her, and hoped that he would never find out. However, ever since the battle in Twilight, it felt as though Nephis had come to terms with her chilling power. If she had incorporated it into her battle art, what would it feel like to fight against a nearly indestructible enemy? Someone who would continue to fight despite being pierced by your weapon, could sacrifice a limb to wound you and then immediately restore it, could not be slowed down even by the most gruesome injuries, was too accustomed to harrowing pain to care about it, would not bleed to death, and simply would not die before killing you. He shivered slightly. Not unsolvable, but definitely frightening. Yes, she had to have rebuilt her battle style around that dreadful ability of hers, disregarding the torturous curse of her flaw. There was another element Sonny had to consider, though. Neph's aspect legacy, the tree with 7 branches, each bearing fruits of knowledge. She had mastered one, knowledge of fire, in Twilight. Had she mastered others after that? Was there a way to incorporate the sorcery of names into a battle art? He defended against her increasin. Violent assault, contemplating. But even after coming up with all these guesses, Sonny simply couldn't comprehend her battle art. It was just too strange, making no sense, as if something was interfering with his ability to understand it. Stumped, he remembered the first time he had tried to shadow Nephis long before he even knew what it meant to shadow someone. It had happened on the Forgotten Shore when they were traveling toward the Hollow Mountains. Back then, Nephis and Castor were sparring with each other, and Sonny sent his shadow to observe her. That was how he had received a revelation that resulted in Shadow Dance, to begin with. Ironically, Nephis had not even used her most precious battle style in the spar against Castor. Since she knew that he had been sent to kill her, she guarded her true skill against him, showing a different and less lethal technique instead. Sonny's eyes suddenly widened slightly behind the mask. No way. But at that moment, he finally understood why he was having so much trouble. In hindsight, it was pretty obvious why he couldn't peer into the secrets of Neph's transcendent battle art. It was because she wasn't showing it to begin with. Instead, she was deceiving everyone with a lesser, fabricated version of it. Was it for his benefit? No, not likely. She was probably footing the entirety of Valor with this splendid performance. After all, despite being one of the most renowned champions of the great clan Valor, she was ultimately its most insidious enemy. Sonny suppressed a grin. As expected, my curiosity is thoroughly satisfied. Nephis was not using her aspect, and on top of that, she had created a whole fake transcendent battle art to deceive her enemies. Therefore, trying to learn its secrets was of no real benefit to Sunny. He felt his Odachi slowly coming undone and sighed. Shall we end this duel then? /N. Chapter 16, 21 Princes of the Universe. By then, the Fire Keepers had almost retreated to the entrance of the ancient temple. The darkness seethed and surged, disturbed by the fearsome clash of the two transcendent champions. Both Changing Star and the man who called himself Shadow were beyond powerful. A saint was like a natural disaster, and even though neither of them had called upon the dreadful power of their aspects, the devastating physical might of two transcendent warriors was more than enough to obliterate their surroundings, reshape the landscape, and instill terror in the hearts of countless people. Luckily, both their lady and the master of the ancient temple seemed to be holding back. Otherwise, the citadel might have been severely damaged by their duel. Lady Nephis was clad in a suit of knightly armor that had been forged from sublime white steel and adorned with golden accents. With her fair skin and silver hair, pure flames dancing in her eyes, she was like a spirit of light. Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was like a devil boar from pure darkness. His ominous onyx armor, demonic mask, and raven-black hair fused lightless void of the great hall, making it hard to discern where his figure ended and the shadows began. The silence had long been torn apart by the melodic disharmony of clashing steel. But wasn't something very strange? One of the Fire Keepers, Sid, looked at their leader and asked after hesitating for a few moments, "Why is he still standing?" Her somber voice was hiding a note of bewilderment. The seven of them had followed Lady Changing Star to storm the Crimson Spire, across the frozen hell of East Antarctica, and into countless battles after that. In the past 4 years, they had seen her turn hordes of abominations to ash, topple titans, and bring every saint who dared challenge her to their knees. Only a few people could claim to be her equal, and even they did not dare to. How was it that the Lord of Shadows had not only persisted for so long, but also seemed to be holding his own in a duel against the last daughter of the immortal flame? Who the hell is he? Shim, the leader of the cohort, shook his head slightly without looking away from the barely perceptible whirlwind of the stunning clash. Watch carefully. Out there in front of them, the cadence of the duel finally changed. Now, Sunny delivered a lightning-fast strike, the air parting in front of the blade of his Odachi with a wailing hiss. The strike was just a feint, turning into a thrust, turning into a downward slash. Nephis ignored the feint, deflected the stab, and strangled the slash by binding their swords. She pushed him and shifted her body to gain an advantage in the follow-up attack. Sunny was forced to take a step back, which would have landed him in an awkward position and made it impossible to mount a stable defense if he did not increase the weight of his armored boots while at the same time decreasing the weight of his breastplate. With his center of gravity lowered, he had enough stability to block Neff's calm and vicious attack without staggering back. But even though he blocked it, she unerringly struck the exact same spot where his Odachi had already been weakened. Finally, the shadow blade shattered, exploding into a rain of shards. Those shards almost instantly turned ethereal, dissolving back into an intangible shadow. The force behind Neff's strike was so terrible that her sword continued to fall down like an executioner's axe. Sunny, who had expected something like that to happen, was prepared and dodged the mirror blade just in time. It struck the black marble plate of the temple's floor, sending a net of cracks running through it. Dust and pieces of stone flew into the air. Without wasting a heartbeat, Nephis shifted into a low stance and delivered a rising diagonal slash. However, Sunny was already moving by then. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward and found himself almost face-to-face with her. Silver clashed against stone-like metal with a thunderous clangor. Both of them grew still. As the dust settled, the Fire Keepers saw a bewildering scene. Sunny and Nephis were standing motionlessly, with almost no space between them. His right hand was gripping the hilt of her sword, which had been stopped a mere centimeter away from the onyx surface of his fearsome armor. Her right hand, meanwhile, was gripping his left wrist. Held in his left hand was the hilt of the broken Odachi. The jagged steel of its broken blade stopped several centimeters away from her neck. Sunny remained still for a few moments, then looked down at the cracked floor beneath them. A somber sight escaped from his lips. "Let us stop here. Otherwise, my citadel will sustain irreparable damage." He allowed the broken Odachi to dissolve into shadows, let go of Neph's hand, and took a step back, turning away with cold inference. As Sunny was walking back to his unseen throne, Nephis called out to him. "What about the duel? We have not determined the winner yet." He stopped, facing away from her. After a few moments of silence, Sunny spoke. "I'm willing to admit defeat." He lingered for a bit, then turned around and stared at her. His voice turned even colder. "However, I have no interest in joining forces with the great clan Valor, Nephis of the immortal flame." He tilted his head a little. "I'm only joining forces with you. You personally, not your clan and not your kingdom." These statements were technically both a truth and a lie. Sunny might have preferred to deal with Nephis and Nephis alone, but doing so was tantamount to joining Anvil's side. Still, it at least allowed him to get his point across despite the simple trick. "I feel like wearing this mask around people quickly grow annoying." He suppressed a sigh. Nephis looked at him for a while, then said evenly, "My personal wealth is not that vast. I can't promise you the same boons and riches that my clan can." Sunny chuckled. Considering the kind of atmosphere he had created, his laughter sounded sinister even without him trying. When he responded, his voice was as cold as Fee's. "I don't desire riches. Resources, assistance, powerful memories, and echoes, soul shards, why should I want to get them from Clan Valor? I don't lack anything. If there's something I want, I can go and take it myself." Nephis frowned slightly. "So what is it that you want from me, Lord Shadow?" Sunny turned away again. "It's simple, really." He took a step into the darkness and added indifferently, "All I want is for you to owe me a favor, Changing Star. One day, when I come calling, help me out with what I ask." It was an offer heavy with meaning. The concept of debt was somewhat sacred among the nobility of the awakened society, especially to people who strived to follow quaint ideals like honor and virtue. Being owed by someone like Nephis might have been more precious than a mountain of soul shards, especially because Sunny had not indicated what kind of help he might want to receive. She studied his back for a few moments and eventually nodded. "That is acceptable." Sunny entered the darkness and looked up at his marble throne. Hidden from sight, he sighed deeply, then smiled. "Then it concludes our deal." And just like that, a tentative alliance between a mysterious saint residing in Godgrave and a princess of the Sword Domain was forged. Chapter 1622, Many Mysteries of Shadow. The Lord of Shadows did not seem in the mood to talk after the conclusion of the duel. Maybe he was dissatisfied with its result, or maybe he had simply strained himself too much in order to withstand the torrent of steel unleashed by Nephis, and needed rest. With how mysterious the reclusive saint was, it was impossible to tell what was on his mind. In any case, shortly after he had disappeared into the darkness, the beautiful onyx devil moved once again, inviting them to leave and make a camp outside the temple. The territory around the ancient citadel seemed safe enough, with all the nightmare creatures having been eradicated by Shadow and his servant. So the firekeepers did not mind resting outside. There was no trust between them and the master of the temple yet anyway. They would have felt uncomfortable resting under his roof, surrounded by powerful creatures. A transcendent devil, a transcendent terror, a supreme devil, and gods knew who else. That power was enough to give a stronger force pause. So they made camp a dozen or so meters away from the great dark edifice of the citadel, among the bones of slain nightmare creatures. The lanterns chased away the darkness, and a fire had been ignited in the middle of the camp. Various storage memories were summoned, containing food and beverages. They even raised several tents, hoping to enjoy a bit of peaceful sleep. After experiencing 2 weeks of pure hell, the firekeepers could finally rest and relax a little. Of course, they did not lower their guard completely, still wearing their armor and keeping watch in shifts. Nephis sat in front of the fire, watching it dance with a thoughtful expression. The Lord of Shadows. There were too many mysteries about him. That mask, for example. By now, Nephis remembered where she had seen it. Anank had worn a mask almost identical to the one worn by Shadow. It was a symbol of the priests of the nightmare spell. So was Shadow one such priest, as well, or at least considered himself to be one? Or had he simply slain a follower of Weaver in one of his nightmares and received the mask as a reward? In fact, Nephis had seen the depiction of Weaver's mask long before meeting Anak. It was drawn on the wall of the Ebony Tower, where the Demon of Destiny had left a map of strongholds built by his siblings in various realms. The mask, representing Weaver, was placed north of the Hollow Mountains, above all 6 strongholds, almost as if looking at them from afar. But it did not mean that Weaver's stronghold was hidden somewhere on the Forgotten Shore, or even further north. It simply meant that no one had any idea where Weaver's stronghold was, or if the transient demon even had one. So Nether had drawn it outside the map. Was the Lord of Shadows connected to the priesthood of the nightmare spell, or to the demon of fate directly? And what business did the heir of Shadow God have being tied to a demon? Curious. The mask was curious. The citadel that somehow existed in the middle of Godgrave was also curious. So was the lineage of Shadow God that the master of the citadel seemed to possess, and his aspect. But most curious of all was his swordsmanship. Staring into the fire, Nephis sighed. These days, she rarely met anyone who could wield the sword well enough to give her a challenge. There were dreadful nightmare creatures and transcendent warriors with potent aspects. Sure, but that was a competition of power and will, not skill and technique. As such, the only person Nephis could truly spar with was Morgan. The Lord of Shadows was at least on par with the Princess of Valor. No, not quite. It felt like he was much more dangerous. The first battle style he had used was more or less a perfect replica of the refined and domineering style that the Knights of Valor practiced. Mastering it was already no easy feat. But it was merely one of the styles the Lord of Shadows seemed to have mastered. He was a true sword saint, one of the few that had been born since the descent of the nightmare spell. Suddenly, Nephis wanted to duel him again, this time using the full might of their aspects. What abilities would he show her? How ingenious was his transcendent battle art? She had no doubt that he had built one, which was impressive. Most saints had mastered a battle art of their own, but few had created it without aid. After all, saints were supported by their clans, as well as the great clans they owed allegiance to. Guiltythree. Most had inherited the skill and wisdom of their predecessors, as well as received extensive help from exalted counselors and mentors. Lord Shadow seemed like a solitary man. There was no clan behind him, let alone a domain, which meant that whatever technique he possessed had been designed by him and him alone. And then, there was the second battle style he had shown, obviously as a message to her, or a provocation. Her father's style. Nephis hugged her knees, calmly looking into the fire. Feeling the shift in her mood, the fire surged and swirled. How was it possible? As far as she knew, there were only 2 people in the world who had been taught that style. She had been taught by her family, and Cassie was taught by her. There were no others. Or were there? Had her father had a pupil that she didn't know about? Was Lord Shadow that pupil, or a disciple of that pupil? She wanted to know, she wanted to ask. Her father had perished when Nephis was 4, so she did not have a lot of memories of him. Most of what she knew about Broken Sword was from listening to her grandmother, who talked about her son-in-law often. The rest was from the legends that he had left in tea. He whirled before dying an untimely death. But, she sighed, there was little sincerity in the world. Knowledge was power, and people guarded their power fervently. Usually, one had to be prepared to pay a price if they wanted to receive an answer. Secrets were not revealed easily. She was already indebted to Lord Shadow, has seemed like an unfriendly sort, and would definitely not part with information lightly. In fact, he had probably chosen to use that style for the exact purpose of enticing her into deepening her debt. Devious. Who was that man? So strong, so devious, and having enough resources to disregard the riches of clan valor. As she considered that, the ground suddenly trembled. Chapter 1623, Dark Colossus. As the ground trembled, the lively atmosphere in the camp instantly turned cold and professional. The fire keepers, who had been enjoying a late supper just moments ago, instantly rose to their feet and picked up their weapons. A moment later, they were standing in a defensive formation, ready to repel any kind of attack. Nephis had stood up as well. The white flames burning in her eyes grew more intense, and the fire behind her grew taller, chasing the darkness further away. What is it? Was there a nightmare creature approaching them from afar, or had the master of the ancient temple decided to betray them? She was going to find out soon. As they stood motionlessly, preparing for battle, the ground shuddered again. A cold wind rose, bringing with it a strong smell of rotting leaves and humid jungle. A tense silence settled over the world. A moment later, Nephis felt a new presence beside her. Turning her head slightly, she saw the Lord of Shadows standing at the edge of the camp, peering into the darkness calmly. He had appeared out of nowhere without making any noise, as if the shadows themselves had risen up to spawn him. He seemed to have discarded his mask, but since Nephis was behind him, she couldn't see his face. The fire keepers flinched, startled by his sudden appearance. Each was an experienced master, and many carried memories that enhanced their senses. It wasn't easy to sneak up on them. And yet, the Lord of Shadow had done it effortlessly. Nephis frowned, realizing just how vulnerable her subordinates were in front of him. "What is happening?" Her voice remained calm, addressing the mysterious saint with sufficient decorum. He remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. "It's nothing much. One of the great sleepers has awoken, that's all." Shadow lingered for a second, then added, "I usually keep them asleep to avoid trouble, but the most feisty ones sometimes escape their slumber. A great nightmare creature, keep them asleep." Nephis frowned slightly. "Should we fight it together, then?" Still facing away from her, the master of the ancient temple shook his head. "No need, it's merely a beast." With that, he took a step forward. The darkness surged, enveloping him like a vast mantle. The figure of Lord Shadow dissolved into it, becoming one with the lightless Vald. And then the void exploded upward. As Nephis watched, secretly startled, a colossus built of shadows slowly rose above the bone plain. His body was a perfect replica of the Lord of Shadows. The titanic torso was formed first, followed by two immense arms. At first, the giant seemed to be kneeling, but then he slowly rose to his feet, coming to stand as tall as the ancient temple. The shadows rippled and solidified, repeating the contours of his back. She saw lean muscles rolling under the obsidian skin. A moment later, a layer of glossy onyx covered the dark colossus, encasing him in a suit of impregnable armor. His head was too far away now, the light of the enchanted lanterns unable to dispel the veil of darkness hiding his face. When the giant took a step, the whole plane quaked. A transformation ability. The size of the shadow colossus was nowhere near Effie when she assumed her transcendent form, but it was still awe-inspiring. But that was not the end of it. There was a rustle from behind them and a dreadful hiss. Turning around, the fire keepers saw the head of an enormous serpent appearing from the entrance of the temple. Guiltythree. The creature was massive enough to easily swallow the entire cohort in one bite, its scales the same color as the tenebrous armor of the Lord of Shadows. The obsidian serpent slithered out of the citadel, its long body flowing like a river of darkness, seemingly endless. It must have been called around the entire great hall of the ancient temple, surrounding them from every side the moment they stepped inside. Nephis watched carefully. The terror. The colossal serpent slithered across the bone plain, passing the frozen fire keepers and approaching the giant made of shadows. Its neck rose high into the air, and it nimbly coiled around the leg of the Lord of Shadows, crawling up his body like a tree snake. The creature reached the shoulder of the giant, and then slithered along his ouster. Etched arm. Then it changed. Where a serpentine head was before, the sharp tip of a gargantuan sword suddenly appeared. Slowly, but also too fast to notice, the body of the transcendent terror rippled and turned into an inconceivable odachi, its hilt and curving blade as long as the shadow giant was tall. Finally, a dark titan was standing on the bone plain, his body encased in a suit of fearsome onyx armor, wielding a giant obsidian sword. He looked like an ancient Delty that had descended to the mortal realm from the heavens or maybe crawled out of the lightless depths of the abyss. Not paying the fire keepers any attention, the shadow giant took another step. Something lunged at him from the darkness, a grotesque monstrosity that towered above the ground, its mottled fur wreathing with a swarm of pale maggots. Its misshapen head was crowned with sharp horns, and its maw was wide open, revealing a wall of massive fangs. Its limbs were a mess of claws, chitinous scythes, and pulsating tentacles. A chill spread through the hearts of the Fire Keepers at the sight of the hideous abomination. However, the towering sword of the Dark Colossus only fell once. One strike, and the neck of the great beast was cleanly severed, its head rolling to the ground. The massive body toppled and crashed into the bone surface of the dead god's breastbone, causing it to tremble once again. The great beast was dead, just like that. The Dark Colossus peered at it with disdain, then shook his head and crumbled on itself, turning into a tide of shadows. A moment later, all that was left was the corpse of the hideous monstrosity, and the deep groove left in the white bone by the tip of the obsidian odachi. Silence settled over Godgrave once again. Nephis stared at the corpse of the abomination, her expression unreadable. Eventually, she tilted her head a little. One strike. Suddenly, she was glad to have made a pact with the man who called himself Shadow. It was much better to be his ally than his enemy. Chapter 16:24, Crazy Girl. Far to the northwest of Bastion, across the chain of death zones crowned by Godgrave, lay the vast human enclave ruled by the great clan Song. Although younger and smaller in territory than the Sword Domain, the kingdom of Kai Song was nevertheless just as populous and potent. Unlike Bastion itself, which lay at the heart of Valor's territory, the capital of Song was located at the northernmost point of her domain, on the slopes of a towering mountain chain that branched out from the Hollow Mountains. It was a stark and beautiful place nestled between snowy peaks and fuming volcanoes, shrouded in snowstorms and raining ash. Its name was Ravenheart. The great citadel had another name in the runic language of the nightmare spell, but after an obscure figure from the first generation of the Awakened conquered it, people gradually started calling the remote mountain palace by her true name. That obscure awakened warrior was the founder of the Song clan and Kai Song's late mother. Her daughter elevated their minor clan to prominence, and then to the very height of power. Similarly, Ravenheart had grown from the stronghold of a lesser legacy clan to one of the great citadels of humanity, sheltering hundreds of thousands of Awakened. And now, after the Chain of Nightmares, it was home to millions of mundane humans as well. The citadel itself was a magnificent palace that stood on the slope of a snowy mountain, perched at the very edge of a bottomless chasm. The legend said that it had been cut from pure white jade once, but after enduring the wrath of the surrounding volcanoes for thousands of years, it turned entirely black, as if made from obsidian glass. Still, contrasted against pristine white snow, its sublime beauty had only become more tantalizing. A titanic stone bridge spanned the vast chasm between the mountain and the volcano, standing opposite it, connecting the two branches of the mountain chain like a road meant for giants. Its black pillars were decorated with intricate engravings, and the scale of the construct defied reason. These days, the members of the Song clan inhabited the frozen obsidian palace, while the titanic bridge had become a town for the awakened warriors, who could withstand the cold. The city itself had been built on the slopes of the volcano, where its warmth protected the mundane citizens of Ravenheart from the inhumanly harsh climate of the snowy region. They did not have to be wary of sudden eruptions, either, because Queen Song and her transcendent daughters could protect them from any disaster. Ravenheart was a harsh place, but it was also an incredibly beautiful place. And therefore life here was harsh, but also thriving. The surrounding lands had long been cleared of the truly dangerous nightmare creatures, but they were more dangerous than the heartland of the Dream Realm where Bastion stood. Many abominations still dwelled in the snowy mountains, and the environment itself was deadly for those unprepared to face its cruelty. At the same time, there was a lot of fertile soil in the lowlands, which had been generously fertilized by volcanic ash. There was also geothermal heat, countless hot springs, and precious minerals of all kinds everywhere around. The people who had been evacuated here from Antarctica found their lives turning stark and intense, but also intensely enjoyable. If one grew accustomed to the solemn and eerie power of Queen Song, of course, which they quickly had. In any case, there was endless work to be done, from plowing the ashen fields to mining mystical ores, to building a semblance of a modern infrastructure by using endless geothermal energy. And since there were many nightmare creatures dwelling in the mountains, There was also a dire need for someone to protect all these workers, which was why Rain was buried in the ash, sweating as she waited motionlessly. She had been laying there for a few hours already, keeping absolutely still. Around 100 meters away from her, where the slope of the gorge rose sharply, a hideous creature was slowly dragging its body from between the cliffs. It resembled a scaled worm with 6 long, thin limbs, each ending with dagger-like claws. Its maw was a horrid circular mess of sharp, needle-like fangs. Damnation! She had expected a beast, but was faced with a monster instead. Granted, the stone worms were merely dormant abominations. But since Rain wasn't even a sleeper, but a powerless, mundane human instead, that thing could rip her apart in a matter of seconds. No, not even seconds, a second. No wonder everyone calls me the crazy girl. I am indeed crazy. I'm crazy to have listened to you, mad bastard. If not for the nagging of her teacher, she would have long ago applied to return to the waking world, thus challenging the first nightmare and becoming an awakened. But no, he just had to insist that his student could only awaken naturally, without becoming infected by the nightmare spell. And young and naive as she had been, she actually believed in his nonsense. Years had already passed, and yet she was still a mundane human, granted. She could somewhat feel her essence now, which supposedly was the hardest step. Still, her teacher was without a doubt a brazen scam artist. Damn you, you damned ghost or vampire or whatever the hell you are. As she was thinking that, a quiet voice suddenly resounded from behind her. Rain was startled, but remembering her training, remained absolutely motionless despite that. She didn't have to turn around to know that it was her shadow talking. It said, "You wouldn't be thinking something strange about me again, would you?" Stone worms had very bad hearing, but could feel the smallest vibration spreading through the ground. She coughed quietly, then answered in a whisper. "What, of course not, respected teacher. Your pupil would never dare do something that disloyal." The quiet voice responded dubiously. "Really? Well, good. You should hurry up, though. The wind is changing." Rain uttered a stifled curse and slowly rose to one knee. It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed already? It was time to kill another dormant monster. How many have I killed already? More than any sleeper she knew, certainly, and more than many young awakened in Ravenheart as well, despite being mundane. But she still had to be extremely cautious. She couldn't allow a single mistake. It was just like how her teacher always said. One mistake was all it took to turn into a corpse. And becoming a corpse in Ravenheart was just too creepy. Granted, teacher would probably save her if something happened. Probably. Right. Chapter 16:25 Undergeared. Rain rose to one knee in one smooth motion and raised her bow. Flakes of ash rained from it like black snow, dancing gracefully in the wind. In one heartbeat, she took out an arrow from her quiver and knocked it on the string. Another heartbeat, and she strained her muscles to draw the bow. The composite alloy resisted her pull, but swiftly surrendered to her strength and perfect form, both of which were the result of arduous training and countless hours of practice. Her bow was not a fancy memory weapon. It was quite mundane, made from alloy and filament more powerful than such weapons used to be, but nowhere near its enchanted counterparts. It was not a compound bow, either. More than that, even as far as recurve bows went, hers was on the weaker side. But there was nothing Rain could do about it. There were alloy bows of monstrous power out there, but they were meant to be used by the awakened. With her pitiful mundane strength, she wouldn't even be able to draw one, let alone do so swiftly and reliably. As for compound bows, while they offered increased draw weight and other advantages, that was only good on paper. In reality, there was more to a weapon than its power. How reliable was it? Was it easy to carry? Would it endure the wilds? It be cared for and maintained in harsh conditions, and so on. Awakened did not have to think about such things, but Rain did. And thanks to her teacher, she had learned all about these matters. Each piece of her equipment was picked out thoughtfully. Yeah, not at all, because I simply can't use anything better. The inner layer of Rain's kit consisted of a military bodysuit, the kind the soldiers of the evacuation army had used in Antarctica. It could repair itself and regulate the temperature of her body, which was a necessity here in Ravenheart, where lethal cold and blistering heat somehow coexisted in appalling harmony. Granted, the self-repair function of the bodysuit was practically exhausted after years of extensive use, and she had had to patch it up by hand on several occasions. Her teacher was weirdly good with thread and needle, for some reason, imparting that knowledge on his reluctant student. She wore leather pants on top of the bodysuit, made from the hide of an awakened beast, as well as knee-high boots of the same material. The rest of her clothes consisted of a perfectly mundane Henley wool vest and a military jacket with a manually reinforced lining. There were a few pieces of armor supplementing her modest ensemble, as well alloy bracers and shin guards, a leather chest guard, and a jointed shoulder guard. The mundane armor was not nearly enough to protect her from the claws of nightmare creatures, but it was better than nothing. It could protect her from a glancing blow or two, at least. Wearing anything heavier would have just slowed her down without providing much additional protection. Rain was also wearing leather gloves, while her long winter coat was currently folded and hidden inside her pack. Needless to say, she felt bitter envy every time she saw young awakened gallivanting in suits of shiny enchanted armor. They didn't even need to wash their memories, let alone repair them by hand, not to mention the fact that their armor was much more durable. Focus! The stone worm was almost 100 meters away. The ash was raining from the sky, making its figure vague and blurry. At least it was easy to tell the direction and strength of the wind. Hitting a target from such a distance was not an easy feat, but well within Rain's capability. However, she wasn't sure that she would be able to kill the abomination with one arrow. Her arrows were more potent than her bow. True, the arrowheads had been made from the fangs of an awakened beast and were quite deadly as a result. But the stone worms did not have an easily exploited vulnerability. There was no spot she could hit to bring the monster down immediately. The vile things were also terribly fast despite spending most of their lives underground. It would take the stone worm a couple of seconds, 3 at most, to cover the 100 meters separating them. And another moment to rip her to shreds. It had already noticed her, too. "Be calm." It was like her teacher always said. "And don't you dare die, or I will kill you myself." As a respectful and dutiful pupil, Rain had no choice but to obey her teacher. She held her breath and took aim. Time slowed down to a crawl. Rain moved her bow slightly, accounting for the wind, and then relaxed her fingers, allowing them to slide off the string. Relieved from terrible tension, her alloy bow propelled the arrow forward with dire force. The string struck against her chest guard like a whip. The falling ash swirled, disturbed by the violent turbulence. 100 meters away, the stone worm toppled to the ground in a mess of long libs. The arrow had dove into its circular maw, piercing the creature's brain. Sadly, stone worms had several independent brains. Before Rain had time to blink, the abomination rolled on the ground and shot toward her like a revolting flesh torpedo. It covered half of the distance between them in what felt like a split second. A cloud of ash rose into the air in its wake, spreading outward like a wave of boiling darkness. Before it could cover the remaining distance, though, a second arrow struck it. It had only taken Rain that long to draw her bow again, adjust her aim, and let the arrow fly. Even though hitting a moving target was endlessly more difficult, let alone such a fast one, the second arrow unerringly penetrated the creature's maw again. This time, it went in at a shallow angle, hitting the stone worm's spine. The abomination stumbled, but continued barreling toward Rain. She blinked. Crap. Chapter 1626, The Incredible Adventures and Astonishing Deeds of Heroic Dreamer. Wait, who? What was his name? Abridged, Volume VII. Dropping the bow, she hurriedly picked up a long javelin that had been laying under the ash. Rain's weapon of choice was a bow. However, that did not mean that she was only versed in using a bow. Her teacher insisted that a ranged weapon was only good if one could keep the enemy at range, and in the dream realm, not even saints could guarantee something. Gee, like that. Therefore, she was proficient not only with ranged weapons, but also with a wide range of weapons. Rain was nothing if not resourceful. By the time she grabbed the javelin and jumped to her feet, the stone worm was almost upon her. With fetid blood spilling from its torn maw, the horrid creature raised its front limbs to slice her into pieces, and suddenly disappeared from view. The pit Rain had dug up and covered with branches might not have been deep, but it was perfectly placed to stop the charge of a mindless monster. There was a great benefit in being able to handle a multitude of weapons, but there was an even greater benefit in always being prepared. Her teacher had hammered that simple principle into her head a long time ago. Before the stone worm could recover from suddenly dropping through the ash, the heavy javelin struck it with all the force she could muster. Its white scales were broken by the wide spearhead, and the abominable monster let out a piercing screech. Rain paled a little and finally drew her sword. The enemy was severely wounded, but it was not dead yet. A mess of hideous flesh and thin limbs staggered out of the pit, only to be met by the blade of the Takai. Rain severed the front limbs of the sluggish monster, then delivered a ruthless slash across its scaly neck, putting a gash into it. A few more precise strikes and well-timed dodges, and the abomination finally grew motionless. Only half of its vile body managed to crawl out of the shallow pit, and was now laying on the ash. Rain slumped and grabbed her knees, panting heavily. She could feel a trickle of foreign essence seeping into her soul, and a river of adrenaline coursing through her blood. Damn it then, a voice resounded from behind her. You have slain a dormant monster, stone worm, your shadow grows stronger. Turning around, she threw a dark look at her teacher, who had finally deigned to crawl out of her shadow in all his shameless splendor. What the hell are you on about? The young man who was standing behind her, wearing light armor woven out of dark silk, looked away in embarrassment. Don't mind me, just something I used to hear often. Rain took a deep breath and turned away with a stoic expression on her pale but beautiful face. I am definitely going to kill him one day. Was it possible to kill a ghost? Rain's teacher was a strange existence. Usually, he resided in her shadow, only showing up when no one else was around. At first, she thought that she had gone insane and was hallucinating, but after spending some time with the mysterious apparition, Rain slowly realized that it was real. And not only that, but also immensely powerful. Luckily, the apparition was mostly benevolent and did not seem to harbor any ill will toward her. On the contrary, it treated Rain with something that resembled familial affection. It was almost as if he was the spirit of her distant ancestor. She did not think that her family had such an ancestor, though. But then again, Rain was adopted and didn't know much about her biological parents. So it might have been possible that there was an eccentric dark deity in her family tree. Her teacher did indeed look a little bit like her. A much more glamorous, handsome, and male version of her, to be precise. Even if he was on the shorter side. In any case, her teacher, who called himself Shadow, was a strange being. When he emerged from her shadow, he looked like a young man with flawless alabaster skin, raven black hair, and beautiful eyes that resembled two pieces of glistening onyx. His exquisite appearance was perfectly human, if a bit too sublime. That said, her teacher did not have a shadow of his own. He also avoided mirrors like a plague, to the point that she was prohibited from having any in her vicinity. So, although Rain couldn't confirm it, she suspected that he did not have a reflection either, which led her to believe that her teacher was a vampire. He wasn't afraid of sunlight, though, and did not seem interested in drinking her blood, or any blood for that matter. In short, even after spending 4 years in the company of her teacher, Rain still had no idea what he was. Any attempt to ask him questions about his identity resulted in nonsensical answers that simply couldn't be taken seriously. Like, teacher, please tell me, who are you really? Haven't I told you already? Gods, how many times do I have to repeat it? I am your long-lost brother. I'm pretty sure I would remember having an older brother. You would assume so, wouldn't you? But you see, after I killed the evil version of myself and reached the estuary of the River of Time, which flows inside the great pyramid that a dreadful demon had built from the blood and flesh of an unholy titan, I was attacked by a vile, odious, very nasty, no-good bird and had my fate stolen. So no one in the world remembers me. Oh, but before that I was very famous. Not only was I famous, but even my secret alter ego was famous. World-renowned even. I was a war hero, too, and extremely wealthy. In fact, do you know Princess Nephis, changing star of the immortal Flame clan? I was practically her boyfriend. Or, teacher, can I ask you a question? How old are you exactly? You certainly can. That's a complicated question. One might say that I am a few years older than you. But at the same time, this incarnation of me has only been born about 4 years ago. Oh, but actually, I guess I'm thousands of years old. I've just forgotten most of it after my cursed magical sword rebelled against me, and I had to destroy it as well as my memories. A cursed magical sword? How did you destroy it? Well, I just told it to be gone, and it was gone. Your teacher is that awesome. Or, teacher, tell me the truth, you're not an evil god, are you? Of course not. Really? Sure, I mean the blood of an ancient demon does flow in my veins, and I did devour the alabaster phalanx of a nebulous deity after being cast down into the darkness of a bottomless abyss. And technically, I am indeed the master of a lightless fragment that was torn from a divine realm. But an evil god? Preposterous. I see. I mean, I'm a demigod at best. In short, after a while, Rain had stopped asking questions. She felt that, even if she had not gone mad yet, she definitely would if she continued. So she just lived her life and endured the harsh training, as well as the odd and eerie quirks of her mysterious teacher. Despite blaming him for not getting a chance to challenge the first nightmare, Rain knew that his guidance had saved her life on numerous occasions. She had grown much stronger and more capable under his mentorship, too. After a while, she had grown accustomed to his company, and even found comfort in it. Not right now, though. Right now, she was seriously considering exorcising him. Hey, Rain, why are you spacing out? She flinched and looked at her teacher, feeling slightly embarrassed. He shook his head. Go on, harvest that stone worm before the queen takes it. Rain stared at the revolting corpse of the dead abomination, sighed, and jumped down into the pit. Pulling a sharp hunting knife from the sheath attached to the small of her back, she grimaced and got to work, mumbling. Before the queen takes it? Ha! Why would she take a measly stone worm as if she has need of such a weak and ugly servant? Chapter 16:27 Hunting Spoils. Despite the fact that Rain's clash with the stone worm had only lasted a dozen seconds, she was tired. Not only because she had tracked the creature down for a long time first, spending hours to prepare the ambush, but also because those few seconds of absolute mental concentration and daunting physical exertion took a lot out of her. That was how it went every time. If a mundane human wanted to face a nightmare creature, anything less than giving it your all, and then some, meant death. Not that there were a lot of mundanes going out of their way to fight abominations, not a lot of those who lived to tell the tale, at least. In that sense, Rain was an anomaly. Sadly, the harsh physical demands of the hunt were not over after her prey was dead. Grimacing, Rain gripped her sharp hunting knife and went about dressing the stone worm. Its flesh was wiry and tough. Its scales were even tougher. Even with her knife having been forged from mystical steel, it took all of Rain's strength to rend the dead abomination. Especially because she didn't want to become drenched in its blood, not only because that would have been icky, but also because the stench of blood could attract other nightmare creatures. Curse it all. She worked up a sweat, eventually taking off her jacket and vest and rolling up the sleeves of her Henley. The ash continued to rain from the sky, smearing her ivory skin like black ink. Her teacher, meanwhile, sat comfortably on a rock and observed her with a content expression, not even trying to help. Bastard! Cursing again, Rain, a proper young lady should act with modesty, poise, and decorum. Ah, you were such a well-mannered girl when we met. Where did you even pick up these bad habits? Who taught you such foul language? Tell me, and I'll beat the crap out of the damned bastard. She paused for a moment, glared at him, and then returned to her work without saying a word. Stop pouting. I'm not pouting. Rain collected the abomination's sharp fangs. Those could be used to fashion arrowheads, then moved to its limbs and separated the stone-like blades from the joints. The blades could be sold in Ravenheart for a good price or bartered for other materials. However, the true treasure was the hide of the stone worm. Although it was merely a dormant monster, the scales of these creatures were lightweight and tough. The awakened who had not earned a good armor-type memory yet often used them to fashion scale mill. Those with plenty of coins could afford something better, of course, but there were many of those who couldn't. And when the latter got in trouble, their armor needed to be mended with even more scales. Therefore, there was always demand for stone worms' hides. Rain herself had worn such a scale mill armor at one point, but after hunting an awakened beast, she switched to equipment made from its leather. So she could earn a pretty penny by selling this hide. It was just that harvesting it was a tough and dirty process. She arduously separated the hide from the flesh of the monster, cleaned it the best she could, and rolled it into a hefty sack. Tying the sack with rope, she grimaced and rubbed it with ash to get rid of the smell. Then she retrieved her 2 arrows. After studying them for a few moments, Rain sighed. One could be repaired, but the other was unsalvageable. Her arsenal of arrows was growing dangerously poor. There were plenty of them in the quiver, but only a few of those made from the fangs of the awakened beast remained. She cleaned the intact arrow and put it aside. Finally, for the most important, fishing out 2 gleaming crystals from the remains of the stone worm, Rain looked at her teacher and smiled. "Shall I?" He raised his white hands and applauded her quietly. "Go ahead, good kill." Rain pushed what remained of the hideous carcass into the pit with her foot, then knelt and placed the crystals on a flat rock. She often saw awakened crush soul shards in their fists, but her mundane hands bruised terribly if she tried. So instead, she simply brought the butt of her knife down on them. The crystals shattered, and she felt an almost imperceptible amount of foreign essence trickle into her soul. It was a strange sensation, and one she had only become able to perceive recently. Her teacher seemed satisfied, and she was too. "Teacher, how long do you think it will be before one can attempt forming a soul core?" He studied her for a few moments, then smiled. "Soon, you can already sense and control your essence, so it won't be long before it awakens. However," a soft sigh escaped from his lips. "Something tells me that it is not soon enough, so we'll need to hurry up. You have to hunt another awakened abomination, a strong one as well." Rain shivered, remembering the last time she faced an awakened nightmare creature. That clash had almost cost her life, had that th been strong in her teacher's eyes. She gave him a long look. "You know that we can simply buy an awakened soul shard or few. It will be expensive, sure, but my parents can help. Wait, actually, why do we need to buy them? Teacher, you're so great and awesome. Just do your thing. Tell a bunch of powerful abominations to be gone and let me collect the shards." He stared at her dubiously and coughed. "Well, sure, you're right. Your teacher is awesome. I can kill the abominations for you." Rain's eyes gleamed. "Really?" But he was not done talking. "And while I'm at it, why don't I awaken for you as well? Should I also feed you from a spoon like a little baby?" He scoffed. "Let me tell you, a baby I knew transcended before learning how to walk, and he didn't even have me as a teacher. Come to think of it, what's your excuse? Huh, what do you have to say for yourself?" Rain glared at him hatefully, then looked away. "Forget I said anything." She cleaned her weapons, sheathed her knife, and fastened the rolled hide of the stone worm to her pack. Finally ready to depart, Rain hoisted thee on her shoulders and started to walk. It was time to head back to Ravenheart. Chapter 1628, Weary Pilgrim. Rain made a point of using light equipment, and yet she carried considerable weight. There were her clothes and armor, her bow, a quiver of arrows, the javelin she used, her sword, the hunting knife attached to her belt, and another knife hidden in her boot. There was also plenty of stuff in her pack, and attached to her pack everything she needed to hunt and survive in the wilderness. It would have been nice to simply summon and dismiss all these things when she needed them. But alas, Rain couldn't use memories. She couldn't even really use the memories that someone else had summoned and handed to her, because her soul did not have a core, and she was not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Weighed down by the additional burden of the stone worm's hide and fangs, Rain felt miserable. It didn't help at all that Ravenheart was situated in the mountains. She was currently at the bottom of a deep gorge, not too far from the relatively flat area at the foot of the mountain chain where the farms feeding the city were located. There was a long and tough climb ahead of her. Using the javelin as a staff, Rain slowly made her way out of the gorge. Luckily, she was in good shape, amazing shape, really. Her lithe and resilient body had been tempered by years of relentless training, and was pretty much at the very limit of what mundane humans could achieve. In the past, Rain had trained extensively with private tutors. She had thought that her physical condition was stellar back then. She had known nothing. Under her teacher's harsh and prudent guidance, her physical state entered an entirely new territory. Her youthful body was strong, tenacious, and as nimble as that of a cat. Even the most elite athletes would have been rattled and green with envy if they witnessed what she was capable of. Not that it mattered. Any awakened could still blow her away with one half-hearted slap. Ah, whatever. Sometimes Rain was angry at her teacher for prohibiting her from challenging the first nightmare. But at the same time, she was thankful to him, not for her own sake, but on behalf of her parents. They had already lost one child to the nightmare spell. If she was alone, Rain would have gladly risked her life for the chance of becoming an awakened, but she could not bear the thought of putting her mom and dad through that suffering again. So her teachers promised to help her awaken without having to challenge. A nightmare was like a glimmer of light in a sea of darkness. In any case, even though climbing mountains in terrible weather while carrying a heavy load was hard and miserable, she had long grown accustomed to it. As Rain ascended higher and higher, her teacher walked side by side with her, going over the events of the hunt. She had performed well and managed to kill the stone worm without sustaining any injuries, but there were still things that could have been done better, and things that could have been done differently. Maybe I shouldn't sell the blades we harvested from the stone worm. Next time, I can place them at the bottom of the pit like spikes. That's a good idea, but don't rely on traps too much. This time the bastard ran straight, but next time you might not get so lucky. What were you going to do if the worm bypassed your pit? Retreat to lure him into the second pit, of course. And anyway, was it really luck? I investigated the slope and found the wormholes, chose an ambush spot, and dug pits between the former and the latter. Beasts are stupid, so the enemy would have gone after me using the shortest path. Sure, it turned out to be a monster a bit smarter, but still pretty dumb. What do you think luck is, brat? Luck is not something that just happens to you, it's something that you make happen. Believe me, I would know. I used to be the luckiest person in the world. Unluckiest, too. Soon, Rain climbed high enough to escape the raining ash. The scorching heat was replaced by merciless cold, and the black soot was replaced by pristine snow. A strong wind rose, chilling her to the bone and almost tossing her off the slope. Cursing, Rain shivered and hurriedly took her coat out of the pack, wrapping herself in its warmth and pulling the fur hood down. The coat, too, was fashioned from the hide of the awakened beast she had hunted, so it was enough to protect her from the fatal cold of the mountains. Buttoning up the tall collar to shield her face, she lifted the pack and turned to look at her teacher. He was standing a few meters away, wearing nothing but his light armor. Nevertheless, he was not showing any sign of being bothered by the cold, which only went further to solidify Rain's conviction that her teacher was some kind of unholy wraith. His gaze was strangely solemn. Turning to look in the same direction, she suddenly noticed a dark silhouette slowly moving through the snowstorm. Rain tensed for a moment, but then relaxed, noticing that it was a human. A moment later, the strong wind died down, and the blizzard ended just as suddenly as it had begun. She waved a hand and headed toward the stranger. "Hey, are you lost?" However, her hand froze in the air. Something was wrong. Why hadn't her teacher disappeared into the shadows? He never showed himself when other people were around. Her javelin was already rising when she finally got a good look at the approaching stranger. It was a young woman 3 or 4 years younger than herself. A teenager, really. Just like her teacher, she was only wearing a suit of light armor, which was torn and turned dark with frozen blood. Her skin was so pale that it looked blue like that of a corpse, and her steps were slow and clumsy. Her eyes were like frosty glass, devoid of any light, and her face was like a mask carved out of ice. She was dead. "Don't disturb her." Her teacher's voice was glum. Rain grew quiet, lowering her javelin, and then took a step back to let the dead girl pass. A tiny sigh escaped from her lips. The closer the walking corpse drew, the better she could see the terrible wounds covering her frigid body. Eventually, unable to look, Rain turned away and furtively rubbed her eyes. The dead girl walked past them without showing any reaction, her bruised, pale face motionless, and slowly disappeared into the swirling snow. A few moments later, the wind erased her footprints, as if she had never existed. Rain and her teach were left alone on the snowy slope. She sighed. The winter solstice had just passed recently. Is she one of this year's sleepers?" He nodded. She must have died on the way to a citadel, so the queen took her. Rain remained silent for a while, then sighed again. Queen Song held authority over death, so anything that died in her domain was taken by her. It wasn't rare to see the dead pilgrims walking through the snow. For some, the journey was long, for some, the journey was short. After reaching Ravenheart, they entered the ice caves under the palace and became the queen's servants. Queen Song was the queen of the living, but she was also the Queen of the Dead. That was why people in the Sword domain derisively called her the Queen of Worms. That nickname was preposterous, of course. There were no worms in the ice halls, where the cold was so terrible that only the dead could survive. Rain stared in the direction where the taken girl had disappeared, considering if she should follow her. Following a pilgrim was safer, because nightmare creatures tended to avoid them. But in the end, she decided to continue on her way. Seeing the dead girl was just too unnerving. Because the perished sleeper reminded Rain of her own insolent aspirations to become a carrier of the nightmare spell against her teacher's wishes, if she had. Would she have ended up walking frozen through the snow, too? Chapter 1629, Roads to the Future. Eventually, Rain reached one of the roads leading from the lowlands to the city. These mountain roads had been in use from before the chain of nightmares. It was hard to remember now after the population of Ravenheart exploded to many millions, but it had been a great citadel even prior to that. The roads leading to the Great Bridge and the beautiful palace beyond it were actually thousands of years old. Granted, they had been in a state of desolation and disrepair when the Song clan made the ancient citadel their home. The awakened of the Great Legacy clan had restored them to their former glory, and the whole network was further expanded to account for the increased traffic in the past 4 years. Now, heavily protected road crews were far away from the citadel, building safe highways to other cities within the Song domain. Many awakened with utility aspects were participating in the construction, and many warriors were employed to defend the moving builder camps from the roving nightmare creatures. Rain had even tried to get hired for one of the crews, but no one wanted to employ a mundane fighter. The best they could do was remain polite and not laugh in her face. She couldn't really blame them. In any case, now that she had reached the wide and well-maintained road, the rest of the ascent would become much easier. There was probably a metaphor about the unnecessary hardships of walking the untrodden path somewhere in there, but Rain wasn't going to start complaining to her teacher again. He had retreated into her shadow anyway, unwilling to be seen by other people. Rain rested for a bit, quenched her thirst from a military canteen, and continued on her way. There were many people on the road. Workers descending into the lowlands or returning from their shifts, Song warriors on patrols, caravans loaded with heavy cargo. Life was thriving, and the young city was boiling with activity. Rain had grown up in the vast human jungle of NQSC, so Ravenheart did not seem that large in comparison. However, it somehow felt much more vibrant. Its atmosphere was entirely different, as though everyone here was looking forward to the future, instead of trying not to think about it while being afraid of the past. 4 years ago, she did not understand the decision her parents had made to relocate the whole family, including her younger siblings, into the Dream Realm. Sure, her father had been offered a new position as one of the government liaisons in the Song domain, which was technically a big promotion. But was it worth it to uproot the family, abandon the safety and modern convenience of NQSC, and tie the lives of their children to the Dream Realm? Returning to the waking world or leaving the domain meant being sent into the first nightmare, after all. No matter how well prepared you were, it was a deadly gamble. When Rain asked her parents why they wanted to move to Ravenheart, her father had answered simply, "Because that is where the future is." Now she thought she understood what he had meant. The future of humanity was indeed here. Currently, the waking world was incomparably more populous and developed than the Dream Realm, but in a generation or two, their positions would be reversed. Eventually, the dying birthplace of humanity might even be entirely abandoned, making this harsh and dreadful world their only home. And those who had left the cradle early would have an advantage in that future. So, the decision her parents had made was ultimately for the sake of Rain and her siblings. As all to give them a head start. If humanity can even survive in the Dream Realm. Which was not a given, despite the power of the two sovereigns. She sighed and stepped aside to let a heavy wagon roll past her. Some of these wagons were being pulled by awakened, who were much stronger and more resilient than any beast of burden could be, while some were not. The one rolling past Rain was being pulled by a nightmare creature. A hideous beast that resembled a nightmarish fusion of a carnivorous bull, and a horned reptile was attached to a harness, dragging the wagon behind it. There were no draft animals in the Dream Realm or any other kind of cattle. However, here in Ravenheart, nightmare creatures were often used to pull wagons, plow the fields, and perform all kinds of labor-intensive or dangerous jobs. It was all thanks to Saint Song Yunbin, better known as Beastmaster. Funnily enough, the most terrifying of Kai Song's daughters had also done the most to ease the lives of the citizens of Ravenheart. If not for her, the development of the city and the Song domain as a whole would have never been as fast or as explosive. Of course, it was still a bit creepy to be around the subjugated nightmare creatures, and one had to be cautious around them. Even enchanted by Beastmaster, they were dangerous beasts, so each had to be watched over by a trained handler. Looking at the wagon roll away, Rain sighed. Saint Yunbin is amazing. Her teacher's voice resounded from the shadows, sounding a bit wistful. Oh, Beastmaster. Well, she's not bad, you know. She once asked me to run away with her. Of course, I refused. Your teacher is not someone who can be swayed by a pretty face. Rain gave her shadow a dubious glance, but kept her remarks to herself. Grimacing, she carried her heavy pack and continued forward. The closer to the city she got, the more crowded the road became. There were more awakened patrolling it, too, some even accompanied by echoes. The temperature slowly rose until it was warm enough for her to take off her coat. She even unbuttoned her jacket. By the time the distant cold sun was ready to disappear behind the horizon, Rain finally reached her destination. In front of her, built on the slope of the tall volcano, stood the gates of Ravenheart. Chapter 16:30 Ravenheart. From where Rain stood on the slope, she could see most of the city. Ravenheart was separated into 3 distinct districts. The largest by far was sprawled on the dark slope of the fuming volcano, protected from the merciless cold by its heat. This was where millions of mundane humans lived. Their homes were mostly built from black stone, so it seemed as though the entire city was a part of the mountain, intricately carved from its slope by some divine being. The second district was built on the grandiose stone bridge that stretched over a bottomless chasm toward a distant snowy mountain. It was much smaller than the first one, but still rather large. That bridge was home to most of the awakened citizens of Ravenheart, since only they could survive the bitter cold and the strong winds blowing across it. And finally, a sublime palace that seemed to be cut from obsidian glass stood at the opposite end of the great bridge. The palace was visible from anywhere in Ravenheart when the weather was good, its dark and ethereal beauty never failing to take one's breath away. That was where Queen Song and her clan lived, and where the gateway to the waking world was located. The Dream Gate, meanwhile, was located directly opposite the palace, on the slope of the volcano behind the mundane district. Supply shipments and new settlers arrived from it almost every day, lured by the promise of a better life. Rain spent a few moments enjoying the view of the city, then hurried to the gate. She couldn't wait to reach her den and climb under a warm blanket. There were a few familiar faces preparing to leave the city just as she was returning. A group of young awakened were gathered in front of the gate, all clad in enchanted armor and wielding memory weapons. A few of the young men seemed to be paying rapt attention to her. Rain sighed. These guys again. Her teacher didn't say anything, but she could feel an almost palpable scorn radiating from her shadow. One of the young awakened waved at her and smiled. Rain coming back from a hunt. She lingered, trying to come up with a polite way to avoid a conversation. Sadly, her mind was blank. Eventually, Rain forced out a pale smile. Oh yeah, I tracked down the nightmare creature that has been harassing one of Theum's recently. A stone worm, yeah, it's dead. The young man stared at her somewhat intensely, wearing an expression that she struggled to discern. Why does he always stare at me? I'm crazy, I know, no need to make your distaste so obvious. To add insult to injury, the guy was very handsome like all awakened. He used to be one of the mundane humans that had relocated to Ravenheart. Like her, B. Challenged the first nightmare last year. Being more or less the same age, they had known each other before a little. But now there was a great divide between their status and social standing. Is there something on my face? The young awakened coughed and awkwardly looked away. No, we are just leaving to patrol. Anyway, good to see you. Oh, is that a stone worm hide? I was actually hoping to purchase some scales. Do you want to meet tomorrow, maybe? I have some spare coin to spend. Rain gave him a strange look. The guy was clearly wearing a full suit of enchanted armor. From the look of it, it was an awakened memory, and of a high tier at that. Why the hell would he need stone worm scales? He noticed her expression and coughed again. It's for a friend of mine, a friend. Weirdo. Rain shrugged. Aren't you going on a patrol? You won't be back for at least a week. Sorry, I don't want my house to reek like a slaughterhouse, so I'll sell the hide tomorrow on the market. The young men blinked. Oh, right. She shook her head, nodded at him, and walked away. As Rain was leaving, though, she heard the awakened whispering among each other. Who was that? Why is she wearing trash? Does she have no memories? You don't know, that's Crazy Rain. She's a mundane girl who goes around hunting nightmare creatures. What? No way. It's true, you only awakened this year, so you don't know. She's infamous here in Ravenheart, actually. Some say that she has killed more abominations than all of us combined. No one knows why she's still alive, but she is. Damn, too bad she's a lunatic. Both of you shut up. Yeah, shut up, and don't her a lunatic. She might hear. Rain walked away, leaving the annoying whispers behind. Passing through the city gates, she pursed her lips and complained to her teacher. Why do those guys always stare at me and try to stir up trouble? Can't they just leave me alone? Her teacher answered in an incredulous tone. You don't know. Rain raised an eyebrow. Know what? There was a long pause, and then her teacher chuckled. They stare at you because you're pretty. There's no one prettier than my little sister. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, making a few people give her strange looks. Right, perhaps talking to myself in the middle of the street is not the best idea, especially considering that they already think I'm crazy. Rain shook her head derisively. Who, me? There are thousands of female awakened in Ravenheart, and each of them is prettier than me. I doubt an awakened guy would ever give me a second look. Of course, she knew that she was not too bad, really, appearance-wise, by mundane standards. But the effect of the awakening on one's body was simply too great. They all have such smooth and silky skin, and no calluses. A weathered brute like me cannot compete. Her teacher scoffed quietly in the shadows. Gods, how dense are you, girl? He remained silent for a few moments, and then suddenly gasped. Wait, I candy calf. There was another long pause, and then a dejected sigh. We are definitely siblings. Chapter 1631, Hidden Menace. The outer wall of the mundane district was thick and tall. Rain passed through the gateway, still thinking about what her teacher had said. Pretty, I'm pretty. He was teasing me, right? That scoundrel. Maybe if he allowed me to have a mirror at home, I wouldn't have had to ask. Her thoughts were interrupted by an awakened warrior who suddenly appeared in her way. His equipment was visibly more potent than that of the young men and women whom she had met outside, and his face was much more mature. Unlike those inexperienced greenhorns, he was a true warrior of song. This way, please. Rain obediently followed the awakened to the side, where a cohort of veterans like him was keeping a watchful eye on everyone entering the city. They were led by a stunningly beautiful woman wearing an enchanted robe of fine wine-colored silk. A master. There was no sign of Rain's teacher, as if he had dove deeper into the shadows. She approached the beautiful woman and bowed respectfully. The Ascended smiled. Oh, it's you, little sister Rain, was it? Please don't move. A torrent of ethereal sparks swirled around her hand, and a red flower appeared on her palm. Its dark petals seemed to be glistening with dew, and it emanated a pleasant fragrance. The woman raised her hand, as if offering the flower to Rain. Of course, Rain did not take it. Instead, she froze and looked at the crimson blossom solemnly. A few moments passed in tense silence, then a few more. She glanced at the beautiful master. The woman was still smiling, but her eyes were cold and full of dark something. Murder math. That's what her teacher called it. Rain remembered the strange term well, because he often lamented the fact that she seemed to lack that cold quality, whatever it was. In any case, the powerful Ascended was calmly calculating how to kill her. Show. Uld the need arise. It was more than a little bit unnerving. Luckily, nothing of the sort ended up happening. A dozen seconds later, the Ascended smile finally reached her eyes. Moving her hand, she dismissed the red flower and gestured for Rain to leave. Welcome back, have a nice evening. Rain bowed one more time and walked away. Internally, she sighed. The strange meeting was actually not strange at all. It was something that everyone entering Ravenheart or any other citadel in the Song domain she would imagine had to go through. The Sword domain had their own version of the ritual, and there were versions of it in the waking world as well. Its purpose was to prevent the dreadful Bane, Skinwalker, from infiltrating more human settlements. Although all other abominable things that had invaded the waking world during the Chain of Nightmare were either slain or remained in Antarctica, Skinwalker was different. It had entered the siege capitals by pretending to be human before the dream gates were even opened. Once there, Skinwalker spread like a curse. There were little details about how it had been stopped, but Rain heard that the government forces led by Wake of Ruin and the great clans had joined forces to eradicate the creature. The sovereigns emerged, and Lady Nephis returned from the third nightmare with 5 other saints just in time. Eventually, they managed to prevent Skinwalker from spreading to the rest of the quadrants. But they had not managed to destroy it completely. Today, Skinwalker was like a nightmare that haunted all of humanity. Its vessels were somewhere out there, in the shadows, hiding in the vast reaches of the dream realm or in the poisonous wilds of the waking world. Worst of all, the creature had learned and adapted, its act becoming almost indistinguishable from normal humans. Several citadels had already fallen after being infiltrated by Skinwalker, and if rumors were true, several cities in the eastern quadrant had as well. That was why there were new security measures everywhere humans lived, aimed at preventing similar tragedies from happening again. Apart from the appearance of the Dream Gates and the great wave of colonization that followed, the existence of Skinwalker had caused the single most significant change, perhaps, in how humans lived after the Chain of Nightmares. So Rain didn't mind being checked while entering Ravenheart. If she had indeed been taken by the harrowing fiend, the flower the beautiful master summoned would have wilted, alerting her to the presence of a pretender. There was one thing she did not quite understand, though. Once Rain walked far enough from the gate, she whispered, "Teacher, can I ask you a question?" The answer came almost immediately. "You sure can." She lingered for a moment. What would they have done if I was truly a vessel of Skinwalker? A cohort of awakened and a single master, no matter how powerful she is, a great nightmare creature can wipe them out in seconds. They would have stood no chance. This time, there was a longer pause before her teacher answered. "Have you noticed a bronze mirror installed on the wall behind them?" Rain nodded. "Sure, there are mirrors like that everywhere in Ravenheart." He sighed. "They would have asked the mirror to help. That is already more than you should know, so don't ask anything else." Rain couldn't help but throw a startled glance at her shadow. They would have asked the mirror to help. Don't tell me. Did her teacher's irrational fear of mirrors have an actual reason behind it? Unsure what to think, Rain dove into the bustling labyrinth of Ravenheart streets. Since the mundane district was sprawled on the slope of the volcano, it was divided into many vertical levels not unlike the terrace neighborhood in NQSC where she had grown up. Granted, the terraces that had been carved on the black slope were of a much greater scale, supporting numerous buildings and housing millions of people. The lower levels were where most of the work took place, while the higher levels were mostly residential. Additionally, the more affluent neighborhoods were situated closer to the Great Bridge, while the poorer ones were situated further from it. Rain's parents lived in one of the former, while her own den was in one of the latter. Actually, it was not too far from the city gate, which felt like a blessing today. Dead tired, Rain found her way home, unlocked the door, and finally dropped the heavy pack. A few minutes later, she crawled under her warm fur blanket and closed her eyes. The moment her head hit the pillow, all thoughts disappeared from it. Rain yawned, curled into a ball, and said drowsily, "Good night, teacher." He responded a moment later, "You too, sleep tight." Her teacher's familiar voice was like a lullaby. Knowing that he would protect her if anything happened at night, Rain allowed herself to relax and comfortably fell into the embrace of sleep. Chapter 1632, New Developments. Rain was woken up by the delicious smell of breakfast. She spent a few minutes in sweet drowsiness, enjoying the warmth of her bed and the softness of her pillow, then yawned and sat up. Immediately after, she winced. Ouch! Her whole body was sore, which was not at all unfamiliar, but still unpleasant. The rigors of hunting nightmare creatures were not something a mundane body could handle easily, so she needed a few days of rest to recover from the fatigue. Unlike the awakened, who could bounce back from straining themselves to the extreme in a matter of hours. Whimpering pitifully, Rain climbed from under the furs and performed a few simple stretching exercises. When her stiff muscles relaxed a little, she sighed and finally went to the makeshift kitchen situated at the opposite side of her den, where the tantalizing aroma of freshly cooked food was coming from. Rain's lair consisted of one rather spacious room and a modest bathroom. It was mostly below ground and did not get a lot of light, since the only window was situated near the ceiling. As a result, most of the space was drowning in deep shadows. It was also one of the reasons why the rent was so cheap. Her bed took one of the corners, while the kitchen took another. The largest portion of the room was used for training. And lastly, the whole part near the entrance was meant for storing hunting spoils. The workbench where she mended her belongings and crafted new equipment was also there, littered with various tools, materials, and feathers for fletching arrows. It was a bit messy and a bit too Spartan. Few people would have wanted to live in a place like that, and Rain wasn't really living here either. Her time was usually divided equally between the den and her much more comfortable family home. Staying with her parents was nicer, but having a place of her own also felt good, not to mention provided endless convenience. She wouldn't want her mom and dad to faint every time she came back to Ravenheart caked in blood and covered in bruises. They were already very disapproving of every decision she had made in the past few years. But what could she do? She couldn't really say that her shadow talked to her, teaching her how to kill nightmare creatures and telling her to do strange things. Rain was already an adult and could make her own decisions now anyway. She was 20. Eat your breakfast before it gets cold, young lady, and don't forget your vegetables. Her teacher's voice made Rain flinch. Pouting slightly, she sat down at the counter and moved the plate closer. Her sour expression did not last, though, swiftly replaced by delight. Rain was very hungry after the hunt. In just a few minutes, all the delicious things her teacher had prepared were gone. Putting the utensils down, Rain said sedately, "Thank you, teacher." He was surprisingly good at cooking, for an evil deity. Rain never saw her teacher eat, but she suspected that he was secretly a gourmet. Was that the reason he had chosen to haunt her? Because she stupidly recommended him a good brand of instant ramen once. A cold voice scoffed from the shadows, sounding a little bashful nevertheless. "What are you thanking me for? Proper nutrition is also a part of good training. This is actually nothing. Let me tell you, when I was about your age, I was dining on great monsters." After hearing that last part, Rain almost choked on water and glanced at her shadow fearfully. He's joking. He must be joking. Is he joking?" She stared at the shadow for a few moments, then hurriedly turned away. Sometime later, Rain left her den carrying the hide of the stone worm. She had left most of her weapons behind, but kept the tackeye in a scabbard at her belt. No matter how safe the streets of Ravenheart were, she never parted with her sword. There were a few errands Rain had to run. First, she went to the town hall of the mundane district to report the completion of the mission. The stone worm had been harassing the farmers in the lowlands for a few weeks, so there was a reward set by the authorities for its extermination, which Rain now received with a wide smile. There were a lot of tasks and missions issued by the town hall every day. Most issues were handled by the retainers of the royal clan or the servants of one of the vassal clans, but there were always things they didn't have time or numbers to handle promptly. Therefore, anyone could take on a task or two and receive a corresponding reward. The town hall also handled many private missions, so there was never a lack of opportunities for unaffiliated talents. Of course, only Awakened took the combat missions. Unsurprisingly, Rain turned heads every time she came here, and every clerk knew her by name. She had long learned to ignore the stares. After receiving the reward, Rain studied the mission board for a while. She was not in a hurry to take on a new task, but it was a good way to stay informed about what was happening in and around the city. W road crew, strange. It seemed that the royal clan was assembling a new road construction crew, but its scale seemed much greater than all the previous ones. The pay was also much higher, which made the offer extremely alluring. However, it seemed like hazard pay the description implied a higher than usual danger level of the new job. Strangely enough, there was no mention of what region of the dream realm the new road was meant to connect to. More than that, from what Rain knew, there were already crews building roads to all neighboring citadels. So where would this new one lead exactly? In any case, that was none of her business. Rain had no intention of trying to get hired as a worker, and no one would employ her as a guard. Still, a lot of Awakened would probably leave the city once the construction started, so that was something to account for. Deep in thought, she left the town hall and headed to the lower levels of the district, where the largest market was located. Descending a set of steep stairs cut into the dark slope of the volcano, she asked in a confused tone, "Teacher, doesn't that new road crew seem strange? Where are they building a road to?" He remained silent for a while, then laughed quietly. "Strange? No, not at all. As for where they are going, that's simple enough to guess. They are going east." Rain frowned. East, there was nothing much east of Ravenheart, only the death zones. Granted, the sword domain lay beyond them, but that didn't change the fact. What was the point of building a road to a wild and deadly region of the dream realm? Her teacher was not making any sense, which, admittedly, happened quite often. He's just trying to sound smart to cover up his lack of knowledge. How clumsy. Smiling, Rain shook her head and continued descending the stairs. Chapter 1633, Public Sentiment. The market was a large and lively place. Numerous stalls were set up in the open, with more respectable storefronts visible here and there. Almost anything could be bought here, starting with materials harvested from the carcasses of nightmare creatures and ending with rare items brought over from the waking world via the Dream Gate. Weapons, home appliances, fashionable clothes, crafting tools, whatever one needed, it could probably be found here. Of course, items of true quality were sold in other, more exclusive places. Some of the elite shops were not even situated in the mundane district, so potential customers had to brave the chilling cold of the bridge or send awakened retainers to complete the purchase. Still, most citizens of Ravenheart visited the market when they needed something. Rain knew the place well and swiftly made her way to the area where the harvested materials were sold. After haggling with a familiar merchant, she sold off the stone worm hide and weighed her coin purse in her hand, full of satisfaction. With this payment and the reward she had received in the town hall, Rain was flush with money. Best of all, she had managed to bring the stone worm down without suffering any wounds, so she didn't even need to hire a healer. Healers were rare, and therefore prohibitively expensive. Awakened warriors were the ones habitually sustaining injuries, but they also had a lot of spending power. Rain did not, so most of the money she had made in the past years ended up going toward her medical expenses. But not today. Whistling joyously, she left the market and made her way to one of the many public baths in Ravenheart. Due to the volatile nature of the region, there were numerous hot springs here, and soaking in them had quickly become the favorite pastime of the citizens. If there was such a thing as tourism in the Dream Realm, the capital of Song would definitely have been a popular destination due to its hot springs. Maybe in the future. Before entering the bathhouse, Rain stopped in a dark alley behind it. A shadow separated from her own and settled in the darkness, then waved casually. Leaving her teacher alone, she proceeded inside to enjoy some privacy. Soon, having taken a shower, Rain submerged her weary body into the hot water and felt the many pains bothering her dissolve in it. There were many mystical minerals in the mountains surrounding Ravenheart, so these springs were supposed to have healing effects. She didn't know how true that statement was exactly, but visiting the baths was definitely both pleasant and reinvigorating. She had mostly come here to clean herself, though. It wouldn't do to come home covered in sweat, grime, and the stench of blood. The cleaner and fresher Rain looked in front of her parents, the less they would worry about her. So she made a habit of visiting a bathhouse after every hunt. Still, it wouldn't harm anyone if she soaked in the hot water a bit more. And maybe a bit more. Maybe a bit more. After all, was she pressed for time? No. As Rain was relaxing with her eyes closed, she couldn't help but hear bits and pieces of conversatio. That other people were having around her. A woman's voice was tinged with worry as she said, "Have you heard about Valor?" Another answered with confusion, "Heard what?" "The King of Swords. They say that he was actually replaced by a vessel of Skinwalker, all the way back in Antarctica. SHHH, lower your voice. Have you gone crazy to talk about a Supreme that way? That can't possibly be true. I'm telling you it is. I heard it from my sister, who heard it from her neighbor, who heard it from an actual master. There is no way. But it would explain a lot of things, wouldn't it? The resource shortages we're having, it's all because of those Valor people. It's like they want us to starve. And aren't they a bit strange? Why does everyone in the Sword Domain treat our queen with such disrespect? That nasty nickname they gave her. Oh, that is strange indeed. If their king is a vessel of that thing, then who knows how many people there have already been taken. Gods, it's so scary. We are lucky to have come to the Song Domain. I hope they stay far away from us. But my cousins are in the Sword Domain. You must tell them to be careful, then. Rain shook her head and slid deeper into the water to block out the hushed conversation. Aren't they being ridiculous? Strangely enough, that ridiculous rumor was quite persistent. She had heard some version of it many times already, almost as if someone was spreading it on purpose. On the other hand, some hostility between the two domains was inevitable. They were both still dependent on the waking world, after all, which meant that there was a competition for resources. And competition bred resentment, especially when one's livelihood was at stake. Resentment, in turn, bred these kinds of rumors. Plus, a vast majority of mundane humans living in the dream realm had come from Antarctica. They were traumatized and anxious, sometimes letting fear get the better of them. In any case, the public opinion of the Sword Domain was slowly changing for the worse in Ravenheart. There was nothing like that 4 years ago, but now, such sentiments were not uncommon. Why can't they just be happy that someone else is doing well? Rain threw the two scaredy women out of her heads and tried to enjoy herself in peace. Eventually, she emerged from the bathhouse looking as smooth and pink as a newborn baby. The rugged leather outfit was stuffed into her pack, replaced by much more casual, neat, and tidy civilian clothes. The frightful monster huntress was gone, replaced by an innocent and lovely young woman. If the group of young awakened she had met at the city gate saw her, they would probably not believe their eyes. Feeling a bit strange in her simple dress, Rain put on an ashcoat made from light, beautifully embroidered fabric pulling down its hood. She went to the dark alley, retrieved her teacher, and headed toward the upper levels of the city. She was going home. Chapter 1634, Scenic View. Rain stopped at a popular bakery and spent a good chunk of her coins on a set of delicious pastries. Her younger siblings were moody teenagers now, but she still liked to pamper them when she got the chance, or at least try to. Teenagers, sadly, were not easy to pamper. They're probably off to school already. Letting out a sigh, Rain walked along the steep streets of Ravenheart while enjoying the weather. It was on the colder side today, but the air was crisp and clear, not at all like the stale air of NQSC. There was no ash falling from the sky, either, so the breathtaking vista of the sprawling vertical city was not obscured. Across the great stone bridge, a lonely peak pierced the sky, its slopes covered in snow. The beautiful palace of the queen was hidden by a blizzard, though so Rain could not enjoy its dark awe and splendor. Her thoughts slowly drifted to the awakened nightmare creature she was meant to find and slay. What class would it be? How long would the preparations take her? What strategies would she employ, and what contingencies should she put in place? Would she even survive that fight? Thinking about that somberly, she ascended rather high now. She only had to get closer to the bridge, and she would be home. But before Rain reached the neighborhood where her parents lived, she noticed a crowd of people gathered on one of the scenic observation platforms. She stopped to listen to what they were talking about, curious to find out what the matter was. Their voices sounded excited. "Are you sure that he is coming back today?" "I'm sure. He already delivered the last of this year's sleepers to the cities in the south. There's nothing left for him to do but return." "I'm so excited. I missed the day he departed, so I didn't see." "I saw. I want to see it again, though." Rain tilted her head, confused. Who were they waiting for? Her teacher suddenly mumbled in a subdued tone. Gods, how is it even worse now? Did she imagine it, or did his voice sound a little grumpy? B. If Rain could ask, though, a swift shadow suddenly streaked across the city. She looked up just in time to see a wondrous creature sailing through the sky. The weather was clear, so she could witness it even from a distance. It was a dragon. A beautiful dragon was flying above Ravenheart. Its somber scales were the color of the midnight sky, and with sparks of sunlight reflecting on them, the great beast was like a piece of starlit night that moved across the bright heavens. Its wings were open, casting a vast shadow, and it was that shadow that Rain had noticed. A chorus of excited valses washed over her a moment later. "It's him, Night Singer, Nightingale, the Dragon Slayer." Indeed, the magnificent creature was Saint Kai, the Dragon Slayer. He had arrived a few weeks ago and then left to search for sleepers scattered across the Song domain during the winter solstice. Now, it seemed, the search was over. Rain watched as the beautiful dragon flew across the great bridge and landed gracefully in front of the obscured palace. Soon, its great body disappeared into the blizzard. She let out a quiet sigh, feeling a strange mix of emotions. Funnily enough, she actually knew Saint Kai. One of her tutors had some kind of relationship with the famous idol. So Saint Kai, although he wasn't even a saint back then, had graciously agreed to give her a few archery lessons. Later, when he transcended and became one of the pillars of the government forces, their paths crossed a couple of times because of her father. Rain's father had nothing to do with battling nightmare creatures, but he was one of the senior government liaisons in Ravenheart. His work was administrative and mostly had to do with logistics, but still, that meant meeting exalted figures quite often. In fact, Rain was familiar with Saint Jet that way as well. Come to think of it, wasn't it weird how many famous people she knew? Rain had even spent some time with Lady Changing Star herself. Of course, she was most comfortable with Effie Saint, raised by wolves who for some reason used to live just a couple of houses down the street, back in NQSC. Sadly, the government saints spent most of their time in the waking world, and when they came to the dream realm, each was assigned to a specific region. Effie was far away in Bastion, so they had not seen each other in a while. The same went for Lady Nephis and Lady Cassia, both of whom had been kind to Rain in the past. Of course, all these renowned people might have been transcendent warriors, but which one of them could claim to be a dark deity? In a sense, the weirdness of knowing her teacher toppled all her other strange acquaintances combined. In any case, Rain was just that, a passing acquaintance in the lives of these exalted figures. She doubted they really remembered her, let alone had thought about her sometimes. Why would they think about an insignificant, mundane girl? Her teacher, on the other hand, thought about her too much. It was hard to escape his nagging. Maybe I'll meet them again after becoming an awakened. Throwing one last glance into the distance, where the graceful figure of the black dragon had disappeared, Rain turned away and continued on her way home. Soon she reached a pretty two-story house, opened the door, and walked inside with a bright smile. "Mom, Dad, I'm home." Unknown to Rain, the figure of her teacher lingered outside, staring across the great bridge from the shadows. Just at that moment, the snowstorm subsided, and the beautiful palace of black obsidian revealed itself on the steep mountain slope. Sonny studied its breathtaking beauty for a few moments, and then pursed his lips a little. His gaze was dark. Jade Palace, being that close to another of Ariel's creations, was rather uncomfortable. Of course, it was also one of the reasons he had come to Ravenheart. Chapter 1635, Message to Myself. A few days before, far away from the harsh splendor of Ravenheart, Sonny was looking at Castle while hiding his emotions behind a polite smile. "Oh, and by the way," her tone was neutral. "Happy birthday." For a split second, his mask cracked. Sonny's face did not move, but his gaze changed. For a short moment, his eyes were much deeper and darker than before. The lightless depth contained within them was much too vast, much too cold, and much too unfathomable to fit the image of a harmless shopkeeper. He froze, a storm of emotions raging in his heart. For a second, Sonny was stunned, not knowing what to say. The shadows stirred. But then he quickly composed himself. "Why, thank you, but how did you know?" An irrational but desperate hope had ignited in his chest, trying to burn away his judgment. A hope that anyone remembered him, that Cassie did. The thought of it was both blindingly sweet and ruthlessly painful. Because it was impossible, the fateless attribute, as he had called it, was thorough. So, Sonny discarded that futile hope and hid his rattled state. How had she known that today was his birthday, though? Maybe, just maybe. Cassie was facing him, remaining silent. Her smile slowly dimmed, replaced by a strange and solemn expression. Sonny felt uncomfortable because her eyes were hidden by the blue fabric, but he did not show it. Come to think of it. He had not noticed it immediately, but Cassie looked a little strange. How could he describe it? She seemed a little haggard. Of course, a stranger would not have noticed, blinded by the stunning beauty of the blind seer. But to Sonny, she looked out of sorts. Her clothes, which had always been neat and tidy, were a little messy. Her hair was like a waterfall of pale gold, but it did not seem properly combed. There were signs of fatigue on her delicate face. Much more importantly, there was a hint of restless intensity to her which had never been there before. As if Cassie was not quite stable, having lost her innate state of composed balance. Sonny had seen all the other members of the cohort after returning, even if from afar, but it was his first time seeing Cassie. The blind seer seemed to have changed a lot. She finally turned away and walked a few steps, as if studying the dining hall of the brilliant emporium. It's strange, I've been delivered a note asking me to find a person named Sunless and wish him a happy birthday. On a winter solstice of all days, it happened a while ago, but the strangest passed. The sender of the note was me, and I don't remember ever writing it. Sonny remained silent, wanting her to say more. Sometimes silence was the best way to make people talk. The faint hope in his heart had been extinguished. Cassie did not remember, however. She seemed to have known that she would not remember, and therefore she had made arrangements for them to meet before the third nightmare. He suddenly felt stifled. Cassie traced her fingers across one of the tables and turned her head slightly. Sunless is a rather peculiar name, so I didn't think that finding him would be difficult. But to my surprise, that person didn't seem to exist. Not in the government databases, academy records, or the archives of the great clans. You might not know it, Master Sunless, but I am a rather knowledgeable person. One might even say that there's no one better at collecting information than me. Sonny tilted his head a little. Oh, he knew. That is indeed strange. His voice was pleasant and even. She smiled. A person named Sunless had not existed in either of the two worlds until this year when you found your way to Bastion. Naturally, I was curious. So one studied you a little. I hope you don't mind. Sonny hesitated. Even if he did mind, no one in their right mind would rebuke Song of the Fallen, a prominent saint, and one of the most valued seneschals of the great clan Valor. Cassie turned her head left and right, as if looking around. I must admit, you are a fascinating man. Not only do you seem to have appeared out of nowhere, but your establishment is even built inside of an ascended devil. How inventive. He tensed. Well, it wasn't a surprise. Cassie's dormant ability allowed her a measure of insight into all living things. Marvelous Mimic was not an exception, so she would have realized its nature as soon as she approached the brilliant emporium. And yet she had stepped into the maw of an ascended devil without much worry. Was it confidence or indifference? Sonny was not sure. He coughed. Ah, well, why not? My house might not be able to fly like your citadel, but it can walk. It's convenient. The more important question was, what did she see when looking at him? Weaver's mask was all the way in Godgrave, and while the nebulous mantle could hide his presence, it was nowhere nearly as potent at deflecting divination. Nevertheless, Sonny was not worried. He was mostly certain that Cassie's powers were based on a subconscious ability to perceive the strings of fate and sense when they were trembling. Since there were no strings of fate connected to him anymore, she should be powerless against him. As if to confirm his words, Cassie spoke calmly. Do you know what I sense when I look at you, though? Nothing. You are like a black void, completely empty. Sonny raised an eyebrow. That is not something a man wants to hear on his birthday, Saint Cassia. She did not seem to have heard his words, continuing in the same tone. But this is perfect. This is exactly what I've been looking for. Oh, Master Sunless, you seem to be strangely well-informed about my abilities, considering that you are not at all surprised to hear these things. Well, just in case, let me tell you I used to be able to see the future. He hesitated for a while, a little startled by that statement. Used to. Castle nodded. Yes, this ability of mine has been in complete disarray after my third nightmare. Not just mine, actually all awakened with high affinity to fate are suffering a reduction in their ability to discern the future. Not that there are a L. Out of us, it is almost as if fate itself has been thrown into chaos. Sunny forced out a smile. How terrible. She remained silent for a while, seemingly distracted. Then she said with a subtle hint of relief. Yes, it has been rather terrible, and I've been trying to find the cause for the past 4 years without any success. So the message that I seem to have sent myself made me think that you might be of help, and won't just think that I am crazy. Castle paused, then faced him and said tensely, Master Sunless, how would you react if I told you that there is a man-shaped hole in the world? Chapter 1636, Man-Shaped Void. Sunny remained motionless for a few moments. The expression on Cassie's face was tense and somber, defiant even, as if she was saying something that she had said many times already only to be dismissed, or even branded as a lunatic. Sunny knew the feeling. He sighed, then pointed to the nearest table. Have a seat. I sense that it's going to be a long conversation, so let me make you something to drink. He took a step back and retreated to the kitchen. He could have manifested an avatar instead, but really, Sunny needed a few minutes to collect himself. A man-shaped hole in the world. Indeed, to someone else, his absence would have felt like that. It was just that no one was able to remember witnessing the inexplicable void where a man named Sunless used to be. Cassie, however, although she didn't seem to know the solution, she had somehow pieced the problem together. She knew that something was wrong with her, with everyone else, and with the world itself. But no matter how hard she tried, she could not prove it. She couldn't even remember trying to solve the problem. That must have been maddening, not to mention the fact that her ability to perceive the future had suddenly betrayed her, leaving Cassie without another of her senses. The past 4 years must have been rough for her. And yet selfishly, Sunny was glad. He shamefully felt a warmth in his heart. He wasn't quite remembered, but it felt so good for his absence to be witnessed by someone at least. A few minutes later, he emerged from the kitchen with a teapot and a couple cups. Cassie was sitting at one of the tables, waiting. Her exquisitely beautiful face was calm, but he could feel a hint of agitation underneath that facade. Placing a cup in front of her, Sunny poured the tea and sat down. A man-shaped hole, you might want to explain, Saint Cassia. She took the cup and tilted her head a little. At that moment, Sunny realized that he had made a mistake in an attempt to hide his rattled state. He had been acting much too calm throughout their conversation. No master would have been that calm in front of Song of the Fallen, let alone while hearing her say such outrageous things. He was suddenly unhappy with himself. What a glaring oversight. Since deceit was his craft, Sunny felt ashamed. Cassie touched the cup and traced its shape with her finger. When she spoke, her voice sounded even calmer than his. Actually, it's not that strange. All of us, the members of Changing Stars cohort, have long realized that something had happened to us in the third nightmare. There are things that don't quite make sense, as if there are gaps in our memory. No, not gaps, it's like parts of our memories are corrupted. Not in the everlasting void kind of way, but rather in a very mundane way, like what happens with old communicators. Sunny stared at her silently. His silence prompted her to continue. However, there were a lot of bizarre things that happened to us in the nightmare, some of them much more so. And because it is almost impossible to remember that there is something that we have forgotten, we simply accepted it as fact and moved on after a while. That is how memory works anyway. People don't remember what they have forgotten, and therefore don't usually realize it. He shifted slightly, noticing something strange about her words. It was indeed impossible to keep any thoughts about his past. People had not only forgotten him, but they couldn't even remember thinking about having forgotten him. That was the insidious part of becoming fateless. And yet Cassie was perfectly capable of pinpointing the problem. How? Sunny took a breath. But you don't seem to have a problem with being aware of the missing memories. Cassie smiled faintly. Hardly, it is very problematic, in fact, but my aspect is uniquely suited to remembering. My powers, you see, have to do with memories. I have a great level of control over my own memory, which has become much greater than before. I can also collect the memories of other people, or even replace and manipulate them. Sunny shivered. What an insidious power it was. It had to be a facet of Cassie's transformation ability, then. She had not been capable of these things before only torment was. He couldn't help but wonder if this was the first time they were having this conversation, even, or if Sai had simply erased his memory of meeting her, who knew how many times before. But no, that should not have been the case. Even such a subtle power had to have a limit, and his rank and class would place him beyond that limit. Enough so, at least, for him to at least be aware of having been manipulated. Right. Oblivious to his subtle reaction or pretending not to notice it, Cassie continued. So you might see how I would be more sensitive to anomalies in my memory, which was why, unlike the others, I couldn't stop trying to get to the bottom of things, especially because fate itself seemed to be in total chaos. He took a sip of his tea. I'm sorry, but what does fate have to do with any of this? Cassie's smile grew a little wider. Oh, everything. You see, I always wanted to destroy fate, to create a weapon that could cut it. I always wanted to, but strangely enough, I don't recall ever acting on my desire. You must think that I'm a really timid person. Sunny wanted to point out that confessing all these intimate things to a stranger was a bit odd, but decided against it and simply shook his head. Cassie's smile suddenly disappeared. Her tone turned colder as well. But I am not a timid person, Master Sunless, far from it. So I can't help but think that maybe I have actually succeeded in creating that weapon. It's just that I don't remember it. In any case, I spent years trying to place the missing pieces together and restore my memory. It was a bit of a hardship, to say the least. I failed to achieve my goal, but I did learn something. She took a deep breath. It's that the missing pieces form a person. Someone who was there with us in the tomb of Ariel and maybe even earlier than that. A man who has been cut from the world as if he had never existed. Someone who was precious to us, to me. She leaned forward, almost overturning her tea. So, Master Sunless. Before she could continue, he asked neutrally. You say that the missing pieces form a person, but why are you so sure that it is a man? It might very well be a woman, no. Cassie remained silent for a moment, then said tensely, Because I think that you are that man. Then she clenched her fists. Are you? Sunny did not answer for a while. Eventually he sighed and answered, his voice even. Yes. Then he took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. But it doesn't matter if I confirm it. You won't remember anyway. Cassie continued to lean forward. A stunned expression contorted her delicate face for a moment, then disappeared, replaced by momentary confusion and then tense anticipation. So are you? Sunny turned away, hiding an ugly grimace. There was no point. It was not as if he had not tried to confess his existence to the people he knew before. He had, on several occasions. But just like his past, they could not retain the information about his connection to their lost memories of him. His confessions were destined to be forgotten, just like he had been. Funnily enough, he could admit to being Rain's brother because her neighbor Sunny never had, and the concept of an older brother was thus not connected to her memories of him. He sighed and answered again. Yes, I am. Sunny waited for a moment. After Cassie had forgotten his answer and before she could ask the question again, he interrupted her. Instead of that, do you want to tell me more about that memory you want me to make? Is it a weapon? Chapter 1637 Negative Space. Sunny tried to evade the question a few more times, but it was too important to Cassie. She stubbornly returned to it no matter what he said, forgetting his answers a few moments later. Watching her lost expression was eerie and a little heartbreaking, like talking to someone suffering from dementia. So, tell me, are you? Sunny reminded himself to be patient. There were many suitable ways to prevent her from voicing the question. He just needed to find the correct one. Yes, I am, but... Cassie was stunned, then confused, then tense once more. Maybe I should distract her with a revelation or two about what is going on in Ravenheart. However, in the end, he did not have to. Somehow, Cassie did not repeat herself again. Instead, she shifted slightly, reached for her teacup and traced its shape with her finger. Her face froze and she fell quiet. After a few moments of silence, Cassie said evenly, My tea is cold. Sunny tilted his head a little. Then, his eyes gleamed in the darkness. It seemed that there was no need to guide her away from the question, after all. So soon? Cassie was smart. She could not remember that which was forgotten, but she noticed the change in the temperature of her tea. Therefore, instead of remembering, she simply deduced that something had been erased from her memory. The gears of her formidable mind were spinning now, connecting the negative space in her memory with the details of the conversation they were having, observing the void and inferring its meaning. Knowing Cassie, there were countless conjectures being formed in her head. Dozens of theories were being built, scrutinized, and discarded. Only those that could not be effectively disproven remained, leading to several parallel branches of assumptions. Those assumptions were then pitted against each other, turning into conclusions. The conclusions were used to extrapolate what exactly she had forgotten. Too smart, maybe. It was a little scary. Sonny did not say anything, carefully exploring his own emotions. If he was right, then Cassie not only knew that a person was missing from the world, but also deduced that he was that person, or at least connected to them. She would not be sure, but suspected strongly. And he had come closer to being known to someone than he had ever been since leaving the nightmare. Of course, there was a vast difference between a suspicion and a memory, but it was precisely because Cassie's inference was based solely on deduction and not remembrance that she could retain it. The taste of his tea was suddenly incredibly fragrant. Sonny drank it silently. None of them spoke for a long time. Cassie's delicate face was full of somber intensity, but she did not rush to ask him any questions. She couldn't, because asking him about all the things she wanted to know would only result in her forgetting the answers. It was an odd situation. Eventually, she sighed and turned away. A few moments later, Cassie asked, her voice a little strange, "Would you like to look into my eyes?" He was startled by the question. Where did that come from? Sonny hesitated, not knowing how to answer. "I'm honestly not sure. Why are you asking?" She touched her blindfold briefly, sighed, and said with a hint of reluctance, "My transformation ability has to do with my eyes. Few people know about it, and you are now one of them. If you look into my eyes, I'll be able to read your memories." Sonny blinked. His first reaction was to reject her vehemently. Who would want their private memories to be exposed to a stranger? Not to mention the fact that Cassie's power was not limited to that. She had already admitted that she could also erase, replace, and manipulate the memories of other people. That sounded utterly terrifying. Sonny had suspected that there were limits to her power, and now she had exposed one of these limits to him. Only those who looked Cassie in the eyes could be enthralled by her ability. So why would he expose himself to that power? She would forget everything she saw, just like she had forgotten his answers as well. Not everything. The memories of his past were forbidden, but the memories of everything that had happened to him after the third nightmare were less so. The question was, what benefit would there be if Cassie saw it all? She would probably be able to fill the empty void left by him with a few more pieces of logical reasoning, at least. But then what? Sonny put his cup down and smiled politely. "You want a peek at my memories, Saint Cassia?" She simply nodded, not hiding her desire. "I do, Saint Sunless." His smile did not falter. "She has already connected me to the exploration report on the tomb of Ariel and guessed that I was in the nightmare with them. Damn it, I shouldn't have published it." But he did not really regret his actions. That report was both for teacher Julius and Anank, so it was worth the trouble. Sonny chuckled, then asked with a hint of amusement in his voice, "What's in it for me?" Cassie leaned back and remained silent for a few moments. She might have guessed that he was the person she had been looking for, but she had no idea who he was. What were his motives, desires, and convictions? What was his past, and what was his vision of the future? What could she offer him to gain his cooperation? She couldn't even be sure if he was a friend or a foe. "Well, what is it that you want?" Sonny contemplated for as long as his flaw allowed him to. "Actually, there is something that you can help me with. I must warn you, though the favor I'll ask might land you in hot water with your venerable superiors from Clan Valor." He shrugged. "Additionally, you will only access a memory of my choosing. You'll have to wait a bit, too. It can only be done on a full moon." Cassie suddenly tensed. "A full moon, surely you don't mean?" Sonny chuckled. "That's right, I want to sneak into Bastion." He finished his tea and added nonchalantly, "The real Bastion, of course, not this mirage we all live in." Chapter 1638, pretty as a picture. It did not take long to discuss the details of their agreement with Cassie. She was wary of him, somewhat, but Sonny held the overwhelming advantage in the negotiations. After all, he had what she wanted, and knew more than her on top of that. It wasn't hard for him to get the blind seer to agree to his conditions. She could not stay for long, either at least not without risking her absence being noticed by someone from Clan Valor. Cassie did not want to attract thereat. Tension to Sonny yet or maybe ever. That suited him fine as well. What a strange birthday I'm having this year. When Cassie left, Sonny was once again left alone in the brilliant emporium. The city had grown dark, and a peaceful silence settled over the lake. He could see the magnificent castle shine with enchanted lights in the distance, the lanterns reflecting in the calm water like stars. Of course, that castle was just an illusion. Or rather, not just an illusion, but a very special one. The kind of illusion that was, for all intents and purposes, more real than reality itself, even. Most of the people who lived inside the castle did not know the difference, since it did not affect their lives. But Sonny knew. There was a different kind of place hidden behind the beautiful, towering edifice of Bastion. A much more somber and terrifying place than what everyone was familiar with. That was where he wanted to get to with Cassie's help. There were 6 strongholds depicted on the map Nether had left in the Ebony Tower, each connected to one of the demons. After visiting the tower once more and reading more of the forbidden runes surrounding the map, Sonny was keenly interested in exploring each of these strongholds. One could even say that the shape of his life depended on it. The Ivory Tower had once belonged to Hope. The tomb of Ariel was the burial site of Oblivion. Sonny had already visited these 2 places, but the other 4. Nether's own seat of power was hidden in the Hollow Mountains. He had barely survived crossing over them, and was not nearly powerful enough yet to dare delving into the darkness that dwelled below them. True darkness was the natural enemy of shadows, after all. Which left only 3 demonic strongholds for him to explore. Coincidentally, or maybe not quite so, each of them was now a great citadel ruled by one of the most powerful legacy clans. The Jade Palace, now known as Ravenheart, was connected to the Demon of Dread. Sonny had been searching for a way to infiltrate Queen Song's palace, but without much luck. It was guarded too well. The seafaring citadel of the House of Night, meanwhile, was temporarily out of reach. He did not have a spare avatar to go there. More precisely, quantity was not the problem. It was just that sustaining avatars cost him essence. The Lord of Shadows remained manifested permanently, but that guy also spent most of his time inside the fragment of the Shadow Realm. Out there, the spirit essence was rich and nourishing unless his 3rd avatar was battling powerful abominations. He was like a perpetual essence generator. The avatar accompanying Rain mostly hid in her shadow, but had to be controlled at all times. In the end, Sonny was maintaining a positive balance between expending and replenishing essence while constantly keeping these 2 versions of himself going, with plenty left in reserve for unexpected situations. Sending an additional avatar to Stormsea would have put a strain on that balance. So he had decided to leave the great citadel of the House of Night, which was connected to the Demon of Repose, alone for the time being. Which only left Bastion, which had once belonged to the Demon of Imagination. Sonny did not know much about that particular demon, but he or she seemed to have possessed truly fantastical powers. From what he could tell, the Demon of Imagination had been a master of illusions. Anything imagined by that demon was like a mirage, and those mirages could easily become reality or even replace it. Bastion had always seemed like an illustration from a fairy tale, and in a sense, it was. The beautiful castle, the tranquil lake, the picturesque land surrounding it, all of it had been conjured from the imagination of the ancient demon. The Demon of Imagination was long dead, but the illusion that replaced reality still remained. It had even become home to millions of people. Sonny could not find what he was looking for in the pretty mirage, though. He could only find it in the harrowing reality hidden behind it. That place could only be entered during a full moon, at least by those who did not rule the illusory citadel. That was why he agreed to meet Cassie again then. There was plenty of time left before the next full moon, though, which would give both of them plenty of time to digest the situation. Cassie had a lot to think about, no doubt. And Sonny did too. Throwing one last glance in the window, he yawned and went about closing the brilliant emporium. When everything was done, Sonny walked into his bedroom and fell on his bed. Despite the modest size of his room, the bed itself was large and opulent. It was carved from pale, polished wood, with elegant engravings decorating the columns that supported the silk canopy. It was much too comfortable for a simple piece of furniture and looked like something that belonged in a palace instead of a cozy cottage. And it did. This was the very same bed Sonny had slept on in the ruined cathedral of the Dark City, a lifetime ago. He had brought it back with the help of the marvelous mimic after being gone from civilization for 3 years, among other things. Sonny put his head on a pillow and closed his eyes. Soon enough, he fell peacefully asleep. The last thought that crossed his mind was rather bitter. Damnation, she forgot to order a memory. It was such a shame. He had hoped to get a bunch of soul shards out of Cassie. Chapter 1639, Beautiful Mirage. The full moon came faster than Sonny had expected. His life in Bastion had been peaceful in the meantime. The brilliant Emporium Cafe enjoyed a steady stream of guests, while the Memory Boutique continued to stagnate with no customers. Sonny attended to the kitchen and minded his business. He was supposed to make a trip to the waking world to stock up on ingredients, but postponed it for now, partially out of laziness, and partially because there was a lot on his plate. His life in Godgrave, meanwhile, had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Nephis was there, and so he had no time for boredom. But that was the third avatar's problem. On the day of the full moon, Sonny let Aiko go home a bit earlier and closed the brilliant Emporium. Then he walked through the crowded streets of Bastion and bought a ticket to a theater play. A troupe of awakened actors was performing a rendition of A Song of Light and Darkness. Sadly, Sonny only noticed the name of the play after being seated in the parterre. He covered his face with a palm and winced as if suffering from a toothache, but remained in his seat. Soon, excited members of the audience surrounded him from all sides. The lights were dimmed, the curtain was lifted, and the play began. No one noticed that a pale young man sitting in one of the first rows did not seem to have a shadow. At the same time, a different incarnation of Sonny was hiding in the darkness near the shore of the lake. It was already dark, and the pale moon was traveling across the starlit sky. The sight of it, the moon, the velvet sky, the silhouette of the magnificent castle, and the vast lake was beautiful beyond words. In fact, it seemed as if there were two moons, one lost in the distant heavens, the other drowning in the silent water. Making sure that no one was nearby, Sonny rose from the shadows and walked toward the shore. The incarnation in the theater was wearing the nebulous mantle, so he was only dressed in a mundane military bodysuit. The quintessence pearl was already summoned, resting in his mouth. He did not waste any time and dove into the water without making a splash. The lake took him into its cold embrace. Sonny allowed his body to become as heavy as a stone, sinking to the bottom. Once there, he extended his senses, turned into a shadow, and glided down a steep slope. The lake surrounding Bastion did not seem special from the shore, but it was immensely deep. By the time the slope lost most of its steepness, Sonny was already several kilometers below the surface. A mundane human would not have been able to withstand the pressure of the mass of water, but it was easy for someone like him, especially because he remained incorporeal. The easy part stopped there, though, because these waters were not safe. There were echoes of powerful nightmare creatures patrolling the lake. As if that was not enough, there were also swords thrust into mud here, and there each of them serving as the eyes and ears of the master of this land's supreme anvil of valor, the King of Swords. Reaching the castle unnoticed was nearly impossible. However, Sonny had not wasted the last year in vain. He had thoroughly explored the lake, studying its guardians and mapping out the locations of Anvil's swords. By now, he was confident in his ability to reach the castle unnoticed. The castle was not his target anyway. Instead, it was the reflection of the moon traveling across the surface of the lake. He hid in the shadows and waited for a vast creature that looked like a giant silver eel to swim past him, then cautiously advanced forward. Changing direction, Sonny moved like a thief, effortlessly avoiding every security measure placed at the bottom of the lake by Clan Valor. By the time he reached the midpoint between the shore and the castle, the play his avatar was watching reached intermission. The other Sonny rose from his seat and went to the theater's cafe, making sure to be seen by as many people as possible. Of course, he kept to the dark corners to make the absence of his shadow hidden. The original Sonny hid at the bottom of the lake without moving. Proceeding further would be problematic, so he was letting the reflection of the moon come to him instead. He was sure that someone like Bate would have been infuriated by such a statement, considering that, scientifically speaking, the position of the moon's reflection was supposed to depend on the perspective of the observer. But not of this moon in this lake. ND on this night. When it was time, Sonny made himself as light as a feather, assumed his human form, pushed off the bottom of the lake, and swam up. The timing was calculated to a split second. The echoes patrolling the lake were far away, and no one would be able to notice his swift rise. As the pressure of the water lessened, the darkness surrounding him grew brighter. Soon, he was surrounded by ethereal radiance, as if swimming through moonlight. The moon itself was like a perfectly round silver disk hanging above Bastion. Its reflection was like a vast, radiant circle resting, breaking the surface a few meters away from it. Sonny swam forward and entered that circle. He was blinded by the light. And then the world changed. Sonny had left the illusory realm behind and entered the ghost of reality hidden behind its splendor. Suddenly it was much darker. The reflection of the moon disappeared, replaced by scattered vestiges of bleak light. The water of the lake was much colder, and its surface was restless because of the strong wind. Taking a deep breath, Sonny looked up. Above him was a broken sky. Chapter 16, 40 Harrowing Reality. The sky was black, with pale stars shining coldly in the distance. They were much paler than the bright constellations of the illusory realm, though because there was something brighter in the night sky, spanning its vast expanse. The fragments of the shattered moon. The moon was up there above him, but it was viciously broken into countless pieces. Some of them were vast, like jagged continents floating in the forlorn darkness. Some were infinitely small, painting the sky like clouds of starlight vapor. The trail of moon shards formed a heavenly river that stretched beyond the horizon, illuminating the hidden world with ghostly light. The sight of it was both terrifying and humbling. Sonny did not know what kind of blow could have been so harrowing as to fracture even the moon, or if the moon had been broken from within. Like the shell of a cosmic egg, all he knew was that seeing the broken sky filled him with a deep sense of terror. He rarely felt true fear after becoming a transcendent, but the true face of Bastion was one of the few things that could still make him shudder. Looking away from the celestial river, Sonny gazed at the distant castle. The castle existed both in the illusory world and in the terrifying reality. However, while it stood tall and proud in the former, it was a desolate ruin in the latter. The mighty walls had collapsed. The tall towers were toppled. Bastion was like a mountain of fractured white stones, the shape of a once magnificent citadel barely recognizable in its ghastly crookedness. Here and there, one could still recognize the lines of partially unscathed buildings and courtyards, but they only seemed like an epitaph on a towering gravestone. Across the lake, where the thriving city had been a moment before, a monumental wall of towering dark trees rose to the broken sky. The illusory Bastion had been surrounded by a forest once, a forest that was one enormous living being, a horrid titan with which the Knights of Valor had waged war for decades. Eventually, it was Anvil, still a saint back then, who had destroyed it. But here in the hidden reality, the forest was untouched, and there were many creatures inhabiting it that were much more terrifying than that titan had been. Because the real Bastion was a death zone. In fact, there were dreadful beings dwelling in the deep, dark lake as well. There was one thing in common between the real Bastion and the beautiful mirage created by the demon of imagination. Though, both in the illusory castle and the real castle, enchanted lanterns were shining softly in the darkness of the night. Granted, there were much fewer of them here. I need to hurry. The real lake was much more dangerous than its copy. Sonny was capable of facing its inhabitants in a battle, but he wasn't capable of doing so unnoticed. And so, he dove down once again, falling like a stone into the depths of the cold water. The bottom of the lake was much different in this hidden, true world. Out in the illusory Bastion, it was rather mundane, covered by mud and rare stones. Here, though, a drowned city rested on the bottom of the lake. The graceful buildings were constructed from the same white stone as the castle, and their empty windows were like dark eyes that watched Sonny as he passed by. The city must have been beautiful once, but now it was cold and empty, with signs of horrible devastation visible on every street. The streets themselves were littered with bones. Countless human skulls lay on the cracked cobblestones, looking like pale fungus. Sonny did not know what doom had befallen the people of the drowned city, but he made sure to lighten his body and swim instead of walking on the ancient roads. He did not want to disturb them, and knew that it was dangerous to do so on top of that. The city was built at the foot of a all mountain, which was now submerged in water, with only its peak rising above it. The ruins of the great castle lay on that peak. That was also where Cassie was supposed to be waiting for him, too. Sonny calmly traversed the fallen city, making sure to hide from its current inhabitants. There were plenty of harrowing nightmare creatures dwelling in the drowned ruins. He had studied their habits and hunting grounds before, but abominations of higher ranks were supremely unpredictable. Luckily, Sonny's ability to remain unseen and unsensed in the shadows had become much more potent since his days in the dark city, so even these horrors could not easily spot him. He moved closer and closer to the mountain. From time to time, grotesque carcasses appeared from the darkness, each impaled by a single straight sword. This was Anvil's work. His domain extended into the real version of Bastion, as well, and although the King of Swords did not rule the entire area, he was the master of the ruined castle. Anything that tried to crawl out of the water and challenge him ended up dead. Knights of Valor were often battling nightmare creatures in the forest, too. However, they were doing so without the support of their king. That was because he used the dark forest as a crucible to forge better warriors for his armith. Dreadful abominations inhabiting it were the whetstone against which Valor's elites were sharpened. Sonny heard that after Antarctica, Morgan had been sent into the forest and ordered not to return until she redeemed her mistake. She eventually emerged from it 2 years later as a saint. He did not know if this was true and couldn't ask, because this information wasn't supposed to be known to any outsider to begin with. His preparations had not been in vain. Sonny followed a predetermined path and managed to reach the mountain without disturbing any of the nightmare creatures or stumbling on any of Anvil's swords. Finally, he ascended the steep slope and cautiously surfaced near the ruins. There were lanterns burning high above, on the remnants of the broken wall, and human silhouettes patrolling its length. They were knights of valor, the best of the best, each of them at least a master. Another human silhouette was standing on the edge of a toppled tower that lay on the ground, its roof protruding into the lake. This one did not carry a luminous lantern, waiting patiently in the darkness. It was Cassie. Illuminated by the pale light of the shattered moon, motionless like a statue, her delicate figure looked even more arresting. Her beauty had already been breathtaking here in the hidden realm of True Bastion. It seemed simply enthralling. And yet, strangely enough, Sonny felt his gaze wandering away from her. Somewhat surprised, he realized that it was her presence. Unlike most saints, it did not demand attention, but instead dampened it. It was really more akin to absence than presence. Perhaps it had been for a long while, but he simply did not notice it. Forcing himself to concentrate on the slender figure, Sonny silently emerged from the water and walked over to Cassie. He made no noise whatsoever, and yet she turned her head slightly to face him. "You've come." Sonny dismissed the quintessence pearl and smiled in the darkness. "Of course, it's not polite to make a lady wait, and I am nothing if not polite, one could say." Chapter 1640, First Impressions. Sonny studied Castle's face, trying to guess what she was thinking about. Having left her alone for several weeks, he did not feel particularly safe. Who knew what conclusions she had drawn in that time? What plans she had formulated? He was a stranger to her now, which meant that the blind seer would not afford him the same grace she afforded her friends. Facing Cassie as someone she might perceive as a potential enemy was a nerve-wracking experience. Sonny felt like he finally understood why Mordred was so wary of her. But then again, he was someone worthy of being feared, himself. He was powerful and lethal enough to be an existential threat to anyone who would dare stand in his way. Sonny did not have to be afraid of anyone or anything. Instead, everyone had to be scared of him. If they knew who he was, of course, but no one did, which only made him more terrifying. Well, no matters. It was not like he wanted to frighten Cassie. Sonny was pretty sure that she would treat him with sincerity. He had what she wanted, after all. Still, a relationship of a transactional nature was not the most stable. It was in his best interest to build a better connection with her and maybe even reach a point where they shared mutual trust. Sonny looked at Castle, who was wearing a white tunic and a sea wave cloak, her eyes hidden behind a strip of blue cloth. Then he glanced at his own black bodysuit. The two of them did not exactly look like a natural pair. Currently, they were accomplices at best, not allies. So how do I go about building trust? One small step, a time, most likely. He looked at the shattered moon, then at the restless waters of the dark lake. Finally, he said, "The ambience here is truly lovely. However, the lake is rather dreadful. Wouldn't it be better if we left before something very terrible came out of the water to spoil the mood?" Cassie remained silent for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Didn't you come from the water yourself, Saint Sunless? Are you very terrible as well?" He coughed. "Well, yes, I did, and yes, I guess I am." She tilted her head slightly. "I am surprised that you made it all the way here, actually. How did you traverse the lake without being torn apart or alerting anyone to your presence?" That was an obviously probing question, but Sunny didn't mind. He shrugged and answered in a nonchalant tone, "By being patient and very good at hiding." She sighed lightly and turned around, walking slowly in the direction of the castle ruins. "Let's go." Sunny hesitated for a moment before following. As he did, he looked up, at the figures patrolling the remnants of the toppled walls. This was the problem he had not been able to solve yet. Finding an entrance into the hidden realm had not been too hard. Avoiding the echoes patrolling the lake and finding a path through the graveyard of swords at its bottom had not been much of a problem either. Even traversing the dark depths of the true lake, where great horrors dwelled, was well within his power. But getting inside the ruined castle itself was troublesome. There were many powerful knights of valor inside. There was the King of Swords himself, as well. Worse than that, the members of his clan were versed in runic sorcery. Their stronghold was protected by an array of enchantments that Sunny could not hope to unravel, let alone bypass silently. He knew a thing or two about Hope's sorcery, but not nearly enough to compete with real experts. That was why Sunny needed Cassie. Without help from inside the castle, it would take him years to infiltrate its ruins. He wasn't worried about being betrayed by her either. At this moment, as if reading his mind, the blind seer asked him with a hint of curiosity in her voice, "Can I ask you a question, Saint Sunless?" He glanced at her back. "Sure, and please call me Sunny. Here in Bastion, I am known as the master of Sunny's brilliant emporium, a humble shopkeeper and definitely not a saint." She remained silent for a moment. "Why are you so sure that I won't surrender you into the hands of my clan? After all, here in Bastion, I am known as a loyal, obedient servant of the king. A virtuous saint, and definitely not someone who would help an outsider infiltrate the very heart of our stronghold." Sunny answered calmly, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "It's because I know that you are actually disloyal, disobedient, and wicked." Cassie suddenly coughed. He chuckled and added in a light tone, "Just my kind of person. I am a bit of a treacherous bastard myself, to be honest." She cleared her throat. "I see." Cassie remained silent for a while after that, jumping off the toppled tower to land softly on the ground below. Sunny followed, suppressing the desire to slap himself across the face. What kind of nonsense am I spouting? Right now, Castle only knew that he was a saint that was somehow connected to her and Nephis, and had undergone the third nightmare with them, which would suggest that he had been their friend, or at least an ally if not for the fact that Mordred had also been there in the tomb of Ariel. Meaning that not everyone who had entered that nightmare was an ally. Cassie knew that Sunny had played a big role in her life, but she did not know what kind of role he had played. She had to account for the fact that he very well could have been her enemy at the very least. She wouldn't be sure that he had been a friend. So why the hell was he willingly admitting to being a wretched traitor? Sunny closed his eyes for a moment and then said, trying very hard to keep the embarrassment out of his voice, "What I'm trying to say is that everyone has their own interest. It is not in your self-interest to surrender me to clan valor, and I am pretty sure that you would not sacrifice yourself for their benefit. Otherwise, I would have been visited by a cohort of knights and a few paladins the very next day after your visit." Cassie inhaled slowly. "I see, that makes sense." She paused for a moment and then suddenly asked, "What is your interest then?" Sunny smiled and looked at the broken sky. "That is the question, isn't it?" Chapter 1642, Selfish Wreath. Sonny contemplated his answer for a few moments, then sowed neutrally. I guess it's the same as yours. Castle seemed a little surprised. The same as mine. He nodded and glanced at her with hidden worry. They were climbing a slope of stone debris, the surface under their feet treacherous and uneven. Cassie seemed to be doing fine, but her movements were a little stiff. No matter how well she had learned to live with her flaw, she was still blind. Sharing other people's perception or sensing a few seconds into the future could not entirely replace sight. However, Sonny could not think of a way to support her on this treacherous slope. He could offer her his hand, but he doubted that she would accept it. They were not that close now. In the end, he did nothing. Indeed, you told me that you had always wanted to destroy fate, but that is not entirely true, is it? You wouldn't want to struggle against fate if it carried you to a wonderful outcome. The outcome you saw must be terrible, so what you really want is to reach a desirable outcome, not destroy fate. The latter is merely a means to an end, while the former is the end. That is your interest. Sonny shrugged. It is the same for me. My interest is to reach a desirable outcome. Cassie hesitated for a moment. So what is the outcome you desire? He grinned. How can I know? It's too soon to talk about an outcome. I don't even know what will happen, let alone how I might want it to end. I merely have a few ideas. In any case, that question is better aimed at you, Saint Cassia. You are much better informed about the future than I am. So what outcome do you desire? Now they were on the right track. Mutual trust was the end goal, but it had to be built on the foundation of mutual benefit. To help each other benefit, they needed to know what each of them wanted. What was it that Cassie desired? Even after knowing her for so many years, Sonny was not sure. She had always kept her secrets close. Which was why he did not expect to hear her honest response. I want to save the world. Sonny almost tripped, startled. What? His eyes might have widened a little. Kashu laughed quietly. Why are you so surprised? It's only reasonable. After all, I am a part of the world, and so are those people I care about. If the world is destroyed, everything I cherish will be destroyed with it. All right, maybe I was a little grandiose in my statement. I do want to save the world, but purely for selfish reasons. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that I want to save myself. It's just that one and the other are inseparable. Sonny stared at her silently for a few moments. Should I take it as confirmation, then, that the world is doomed? Ah, it's a bit disconcerting. I did not expect to hear something like that from an oracle as powerful as you. He looked at the shattered moon. The background was also very ominous. Cassie shrugged. I suspect that you know perfectly well what fate awaits our world. It is obvious that the world is doomed. What most people don't realize is how little time we have left. Those who pay careful attention to the nightmare spell, though, do. Sonny frowned. Was she talking about the fact that their world would eventually be devoured by the dream realm? It would be natural to assume that Sonny knew, considering that she suspected that he had been on Alethia's island with them. More than that, it was no secret the great clans had known as well, which was why they were focused on conquering a new world instead of trying to save the old one. Or was she talking about the forgotten god and his inevitable awakening? The moment that ancient being struggled free of its slumber, the very existence could come undone at the seams, and the everlasting Vald could be unleashed from its prison. Or were these two events inseparable as well? He grimaced. So what are your immediate goals? Cassie smiled faintly. I don't think that we know each other well enough to share such details, Sonny. Maybe I'll tell you another day, after learning more about you from your memories. Sonny sighed. Fair enough. As for my immediate goals, I'm not trying to doubt your competence, Saint Cassia, but how are you going to get me inside the castle? The guards, the runic array, the other safeguards the king must have put in place, you don't seem to be too concerned about any of these. Cassie was climbing several steps ahead from him, just a few meters from the more intact section of the wall. Once they reached it, there would be ascended warriors patrolling, and if any of them saw Song of the Fallen escorting an intruder into the stronghold of their clan, things would turn ugly. She was not going to just stride into the heart of Anvil's domain, was she? Castle stopped for a moment, then continued climbing. Don't worry about it, I will keep my word. At the same time, she raised her hands and carefully pulled her blindfold off, tying it around one of her wrists. A few moments later, they were on top of the wall. There were enchanted lanterns installed on wooden posts, illuminating the ramparts. And there, just a few meters in front of them, three heavily armored masters were standing, staring at Cassie and Sonny with vigilant expressions. He could see dangerous flames igniting in their eyes. One of them placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and asked, his voice a mix of confusion and wariness, "Saint Cassia, who?" "Damn it." Sonny did not move. And in the next moment, the three Knights of Valor underwent an eerie change. Their eyes suddenly grew unfocused, drifting away from Cassie's delicate figure. The tense expressions on their faces disappeared. They remained motionless for a few moments, then continued on their patrol without ever looking back. One walked right past the blind seer, brushing against her sea-wave cloak. Cassie calmly moved in the opposite direction, leaving the patrol behind. A moment later, she said over her shoulder, "Don't worry, they won't remember seeing us." Sonny hurriedly followed her, quietly impressed, and more than a little bit disturbed. What an insidious power indeed. Chapter 1643 Unseen. Sonny had contemplated the ways Cassie could get him inside the castle. From using a secret passage through the ruins to using her intricate knowledge of runic sorcery to interfere with the defensive array. There were many potential methods for someone as resourceful as her to choose from. What he had not expected was that she would, indeed, simply stride inside without paying the elite forces of valor any heed. Cassie simply walked forward at a mild pace, poised and elegant. Her calm steps were unhurried. She did not try to avoid the light of the enchanted lanterns or hide from the patrolling knights, acting like noting was the matter. And yet, despite Sonny's presence, no one paid her any attention or barred her path. The powerful ascended guarding the castle shivered slightly when her gaze fell on them, their expressions turning slack for a moment. Then, they stepped aside and silently continued on their way, as if both Cassie and Sonny had somehow turned invisible. Not invisible, impossible to focus on or remember. The memory of seeing the strange pair was completely erased from the minds of the elite warriors of valor, replaced by a false recollection of nothing notable happening. It was rather impressive and deeply disturbing. Sonny was walking behind Cassie, so he could not see her eyes. He wasn't sure he wanted to either. Looking at her delicate back, he could not help but remember the suffocating despair and cold dread of Low 49. The sinister powers of the transcendent terror that had consumed the station were eerily similar to what Cassie was now capable of. There were differences, of course, but the resemblance was there as well. "Oh, I hate mental attacks." From the forgotten shore to the desolate expanse of Antarctica, these were the kinds of powers he was wary of the most. There had been creatures who left him broken and bleeding, barely clinging to life, but it were the insidious beings who influenced the mind that had given him the deepest scars. Luckily, Sonny's resistance to mental attacks was now incomparably high. Still, he wondered what Cassie would be capable of if she went all out and fully unleashed her power. Another scene surfaced in his mind, the scene of the battle in the drowned temple of fallen Grace, where they had fought against the defiled Sibyl and her enthralled guardians. Back then, he had seen the Echo of Torment fight against the drowned, of course. Sonny had not known her true identity, yet. There had been a moment when the Echo raised one of the demons above the shallow water and gazed into its eyes. The abomination's body convulsed. An indescribable sound escaped from its mouth, and its lifeless body was tossed aside like a rag doll. In that short moment had the Echo burned all of the demon's memories away, turning the drowned warrior into a mindless shell of a living being. Speaking of, where was that Echo now? That was not the most sinister aspect of Cassie's power, either. Having your memory wiped clean was frightening, true, but having it changed without your knowledge was much more terrifying. Could she enthrall people into becoming her marionettes? Turn loyal soldiers into zealous traitors? Create witnesses to non-existent crimes who sincerely believed in the truthfulness of their testimonies, so that no telepathic aspect could disprove them? The loss of one's identity was somehow more frightening than the loss of one's life. Her aspect was simply too insidious. In hindsight, perhaps the Knights of Valor were lucky to only have their memories manipulated a little. I know that there are limits and conditions to her power, but still she must have hidden it really well to not be included in the highest tier of saints. Sonny looked around, studying the ruins of True Bastion. It was hard to say because of how damaged and dilapidated the castle was, but it seemed somewhat different from the illusory version. Currently, they were still on the remains of the outer wall. Below it was an ancient scene of devastation, with a few relatively intact sections of the ruin towering above. At that moment, Cassie spoke in a calm tone. The true castle is hidden in the reflection of its illusory counterpart. If one knows how to look, they might glimpse the truth when looking at the lake. The false bastion is a relatively safe place now that the Knights of Valor have eradicated most abominations around it. The true bastion, however, is fraught with peril. She paused for a moment. Whatever you do, do not drink the water from the lake. Do not look at reflections, and if a reflection moves strangely, walk away immediately. Above all else, do not answer if a reflection speaks to you. It will perceive it as an invitation. Sonny raised an eyebrow. Good thing I am always wary of mirrors, thanks to Mordred. Does it have something to do with that guy? Cassie understood who he was talking about without having to hear a name. She shook her head lightly. No, it is simply the nature of this place. The creatures in the lake are deadly, and so are those in the forest. However, the things that come from reflections are the most dangerous because they are too strange and we know too little about them. We call them the others. She took a few more steps and continued calmly. We must be wary of the others, but we also must be wary of the king. I can shelter you from the gazes of his servants because their swords are sheathed and slumbering. But if you see a sword that is drawn, hide immediately. You must possess some ability to hide yourself. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to traverse the lake. Sonny nodded, prompting Cassie to add, You did well to come unarmed. Do not summon a sword of your own while you are here, even if it wasn't forged by valor. Oh, and take this. She handed him a smooth pebble without turning around. Sonny took it and noticed a complicated weave of elegant runes carved into its surface. The pebble felt slightly warm to the touch. Cassie explained, This is a token that will allow you to pass most of the defensive enchantments. A counterfeit one I made it myself, so don't lose it. She took a deep breath and then added, a hint of tension finally finding its way into her voice. If you do, the two of us will end up being invited to an audience with the king. One that we will remember for the rest of our lives, our short and painful lives, that is. Sonny smiled darkly, remembering the sight of Anvil facing that great titan in Antarctica. He knew that the two of them would meet eventually, but it was too soon to meet the King of Swords for now. Is he really here? Before Cassie could answer, a loud sound rolled across the ruins, disturbing the silence of the night. It was deep and melodious, ringing across the dark lake like thunder. The sound of a hammer falling on an anvil. Chapter 1644, Royal Forge. The ringing of steel was still echoing across the desolate ruin when Sonny shifted slightly and looked in the direction where the sound had come from. There was a tall tower rising into the broken sky some distance away. Its walls were covered by a net of deep cracks, but the crumbling tower still stood straight and proud, much higher than any other structure in the vast ruin. Outlined against the pale radiance of the shattered moon, its dark shape was like a battered sword thrust into the ground by the hand of a celestial giant. The tower was dark, but at the very top of it, a fiery glow escaped from the arching windows. It was as if a sea or vermilion flame was burning inside. That was where the ringing sound had come from. A moment later, another strike resounded, and then another. They rolled across the restless lake, forceful and methodical, filling the night with the sound of clashing metal. Suddenly, Sonny felt as if he was on a battlefield, and his heart started to beat faster. He froze for a moment, looking at the dark tower with a somber expression. What is that? Cassie turned to face the tower as well. She remained silent for a few moments, then said evenly, It's the king, he is forging. Sonny couldn't help but frown. He had just asked about Anvil's whereabouts, and a moment later, the King of Sword announced his presence. Sonny did not really fear him, but that was not because the Steel Sovereign was not worthy of being feared. It was simply because Sonny had developed an unwise tolerance for fear after a decade of being constantly exposed to all kinds of unimaginable horror. Still, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't apprehensive. Spooky bastard. He hesitated for a moment, then asked quietly, What is he forging? Cassie smiled. What else? He is forging a sword. The king must have created 1,000,000 of them already, but he never stops for long. The swords that the Knights of Valor wield are merely some that he discarded the ones paladins wield are as well. Then the storm of swords Anvil had commanded in Antarctica were all forged by him, then probably. Sonny could not really imagine how a human being could have created so many of them. He sighed. And here I was thinking myself an accomplished weaponsmith. Cassie tilted her head a little. Oh, right, you create memories. A faint smile appeared on her lips. Sorry with E. Everything else I almost forgot. Sonny studied the pebble she had given him. The weave of runes was elegant and intricate. He could not quite decipher it, because the runes did not inscribe a functional enchantment. Instead, they made the pebble a part of a much larger one without comprehending the entire array. He wouldn't be able to comprehend the runes carved into the small stone. It was interesting, though. The pebble must have let the defensive array know that Sonny was allowed into the castle. It was warm to the touch. But where did the essence that nourished the pebble come from? He didn't feel it consuming his own, and there was no nexus inside to store some. You are a skilled sorceress yourself, it seems. Cassie nodded lightly. My skill is sufficient, I guess. I've been taught a little by a man named Noctis in my second nightmare. After that, I learned from the enchanters of valor and on my own. What about you? Sonny lingered for a while, then answered simply. I am self-taught. His only teachers were the nightmare spell and necessity. Neither could take credit for his accomplishments. She made a turn, heading for a more damaged section of the wall, and said, I am curious, though. Creating a memory is not a question of skill. No matter how good I am at rune sorcery, it's not something I can do. The same goes for enchanters of valor. They are only capable of forging memories because of the kind of aspects the members of the main family and its branches tend to awaken, not because of sorcery. So, Sonny, are you, perchance, a bastard son of King Anvil? Sonny stared at her silently for a while, making sure that she was serious. She was. Well, I guess it might look that way. A mysterious man who can create memories, lives in Bastion, and is somehow a saint on top of it all. Sonny barely prevented himself from exploding with laughter. If he hadn't covered his mouth with both hands, sentries all across the wall would have been alerted to their presence. Me, Anvil's son. Gods, no, although I must admit, it would have been very funny if there was yet another estranged son of his wandering around the dream realm. He shook his head. No, and before you ask, I'm not a son of Maddie, or any other member of their family either. Do I look like a legacy to you? Cassie was silent for a moment. You do not look like anything to me. I'm blind. Sonny coughed awkwardly, prompting her to smile. And the last time we met, we were alone. So I could only borrow your sight, which meant staring at myself for the entire conversation. Well, I won't lie. I did steal a peek through the eyes of the knights we've met today. I was curious to see what the famous owner of the IC of the brilliant Emporium Cafe looks like. She shrugged. Actually, you do look like a legacy, but maybe it's just because of the confidence that comes with being a saint. Sonny shook his head with a crooked smile, not letting her off. I'm sure that you observed me carefully, and for a while before paying a visit to the brilliant Emporium. And by observed, I mean spied on. Thank you for the compliment in any case. This time it was Cassie's turn to cough. I'm right on the money. He enjoyed her slight embarrassment for a few moments, then said neutrally. I don't know much about how enchanters of valor create memories, but it is probably due to the war god's lineage. After all, she is also the goddess of progress, technology, and craft. Plus, family members are known to awaken aspects of a similar nature, perhaps due to sharing a similar upbringing and fate. I assure you, my upbringing was quite different from that of a member of Clan Valor. Sonny hesitated before adding, the way I create memories is different from theirs. Cassie tilted her head a little and asked curiously, I've been told that the memories you make are not very potent, but have the benefit of being perfectly suited for their wielder. You must be hiding the true extent of your abilities to avoid attention, though. How good are you, exactly? Sonny briefly glanced at Cassie's delicate neck, noticing a thin string hanging around it. Would she be able to remember if he said that the charm she wore had been made supreme by him? Probably not. He smiled. I doubt that any person in the world can create a better memory than me. It wasn't an empty boast. Forge masters of valor could create potent memories, but their craft was the result of unique aspect abilities and runic sorcery, which was alien to the concept of memories. Sonny, meanwhile, was a true weaven, the only master of Weaver's sorcery in existence. Therefore, his abilities were broader and infinitely more flexible. So really, there was just one entity better than him at creating memories, the nightmare spell, but he wasn't going to compete with that. He glanced at Cassie and asked, "Why are you going to order a memory after all? Let me tell you, St. Cassia, I'll give you an exclusive discount. Our service is top-notch, and we can handle all kinds of Ardares, combat memories, utility memories, even cosmetic memories are not out of the question. Also, I don't usually do this, but just for you, I'll disclose a big secret. We can even make a custom name and description for your memory. There's no better memento or one-of-a-kind gift for a loved one." Cassie touched her hair nervously, then added in a dubious tone, "Really? Well, I might indeed commission a custom memory from you then." Chapter 1645 found nothing. Cassie guided Sonny deeper into the ruins. She showed more caution after descending from the outer wall. To his relief, the young woman remained calm and composed, but he noticed that she chose roundabout paths, keeping to the less populated areas of the ancient castle. From time to time, ghostly runes ignited on the weathered stones as they passed. The pebble Sonny held in his hands grew a little warmer in those moments. After a while, Cassie spoke again. "We are staying in the desolate parts of True Bastion to avoid running into someone powerful. I can handle the nights without too much problem, but if we meet a saint, especially one from the direct bloodline, a complication might arise." Sonny nodded, strangely relieved. It was nice to have confirmation that Cassie's power was not limitless, even if she was on his side. The blind seer lingered for a few moments, then asked, "You only told me that you needed to get inside the castle. Where exactly do you want me to lead you?" He shrugged. "As close to the main keep as possible. I'll know where I need to go once I get there." In fact, Sonny did not know the precise location of what he was looking for. He just knew that there was something hidden here in Bastion, and that the members of Clan Valor must not have found it yet. Well, maybe they had, but he was willing to bet that they hadn't. That was because the timeline did not make sense. The citadel that the founder of Valor had conquered was the illusory Bastion, not the real one. Otherwise, it would not have been conquered at all. No member of the first generation had been powerful enough to survive in a death zone, after all, let alone claim it. It was only after Broken Sword, Anvil, Kai Song, and Asterion had become transcendent that this hidden place was disturbed by humans. Even then, Sonny doubted that Valor had truly occupied the True Bastion before the Sovereigns emerged, which meant that they had not had a lot of time to explore the vast ruin, especially considering how dangerous it was, and how few people had access to it. The best warriors of Valor had also spent more than a decade conquering distant regions of the Dream Realm to expand the king's domain. Perhaps Anvil and his knights had discovered a few of the more easily accessible secrets of the fallen castle, but Sonny doubted that they would have found them all, or at least he hoped so. His hope was based on the fact that there was only one person in the world who possessed a demon's lineage, and that person was him. So Sonny cautiously extended his senses outward, communicating with the ancient shadows populating the ruin. He could feel the dark hollows hiding under the rubble. Some of them were simply the result of stone blocks falling on each other. Some were halls and chambers that had been buried and forgotten in the devastation. However, none of them were what he was looking for. Cassie led him deeper into the ruin, choosing the most deserted paths. Neither of them needed a source light to walk, so their passage was quiet and unseen, illuminated only by the pale radiance of the shattered moon. They walked across crumbling parapets and half-buried pathways, the ancient stones hanging dangerously above their heads. Anvil's hammer continued to ring, steady and powerful, like the beating of an emotionless steel heart. Sonny glanced at Cassie and said in a neutral tone, "It must be a real chore to sleep here." She seemed surprised. Who would be insane enough to sleep in a place like this? Then the young woman hesitated for a few moments and added with a sigh, "It is forbidden, actually. This land used to belong to the demon of imagination here. What you dream about might very well become reality. The last time a knight dozed off on the wall, we fast 4 masters to his nightmare." Sonny fell silent with an appalled expression on his face. That was a little bit too much. A death zone is a death zone, I guess. If Nightmare wasn't busy performing an important task in Godgrave, he would have summoned him immediately. As they drew closer to the inner area of the ruined castle, Sonny sent his shadow sense down into the mass of the drowned mountain below. He was cautious, limiting its reach to a narrow beam of sorts. Something like that had not been possible before, but after becoming a saint, he learned how to control his senses better. The mass of stone beneath his feet seemed solid enough. Sonny followed Cassie while concentrating on the ancient ruins. He even closed his eyes to feel the surroundings better. However, he felt nothing. The longer they spent among the ruins, the less of anything he felt. I'm sure there is something. If it had been before, Sonny would have probably been drawn to a fateful location by his intuition, or simply stumbled upon it due to being fated. But now, he was the opposite of that, and his intuition remained silent. Cassie did not show it, but she must have grown uneasy about their aimless wandering by now. Indeed, he would seem like a complete lunatic if his search did not produce a result. Who infiltrates the secret stronghold of a sovereign for nothing? Nothing. Sonny smiled. Found it. There was absolutely nothing below them. But that was exactly what gave away the hidden sanctum. Even if the mountain was made from solid stone, there would be cracks and crevasses inside it. And those would be populated by ancient shadows. With how potent Sonny's shadow sense was, he would have felt their presence. But he felt nothing, which meant that something was blocking his senses. Deep below. Sonny opened his eyes and took a deep breath. Noticing that he had stopped, Cassie halted and turned to face him. Her eyes were blue and clear, devoid of any abnormality. He still chose to look away. What is the matter? Sonny smiled subtly and shrugged. I found what I was looking for. She tilted her head a little. What now, then? He hesitated for a bit, then sighed. Now please excuse me for a moment, Saint Cassia. Taking a step forward, he placed his hands on her delicate shoulders. And then he pulled her into the shadows, teleporting both of them into the depth of the mountain. Chapter 1646, Dungeons and Demons. A moment later, the two of them were far below ground, with countless tons of stone hanging above their heads. If Sonny was not mistaken, the hidden sanctum he had found was most of the way to the bottom of the lake, at the very heart of the mountains. In the past, Sonny had not been able to carry living beings with him when stepping through the shadows with the sole exception of Nephis. It was different now that he was a saint, though. He could pull much heavier inanimate objects with him, as well as actual people. The latter were very cumbersome, though, consuming a lot of his essence. Especially those whose souls were vast and powerful. Teleporting Cassie with him, and to such a remote place, had drained a good portion of his reserves. Sonny sighed inwardly and tried to take a deep breath. There was nothing to inhale, though. A strangely calm voice resounded in his head, startling him. There is no air here. It was Cassie's voice. But why was she so calm? Sonny glanced at the blind seer with a hint of confusion, then shrugged and summoned the quintessence pearl. A few seconds later, a beautiful white pearl appeared in his hand. This time, Sonny did not place it in his mouth, keeping it between himself and Cassie. Soon, the two of them were able to breathe again. Please stay close, Saint Cassia. Saints could keep their breath for much longer than mundane people, so neither of them had felt any discomfort in these few moments. Still, he had expected that Cassie would be at least a little startled. But then again, why would she be? Cassie did not receive visions of the future anymore, but her awakened ability was functioning perfectly fine. She must have known that Sonny would use Shadow Step a few seconds before he had, and saw him summoning the quintessence pearl before he ever did. Cassie usually acted in a way that made people forget about this ability of hers, but if one stopped to think about it, she had every conversation and witnessed every event twice. For as long as her awakened ability was active, it was all but impossible to surprise her, and she would have definitely kept it active while sneaking a suspicious saint into a sovereign's stronghold. Her ascended ability, meanwhile, seemed to have undergone a change. Unless she was using a memory to communicate with him telepathically, it was that ability of hers that allowed her to talk to people she had marked. Sonny was well acquainted with this manner of conversation thanks to the Shroud of Dusk. so he wasn't worried about thinking an unwanted thought aloud. Huh, convenient. No wonder Nephis had seemed so well-informed about his shadows when they met in the nameless temple. Cassie, meanwhile, looked like she was having similar thoughts. Facing Sunny, she tilted her head a little and asked, "A spatial movement ability?" He nodded. "Well, yes, something like that." She contemplated for a few moments, then said casually, "Huh, convenient." Sunny blinked. With that out of the way, he could finally look around. His shadow sense was rendered useless, so he could only rely on his sight now. The space where the two of them had found themselves was not very large and submerged in total darkness. Luckily, it was a mundane kind of darkness, which did not pose an obstacle for him. They were in a small chamber. It was clearly artificial, as opposed to naturally formed. The walls were smooth and polished with no seams on their stone surface. The ceiling was high. There was nothing in the stone chamber, no furniture, no spiderwebs, no runic circles carved into the floor. There was only a tall door which seemed to have been carved from a single piece of dark wood. Nevertheless, Sunny felt the same kind of discomfort he had felt once in the ebony tower when looking at it. The door seemed quite mundane, but it was also ever so slightly wrong. The handle was placed a bit too high, its shape was a bit off, the hinges were spaced strangely. It was as though it had been made for a being that resembled a human, but was not quite human. A demon, perhaps. Cassie remained motionless, but he knew that she was studying the stone chamber through his eyes. A few moments later, she spoke. "I know that it might be strange to only ask now, but Sunny, what exactly are you trying to find here? And where is here exactly?" He smiled subtly. "We are far below the castle, at the heart of the mountain, in a place that the demon of imagination must have left behind. As for what I am searching for, it's simple." He took a careful step toward the door. "It's power." Cassie seemed surprised. "Power?" Sunny nodded. "Haven't you heard, Saint Cassia? Knowledge is the origin of power. At least that was what the demon of fate thought, and I'm inclined to agree. Ah, but it is also the heaviest thing in the world, so not everyone is strong enough to hold it." She turned her head sharply, but Sunny simply continued in a carefree tone. "So what I am trying to find here is lost knowledge, and if I am lucky, something just as forbidden." With that, Sunny grabbed the handle, turned it, and pushed the door open. Or at least he tried to. The door didn't budge. Scowling slightly, Sunny put more strength into it. He had a lot of strength as a transcendent terror, and yet the door didn't move. "Is it locked? But there is no lock. Have the hinges rusted through?" "No, wait. You should try pulling." Sunny coughed awkwardly, then pulled instead of pushing. The door opened easily, and the hinges produced no noise. "I was just going to, yeah." Cassie did not say anything and walked over, stopping just behind him. Sunny tensed slightly. Why is she standing so close? Oh, right, I told her to, because of the quintessence pearl. "So what kind of knowledge do you hope to find?" He walked out of the stone chamber and stopped, studying the long corridor beyond. "Oh, you know, nothing too unexpected. Why did the Doom War start? How did it end? Who won? How did the gods die? How did the demons die? Where are their corpses?" Sunny took a deep breath and added nonchalantly, "Why was the nightmare spell created? What is its purpose? What happened to its creator?" Simple stuff like that. Of course, there was another goal Sunny was pursuing, and another thing he wanted to find. The remaining parts of Weaver's forbidden lineage, he wanted them. He wasn't satisfied with only having an incomplete collection of fragments. Not anymore, at least. Chapter 1647, Infinity Mirror. Now, this is going to be a problem. Standing on the threshold, Sunny studied the long corridor. It stretched in both directions as far as he could see, bending slightly. The stone floor was smooth and even, while the tall ceiling was illuminated by a scattering of softly glowing gemstones. The turquoise gems were embedded into it, dimly drowning the corridor in pale light. The problem was with the walls. Both of them were perfectly smooth and seamless, as if the corridor had been formed inside the mountain by some unknown means instead of being constructed. Much worse, their glossy surface was reflective. The walls of the corridor were like two endless mirrors. Remembering what Cassie had said, Sunny frowned. The blind seer inhaled deeply behind him. "Oh my." Her voice was somber. Sonny hesitated for a few moments, then asked neutrally, "Left or right?" Cassie answered with a hint of confusion. "Why are you asking me?" He scratched the back of his head and shrugged. "Why not? My luck is pretty much non-existent, so I'll trust your intuition." She tilted her head a little. "Really? Because my intuition tells me to get out of here as soon as possible." "Yeah, I should have expected that answer." Sonny closed his eyes for a second, then cleared his throat. "On second thought, why don't we just go left?" The moment the two of them stepped into the corridor, their reflections appeared on the polished walls. Since the two endless mirrors were positioned directly opposite each other, the reflections stretched into infinity, forming countless mirrored corridors. When Sonny took a step, a legion of his reflections took a step. When Cassie followed, a legion of her reflections followed too. They were surrounded by a myriad of identical copies of themselves, marching in step with them on both sides. Suddenly, he felt very uneasy. "You said not to answer if a reflection speaks T." "Oh, me right." Cassie nodded, and a myriad of her reflections nodded at him at the same time. Sonny's reflections were pale and somber. Cassie's reflections were beautiful and moved with elegant grace. "It's better not to look at them at all. See no evil in all that." He grimaced. "And my shadow sense just happens to be gone. What a convenient coincidence." Frowning, he lowered his head and looked at the floor. As Sonny walked forward, he concentrated on his feet. Nevertheless, he could still glimpse the reflections at the periphery of his vision, all walking forward while looking down. Only did he imagine it, or was one of the countless reflections completely still and staring directly at him instead? Sonny had to use all of his willpower to keep looking down instead of turning to confirm it. A moment later, there was nothing out of the ordinary in his peripheral vision once again. How powerful are these others exactly? He spoke in his mind instead of aloud, believing that Cassie would hear him. Indeed, her response came a few moments later. "Nobody knows. From the reports I've seen, they are sometimes as powerful as the person they reflect. Sometimes they are strangely brittle but don't rely on my information too much. It's misleading, because reports are only left by those who survived. As for those who didn't, there is no way to tell what they faced." Sonny frowned. Cassie lingered for a bit, then added, "What makes them so dangerous is not their power, but rather their strangeness. We don't know what they are, where they come from, what motivates them, how they think, or if they think at all. When you fight a human or a nightmare creature, you can usually predict what will happen, even if only in broad strokes, because you know what drives your enemy. It's different with the others." He nodded quietly. What people feared the most was the unknown, and what was not known posed the most danger. But if the reflections do come to life, we should be fine as long as we don't look to them and don't speak to them. Right. Cassie remained silent longer this time. "I don't know." Sonny grimaced. All around him, a myriad of reflections grimaced as well. "How long is this damned corridor?" They had been walking for a while already. However, there was no sign of other doors and no end in sight. The mirror tunnel was empty and silent, the dark, dim light of turquoise gemstones washing it in ghostly light. The only sound that broke the silence was the soft rustle of Cassie's clothes. Sonny's steps, meanwhile, were completely noiseless. But then, another sound broke the silence, making him stop in his tracks. It was the quiet but unmistakable sound of a glass surface cracking. Sonny froze for a moment. To hell with this. Turning around, he grabbed Cassie and immediately used Shadow Step to teleport back in the direction they had come. Without Shadow Sense, he could only jump as far as he could see after a swift series of consecutive jumps. Sonny returned them to the small stone chamber and shut the door, then slumped tiredly on the floor. Damn, I hate mirrors so much. Come to think of it, there had to be some connection between the reason he tended to avoid mirrors and this place. Mordred must have visited Bastion before being handed to Asterion had he perhaps encountered something strange here. Or maybe his mother. Cassie quietly straightened her clothes and sat down, as well. Neither of them were physically tired, but being on edge for extended periods of time inevitably led to mental fatigue. She was silent for a while, then asked, "So what now, Sonny? Are we turning back?" He glanced at her darkly and remained motionless for a moment. Then he shook his head. No. With that, Sonny raised his free hand and summoned another memory. A few moments later, a small lantern carved out of black stone appeared on his palm. Cassie turned her head and concentrated on it, a slight frown appearing on her face. A lantern. He nodded. Indeed, however, it is a very special one. This lantern does not produce light. Instead, it swallows it. What was a reflection? It was light that had been cast back. Therefore, much like shadows, reflections could not exist without light. Gritting his teeth, Sonny stood up and opened the door of the stone chamber again. At the same time, he opened the gate of the shadow lantern. A moment later, a torrent of shadows surged into the mirror corridor, flooding it with impenetrable darkness. Chapter 1648, Lost in Reflection. A torrent of shadows flowed into the corridor, submerging it in total darkness. The light of the glowing gemstones was swallowed and disappeared without trace, turning them bleak and lifeless. Sonny had summoned a swarm of vast and ancient shadows to do the job. These old shadows were unfathomable. It would have taken an equally potent source of light to dispel them. The gemstones had been created from the mind of the demon of imagination. True, perhaps they would have chased away the Arness if the shadows were alone. But they were in the presence of their lord, and that alone made them much more tyrannical. A few moments later, a long stretch of the corridor had turned completely lightless. The infinity mirror of its walls was now dull and empty. Nothing reflected on their dim surface, and no reflection haunted the hidden sanctum. Sonny let out a quiet sigh. Who knew that I would use this trick today? What he had done was not pure improvisation. Instead, it was one of the methods he had contemplated when thinking about how to deal with Mordred. Castle seemed impressed. These shadows obey you. Sonny shrugged. If I treat them nicely. Wild shadows were like that. Most were devoted to Sonny, but some were obstinate and willful. The former would obey him out of affection or reverence, but the latter needed to be coaxed and enticed. Let's go. The two of them returned to the corridor. It seemed much smaller without the countless reflections stretching endlessly into the ghostly distance. Claustrophobic, even still, Sonny felt much more at ease now than he had before. Cassie suddenly spoke, drawing his attention. Are we going left again? Sonny smiled. That is a good question. No, let's try right this time. They turned right and started walking at a measured pace. The shadows moved with them, keeping the corridor dark both ahead and behind. Just like that, Sonny and Cassie advanced forward for a while. Then they encountered an intersection. A similar corridor crossed the one they had been traversing, and so Sonny had another choice to make. He frowned slightly and decided to turn right again. The second corridor had a slight bend to it, as well, so it was impossible to see far ahead. Some time later, there was another intersection. And then another and another. Some intersections formed 4 paths, some only 3. There were even bizarre ones that had 6, 7, or 8 turns. There were dead ends as well, and corridors that led to one of the crossroads Sonny and Cassie had already passed. The corridors themselves weren't straight, either bending and twisting at unexpected angles. It was a mirror labyrinth. After a while, Sonny sighed and stopped, covering his face with a palm. In front of them was an open door leading to a small stone chamber, the same chamber they had left behind. Have you noticed it? Cassie's voice was calm. He lingered for a while, then nodded. Yeah, damn it. Sonny had been counting his steps this whole time. It was hard to keep track because of how convoluted the maze of mirrors was, but he was certain of it. They had walked more in each direction than the width of the mountain was. Which meant that the labyrinth was not beholden to the size of the mountain. It could be endless, for all Sonny knew. Shaking his head, he leaned on the wall and summoned the endless spring. Drinking deeply from the beautiful glass bottle, he then handed it to Castle. The young woman took the memory and frowned for a moment. Then, forgetting the meaning that it held, she brought it to her lips and then returned it to Sonny. We can try again. He hesitated for a bit, then slowly shook his head. No, we've been here for too long already. There is still some time before sunrise, but I won't be able to solve this maze quickly. This is going to be a long project. Cassie raised an eyebrow. We have only agreed that I will bring you inside the castle once. Sonny smiled. Yes, and I have only promised to show you one of my memories. Surely you want to see more and I want to explore this place more. It works out perfectly, does it not? We can meet once a month during the full moon. This way, both of us will slowly gain the knowledge we desire. She hesitated. I don't know how long I'll remain in Bastion, though. Maybe there is something else you want. His smile turned a little darker. There are many things I want, Saint Cassia, but this is the deal I am offering. Cassie frowned, remained silent for a few moments, then nodded. Fine, I will guide you inside the castle once again next month, in exchange for another memory. Sunny dismissed the endless spring and suppressed a chuckle. Why did she put on a show if we both knew that she would agree? It's a date, then. He froze for a moment, then added hurriedly. No, wait, it's not a date. I misspoke. It's a arrangement, you know what I mean. Cassie observed him with a hint of amusement, then shrugged. As you wish. Now I think it's time for me to receive my payment. Sunny sighed. He had not been looking forward to this part. Fine, we have a bit of time left, so let's do it here. As long as he returned to the lake before sunrise, there was no safer place in Bastion than this labyrinth here. They were hidden from the king's gaze, and no one would disturb them. I still hate it. Sunny led Cassie into the stone chamber, called the shadows back into the lantern, and closed the door. Then he sat on the floor, cross-legged. Ed, Cassie sat down in front of him, and calmly looked him in the eyes, her back perfectly straight. One memory of your choosing. Sunny nodded slowly. She took a deep breath. Then think about what you want me to see. He did. The bitter cold, the dim twilight, the cracking of ice as he broke through it and climbed onto the desolate shore, the dark storm of seething emotions raging in his hollow heart. Cassie's beautiful blue eyes suddenly glistened, pulling him into their depths, changing. And in the next moment, Sunny gasped. Chapter 1649, Memory of Ice. A cold ocean washed the shore of a desolate land, its waves frozen and unmoving. The empty sky seemed dim and uncaring, the sun hidden behind a somber veil. The land itself was silent and forlorn, its lifeless expanse buried in snow. Not far from the shore, the layer of ice shackling of the ocean suddenly fractured and exploded, revealing the restless surface of the dark water. A pale hand rose above the edge and dug into the ice with crushing force. A moment later, a gaunt young man climbed from the cold water, stepping on the frozen waves with a chilling expression on his sunken, alabaster face. His appearance was both tantalizing and frightening. The young man only wore the tattered remains of a military bodysuit, which was mostly gone. His fair skin was as white as snow, marred by countless gruesome but eerily bloodless wounds. His eyes, on the contrary, were as dark as the depths of a lightless abyss. The black silk of his wet hair moved slightly in the frigid wind. He looked like the wretched corpse of a drowned deity that had crawled out of a frozen hell. His slender torso was mostly bare, revealing an intricate tattoo of a coiling serpent that covered most of his arms, chest, and back. The dark serpent was so lifelike that it almost seemed like its onyx scales were moving under the young man's skin. Sunny remained motionless for a while, looking at the desolate landscape in front of him. Then he took a step forward. Finally, after so much time had passed, he was back at the Antarctic Center. He had returned to Falcon Scott. When he took the second step, his gruesomely torn skin was already healing. When he took the third, the intricate plates of a battered onyx armor covered his mangled body, shielding it from the cold and wind. It looks the same. After the third nightmare, when all was said and done, Sunny had returned to the northern quadrant among the refugees. He spent some time there, taking care of unfinished business, not that there was a lot for him to do after being erased from the world. Meeting Rain was the very last thing he did. Then, untethered from everything and everyone, he set his sights back on Antarctica. Crossing the ocean alone had not been easy. Turning into the onyx serpent, Sunny dove into the lightless depths, where the darkness nurtured his soul and was rich in spirit essence. Sadly, even empowered by soul weave, he could not maintain such an enormous shell constantly. But luckily, there was no shortage of unimaginable horrors populating the oceans of the waking world. Sunny used the serpentine steel ability of the soul serpent to augment his fangs, and fought the harrowing depth dwellers to replenish his essence through its soul reaver ability. which allowed Serpent to absorb and transfer a portion of soul essence of all beings slain by it in the soul weapon or the soul beast forms. Staying in the shell for such a long time was potentially dangerous now that Sonny did not possess a true name, but the onyx serpent form was one of the few that he could assume without the risk of losing himself. Perhaps it was because he knew it so well, or perhaps it was because he shared a kinship with serpentine creatures as an inheritor of Shadow God. It had taken Sonny weeks to reach Antarctica, and those weeks had been a cold and dreadful nightmare. Out there in the dark depths of the ocean, he had faced horrors so hideous and dire that no words were enough to describe them. He killed some and escaped from others. His body had been torn and broken, but in the end he survived. The very idea of crossing the ocean alone had seemed preposterous before, but now that Sonny was a transcendent terror, he somehow made it a reality. The cold darkness currently reigning over his soul was much more terrible than the ocean. Anyway, now that Sonny had left everything behind, his mental state was far from ideal. The pain and anguish had turned into dark anger, and the anger was seething and boiling, refusing to be contained or controlled. In this world, there was no place for Sonny anymore, and nothing left for him to do, except to pay his debts. And the first score he needed to settle was with the winter beast. Walking across the frozen waves, Sonny reached the shore of the Antarctic center and looked around without expression. His eyes were like two pools of darkness, full of cold, ruthless killing intent and murderous resentment. Some distance, away, the port fortress of Falcon Scott lay in ruins, half buried in snow. The city itself was frozen above it, standing silently on the tall cliffs. The buildings were encased in ice, and so were the remains of the millions of people that had been killed by the winter beast just before the end of the long, dreadful night. Sonny stared at the cliffs for some time, then turned his gaze away. He wasn't quite ready to enter the city yet. He spent several hours roaming the shore aimlessly, as if looking for something. The frigid cold was absolutely lethal, but Sonny paid it no attention. His shadow sense spread far and wide, enveloping a vast area of the desolate land. Where is it? Where is it? In the end, he stopped and stared at the ground silently. Finally, there was a hint of emotion on his face. Sonny raised a trembling hand and covered his eyes, a brittle smile twisting his lips. He couldn't find it. The grave where he had buried his soldiers, he had not been quite in right mind back then, and the terrain had been changed a lot by the snow and ice. So he simply did not know where the resting place of Belle, Dorn, and Samara was anymore. "Aw, damn it!" A stifled sound escaped from his mouth, and then Sonny angrily struck the rusted remains of a broken MWP that lay nearby, covered with snow. There was a thunderous boom, and the massive machine exploded. Jagged pieces of alloy shot into the distance like deadly shrapnel, while its torso was sent flying. It collided against the cliffs 100 or so meters away, causing an entire section of the cliffside to fracture and collapse in an avalanche of shattered rocks. Unfazed, Sonny raised his head to the sky and let out a distorted scream, then looked down, his eyes boiling with dark fury. "Kill it, I will rip that thing apart." Gritting his teeth, he breathed in the cold air of Antarctica and headed for the ruins of the city. Chapter 1650, Frozen City. Sonny did not know what he expected to see in Falcon Scott. He didn't even know why he felt compelled to enter it, and yet he did enter it, walking along the silent streets with a distant expression on his pale face. He came here precisely because he didn't want to, reluctant, see the monument to his failure. He owed to himself and to those people whom he had failed to protect, to witness their final resting place in all its horrid glory. Perhaps it was simply because now that no one remembered him, Sonny wanted to at least remember himself, even the things he would have wanted to forget. The city was pretty much exactly like he had imagined. It was a frozen graveyard. The fatal cold of the winter beast's blizzard had killed everyone in what seemed like mere moments. The corpses were hidden inside the buildings or buried under snow, so the city seemed utterly empty. They had not suffered, at least. Some buildings had collapsed in the past months under the weight of the ice. Others stood like colossal gravestones or frigid mausoleums, maybe, for those who had perished inside. Strangely enough, no nightmare creatures seemed to have entered the city to feast on the corpses. It was as though the winter beast had marked this place as its territory. Sonny passed a few familiar structures, the barracks where the irregulars had been stationed. the government compound, the dormitory tower where Bate and Professor Obel had lived. His mind was flooded with memories, which only made his mental state deteriorate further. It was a strange thing to be alone. Now that Sonny was alone, erased from existence, he felt no compulsion to control his emotions or maintain the illusion of normalcy. There was no one to witness him fall apart anyway, and nobody to get the wrong impression of him. There were no tethers connecting him to the world. Yes, but as it turned out, those same tethers had been like supports that held his mind together. He must have looked quite disturbing from the side. Only now that Sonny was truly and utterly alone did he realize how much of his habits and behavior had been dictated by the need to blend in with his environment with human society. Now, he didn't have to bother with maintaining acceptable expressions, keeping improper feelings from his gaze, and saying the right words. Or saying anything at all, really. Maybe I should do all these things anyway. He suspected that giving in to this utter freedom would make him slip into some sort of derangement eventually, but couldn't bother to care. Finally, he reached the crumbled remains of the city wall and spent some time gazing at the snowy field beyond. Climbing over the wreckage, Sonny jumped down, turned his body light enough to walk on the snow, and left the ghost of Falcon Scott behind. This was probably the last time he would ever see it, but that was fine. It was for the best, really. Some time later, he reached the place where the last soldiers of the 1st Evacuation Army had died, killed by the deathly cold of the unnatural snowstorm. Their frozen figures were still there, those closest laying on the ground, those who had endured longer frozen like ice sculptures. His motionless face seemed frozen, too. He spent a while among them, looking at the horizon. The winter beast had retreated into the heart of the landmass, but the signs of its passage remained. Today, Antarctica looked much more like it had once, frigid and encased in ice. It was darkly fitting. Sonny was still consumed by his thoughts when something moved under the snow, and a hideous creature lunged at him from below. He did not move, but shadows around him stirred and shot forward with incredible speed, catching the abomination in the air. A moment later, it was gruesomely torn apart, a rain of hot blood falling on Sonny like crimson dew. His expression didn't change, but his eyes gleamed darkly. Strange. It was still strange, to kill a nightmare creature and not hear the familiar voice of the spell announce its rank, class, and name. The snow all around him moved and exploded, dozens of grotesque bodies rushing to rip him to shreds. There was a whole swarm of abominations here. Sonny finally moved, a sinister smile contorting his face. He was so fast that it almost seemed as if he simply disappeared in one place and appeared in the other. There was no weapon in his hand, and no need for one, either. The gauntlets of the onyx mantle were more than enough. Falling into the savage battle style of the Barrow Wraiths, Sonny crushed the skull of one of the abominations with his bare fist. A split second later, he was near another, piercing its chest with his hand and crushing its heart. In a blink of an eye, he was already somewhere else, brutally tearing a monster's jaws apart. Sonny fought ruthlessly and methodically, destroying the nightmare creatures in the most swift and brutal fashion. No, it couldn't even be called a fight. He wasn't a fighter right now. He was a butcher, or a ruthless executioner at best. It took him no more than 12 seconds to obliterate the entire swarm. By the time he was done, the blood covering his onyx armor had already turned to ice. The nightmare creatures were dead, but not all of them. He had left one alive. Now the massive beast was writhing on the snow, struggling to burrow into it as shadows held it in place. There was no escape from Sonny, but the abomination was still desperately trying to run away. Turning his head, Sonny studied the ugly creature and then took a step toward it. "Where are you going? Who allowed you to leave?" Approaching the abomination, he crouched beside it and stared into its frenzied eyes with a smile. The creature's terrifying maw was less than a meter away from his face, but Sonny didn't care. "You chose a wrong day to exist, wretch. Ah, but it's for the best. It's exactly what I need." He outstretched one hand, sensing the soul serpent slither forth. Soon, a torrent of darkness flowed from his fingers onto the snow, forming into a massive shadow. That shadow was not a great serpent, however. Instead, it took the form of a towering creature that had 2 stumpy legs, an emaciated, hunched torso, and disproportionately long, multi-jointed hands, 2 of them, each ending with a set of horrifying bone claws, and another two, these ones shorter, ending with almost human-like fingers. Its body was covered in ragged inkiblak fur, and there were 5 glossy black eyes on its head. Beneath them, a terrible maw crowding with razor-sharp teeth was half open, as though in anticipation. Viscous drool was running down the creature's chin and dripping into the snow. The most unnerving part, though, were the strange shapes endlessly moving, worm-like, under the creature's skin. It was the Mountain King, or rather, a version of the Mountain King that looked as if it had been dipped into a pool of liquid darkness. Sonny's cold smile widened a little, his dark eyes gleaming with sinister will. "Go on, this one will be the first." Serpent took a heavy step forward and grabbed the struggling abomination with its powerful hand. Then, one of the worm-like larvae moving under his skin crawled from under his claws and burrowed into the monster's flesh. The nightmare creature froze for a moment and then let out a chilling wail. A moment later, its body contorted in a terrible convulsion. Sonny grinned darkly. But not the last, no, not at all. Chapter 1651, New Predator. The formless ability allowed Serpent to assume the form of any shadow resting in Sonny's soul, inheriting its powers and abilities. The shadow had to be of the same or lower rank and class, which meant that the most powerful form Serpent could currently assume was that of the Sibyl of the fallen Grace, the Terror of Low 49. And in fact, that form was suited for Sonny's goal much better than the Mountain King. However, Serpent had to maintain the transformation with its own essence, and could not sustain such a powerful shape for a long time, let alone constantly. Once the shadow's essence was exhausted, the effects of those powers it had assumed would be gone. In other words, if Sonny had ordered Serpent to turn into the harrowing Sibyl and enthrall a swarm of nightmare creatures, those abominations would have been released from the mind hex before too long. The Mountain King, meanwhile, was merely an awakened tyrant. As a transcendent terror, Serpent could maintain that form almost indefinitely, especially after Sonny augmented it with the shadows. That was exactly what he needed in order to collect a small army of abominable thralls. It was funny the larvae the Mountain King spawned were dormant beasts. Therefore, his first thrall was also a dormant beast, but one wearing a fallen monster's corpse. What exactly did it make him, Sonny did not know, nor did he care that much. Come to think of it. Sonny glanced at the towering figure of the Soul Serpent, then at the hideous creature laying obediently on the snow. He sighed. By now, Serpent had to possess at least 2 new abilities since it had risen in class twice while following Rain, and in rank once. But without the spell conveniently informing Sonny about what these abilities did, he had no way of knowing what they were. There had not been a lot of time for research and experimentation, either, while he was traversing the toxic wilderness of the northern quadrant and fighting his way through the depths of the ocean. All he had was a suspicion that one of these abilities had to do with Serpent's weapon form, while the other one had to do with souls and spirit essence. However, he wasn't sure. Well, I'll find out later. Once the winter beast was dead, there would be no serious threats left in the Antarctic Center for a while at least, until the powerful abominations in East Antarctica sensed its absence and crossed the half-frozen strait. One more reason to kill that cursed thing. Not that Sonny needed more reasons. Looking at the larva with contempt, he remained motionless for a few moments, and then turned away. The desolate landscape of the Antarctic Center stretched in front of him, tall mountains rising from the snowy plain in the distance. The chilling darkness in Sonny's eyes stirred. Time to hunt. There had been 3 most powerful nightmare creatures in the Antarctic Center during the chain of nightmares: the fallen Titan Goliath, the corrupted terror Sibyl of the fallen Grace, and the corrupted Titan Winter Beast. Sonny had killed the first 2, while the last now ruled this land. Which was to say that Sonny, now a transcendent terror, was the second most terrifying creature in the frigid mountains of the abandoned landmass. He remembered vividly the dreadful gauntlet of the Southern Campaign. Back then, the Antarctic Center was like a merciless death trap, with harrowing abominations waiting to ambush him and his soldiers on every turn. He had crossed it once with the first evacuation army, and the second time with a convoy of refugees, each time struggling desperately just to survive. But things were different now. Now Sonny was the harrowing predator, while the abominations dwelling in the mountains were his prey. He slowly moved south, retracing the steps of the army. It was already winter in Antarctica, but the sun had not fallen beyond the horizon, yet there was twilight and darkness dwelling in the deep canyons between the snowy peaks, so he could remain unseen, moving from shadow to shadow like a stalking beast. Wherever Sonny passed, the snow was painted crimson with blood. The corpses of the nightmare creatures were brutally torn apart, and their carcasses littered the slopes like morbid gardens of mangled flesh. He appeared out of nowhere, surrounded by a tide of shadows, and butchered the abominations with cold, ruthless determination. He even started to enjoy the slaughter after a while. Not all of them died, of course. From time to time, he chose a nightmare creature to be infected with a mountain king's larva. Slowly but surely, his swarm of thralls grew, which made it harder to hide them. Eventually, he had to abandon stealth and advance forward openly. Sonny hoped that a horde of nightmare creatures would attack him, but sadly, the number of abominations seemed to have dwindled under the winter beast's reign. The great hordes of nightmare creatures were nowhere to be seen. Some must have migrated south, some had succumbed to cold, and some could have even crossed the strait to East Antarctica. Only the strongest and most resilient abominations remained, and these were the abominations Sonny hunted. There were creatures of all kinds following him now. He did not choose the most powerful monstrosities or the most lethal to enthrall, so their combat power was not that impressive. What he pursued was variety of types, shapes, forms, elemental affinities, and resistances. These thralls were not meant to kill the winter beast, after all. They were only meant to help Sonny find a way to kill the creature himself. The further inland he went, the colder it became. There were lesser nightmare creatures around, too, since fewer and fewer of them could withstand the dreadful cold. Even Sonny himself was starting to feel uncomfortable, hiding from the cutting wind and wearing Anank's mantle to warm himself. By the time he reached the ruins of Erebus Field, the cold was almost lethal. Here in the vicinity of Mount Erebus, though, Sonny could at least breathe easily. The siege capital that had once stood at the foot of the volcano was destroyed by Goliath. The ruins were mostly drowned in lava. The lava had long turned to stone, of course, which was now buried by snow. Still, the heat coming from below the ground made this area a little bit warmer. Standing on a cliff above the snowy plain, Sonny took a deep breath and studied it carefully. It will do. There was no better battlefield in the Antarctic center if he wanted to kill the winter beast. Chapter 1652, Terrible Challenger. 2 weeks after Sonny had returned to Antarctica, he stood on a cliff overseeing a vast scene of devastation. In front of him, a great valley was formed from collapsed mountains and stone debris, the ruinous landscape now covered in ice and snow. This was the place where Sky Tide, Wake of Ruin, and Dire Fang had battled the three emerged titans Whispering Legion, Goliath, and Winter Beast. The Whispering Legion had been slain, while the other two calamitous abominations drove the saints away. An entire span of the mountain range had been demolished in the process. There were nightmare gates hidden under the crushed stone, without a doubt or maybe above it. Sonny could not see, because most of the valley was hidden by a raging blizzard. This blizzard was the very same that had once enveloped Falcon Scott, sapping the lives of all its remaining inhabitants. It was the manifestation of the winter beast's authority. The air was so cold that each breath Sonny took felt like he was swallowing a scattering of sharp knives. Not paying it any attention, he was gazing down with an expressionless face, his eyes drowning in deep darkness. His gaunt body was encased in fearsome onyx armor, and that armor was shrouded in darkness. Out there in the valley, far below, a long line of nightmare creatures was advancing into the blizzard. Their movements were still and unnatural, as if they were corpses animated by some unknown force. But at the same time, none of them showed any fear or hesitation. Neither did they show the demented frenzy inherent to most abominations. They just slowly marched into the snow, stretching into a wide line that seemed to encompass the front of the blizzard. A few moments later, the first of the nightmare creatures collapsed, its corpse swiftly becoming encased in ice. Standing on the tall cliff, Sonny pursed his lips in disdain. Weak. Not that he needed these useless things to be strong. No, their purpose was different. It was to show him which type of nightmare creature was the most resistant to the winter beast's cold. From what he could tell, the cursed thing was not that powerful physically, at least as far as titans went. It did not rule a legion of powerful minions. Either, what made the winter beast so lethal was its uncanny ability to freeze everything around it to death, corporeal or incorporeal, weak or strong, pure or corrupted. Close to the heart of the blizzard, even time itself seemed slower, as if the chilling cold could freeze the very laws of existence. Sonny might have been burning with murderous hatred, but he had not lost his reason. If he wanted to kill this corrupted titan, he needed to understand it first. Only after dismantling the secrets of the winter beast's power would he be able to slay it. And these thralls were the sacrifice he had prepared to throw into the deathly cold to comprehend it. Soon they disappeared from sight. Sonny could not see his sacrificial pawns anymore, but Soul Serpent still shared a connection with them. Therefore, he could know if the larvae were still moving or had fallen still. There were all kinds of nightmare creatures under his command, and by studying which ones lasted longer, he would be able to determine a few things about the lethal cold. Come on, die for me. And yet, in the end, Sonny was disappointed, because none of them lasted long. The small army of thralls he had so laboriously created in the past few weeks was obliterated in mere minutes, none of them making it that far into the snowstorm. The cold did not differentiate between large monsters or small, those with affinity to ice or those without. All of them were drained of warmth or frozen solid, dying a meaningless death in the embrace of the winter beast's unholy power. Sonny cursed, then sighed with regret. No matter. The absence of a result was a result in and of itself. The fact that there did not seem to be a kind of resistance effective against the authority of the winter beast's profane domain told Sonny a lot, as well. He had contemplated several strategies for just that kind of outcome. These strategies were risky, yes, but actually he did not feel regretful, because they were also much more direct and brutal. Killing the wretched Titan in such a fashion was bound to be much more satisfying. Down in the crumbled valley, the blizzard suddenly expanded as if coming to life. A terrible wind blew, crushing into Sonny with a chilling force. The wall of swirling snow and ice particles slowly advanced, moving in his direction. A dark smile split his face in half. Look at that, Serpent. We seem to have been spotted. He had hoped that hiding in the shadows on top of a distant mountain would be enough to throw the Titan off his scent, but he had been wrong. Perhaps the creature had been aware of his presence all along, but did not bother to react until he dared to challenge it directly. In any case, the corrupted Titan, Winter Best, was finally rising to deal with the transcendent terror, Sunless. Sonny let out a sigh, then moved his shoulders to stretch his stiff muscles. I guess I'll have to finish the preparations faster. With that, he glanced at the towering figure of the Mountain King that stood in the darkness behind him. Under his gaze, the tyrant suddenly turned into a torrent of black liquid, which then reformed itself into a different, equally ghastly abomination. A spire messenger now stood on the edge of the cliff, its terrifying black beak cutting the wind like a dark blade. The creature's pale body was utterly black, and its many powerful limbs pierced the ice with long, sharp talons. Throwing one last look at the approaching snowstorm, Sonny jumped onto its back. In the next moment, the mighty wings of the creature raised a hurricane, and it shot into the air, carrying him back in the direction of Erebus Field. The snowstorm followed. Chapter 1653, Erebus. The monstrous spire messenger tore apart the jellied wind as it raced across the frigid vastness of the twilight sky. Behind it, a churning wall of dancing snow crawled slowly, devouring the world like a hungry beast. There was a gaunt figure kneeling on the back of the flying monster, clutching at its black feathers with an onyx gauntlet. Sonny did not look back, knowing that Serpent was much faster than the pursuing Titan. In that, at least, they held an advantage. It will catch up soon enough, though. He was contemplating the results of sacrificing his swarm of thralls. None of them had been able to withstand the lethal cold of the winter beast's domain for long, which meant that there was no type of resistance that could help Sonny survive there, at least none he could find in a short amount of time. The thralls had perished swiftly, sapped of warmth of life. Their bodies fell into the snow, slowly turning into ice sculptures. The conclusion, then, was that Sonny had to use something other than a living being to reach the heart of the snowstorm. That would suggest that an undead creature would fare better, but that was not true. There had been a few ghouls among the thralls, and they died just the same. But there is a much simpler solution. He didn't have to enter the heart of the sinister blizzard himself or send one of his shadows. He could simply use an inanimate object. A projectile. Indeed, the simplest solution was most often the correct one. The best way to kill the winter beast was to simply bring down a deluge of ranged attacks on its head, or whatever it was that it had instead of a head. Sonny had not been able to do something like that in the past because there was no telling where the Titan's actual manifestation hid within the vast snowstorm. Now, however, his shadow sense could extend across many kilometers. Even if he failed to find the winter beast's precise location, he could at least pinpoint the general area. That is if that thing even has a physical body. For all I know, it could be a sentient storm. That was one of the risks he had to face. The other problem was actually delivering a ranged attack across such a vast distance. Not only was it physically hard, but the fatal cold and the hurricane wind raging within the snowstorm would become an obstacle the closer one got to its heart, the worse they became. But where there was a will, there was a way. And if that will was killing intent, someone was going to die by the end of their battle, one way or another. Leaning forward to resist the frigid wind, Sonny smiled. Some time later, he was sitting on the snow, shielded from the wind by a wall of onyx scales. That wall, of course, was Serpent's side. His shadow's sole beast form had grown truly immense now that it was a transcendent terror. Serpent was still far from reaching Daron's size, of course, but it was rather daunting nevertheless. Its maw looked like it could swallow an entire military APC whole. The two of them were in the middle of the icy plain that had been Erebus Field once. Most of the destroyed siege capital was Burr. Wide under lava rock and snow, with only a few ravaged structures protruding above it like skeletal remains. Sonny was sitting with the tall peak of Mount Erebus behind him. In front of him, far in the distance, the world was slowly disappearing beneath a veil of swirling snow. The already dismal temperature was dropping by the minute, and the winds were growing more violent. He looked disinterested, staring at the snow with a frozen expression. The deep darkness of his eyes was cold and placid like the surface of an ocean ready to explode into a raging storm. "It has finally arrived, huh?" Sonny took a deep breath and finally looked up, studying the distant snowstorm. Its approach was deceptively slow, but he knew that the wall of snow would consume everything around him very soon. Serpent hissed, the deep sound of its voice reverberating across the icy plain. "It's time to start, then." Sonny's words hung in the frigid air for a moment and were swiftly swallowed by the howling of the wind. A split second later, though, the world shook. Cracks formed on the vast field of snow, and far behind him, the mouth of Mount Erebus suddenly exploded with a gargantuan pillar of ash. A terrifying gust of hot wind rolled across the desolate landscape, pushing back the cold for a moment. Then, the volcano shone with an angry red glow, and a fountain of incandescent lava shot skyward with a deafening roar. Mount Erebus was erupting. Of course, it did not just happen to erupt precisely when Sonny needed it. Instead, he had sent Fiend into its depths to find a ripe magma chamber and cause an eruption when the time was right. With Goliath having already destabilized the entire region, doing so was not too hard. And with Fiend's robust steel carapace and fire affinity, he could survive inside a volcanic explosion without much trouble. Granted, the little hoodlum would not be happy with its master once he returned. If both of them survived what was coming next, of course. As the wall of swirling snow approached Sonny from the front, devouring the world, a rolling cloud of ash spread from Mount Erebus behind him. The stench of sulfur permeated the frigid air, cold wind crashing into a wave of heat in an invisible collision. Sonny's hair danced as a vast darkness swallowed the sky, plunging the icy plain in its shadow. As everything around him became enveloped in shadows, a sinister smile appeared on Sonny's pale face. He stretched and then slowly rose to his feet. The cold darkness dwelling in his eyes finally exploded, turning into vicious glee. Looking at the approaching storm, Sonny raised his fist and said, his voice trembling with barely suppressed rage, "Hey, winter beast, do you remember me?" Then his voice grew calmer and colder, full of murderous wrath. "Probably not, but I remember you." Chapter 1654, Opening Salvo. As ash rained from the sky and the ground quaked, Sonny inhaled deeply and extended his shadow sense as far as he could. Soon, his mind was flooded with an avalanche of sensory data, almost making him dizzy. He was still unaccustomed to how vast his sight was now. Of course, he didn't actually see anything, but after years of perceiving the shapes and movements of the shadows, it was not much different. Sonny had tested his limits while relying on his shadow sense to stay alive in the ocean, but the dark depths were different from land. They were unfathomable and empty, with nothing but the cold currents to see. Here in the Antarctic center, though, there was almost too much to sense. Further, and further, still Sonny filtered out the useless data to keep his transcendent mind from overloading, and reached across many kilometers of cracking ice toward the approaching snowstorm. Soon, he sensed the shadows trembling from the lethal cold. Even they were not spared from the cruel tyranny of the winter beast. Somewhere between 40 and 50 kilometers, this is as far as I can reach. His shadow sense reached further than his actual sight, which was limited due to the curvature of Earth. And yet, it wasn't enough to find the heart of the vast blizzard, at least not until it got closer and enveloped him. Still, it is already close enough for the initial greeting. Sonny extended a hand. A thin pillar of darkness rose from the ground, growing to stand at almost twice his height. Then it solidified, turning into a Nkiblak javelin with a needle-sharp tip. He grasped and weighed it, looking at the towering wall of swirling snow with a cold expression. He had created the javelin in the image of the siege souvenir, a similar weapon he had once fashioned to slay Goliath. The original souvenir had been made from the quill of a corrupted abomination, while this one was merely a manifested shadow. However, that shadow had been suffused with his transcendent essence, and was thus equal to a transcendent weapon. A uniquely powerful one at that, due to the fact that his soul had been altered by soul weave. Sadly, his shadow javelin lacked the powerful enchantments that the real siege souvenir had possessed. Still, it was not bad for an opening salvo. Exhaling slowly, Sonny took a step forward. Using the full augmentation of his 5 shadows, he infused a torrent of essence into his muscles and tendons, pushed against the ground with his feet, and strained his entire body to whip his hand forward and send the javelin into the dark sky. The moment he threw it, the world quaked again. A cloud of ashen snow exploded from under his feet, and a thunderous boom tore through the roaring of the eruption. There was an invisible shockwave that pushed the snow and the falling ash away, creating a sphere of clarity around his ominous onyx figure for a few fleeting moments. The javelin was like a black comet as it shot across the lightless sky, its speed immeasurable. However, the actual process was rather dull. It actually took it an entire minute to reach the wall of snow and disappear into it. 20 or so seconds later, Sonny felt his connection to the infused essence disappear. At the same time, he sensed the javelin plummet into the snow and shatter into countless shards of ice, which then dissolved into an intangible shadow. The corner of his mouth twitched. Not enough. With the volcano erupting behind him and the gargantuan wall of snow that connected heavens and earth racing to swallow him from the front, Sonny stared forward with a dark expression and did some mental calculation. I am no better than an artillery cannon, distance yours, granted. That javelin of mine was about 25 times heavier than an average artillery shell. Still, I would need to be inside the storm to reach its eye. He grimaced with displeasure. All these mathematics was not exactly what he had wanted. What he had wanted was to get up close and personal with the winter beast and feel its blood flow down his hands. However, reality was never what one wanted. Well, maybe not, considering that Sonny had gotten exactly what he wanted. He had gotten his freedom, and everything else that had come with it. In any case, the distance was not that important. Much more important was the fact that the javelin had been able to survive for more than 20 seconds in the outer reaches of the snowstorm. That was something Sonny could work with. Of course, he still did not know how long his missiles would last in the inner hell of the winter beast's domain. He shook his head, let out a resentful sigh, and glanced at his shadow. War is a boring affair, isn't it, Serpent? Serpent raised its gargantuan head into the air and hissed, perhaps expressing its solidarity. Sonny smiled. Let's make it a bit more exciting, then. As the first torrents of snow swirled around him and plunged the world into unbearable cold, Sonny raised his head to the dark sky and laughed. A few moments later, his laughter disappeared abruptly, and his face suddenly turned still. Only his eyes gleamed with a strange, dark excitement. Something stirred in their depths, and at the same time, the darkness around Sunny stirred as well. Dozens of Inkiblak pillars rose from the ground, followed by dozens more. They rose into the swirling stow like the fangs of a dragon, their needle-sharp points parting the wind with shrill whistles. Then just as many tendrils of darkness wrapped around the shadow javelins, turning into Inkiblak hands. Each hand had 7 fingers, ending with sharp claws. Sunny raised a hand, and at the same time, the shadow hands raised the great javelins. He stared into the swirling snow with a cold smile. He was not satisfied with being a transcendent siege engine. To welcome the winter beast, he was prepared to summon forth an entire division's worth of devastating artillery. "I'm going to drown you, bastard." Letting out a low growl, he waved his hand forward. The world seemed to shatter from the thunderous roar when countless black javelins tore the swirling snow apart and shot into the depths of the raging blizzard. Chapter 1655, Reign of Destruction. Dozens of black javelins shot into the raging snow, violently tearing a path through the blizzard. Each weighed more than a ton and moved with supersonic speed. The devastation they could visit upon the desolate landscape of the Antarctic center was immeasurable. But much more important than the kinetic force they carried was the mystical force of their transcendent nature. In the world of the nightmare spell, there were rules and laws that trampled reason. A corrupted titan like the winter beast could shrug off a railgun shell, but it couldn't ignore the blade of a saint. Sunny had always known about this odd dichotomy, but only now that he was a transcendent had he gained a hint of understanding regarding it. He had vaguely sensed on many occasions the world pushing against him, and his will pushing back against the world. The higher one's rank was, the more they were able to resist the pressure of the mundane and forcefully exert their will upon the world as well as other living beings populating it, when 2 transcendent wills clashed. That was why, perhaps, a powerful abomination could survive a nuclear blast, but not a blow delivered to it by an awakened such as him, because an explosion did not carry an awakened's lethal will. In any case, the winter beast was going to have a problem dealing with the black javelins, both because of the mundane force they carried and the mystical force infused in them. That was if Sunny could actually hit the creature, of course. Blinded by snow, he closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the shadows. His body was assaulted by unbearable cold, the crushing wind trying to bring him down. The wind was growing more ferocious, and the cold was becoming more calamitous by the second. The waves of heat rolling off the exploding volcano lessened the cruelty of the snowstorm a little, but not by much. Counting the seconds, Sunny concentrated on the distant place where the cold was the most terrible. Out there, even shadows could not withstand it, becoming frozen and still. There was a vast blind spot in his field of perception, so, even though he could not sense the body of the winter beast, he knew where to aim the javelins. "Come on." There were almost 15 seconds left before his missiles reached the target area, which did not mean that Sunny would simply wait patiently. "Serpent." Responding to his voice, the giant creature turned into a tide of darkness and flowed under his armor. A few moments later, it had already turned into a serpentine tattoo. As it did, Sunny sensed the amount of spirit essence he could absorb from the surrounding darkness increase dramatically. He suspected that it was either because of Serpent's new ability or because of its shadow guide attribute having undergone an evolution. In the past, that attribute allowed Serpent to help Sunny control his shadow essence better. So who was to say that it couldn't guide the ambient essence of elemental shadows into his soul as well? Thankfully, Sunny was currently shrouded in darkness. The twilight sky was obscured by the cloud of ash that had mixed with snow, so no light reached the plain. Even the red glow of the erupting Mount Erebus had been swallowed by the raging snowstorm, drowning the buried ruins of the destroyed siege capital in deep shadows. The lightless world was full of spirit essence, which was a good thing, considering that he was not holding back and burning through his own essence recklessly. Mort. Long before the first salvo of the black javelins reached its target, the second salvo flew into the seething veil of snow. The world shook and quaked from the deafening roar of their passing, and from the aftershocks of the continuing eruption as well. The third salvo was sent into the storm not long after that. For a while, Sonny was surrounded by a thunderous cacophony of violent shockwaves and the pained howling of the ravaged wind. A dark smile appeared on his face, and he basked in the cataclysmic fury that devoured everything around him. It was a shame that he could not use serpent better in this fight. There were many forms that his shadow could assume, but none of them would really counter the profane power of the winter beast. On the contrary, all of them would be vulnerable to it. The same went for his avatars facing an enemy like that. His best strategy was to consolidate all the power available to him in one source, in himself. Still, it's not too bad. Sonny found the way the battle was developing rather exciting. That was until the first wave of javelins finally reached the heart of the snowstorm, though. His smile dimmed a little. Curses! The very first javelin had survived more than 20 seconds in the snowstorm. But the force of the wind and the fatal cold were much more dire close to the area where the winter beast was hiding. Some of the shadow projectiles were thrown off course by the hurricane, falling into the snow with thunderous explosions. The rest were swallowed by the cold and sapped of power, turning dead and brittle. Despite how much effort Sonny had poured into them, the speed and power of the black javelins ended up being insufficient. Even if they struck the body of the Titan, they would just shatter into ice without leaving a mark on it. As the fourth salvo shot into the snowstorm, Sonny dismissed the shadow hands and opened his eyes, looking ahead grimly. There was still hope the winter beast was drawing closer with each second, so the second and third salvos would have spent less time in the blizzard by the time they reached its heart. And yet Sonny felt pessimistic. Just as he had expected, the second salvo only managed to devastate a swathe of the plain in front of the Titan's intangible fortress of fatal cold. The third one was swallowed, without leaving a scar on the storm. He grimaced. No, it's for the better. Sonny had been afraid that there would be no Chan. See, for him to clash with the wretched creature face to face. No, it seemed that his worries had been unfounded. If he wanted to kill something, well, he had to kill it with his own two hands. Was that the saying? As he sighed and took a step back, the fourth and final salvo hit. However, it did not strike the heart of the snowstorm. Instead, each of the javelins struck a particular spot on the vast field of snow, producing an earth-shattering explosion. And in response to that devastating attack, the snow split open across the entire region, unleashing a torrent of angry red glow. Chapter 1656, Into the Storm. The entire region where Erebus Field had once stood suddenly fractured. Vast fissures opened in the snow, widening with each moment. Immense sheets of snow tilted and slid underground, collapsing as they turned into billowing avalanches. At the same time, the fissures glowed with angry red light, and torrents of lava shot from them, devouring the plain. The world was enveloped by a raging blizzard, so no one would have been able to see the awesome spectacle of the fiery cataclysm. Sonny himself only saw flowers of orange glow blooming here and there in the howling darkness. He swayed, struggling to stay on his feet. The chain reaction of chaos and destruction that the fourth salvo of the black javelins had caused was his measure in case a melee clash with the winter beast seemed unavoidable. The terrible heat of the molten lava was not going to put a dent into the titanic snowstorm. Of course, in fact, the lava was already turning into volcanic glass. However, more of it shot from underground. An immeasurable amount of snow had been instantly turned into great clouds of boiling steam, which then swiftly turned into a torrent of hail. The whole world was torn apart by the clash between the incinerating heat and the obliterating cold, becoming consumed by chaos. The cold was winning, of course, but it was also being weakened, even if not by much. Considering that Sonny was about to face the very worst of it, though, every little bit counted. As for the sudden collapse of the snow field that was Saint's doing, Fiend had been responsible for starting the volcanic eruption, but Mount Erebus was at a distance. If Sonny wanted to drown the winter beast in lava, he had to make sure that the whole region would crack open. That was not that too hard to achieve, considering that the ruins of the siege capital buried under his feet were already unstable. With Saints creating channels for the lava to flow and deepening the already existing caverns, all Sonny had to do to cause a cascading collapse was deliver powerful shocks to shatter the meticulously prepared weak points in the icy crust. After that, nature would take its course. Of course, it was a bit degrading to use a great warrior like Saint to dig glorified trenches. But that was what made the winter beast so vile its cold, countered most of Sunny's powers, and made it impossible for his subordinates to fully exert theirs. I'll just have to make sure it pays for that affront as well. As he felt the very life being slowly sapped from his body by the killing cold, Sunny took a few more steps back and then inhaled deeply, ignoring the feeling of his lungs being cut by icy blades. Not that far now. The darkness around him surged, shrouding his figure in a vast mantle. He allowed himself to turn into an intangible shadow and then manifested himself back into the world, building a towering shell around the dark incarnation. This was the safest shell Sunny could create, one that posed no threat of his mind being pulled into the abyss of formlessness, because it was created in the image of himself. Slowly, a dark giant rose above the quaking plain. It was gaunt, with long hair that billowed in the wind like a sable waterfall. His eyes were like two abyssal wells, and the expression on his Inkiblak face was both cold and savage. The hurricane wind crushed into the immense chest of the shadow colossus and was repelled, howling mournfully as it died. Vast plates of stone-like metal encased his gaunt and muscular body, creating a fearsome onyx C a G a P a CE. As the heart of the snowstorm drew nearer and nearer, the dark giant slowly lowered himself, his knee sending a net of cracks through the thick layer of impenetrable ice. Then he leaned down and supported his immense weight with both palms. Finally, the colossus grew still, his head lowered. His pose was like that of an athlete preparing to explode into a run. 20 seconds, huh? Sunny felt darkly fascinated by the immediate future. That was how long his javelins had been able to survive in the outer reaches of the snowstorm. Some had made it most of the way into the heart of the profane blizzard before turning into shattered ice. He was much more powerful than a manifested shadow, though. He was a transcendent terror, both his body and his onyx carapace augmented 5 times over by the shadows. Sunny was willing to bet that his shell would survive long enough for him to witness the true appearance of the winter beast. He would probably have mere seconds to live after that, though. So, something had to happen in those seconds to end the battle in his favor. I like it. A strange, sinister, thunderous noise suddenly resounded in the raging blizzard. It was the sound of the shadow colossus laughing. Then his laughter turned into a chilling growl, and the towering giant exploded forward like a dark tsunami. An entire area of the snow field was obliterated by his initial push. A crushing shockwave spread from the point where Sunny's foot dug into the ice, but he was moving faster than it. Faster and faster and faster still. The shadow giant tore through the snowstorm as he ran, effortlessly leaping over the vastest of fissures and sending fountains of incandescent lava into the sky when he stepped in them, as if stepping into puddles. His speed increased more and more, until it was as if a black meteor was flying above the snow, moving parallel to it. The bitter cold sank into the towering colossus, trying to shackle him and slow him down. But Sunny simply broke through the cold, even as he felt the outer layers of his shell turn to ice. The heart of the snowstorm was already in front of him. He dove into its terrible embrace, trying to accelerate even more. In the end, the cold was just too much. With his giant body impacted by its fatal force, Sunny couldn't keep up anymore. He lost his balance and fumbled, almost falling down. There was no time to take the next step. And yet his speed was so great that he was carried forward by pure inertia. That inertia was just enough to bring him into the eye of the storm. There Sunny finally saw the winter beast. The frozen lips of the shadow colossus shattered into pieces as he bared his teeth in a vicious grin. Well, aren't you ugly? Chapter 1657, Heart of Winter. The snowstorm manifested by the winter beast was like a rolling cataclysm, with devastating winds carrying a seething mass of swirling snow and tiny ice particles. Close to its heart, the ice particles were like a myriad of razor-sharp blades, shredding anything that had not been frozen by the unholy cold already. Each of the countless shards of ice had been a part of someone slain by the blizzard once, perhaps. And yet absolute peace reigned in the heart of the storm. A vast area beyond the invisible fortress wall of suffocating cold was entirely devoid of wind, snow, and ice. Everything was flawlessly still, as if nothing could move in this frigid kingdom, not even the winds of the blizzard itself. With the sky above shrouded by ash, it was dark here, with frozen rivers of lava glowing dimly as they turned to glass. The heat of the underground rivers of molten rock was powerless against the profane power of the corrupted Titan, and yet, it was enough to buy Sunny a second or two more. The winter beast itself was floating above the ground, in the middle of its frozen kingdom. When Sunny first saw it, he was taken aback. The creature was eerie and grotesque, unlike anything he had ever seen. Just witnessing it made him feel appalled, as if his senses were trying to reject the existence of such a being. The winter beast could not be called a beast at all. Instead, it was an expansive, ethereal structure made of ice, as if countless torrents of water had frozen when they exploded outward from a hidden source. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so organic. Although the Titan's body was made of ice, it also looked like a living creature. The twisting pillars of ice vaguely resembled parts of a mangled body, limbs, organs, torn intestines, broken bones, and desiccated flesh. It was as though a giant being had been meticulously disassembled into countless parts, and then violently fused together in macabre disorder. There were dark shapes of other nightmare creatures fused into the ice here and there, as well, still and lifeless. The ice was pale and bleak, but the winter beast itself was nevertheless full of color. That was because numerous flowers bloomed on the ice, their petals an intense azure color. The contrast between their vibrant beauty and the appalling body of the creature beneath was hideously striking. Vast plumes of snow drifted from the flowers like pollen, shrouding the winter beast in a frosty haze. It was both beautiful and harrowing, but mostly harrowing. At the very heart of the eerie abomination, barely visible through the ice, a small shadow was encased in it. Sunny thought that it resembled the remains of a human being, but he wasn't sure. In any case, he was momentarily lost as to what to do. How was one even supposed to fight such a creature? But his hesitation only lasted for a split second. Still carried forward by inertia, and having lost his balance, the shadow colossus fell and rolled over his shoulder. The ground quaked from the terrible force of the impact and the thin layer of volcan. Ike glass cracked under his weight, a fountain of molten lava shooting into the air only to freeze a moment later into an abstract sculpture. At the same time, the frozen pauldron of the onyx mantle shattered into countless pieces of black ice, and the giant's shoulder beneath it became covered by a net of deep cracks. The outer layers of the shell had already been turned to ice, and were now fracturing under the strain of his movements. It seemed as though the giant's skin was peeling, revealing the black mess of firm muscles underneath. It did not matter. Sunny was already exiting the roll, propelling himself forward into a powerful leap. The winter beast moved slightly, the azure mountain of its body hovering above the snow. Some of the twisting, vaguely organic pillars of ice moved, as well, unfurling slowly, as if preparing to explode forward and receive the shadow giant into their embrace. Sunny shuddered as he flew through the frozen hell toward the harrowing creature. But it was too late for regret. Now that he had jumped, there was no turning back and no choosing a different strategy. Die! A stifled roar escaped through the dark giant's bared teeth. Sunny fell on the winter beast from above, but just then, countless spikes of ice extended from the creature's body and tore through his armor, impaling the damaged shell. Not paying it any attention, he immediately grabbed the thickest of the ice spears and pulled himself lower across its length, leaving a trail of dissipating shadows behind. In the place where his hand touched the ice, the gauntlet of the onyx mantle disintegrated into a haze of ice, and two of his fingers broke off. Sunny sensed the twisted pillars of ice flowing forward to encompass him. The unbearable cold permeated the entire mass of the shadow colossus shell, sending waves of pain through his soul. His dark eyes surged with murderous fury. In the next moment, the impaled giant slid low enough to reach the actual body of the abominable Titan. His feet touched the ground. Crushing countless azure flowers, he stretched his hands and grabbed onto the grotesque shape of the Titan, his claws digging into the killing ice. And then, Sunny pulled the winter beast into the shadows. "Let me help you off your throne, you abominable wretch." In war, the best advantage one could gain was fighting on a battlefield of their choosing. Sunny was currently in the very heart of the winter beast's storm, where his enemy wielded the most power. So, He was going to carry both of them away from this frozen hell. Shadow Step had undergone an evolution during his transcendence, so Sunny could carry living beings with him now. Sadly, he could not leave them in the dark realm of shadows, but he could very well transport them to someplace else in the material world. The range of his teleportation had also increased drastically due to how far his shadow sense could reach. Of course, teleporting a corrupted titan against its will, and over a vast distance, was going to burn an immeasurable amount of his essence. But it was more than worth it. Come with me, beast. He would have grinned if his lips hadn't been frozen and shattered already. Sunny exerted all of his power to pull the winter beast into the shadows. The titan tried to resist, but it was of no use. Perhaps if it had reacted sooner or knew the enemy better, such an outcome could have been prevented, but not anymore. Even when the hands dragging the creature into the darkness turned to ice and shattered, it was already too late. In the next moment, unbelievably, the crumbling giant made of shadows and the appalling creature of azure flowers and pale ice suddenly disappeared from the frigid stillness of the snowstorm's heart. A split second later, both of them emerged from the darkness in the infernal depths of Mount Erebus, plummeting into a vast lake of incandescent magma. Chapter 1658, Burning Wrath. Sunny's crumbling shell and the eerie ice flower of the winter beast's vessel plummeted from the darkness into the vast lake of bubbling magma. The frozen hell of the calamitous snowstorm had been left behind, and although Mount Erebus was already swallowed in its ruinous embrace, the unholy cold did not reach this underground cauldron. However, the winter beast had brought the cold, the snow, and the storm with it. The azure flowers growing from the corpses of the nightmare creatures that the ice had encased were still blooming with plumes of snow, and the creature itself was like the heart of an endless, empty, cold abyss. Several things happened before Sunny and his enemy plunged into the churning magma. First, the vast cloud of snow surrounding the winter beast instantly evaporated. Second, the surface of the fiery lake instantly cooled, turning into black glass. Third, the sudden changes in pressure and temperature, as well as the sudden expansion of a vast mass of boiling gas, caused a titanic explosion, throwing Sunny and the dreadful Abominati on apart. The explosion shattered the dome of the underground chamber and the crust of the recently frozen magma, which in turn started a chain reaction of devastating destruction. Far above and outside, the erupting Erebus shuddered and quaked, gargantuan stones exploding into the frigid air like cannonballs. A terrifying crack split one of its slopes, and after another cataclysmic quake, the entire side of the fuming mountain crumbled. Letting the wind, the ice, and the snow of the unholy storm pour deep into the interior of the erupting volcano, where the blizzard came into contact with the endless mass of molten rock. A secondary explosion tore apart the snowstorm and shook the very heavens, much more terrifying than the first. As indescribable destruction spread, a towering mushroom cloud rose above the frozen ruins of Erebus Field, dwarfing the first one. All across the Antarctic center, the ground shook. Avalanches rolled down from snowy peaks, and several mountains collapsed. The ice encasing the frozen ocean split open, and towering waves of black water rolled from below. Deep underground, Sunny felt like he was caught in the middle of a collapsing star. Bombarded by devastating concussive waves from all sides, wreathed in incinerating flames and suffocating cold, he moved his damaged shell to dodge the giant boulders that fell from above. The boulders crashed into the crust of frozen magma, breaking it and causing immense geysers of molten rock to shoot upward. Those geysers were immediately frozen, turning into glass pillars, only to be shattered a moment later and collapse in a rain of obsidian shards. It was a scene of absolute chaos, like a chilling glimpse of fiery hell. Sunny wanted to laugh. Did I complain that the battle was not exciting enough? In this life, it seemed, all his wishes were destined to be granted. The mangled colossus made of pure darkness lunged toward the grotesque shape of the winter beast. The shell was in poor shape. The onyx mantle was cracked and fractured all over. It was repairing itself, but not fast enough to make a difference. His face was missing most of its skin, revealing his black teeth and slightly protruding canines. In that moment, it resembled Weaver's demonic mask much more than his face. Both hands of the dark giant had turned to ice, and chattered when he grabbed the winter beast, leaving him with no means of holding a weapon. But that was fine. Sonny himself was a weapon. Reaching the Titan in several ferocious leaps, Sonny used all of his mass and all of his momentum to deliver a devastating kick to the eerie ice creature. The blow was truly terrifying. Even though the winter beast had used countless tendrils of ice to block it, most of them were shattered and exploded into a barrage of deadly ice shards. A net of cracks spread over the innermost surface of its hideous body as well. Much more importantly, the creature was thrown down, crashing through the crust of magma and plunging into the flaming depths of the hellish cauldron. Of course, Sonny was not unscathed either. In fact, his entire left foot had turned to ice and broke off, taking with it the better part of the shin. He briefly thought that the sight of him would be rather comical if it wasn't so terrifying. Because losing 3 out of his 4 limbs did not quench Sonny's murderous wrath one bit. The crumbling colossus roared viciously as it fell. The winter beast was not damaged by the incandescent magma at all, even if it directly opposed the power of unholy cold. Instead, the entire lake of magma cooled, its very heart turning into a vast expanse of black glass. Thanks to that, the Titan was momentarily trapped in obsidian, fused into it like the corpses of the nightmare creatures were fused into the hideous ice of its body. Sonny was full of furious glee at receiving that moment. Using the feather of truth trait of the onyx mantle, he turned himself as heavy as he could and toppled straight onto the immobilized abomination. With no hands to deliver a blow, he brought his head down on the cracked ice. The force of the impact was so terrible that there was a flash of light, and the entire mountain shook. The dark giant's skull cracked, but the cold carapace of the winter beast finally cracked, as well, a myriad of ice shards flying away. It moved, easily breaking free of the obsidian lake. The gargantuan stalks of ice moved as well, wrapping around Sonny and pulling him closer to the ice. At the same time, ice spikes formed below him, shooting forward to impale his mutilated shell. The upper part of his broken head was already fused with the ice, turning still and brittle from the frost. Almost immobilized, Sonny was being swiftly assimilated into the winter beast's body. All around him was pale ice, painted beautifully in shades of vivid azure. He was caught exactly where he wanted to be. Instead of trying to free himself from the icy tomb, Sonny used his broken limbs to push himself further down, into the fracture that he had created in the frigid carapace of the profane Titan. And there, he snarled and used his bared teeth to bite down ferociously on the vague shape at the heart of the eerie ice creature. Chapter 1659, Hour of Reckoning. The skull of Sonny's battered shell had cracked, and the upper part of it had fused with the ice. That part was torn off when he pushed what remained of his body into the fractured ice, spilling shadows like a tide of black blood. But his jaws were still intact. With most of his limbs gone and his colossal body swiftly turning into ice, Sonny let out a frenzied growl as he opened his skeletal maw and bit down on the small silhouette encased in the heart of the winter beast's appalling vessel, slicing it in half. A moment later, his teeth exploded into a rain of ice. His mutilated shell was far too damaged and would have already crumbled if it had not been fused into ice, becoming a part of it. His soul was cold, cold enough that even the terrible pain ravaging it had been swallowed by a peaceful numbness. That peace was a herald of death. But none of it mattered. Because the moment Sonny destroyed the source of the winter beast, the abominable sculpture of ice that served as its body shuddered. And then it started to crack. He heard a gleeful laughter ring in his mind, breaking through the haze of stillness that was consuming it. Glee, triumph, vindication, pain, sorrow, guilt, hatred, countless emotions were fused into that laugh, creating an eerily disturbing mixture. Sonny recognized the laughter as his own. Or was it a scream? He was laughing because the winter beast was dead. There was no nightmare spell to celebrate his idol, but Sonny had sensed a trickle of shadow fragments entering his soul. The harrowing Titan, winter beast, the bane of the Antarctic Center and the executioner of Falcon Scott, the abominable horror that had stolen the lives of Sonny's soldiers and taught him how unbearably crushing a defeat can be, was gone. Slain by his own hand, no less. Vengeance was so sweet. But that sweetness was also so indescribably bitter, because it carried the memories of what it was exactly that Sunny had longed to avenge. Imprisoned in the depths of a frozen shell, Sunny cut off his senses for a fleeting moment. Left alone in the darkness, he whispered, This is for you." It was for Belle, Dorn, and Samara, for Professor Obel, Sergeant Gier, and Lieutenant Karen, for numerous others who had perished in Falcon Scott, and for Sunny himself, who had to live with the scars that the winter beast had left on his soul. Now let's finish this. The abominable Titan was dead, but the ordeal was not quite over yet. Sunny was still trapped within the icy tomb of the winter beast's vessel, and the world was still quaking all around him. Fearing that the spreading cold would reach the very depths of the frozen shell and swallow his soul, Sunny dismissed the dark giant. However, the broken colossus did not dissolve into shadows eerily enough. Those parts of it that had been turned to ice by the Titan remained solid despite being released. All Sunny managed to do was create a sphere of empty darkness around himself, where the cold had not yet reached. He hesitated for a split second, then summoned more shadows from the lantern and swiftly built a new shell in the broken remains of the old one. The appalling figure of the winter beast was still half buried in obsidian, towering above it like a hideous masterpiece of sinister art. The azure flowers were wilting. A few moments later, they caught a flame and turned to ash, disappearing into the dark winds of the underground cauldron. A few moments more, and the cracks covering the carcass of the dreadful Titan widened, and then exploded outward when two black hands tore through the ice from the inside. Sunny crawled out of the crumbling Titan and allowed his second shell to dissolve. Now outside the body of the winter beast and able to use shadow step again, he instantly teleported some distance away, stepping on the black obsidian with bare feet. The damage to a shell was not transferred to the body, but the onyx mantle was truly in tatters. It was going to take some time for his armor to restore itself, so, for now, Sunny was left standing there in nothing but the rags of his military bodysuit. No different from how he had been when he returned to Antarctica. He took a deep breath. Somewhere outside, far away, the terrible snowstorm was dying down. The profane power that supported it was gone, and so it was going to disappear without a trace before too long. The worst of the eruption seemed to have already happened as well. Most of the lava that had flown from Erebus had been cooled by the blizzard, solidifying into glass and stone. That said, the volcano had been terribly damaged, an entire side of it having collapsed to reveal the fiery caverns within. Sunny suspected that, if not for he could have looked up and seen a fragment of the bleak sky even from these depths. The ground was still quaking, but not as much as before. He waited for a bit, ignoring the sweltering heat and holding his breath in the suffocating fumes of the active volcano. In front of him, at some distance, the corpse of the winter beast was slowly crumbling. The azure flowers were gone. The pale ice was shattering, unable to withstand its own weight anymore, and melting. The desiccated corpses of the nightmare creatures that had been encased in it caught flame and were scattered by the wind. Soon it was all over. Full of an indescribable feeling, Sunny slowly approached the place where the winter beast had died. His enemy was gone, and all that remained was a scattering of shimmering soul shards, the fragmented remains of his frozen shell, and a barrow of pale ice. There was no sign of the vague silhouette that he had bitten in half anywhere in sight. It must have turned to ash like the rest of the corpses fused with the abomination. The remaining ice, what had been the innermost core of the Titan's body once, was not melting, but neither was it radiating a sense of fatal cold. That cold was there still, but now it seemed to be contained within the ice instead of spreading outward like a curse. In the flaming darkness of the obsidian lake, the mystical ice looked almost like frosty metal. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sighed, coughed violently, and summoned the covetous cougher. He placed everything inside, the soul shards, the fragments of frozen shadows, and the pieces of pale ice. It's over. The winter beast was dead. He had settled the score and avenged himself. He had avenged everyone else as well. His business in Antarctica was finished. Suddenly, Sunny looked tired. He glanced around, his gaze a little lost, and then asked quietly, "Now what?" Of course, there was no response. There was no one to respond either. In the silence of the obsidian lake, Sonny rubbed his face tiredly and closed his eyes. I'm tired of this place. Not the depths of Mount Erebus, not the ruins of the Erebus field, and not even the Antarctic center. Sonny felt tired of this world. Nothing was holding him back here anymore. And so he decided to leave. A dozen seconds later, his figure disappeared from inside the broken volcano and off the face of the earth. He would not return to the waking world for 3 long, lonesome years. Chapter 16, 60 Fragments of a Fleeting Dream. Cassie slowly closed her eyes and turned away from the young man sitting in front of her. His delicate appearance, polite demeanor, and modest smile were so unlike the frightening, unhinged demon she had witnessed in his memories. Witnessing one's memories was a strange affair, because what had been and what people remembered were usually 2 different things. Memories were vague, disjointed, and fragile, like the fragments of a fleeting dream. Some were vibrant and deeply etched, some were dull and shallow. Some were bright, most were full of sorrow. But the Shadow Saint possessed an unbelievably clear memory. It was striking, second only to Cassie's own now that she had transcended. It was as if nothing he had experienced were ever truly erased, at least not the details of the memory he had chosen to show her, which must have been important to him. What an irony, then, that his whole existence had been erased from the world. There was a problem with reading his memories, though. Firstly, the way the man who called himself Sunless perceived the world was simply too strange. Even Cassie, who was uniquely suited to having multiple points of view and had already experienced the way he sensed his surroundings through her ascended ability, found herself feeling dizzy from the avalanche of unfamiliar sights and sensations. Secondly, and more importantly, there were countless gaps in her recollection of what she had seen. Those were the moments where the young man pretending to be a humble shopkeeper thought, spoke, or felt something about the places and events that had been erased from everyone's memories. In the end, what she had witnessed, or rather, could remember witnessing, was even more disjointed than the memories of ordinary people. The chilling images. A young man with alabaster skin crawling from the black water on the cracked ice, his eyes brimming with unfathomable darkness. The eerie city where a terrible slaughter had taken place, but only emptiness remained. The days of slaughter across the desolate expanse of the abandoned continent, the snow turning crimson from the spilled blood. An aloof figure observing from a cliff as an army of enslaved nightmare creatures marched to their deaths into a raging blizzard. The furious battle under the slopes of an erupting volcano, the harrowing strength both the monster and the man had shown. The culmination of it all and so much more. Cassie scowled. Why was it so hard to cling to the very idea F it? She had to know. Countless thoughts surfaced in her mind, clicking together as they assembled into chains of logic. The frozen siege capital, it must be Falcon Scott, the fallen bastion of the Antarctic Center. He had returned there as a former member of the 1st Evacuation Army. That winged beast he used as a mount was unmistakably a spire messenger. I was right. After all, he was with us on the Forgotten Shore. However, the Firekeepers only joined the Southern Campaign after the Antarctic Center was swallowed by the Chain of Nightmares, which means that he was never one of us. What relationship did we have? This strength was he one of Gunlog's lieutenants, a prominent hunter of the outer settlement, someone who paid tribute to live in the castle like Kai and Aiko. He could have been sent to the Forgotten Shore the same year as Cassie and Nephis, but that was exceedingly unlikely. There had been only 3 people who reached the Dark City that year: Castor, Nephis, and Cassie herself, due to being dragged along by Nephis. Or no, had there been someone else? Her memories were vague, which meant. Her train of thought broke apart and faded, even the memory of having such thoughts disappearing from her mind. She vaguely sensed what had happened and tried to retrace the steps of her logic, but to no avail. So, Cassie continued to think. And find more places to fill the vault. Sonny allowed Cassie to contemplate what she had seen for a few minutes. He guessed that it was going to take her a while to come to terms with the winter beast's demise. However, she spoke sooner than he had expected. Turning to face him once again, the blind seer said evenly, "So you are the Lord of Shadows." Sonny shrugged and smiled lazily. "What if I am?" She hesitated for a while. "I know that your second body is currently enjoying a tasteless theater play that we sponsored, while the third one is somewhere in Song Domain, hiding in the shadows. However, I can't sense the one in Godgrave at all. Curious. Cassie frowned. A powerful antedivination memory, perhaps, or maybe it's the nature of your citadel. Sonny tilted his head a little. If you know that the play is tasteless, why sponsor it? She shrugged. Tasteless things have their use as well. How Machiavellian of her. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, then sighed. In any case, I would prefer it if you didn't share the fact that the Lord of Shadows and me are the same person, especially with Changing Star. Cassie's frown deepened. You want me to deceive Nephis? Why? He stared at her with no particular emotion on his face. I get it that you are overwhelmed, Saint Cassia, but think about it for a moment. Unlike you, she is unable to remember that she has forgotten something, so she wouldn't know that the three of us share a connection. All she would remember is that there is a person pretending to be a master here in Bastion, who is actually a powerful and not entirely friendly saint residing in a death zone. Our relationship would become strained in that case, and it definitely would not become any better. Sonny smiled. Plus, this incarnation of mine is really just a humble shopkeeper. It's like a vacation. I wouldn't want my peaceful life to be spoiled. Who knows what will happen to my mental state if my only source of peace disappears in a puff of smoke? Cassie met his gaze with her unseeing eyes, then sighed. Fine, I'll keep your secret. As long as you don't scheme to harm Nephis, of course, if you do. Her expression didn't change, but the air in the stone chamber suddenly seemed terribly cold. Sonny's smile dimmed a little. Why would I harm Changing Star? She is the cornerstone of my survival, after all, and therefore the integral part of my plans. The blind seer raised an eyebrow. Your plans, and what are you planning exactly, Lord Shadow Sonny? He laughed, then abruptly fell silent. After a while, Sonny spoke in a subtly insidious tone. Well, the future might be unknown to me, but one thing is certain. Very soon there will be a war for the throne of humanity. Anvil, Kai Song, maybe even that third one. They will clash, and knowing Changing Star, she will insert herself into that clash somehow, to slaughter them. He shrugged. So why not make sure that when the dust settles, she is the one sitting on the throne? That is my plan, to hand her the crown. No matter how I feel about Changing Star, I absolutely despise those three ghouls, not to mention that I absolutely do not trust them to keep me alive. So there's that. Cassie remained silent, facing him with a frown on her delicate face. Eventually, she turned away. Time is short. The moon will disappear soon, so we must hurry to leave. I'll be waiting for our meeting next month. A crooked grin twisted Sonny's lips. As you wish, Saint Cassia. He rose, ready to activate Shadow Step, but then stopped. Sonny lingered for a few moments, then coughed and asked awkwardly, Oh, about that memory you wanted to commission, I am really good at making those, you know. Cassie tilted her head in confusion, then blinked. Write the memory, of course. I'll send someone to you in a couple of weeks with all the details. She took a step forward, coming practically face-to-face with Sonny, then placed her hands on his shoulders. Pleasure doing business with you, Master Sunless. He coughed. Ah, yes, likewise, but why are you holding me? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then elegantly raised an eyebrow. Because you need to teleport me out of this terrible place. You weren't thinking of leaving me here, were you? I hope not. Chapter 1661, Missing Light. In the courtyard of the nameless temple, a lonely figure was sitting on the black marble plates, shrouded in shadows. It was a young man with alabaster skin and onyx eyes, clad in an intricate suit of fearsome armor. His hair was long and darker than a raven's wing. In front of him, a frail tree was growing in the darkness, its branches brimming with wilting leaves. Sonny studied the tree and sighed. It's not doing well, despite my efforts. The tree was missing sunlight. What little of it there was in the outskirts of NQSC, from where Sonny had stolen it. But it was resilient, just like the people there were. It had clung to life for a long time in that godforsaken place, and now it continued to do so here in Godgrave. Sonny felt guilty towards the tree. It was the one he had cut 2 lines into to mark the passing of his parents. After claiming the nameless temple and coming back to the waking world, Sonny visited NQSC and took the tree away from the pitiful park where it grew. Of course, He replaced it with a different one. People of the outskirts did not have a lot of vibrant things to look at, and he didn't want to rob them of another one. Not that it mattered too much. Most of the settlers who chose to pass through the dream gates were not citizens, but those who had been discarded by humanity and hoped to find a better place for themselves in a different world. As a result, the outskirts of NQSC were much less crowded than they had been in his time, and would only grow more desolate as time went on. In any case, the familiar tree stood in the courtyard of his citadel now, and Sonny often came to tend to it, or gaze at it as he contemplated various matters. It seems that Valor and Song have started preparations. It won't be long now. He sighed, then closed his eyes and dove into his soul sea. Such a simple thing, but it had taken Sonny more than a year to find a way back into the soul sea after being banished from the nightmare spell. Even then, he could only enter it after concentrating and meditating for a long time. At least for a while, he could do it on a moment's notice once again after another year of practice. The soul sea looked the same as it had before, but also entirely different. The vast expanse of silent water was the same. The 6 lightless suns hanging above it were also no different. However, now, a magnificent black temple stood in the middle of the lake, its pillars shrouded in darkness. It was a perfect replica of the nameless temple, which had appeared here on its own the moment Sonny claimed ownership of the ancient citadel. The legion of shadows, which had dwelled at the edges of the soul sea, were now gathered around the temple, just as lifeless and motionless as they had always been, of course. There were much more of them now, with several giant figures towering above the rest. It almost looked as if they would come to life at any moment, ready to enter the temple to worship its master. Sonny did not know what exactly had caused this change, but suspected that the soul seas of all saints were somewhat different from those of lesser awakened. A soul sea was the representation of one's soul, after all, and transcendence was all about the soul surpassing the limits of its mortal vessel. As such, he couldn't help but wonder what the soul sea of a sovereign would look like. What about a sacred being, or a divine one? Would the soul of a deity contain an actual realm? He didn't know yet, but maybe one day he would find out. In any case, for now, he had come here for a purpose. Sitting on the steps of the dark temple, Sonny sighed and summoned the images of his shadows. Soon, 5 figures appeared in front of him. Saint, Serpent, Nightmare, Flend, and Mimic. He studied them silently. There was more than one thing he had to discover anew after losing the helpful guidance of the spell. Entering the soul sea was one, but nurturing his shadows was another. Only after being left alone had Sonny learned clearly where his aspect ended and the nightmare spell began. Creating shadows was a facet of his aspect, making them stronger by feeding them memories, however, was a helpful tool the spell had graciously provided, building it around his innate powers. It was reasonable in hindsight. Memories were born from the spell after all, so it wouldn't make sense for shadow creatures to be dependent on them for growth. The same could be said about echoes, which were similarly of the spell. It wouldn't make much sense if the only way to create a shadow was through an echo. So Sonny had to discover a new way, the true way to accomplish both of these things. He had succeeded only partially. Sonny still had no idea how to create a shadow without an echo, but he had discovered ways to empower most of his shadows. Fiend was the easiest to deal with in that regard. All he needed was to devour powerful creatures or potent mystical materials to grow. Granted, his stomach was truly bottomless. The rascal had been feasting on all kinds of dreadful nightmare creatures for many years, but only advanced to the supreme rank recently, after consuming that great demon some days back. All of his attributes and abilities had grown stronger, but Fiend had not gained any new ones yet. The secret to Serpent's growth was also rather simple, since that shadow had always been unique. Its rank depended on how well Sonny had mastered Shadow Dance, while its class was equal to that of its master. Sonny could not receive Aspect Legacy relics anymore, however, he could still advance in his mastery of it. When that happened, Serpent would become supreme as well. Granted, he was wary of diving deeper into Shadow Dance due to losing his true name. Meanwhile, Nightmare had already become a transcendent terror, reaching the same class and rank as Serpent. It had taken Sonny a long time to figure out how to make this shadow of his stronger in the absence of the Nightmare spell, but the solution was simple. Nightmare fed on the dreams of powerful creatures. He subjugated them but could also consume them. That was how it could reach a higher rank, even though the process was slow and fraught with danger. The way for the marvelous mimic to grow was also not that hard. It could produce soul coins by devouring living beings. Those soul coins could be used by anyone to strengthen their soul, but if fed back to the Mimel, they would strengthen it instead. However, Sunny did not really need Mimi to rise in rank, for now. The most important traits of the marvelous Mimel, the volume of its dimensional storage, and the intricacy of the shape it could assume, depended on the potency of its master's soul, not the Shadow's own. And finally, there was Saint. Looking at her, Sunny sighed. She was the only one he didn't know how to nurture yet. In the past, Saint grew in rank by consuming memories with the help of the spell, but now there was no way he knew of to strengthen her. As a result, his very first shadow had remained a transcendent devil to this day. Of course, as far as transcendent devils went, she was by far the most deadly one he had ever seen. But is it enough for what is to come? Sunny didn't know. Hearing someone walk across the marble floor of the dark courtyard, he dismissed the images of his shadows and left the soul sea. It seemed that he had a visitor. Chapter 1662, Bridge Builders. Sunny opened his eyes and summoned the helmet of the onyx mantle, hiding his face. Its visor was not as ferocious and eerie as Weaver's mask, but it was also fearsome. Deep shadows dwelled in the crack of the visor, hiding his eyes, and the black plume of the onyx helmet moved slightly in the wind. A moment later, the darkness of the courtyard was dispelled by soft light. Sunny did not move, waiting for Nephis to approach. Of course, he was observing her through the shadows. A dull pain suddenly pressed on his heart. She has changed. The source of light was Nephis herself, a ball of white flame dancing on her palm. He remembered that she had used a few memories to produce fire and light in the past, after returning from her second nightmare to spare herself the pain of calling upon her aspect. But now, it seemed, that was not the case. She reached him and remained silent for a few moments, looking at the frail tree with a slight frown. Soon enough, her gaze grew a little confused and then cleared. "Is that a mundane tree?" Sunny nodded. "Indeed, I'm afraid it is not doing well here in the dream realm, away from warmth and light." He had tried many ways to substitute both through sorcery, of course, with little success. Nephis remained silent for a moment. "The aspect of one of my people, Shakti, has to do with nurturing plants. I can ask her to take a look." He turned his head slightly, staring at her with his own pair of eyes. "That would be appreciated." She smiled faintly and looked at the wilting leaves. "I must admit, though, I never imagined someone like you would feel sentimental about a tree, Lord Shadow." Sunny tilted his head. "Someone like me." Nephis nodded. "Someone who chooses to live alone in the middle of a lifeless death zone, battling hungry abominations." He stared at her for a few moments, then shrugged. "This is the only tree in this lifeless death zone that has never tried to eat me. Of course, I am Sentimen." "Tell." With that, he rose to his feet and asked in a cold tone, "You are ready, then?" Now that the two of them had reached initial agreement, she had to go back to Bastion and report it to the elders of Clan Valor. However, Nephis and the Fire Keepers were not going to repeat the long and perilous journey across Godgrave instead. It was much more convenient for them to place their anchors in the Nameless Temple. Once they returned to their tethered location in the waking world, another saint would bring them to Bastion. And once they were done in Bastion, Nephis would bring them back to the waking world. From there, all of them could return to their anchors in the Nameless Temple. The process was somewhat unwieldy, but effective. If Sunny allowed them to anchor themselves in the Nameless Temple, of course. But he had not. The Fire Keepers believed that it was because he didn't trust them yet. Nephis most likely suspected that he didn't want another saint, and anyone sworn to a domain, to contaminate his citadel with Anvil's authority. The truth of the matter was that he simply didn't want to give Valor easy access to his temple. The harder it was for them to reach it, the less they would bother him. So instead of allowing the Fire Keepers to place their anchors here, he would play the role of the ferryman himself. He would deliver them to the waking world, and then meet them there at an agreed-upon time to carry them back. This way, Sunny would be the only one who controlled access to his citadel, and therefore Godgrave. Before Nephis and the Fire Keepers left, however, they wanted to discuss the general points of their alliance with him. The better they knew what to expect, the more detailed the offer they would be able to bring back from Bastion. "Let's go." Soon, the two of them entered the main hall of the temple from one of the side passages. The Fire Keepers were already there, along with their annoying lanterns. Sonny sighed behind the visor of his helmet. It was so dark and peaceful here before. Apart from those brief few days last year, when a handful of scared sleepers resided in the nameless temple, his life here was rather peaceful. It wasn't going to be peaceful much longer. Sonny moved a hand, and the shadows rose from the floor, forming a detailed terrain map of the known part of the dream realm. The Fire Keepers stared at it for a few moments, then coughed and put the paper map they had brought away. Sonny approached the dark map and stared at it for a few moments. The hollow mountains rose like sharp fangs from the marble floor. Far to the south, a black castle stood in the middle of a black lake. A great bridge connected a tall peak to a formidable volcano, with a beautiful black palace perched at one of its ends. Below it all, a black ship drifted in a sea of darkness. Many lesser citadels were scattered here and there. He was looking at something else, though. A black skeleton with its head resting on the outskirts of the hollow mountains. Nephis studied the map as well, then let out a barely audible sigh. Finally, she said in an even tone, "The war between the Sword Domain and the Song Domain is inevitable. There is no connection between the two over land, and the House of Night is clinging to its neutrality despite the desperate attempts by both great clans to forge an alliance with them. Which means that a land bridge must be created, and will be created." She pointed to the black skeleton. "That land bridge is Godgrave. The great clan that conquers it first will have the ability to launch an invasion into the territory of the enemy. Even if a full invasion is impossible due to how well fortified the enemy is, the side controlling Godgrave can harass the adversary, disrupt supply chains, conquer weaker citadels, and strengthen their domain while weakening the other." Nephis looked at Sonny. "So, Lord Shadow, you must understand what it means." He remained silent for a few moments, then said with cold indifference, "It means that neither side can allow the enemy to take Godgrave. So this death zone will not be a land bridge to start the war, but instead the battlefield where the war will be fought." And therefore his peaceful life was as good as over. Chapter 1663, Domain War. Sonny remained silent for a few moments, staring at the map. Then, a hollow chuckle resounded from the depths of his black helmet, sounding a little sinister in the darkness that shrouded the silent hall of the temple. Fighting a war in Godgrave, what a brazen act of madness. But I did not expect anything less from the great clans. The Fire Keepers glanced at each other, sensing a hint of contempt in his cold voice. Eventually, one of them said stiffly, "We are representing one of the great clans too, you know, Lord Shadow." Sonny simply turned his head, staring at him. The Fire Keeper trembled under his gaze, looking away from the impenetrable darkness nestling in the visor of the onyx helmet. It was as if there was no person inside the fearsome black armor at all. Nephis, however, only seemed curious. She looked at him and asked, her voice even, "You have a relationship with the great clans?" Well, of course she was curious. Logically speaking, a saint like Sonny could not have appeared without brushing sides with at least one of the great legacy clans. It was much more likely that he had served either Valor, Song, or Night directly in the past. He was independent now, and seemed to harbor resentment toward the great clans. Anyone would be curious to know the reason. Sonny shrugged. "A relationship, I guess, although it might be called a one-sided relationship by some." He turned his gaze back to the map and made the shadows move. The mountains crumbled, the sea of darkness vanished, and the black skeleton grew larger, reaching the size of an average human. Everything else disappeared, leaving only Godgrave and its vicinity in sight. "So how will the war start?" Nephis remained silent for a moment, then turned to the map as well. "Clan Song is already building a road to the right hand. They will use it to scale the skeleton and establish a fortress on its right shoulder. Valor is also moving its forces, aiming for the left hand. They will be delayed a little by the need to build a bridge." The left arm of the colossal corpse was broken, a vast distance separating the ulna and radius from the humerus. There was a significant difference in height, as well, so construction of the bridge would take some time. Nephis continued. In the end, though, it doesn't matter. There will be a fortress established on the left shoulder of the giant, and its ribcage will become a war zone, of course. Fighting under the open sky is dangerous. But the hollows are not something the soldiers of either of the clans can handle, at least not in the initial stage of the war. Sonny tilted his head. The initial stage. She nodded calmly, studying the black skeleton with intense focus. Yes, the initial stage will be about slowly conquering territory and positional warfare. Godgrave is a death zone, so claiming it won't be easy. But its fall is inevitable because that is the will of the sovereigns. The armies will advance, sealing cracks in the bone to cut off the nightmare creatures from spawning on the surface. Nephis paused for a moment. The army of the Sword Domain will hold an advantage during that stage firstly, because it has more experience in waging war against the Dream Realm. Secondly, because several saints who are uniquely suited for the task serve the king, like Sky Tide. Sonny frowned behind the visor of his helmet. Saint Tyrus commanded wind and storm clouds. Her aspect would indeed be invaluable in Godgrave, where the veil of clouds stood between all living things and complete annihilation. That would undoubtedly make her a target. Already knowing the answer, he nevertheless asked, "When will the initial stage end?" Nephis glanced at him somberly. "Once enough of Godgrave is taken for both armies to locate and conquer a citadel. The second stage will be about conquering more of them, and the last stage will be about pushing the devastated enemy off the skeleton and claiming it entirely, followed by a period of consolidation and an inevitable invasion into the weakened enemy domain, no doubt." The Fire Keepers were strangely silent. They seemed to have known that a war was coming, however. Perhaps it was their first time hearing someone talk about the inevitable so openly. Nephis lingered for a moment. "Do you understand why conquering that first citadel is so important, Lord Shadow?" Sonny's mood suddenly plummeted. "I do. It was because the moment one of the armies took a citadel, the domain of their sovereign would enter Godgrave as well. And that would allow that sovereign to exert their full power in a vast area around the citadel. Once that happened, the previously unapproachable hollows would not be that impossible to traverse, and the nature of the war would change. The more of these strongholds were conquered, the wider the domains would spread, eventually swallowing all of this region. Then it wouldn't be just awakened, ascended, and saints spilling blood on the ancient bones. Anvil and Kai Song could very well clash directly, splitting the heavens and shattering the earth. Sonny felt a hint of dread and smiled darkly, excited by that half-forgotten feeling. Nephis seemed to have noticed that the shadows drowning the great hall moved slightly. She shook her head. "So, Lord Shadow, you must understand that maintaining the neutrality of your temple will be hard. Possessing a citadel at the very start of the war is too great of an advantage. No matter what else my elders might desire, they'll be most passionate about this point." Sonny laughed. "Oh, no, actually, I think it won't be hard at all." He tilted his head a little. "No matter how greedy they are to have my citadel, they are much more wary of seeing it fall into the enemy's hands. So if they don't want to agree to my suggestions, why, I can just go and offer my services to Song. The Queen's daughters might prove to be more accommodating than your elders. Oh, and they are also very easy on the eye." One of the Fire Keepers coughed, prompting Sonny to wonder if there was something wrong with his lungs. Nephis tilted her head and stared at him, most likely considering the blatant threat. After contemplating for a while, she asked, "And I'm not?" Sonny froze. "What?" Nephis had a look of contemplation. "You said that Kai Song's daughters might be more accommodating and are easy on the eye, alluding to the fact that both of these factors are advantages Clan Song has over valor. But I am also King Anvil's daughter, meaning that I'm at a disadvantage in that regard. Are you hinting that Clan Valor should make more concessions in the negotiations due to my poor looks?" Now Sonny felt that there was something wrong with his lungs. Desperately suppressing a cough, he tried hard to present a cold and aloof front. "Damnation, is she having one of her moments? No, she must be teasing me, right?" When he spoke, his voice was slightly dull. "No, your beauty is radiant and blinding, Lady Nephis. I wouldn't dare." She looked at him for a few moments, then smiled. "Really? It's good then, oh, but if you prefer, I can ask the elders to send Morgan here next time." Chapter 1664 Search and Rescue. Sonny was internally cursing himself for deciding not to wear Weaver's mask today. Someone else was cursing him as well. The fire keepers were keeping their voices down, but they underestimated the hearing of a saint. That guy, who does he think he is, critiquing Our Lady's appearance? Says the man who hides his face behind a mask. He must be as ugly as a toad, frivolous and shallow. He gritted his teeth behind the visor of the onyx helmet. What toad? What the hell is a toad? My face is so handsome that it can fund an entire business, you good-for-nothings. What did these fools know? Outwardly, though, he remained cold and detached. Even if it took some effort. Having a secure base in an otherwise deadly region is already enough of a boon. If Valor wants to claim my temple, they can come and conquer it. Or rather, they can try. The last words sounded especially sinister. His tone didn't change, but it sounded exceedingly threatening all of a sudden. Nephis kept silent for a bit, then shrugged. I see. Do you know of any other citadels in Godgrave, then? Advanced knowledge of their locations can be just as important. Sonny glanced at the black skeleton. There are none on the surface. There are a few in the hollows, though. I've seen a couple from afar. As for the Sea of Ash, even I am not brave enough to descend there. She seemed interested in what he had said. You've explored the hollows? Sonny nodded. Somewhat, but not extensively. It is a deadly place. The fire keepers paled. If even a saint who lived in a literal death zone called a place deadly, then it had to be worse than hell. Nephis lingered for a while. Eventually, she nodded. I think I know enough to make a report to the elders. It's time for us to return. Before she could finish the sentence, though there was a loud noise, Fiend shifted slightly, the infernal flames igniting brighter in his eyes. At the same time, a tall and graceful figure appeared at the entrance of the temple. It was Saint. However, right now, her dark elegance was nowhere to be seen. That was because she was carrying something on her shoulder. That something was resisting and cursing desperately, powerless against the shadow's stone grip. Let me go, abomination. If you want to kill me, just do it quick. Why are you tormenting me? Sonny blinked. Human language? Why was there someone cursing in human language here, in Godgrave? Nephis and the firekeepers were similarly stunned. Saint walked toward them and unceremoniously dumped her burden on the floor. The person rolled on the marble tiles and scrambled to their knees, crawling back in fear. Stay back, demon. It was a very young and very dirty youth, his face smeared in mud and dried blood. He wore a torn armor that seemed to be a dormant memory, his body riddled in deep lesions. A moment later, the back of his head crashed into Neff's knees. He froze for a moment, and then slowly looked up, his eyes widening in terror. Then an expression of utter shock appeared on his childish face. It was as if the young man's brain temporarily ceased all function. He blinked. SS Saint Nephis. She stared at him silently. The young man looked at her, then at the fire keepers, then at Sonny. Finally, his gaze was pulled back to Neff's beautiful face. His cheeks blushed uncontrollably. What are you? Am I dead? Is this paradise? She tilted her head a little, then said neutrally. This is the dream realm. Are you a sleeper? Sonny had already guessed that the dirty teenager was a sleeper. Last year, he had discovered a handful after the winter solstice and sent them to song. This year, though, he had not found anyone in the vicinity of his territory. He had assumed that either all of them perished in other parts of Godgrave, or the spell did not send anyone here this time around, to begin with. Sonny was unclear on what motive the spell had to send sleepers to Godgrave, really. They had absolutely no chance to survive here. The last batch had only lived because of him. But then again, it might have been precisely because of his presence that the spell threw them here. It was a bit strange to imagine that he was powerful enough to be a factor in the decisions made by the spell. In any case, the young man gulped. A sleeper? Yes, I am Walt, your Saint Nephis. Changing star of the immortal flame, Lady Nephis, what are you doing here? He paused for a moment, then added shyly. And where is here? Are we close to Bastion? She kneeled in front of him and gently placed her hands on his shoulders. A soft radiance enveloped them, spreading into the sleeper's body. The wounds covering it started to heal, and an expression of deep relief instantly appeared on his face. The sleeper stared at Nephis with wide eyes. His eyes were full of stars. Sonny shifted slightly. What is that bastard staring at with that expression? But then he had to mentally slap himself. Was he really feeling jealous of a poor sleeper? Nephis spoke in a tone that was considered soft for her. We are in a distant and extremely dangerous region of the dream realm. My warriors and I are here on an important mission. You are fortunate to have met us, young man, otherwise, I'm afraid your fate would have been sealed. The young sleeper remained silent, looking at her with a strange expression. Sonny sighed. I did not think that any of the sleepers survived this year. Last solstice, I happened on a few and helped them escape. There seems to be just one survivor this time. His voice sounded cold and uncaring. Nephis spared him a glance, then turned back to the young man. Don't worry, the worst is behind you. You are safe now. We will take you back to the waking world. He took a shallow breath, closed his eyes for a moment, then desperately shook his head. No, you mustn't. I'm not the only one. There are others, as well. We hid ourselves and clung to life for many days, but then there was no more water. Someone had to go out to try and find help, and I volunteered. Sonny sighed behind his helmet, already knowing what was about to come. The sleeper grabbed Neph's arm and said hoarsely, Please, Lady Nephis, you are changing star, please save the others. Sonny was indignant. The spell, it has some nerve. First, it had abandoned him. Now it was using him as a babysitter for unfortunate sleepers. He shook his head slightly, then asked, his voice grim. Those others you mentioned, where are they? Chapter 1665, Alone in the Dark. As it turned out, there were 2 other sleepers somewhere out there, hiding under the roots of a dead tree in the hollows. They were well outside the Shadow Realm's fragment and inside the bones of the colossal skeleton, which made the potential rescue problematic. In fact, it was miraculous that they had survived for so long. Too miraculous, maybe. While the fire keepers were calming the dirty teenager and giving him food, Sonny stared at him coldly. He had already studied the sleeper's soul, making sure that he was indeed a dormant human. But why were Nephis and her people so careless? He glanced at her, then asked, his voice emotionless. How do you know that he's not one of Skinwalker's vessels? Nephis, who was standing a few steps away from the sleeper, shrugged. If he was an abomination, my flames would have burned him, not healed him. Sonny raised an eyebrow. It made sense her soul was immune to corruption, so the flames of her soul did not tolerate it. Granted, Nephis had not yet mastered that aspect of her powers to such a degree in the past. All right, he's not Skinwalker. That didn't mean that the sleeper was harmless, though. He could still be a body Mordred decided to wear. Granted, that was very improbable. It would be exceedingly hard to find a sleeper just a few days after the winter solstice, let alone drag one to Godgrave. And while Mordred was powerful, it would be harder still to traverse Godgrave in a dormant body, even for him. So why was this sleeper so strange? Sonny walked forward, and although he did not say anything, the fire keepers instinctively parted before him. The sleeper looked up, his eyes suddenly widening in fear. My lord. Stopping in front of the teenager, Sonny looked down without saying a word. How strange. Even though he could see the dirty young man, he could not sense him. It was as though there was no one there. There was no scent, no presence, not even a shadow he could perceive. Was that why he had not sensed what Saint was carrying until she was already in the temple? The corner of his mouth twisted upward. Is that your aspect? The sleeper flinched, then looked down. Yais, my lord, I am not good at anything except for hiding, but hiding I'm really good at it. Sonny tilted his head. What a powerful aspect. It wasn't easy for a dormant ability to fool the senses of a saint. Perhaps it wasn't completely unreasonable for the spell to send this poor child here. In any case, that aspect of his could somewhat explain how the sleeper managed to survive a short trip across Godgrave. What is your name? The young man shivered. It's Ray, my lord. Sonny lingered for a bit, then nodded. All right, I've decided not to kill you, Dreamer Ray. Leaving the young man with his mouth hanging open, Sonny walked away. As he did, the fire keepers gave him a few dirty looks and returned to trying to calm the teenager down. Their previous efforts had been utterly invalidated by a few words from the Lord of Shadows. Nephis glanced at him and raised an eyebrow. "Do you kill sleepers often, Lord Shadow?" Sonny contemplated for a few moments, trying to remember how many sleepers he had killed in the end. He answered evenly. "Not often." Then he turned to face her and asked in the same emotionless tone, "What about you, Lady Nephis?" She did not answer, instead changing the topple to the fate of young Ray's friends. "You are better acquainted with Godgrave. The two of us and my warriors can we rescue the other two sleepers from the hollows. That is not the mission entrusted to me by Clan Valor, but still, if it is possible, I would like to save them." Sonny hesitated for a second. "Can we? Sure, it's possible. But your people skilled as they are, there is no guarantee that all of them or any of them will survive in the hollows. You and I can try it alone, though." She nodded simply. "Then that is what we'll do, if you are willing." He stared at her silently, pretending to be surprised. "Are you fond of risking your life for strangers, Lady Nephis? Braving a death zone for a couple of insignificant sleepers, wouldn't it be a shame if someone as illustrious as you perished for no good reason? Why do it?" She smiled faintly. "Firstly, I'm not planning on dying here. Call me arrogant if you wish. Secondly, aren't you being a little hypocritical, Lord Shadow? No one forced you to rescue the sleepers last year, and yet you did. Not only that, but you even escorted them all the way to the territory of Clan Song. So please forgive me, but I know that you are not as heartless as you want to appear behind that mask." "Am I really?" Sonny frowned, deciding to act more tyrannical in the future. She turned and looked at him, her smile widening a little. "And most importantly, because I want to. That's the only reason I need." Sonny let out a chuckle. "Ah, there it is, she doesn't change." He shook his head. "What if all of this is an ingenious plot to lure you into the hollows, alone, where I'll have an easier time disposing of you? What if I've already struck a deal with Clan Song? Aren't you afraid of following me into the darkness, with no one to cover your back?" Nephis remained silent for a bit, then shrugged nonchalantly. "Shouldn't you be afraid of following me into the darkness instead? This citadel of yours is very valuable. What if I already received orders from Clan Valor to eliminate you and make it my own?" Sonny stared at her for a bit, then let out a cold laugh. "Now that you mention it, I probably should be afraid. But what a pity I've been foolishly fearless as of late." There was a sinister note in his tone, as if he was inviting her to try something. Nephis smiled. "Being enslaved by fear is more foolish." With that, she threw one last glance at the sleeper. Her expression changed subtly, switching from composed languidness to a state of cold focus. "It might be for the better I'll instruct my people to tend to your tree while we're gone. That said, time is of the essence. I suspect that these three sleepers only lasted that long because of this young man's aspect. He volunteered to venture out of their hiding spot thinking that he's the best person for the job, but the remaining two might be in danger without him. If they are still alive, we must find them as soon as possible." Sonny nodded. "Fair point. Go talk to your people and find out what else they've learned from the boy. We'll leave as soon as that is done." While Nephis talked to the fire keepers, he lingered for a while observing her. His mood was rotten. Damn it, I didn't want to reveal what is hidden in the hollows to her so soon. Chapter 1666, Wandering Temple. After getting all the information the frightened sleeper could share, Sonny and Nephis let him rest. Without wasting any time, Nephis headed for the exit from the temple. However, Sonny led her into its depths instead. Soon they reached a set of stairs and descended underground. The nameless temple was larger than it seemed from outside, because it had a vast basement level. In fact, it was almost a perfect copy of the grandiose upper level, with its own great hall, auxiliary rooms, and inner sanctum. There were a few differences, of course. For one, there was no altar in the underground temple. There was no path to the courtyard either. Instead, a towering gate was cut into the marble wall, covered by intricate engravings. When Sonny and Nephis reached the underground hall, it was bathed in impenetrable darkness. Even the radiant light of the flames burning on her palm could not dispel it. Sonny didn't want anyone to see what was hidden there yet, and so he shrouded everything in the deepest of shadows. And for a good reason. As Sunny had found out after conquering the nameless temple, all citadels had something special about them. Some special qualities were minor, while some could do truly stunning things. Sunny called them components. He was not sure if these components were innate to the ancient strongholds or something added to each by the spell, like the gateways were. Perhaps it simply built upon what was already there, strengthening existing traits and making them easily accessible by humans. However, what Sunny did know was that only a saint that bound the citadel to their soul could command it, making use of the components. The spell made the process easier for them, most likely as for Sunny, he had to sort everything out himself. Luckily, it had not been too hard. As far as he could tell, the nameless temple possessed two components, both of them rather powerful as far as citadels went, not on the level of the great citadels or the ivory tower, of course, but far more prominent compared to lesser ones, like the sanctuary of Noctis. The first component of the nameless temple was rather straightforward. It was the invisible guardian. The creature, unseen and imperceptible, had been killing anyone and anything that tried to enter the temple before Sunny showed up, that was, walking across ancient bones. He suspected that it allowed him to pass because of his attribute, the flame of divinity. Just like it had allowed him to enter the temple in his first nightmare, because his soul carried the mark of divinity. Indeed, his citadel was the very temple he had once used to sacrifice himself to the gods. Back then, Sunny had assumed that it was a temple of Shadow God, but now he thought differently. After all, the timing did not make sense. At the time when the slave caravan perished while trying to cross the mountains, the imperial soldiers were actively destroying shrines and monasteries of the Shadow God. And yet, the Stygian edifice of the Grand Temple looked like it had been laying in ruins for countless years back then already. And then there were the words the spell had spoken when he coughed up blood on the black altar. It did not say that he had offered himself as a sacrifice to Shadow God instead. It said that he had offered himself as a sacrifice to all the gods. Shadow was just the only one who had listened. So now, Sunny suspected that the nameless temple was much more ancient than almost anything else he had seen in the dream realm. If he was correct, it had been built at the dawn of time, during the early days of the Age of Gods, and was meant to worship the entire pantheon, including the seventh god, who had not yet been erased from existence and forgotten. Perhaps that was why this temple, and all the other temples built for the pantheon of seven, had been abandoned and lost. They had been forgotten, just like Dream God had been forgotten. As such, the nameless temple could as well have been the temple of the forgotten god. Perhaps it had always been, having been built by some heretics who worshipped the lost deity despite the will of the remaining gods. Whatever the case, the nameless temple had already been empty for thousands of years during Sunny's first nightmare, which took place at the very end of the Golden Age, just before the fleeting age of demons came to doom the world to destruction. In his first nightmare, it stood on the peak of a black mountain, desolate and forsaken. The only creature who ever visited it was the Mountain King, who seemed to have possessed a spark of divinity in its soul as well. And yet now, the nameless temple was somehow here in Godgrave. The reason for this discrepancy was the second component of the nameless temple. Out there in the darkness of the underground hall, a vast mystical circle was carved into the wall opposite the towering gate. It was not comprised of runes or elements of any other type of sorcery Sunny could recognize. The only thing he could think of that resembled the enchantment of the nameless temple, where the knives sun god had created alongside the chain lords. Perhaps it was divine sorcery, which followed no rules and bent the world to its will simply by virtue of existing. In that case, he wasn't sure that sorcery was the right word to describe it. Rackle fit such a feat much more. In any case, that mystical circle was the heart of the enchantment that allowed his citadel to wander freely across realms. As long as the master of the citadel flooded the ancient temple with an ocean of essence, it could vanish from one location and appear miraculously somewhere else. That was how Sunny had put his citadel in the very heart of Godgrave. He suspected that it had been wandering the realms long before being made into a citadel by the nightmare spell, as well. The wandering temple had not been built on the peak of that dark mountain, but instead appeared there one day, already in ruin. Sunny did not want anyone to know that his citadel could travel, yet. He would only be able to share this secret with Nephis once she trusted him enough to keep that information from the King of Swords. And so they walked through the darkness until they reached the great gate. Nephis did not say anything, allowing Sunny to pull the heavy gate open. Behind it was a smooth surface of white bone. At first glance, it seemed that the gate did not lead anywhere except a dead end. However, there was actually a narrow crack in the ancient bone, just wide enough for a person to pass. The fissure was just as dark as the interior of the underground hall, and the wind blowing through it brought with it a sweet smell of rotting leaves. Nephis frowned. That fracture leads all the way to the hollows. Sunny nodded. Indeed. She hesitated for a moment. Won't your citadel be invaded from below, then? He walked toward the dark fissure and turned slightly to fit through. It won't, you'll see. Not satisfied with his answer but unwilling to ask further, Nephis sighed and followed him into the damp darkness. Chapter 1667, Disarmed. Following the Lord of Shadows, Nephis was descending into the depths of Godgrave. The fissure was narrow and twisting, permeated with the sweet smell of rotten leaves. At times, she had to sidestep to push forward, the polished metal of her breastplate scraping against the white bone. Her taciturn guide was calm and indomitable, seemingly unconcerned about entering the hollows. She was calm, as well the part of her that would have been wary had been swallowed by the pain. A ball of white flames was dancing on the palm of her gauntlet, illuminating the path ahead. She was used to that pain. Bathed in the white radiance but drowning in darkness, the Lord of Shadows seemed especially mysterious now that they were alone. Clad in the fearsome onyx armor, with his face hidden behind the visor of a black helmet, he looked more like a powerful nightmare creature than a human being. Cassie had not been able to glean any information about the master of the Dark Temple. If not for the fact that the three powerful creatures serving him were transcendent and not corrupted, Nephis would have entertained the thought that he was an abomination. There were other reasons why she did not, as well. None of them spoke for a long time. Eventually, though, the earthy smell grew stronger and the Lord of Shadows halted. A warm wind blew past them in the direction of the citadel. He remained motionless for a few moments, then turned to face her. The visor of his helmet was full of impenetrable darkness, and his even voice was aloof. I have a request, Lady Nephis. She met his dark gaze and raised an eyebrow. The darkness in the visor stirred slightly. Dismiss your weapon before we proceed. Nephis was surprised. She tilted her head slightly, then asked in a calm tone, You want me to enter the hollows without a sword? The onyx helmet moved slowly from side to side. You can have a sword, just not this sword. She hesitated for a few moments. That strange request was loaded with meaning. The sword Nephis used, Kinslayer, was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier. Much more importantly, it was a very special weapon. Not only was its durability equal to that of a supreme memory, but it had also been altered by the King of Swords himself, which made it connected to him, just like everyone who wielded the blades forged by Anvil were connected to him, and to each other, albeit in a different manner. So what the Lord of Shadows wanted was to be left truly alone with her, without the possibility of her adopted father sensing what they were doing. Suddenly, Nephis felt a bit embarrassed. That didn't sound quite right, did it? Her heart sped up a little. Was it because of his mocking threats to kill her in the hollows, luring her into the darkness and asking her to disarm? She stared at the Shadow Saint for several seconds, then unhurriedly dismissed both her sword and its sheath. Left unarmed, she continued to stare at him with a calm expression. His hand rose and brushed against the darkness, slowly pulling a weapon out of it just like he had done before their duel. This time, however, it was not an odachi. Instead, it was an elegant longsword, both its hilt and blade perfectly black. Nephis received the longsword from the Lord of Shadows and weighed it briefly in her hand, then struck the flat of its blade lightly, watching it vibrate to determine the center of percussion. She was surprised once again the sword was perfectly balanced and indistinguishable from one forged from real steel, sitting comfortably in her grip, as if made to suit her personal preferences to the smallest detail. What a convenient ability! It had to be an aspect ability. She studied the shadow sword for a few moments, then lowered it and summoned the nameless sun, a memory she had received for killing the Crimson Terror of the Forgotten Shore. The nameless sun was a weapon-type memory, but of a unique kind. Instead of manifesting as a weapon, it imbued other weapons, enhancing them. The sword handed to her by the Lord of Shadows was not a memory, and therefore could not be augmented by the crown of dawn. The nameless sun, however, could. Nephis nodded. "We can continue." Her guide turned away indifferently and continued walking into the depths of the narrow passage. She followed, contemplating. What are his motives? The Lord of Shadows had let his disdain for the great clans be known. Now, he requested that she dismiss her sword, hinting that he wanted to keep something secret from the king. Something moved in her heart, surprising her a sweet but distant longing. Can he be an ally? It would be so nice to have someone to rely on. In the past 4 years, no, for as long as Nephis could really remember, after her grandmother's passing, she had been on her own, carrying a crushing burden without anyone there to lend her a hand. There were people who supported her, sure, the Fire Keepers, Ethel and Cal, and a few others. But they were not as powerful as she was, and so could not really lessen her burden. The only exception was Cassie. Without her quiet strength and friendship, Nephis might have collapsed a long time ago. But Cassie, too, was her subordinate, and therefore her responsibility. Yes, that burden was something Nephis had chosen to carry herself. And yes, it was her own unreasonable ambition that was the cause of everything, most of it, at least. And yet sometimes she couldn't help but feel suffocated by the depth and intensity of her own desire, surrounded by enemies and laying awake at night, unable to sleep. Nephis was a human, too. She felt weak sometimes, too, even if she tried her hardest not to show it, as well as many other things she felt. So if there was really someone out there who was as immensely strong as the Lord of Shadows seemed to be, and shared her hatred toward the sovereigns, someone she could rely on to stand side by side with her in the face of danger. Ah, it was a thought as sweet as it was dangerous. She wasn't even entirely sure that the Lord of Shadows was a human, let alone that he could be trusted. And yet, for some reason, unexplainably, she found herself really wanting to. Why do I feel this way? It's not like me. If they could really become allies. Forget about it. Following the aloof saint into the darkness, Nephis frowned slightly. In this world, she could only really rely on herself. Everyone else would either betray her, abandon her, or stay by her side and perish as a result. From her childhood and to this day, that had always been the truth. And that was all right. She did not need anyone because she alone was enough. Her will was enough, her strength was enough, and her scorching longing was enough. It was plenty. It's strange. It would have been wonderful if she really had an ally, a partner, even. But she didn't and had never. And yet, strangely enough, the Lord of Shadows gave her a sense of unexplainable familiarity. Because of it, trusting him and in him was oddly easy. Nephis was wary of that ease. Maybe that is one of his aspect abilities, too. Chapter 1668, Hollow Bones. Sonny pushed his body through the last stretch of the narrow fissure and suddenly found himself in a vast open space. He took a step to the side, clinging to the porous surface of the ancient bone, and allowed Nephis to follow him onto a treacherous ledge. She couldn't see because everything was still shrouded in impenetrable darkness, but below them a whole hidden world was stretching as far as the eye could see, full of vibrant life. They were currently inside the breastbone of the dead deity, which was comparable in size to a modest continent. Just like the rest of the bones, it was hollow, encompassing a realm of its own. The bone marrow that had once filled the vast expanse of the sternum's interior was long gone. And in its place, a dreadful jungle had grown. The humid air was filled with an indescribable mixture of strong scents. Below them, an impenetrable canopy of countless trees was swaying like a vermilion sea, most of them alien and monstrous, with vibrant red leaves. Primordial ferns towered like blooming towers, with vines and wild bushes rising between the craggy trunks. Like walls, blood-red moss covered everything like a soft carpet. Sonny could not really see colors in the darkness, but he knew enough to guess. Outside the fragment of the shadow realm, the jungle shone with its own pale light, so he had seen its true appearance. Here and there, colossal pillars of abominable flora rose to the dome of the sternum. Attached to the cracks on its surface, those were the tendrils the jungle had extended to reach the sky. It used them to drink diffused sunlight when the clouds hid the sun, regrowing them every time they were incinerated. And of course, there were all kinds of vile things dwelling under the canopy of the subterranean jungle. Hordes of powerful abominations lived here, corrupted, great, and even cursed. Some of them were enormous and grotesque, some so small that it was hard to notice them with a naked eye. All had been baptized by the dire need to be born and grow on the surface, and only those lucky and vicious enough to reach maturity could descend into the hollows and hope to survive here, away from the merciless gaze of the incinerating heavens. The dark jungle was utterly deadly, and most deaths one could find here were utterly horrid. That was the place where Sunny had brought Nephis after being apart from her for 4 long years. Not exactly romantic. He sighed secretly, then turned his head to look at her. Nephis seemed unperturbed by the darkness, the scent of the jungle, and the indescribable choir of rustling noises that washed over them. There was a calm expression on her beautiful face, her slender body was relaxed, and the point of the sword he had given her was aimed at the ground. The white flame dancing on her palm reflected in the depths of the calm gray eyes. For a moment, Sunny thought that there was a shadow of some sharp emotion in those eyes, but then it was gone, replaced by her usual reserved composure. "How far are we from the ground?" He hesitated for a moment. "It's better to summon a memory. There is a bit of a fall." She nodded, and then her alabaster skin ignited with a soft radiance for a short moment. Sunny had expected Nephis to summon the familiar translucent cloak, but instead, a pair of beautiful white wings wove themselves from the light behind her. Nephis gripped the hilt of her sword and then took a step into the emptiness, gliding down with bewitching grace. As she descended toward the jungle, the ball of flame burning in her hand was like a lonesome falling star. He sighed and then followed her down. As Sunny fell, his figure rippled and turned into a black crow, its feathers indistinguishable from the surrounding darkness. Nephis descended into the jungle like a spirit of light, illuminating the twisting trunks of ancient trees and the red moss growing on them. Her wings fluttered once, sending a powerful gust of wind into the depths of the forest, and then disappeared with a soft rustle. Sunny landed behind her, assumed her human form, and stared at her for a couple moments. His thoughts were in disarray. Beautiful too, damn beautiful. He couldn't even imagine how that poor sleeper must have felt, being rescued from the depths of despair, embraced, and healed by someone so breathtaking. A beautiful spirit of heavenly grace who had somehow found him in the depths of hell. Well, it certainly beat being rescued by a sinister demon of darkness like Sunny. Lucky bastard. Making a mental note to keep Dreamer Ray away from the women in his life, God's new Sunny had been burned for saving a sleeper before. Sunny walked forward and gestured for Nephis to follow. She did, keeping silent for a while. Eventually, though, Nephis asked, "Should we be so careless?" Sunny had not made any attempts to proceed with caution, walking forward with wide strides. It was a far cry from how someone should have been acting in a death zone, and especially one as vicious and vile as the great hollows inside the bones of the dead god. It was understandable that Nephis was confused by his attitude, strolling through the deadly jungle as if he owned the place. But he did, in a sense. Sunny shook his head. "We are safe for now." As soon as his voice was swallowed by the noises of the jungle, though they heard a different sound. A deep, hoarse, heavy hiss of something giant breathing. Nephis raised her sword, ready to strike. But there was no need to. A moment later, the trees in front of them parted, revealing a small clearing. On it, a hideous creature was laying on the carpet of moss and rotten leaves. Its body was like a hill of scorched flesh, with terrifying muscles bulging under a rotting black hide. It was vaguely humanoid in shape, but the huge head of the nightmare creature resembled that of a jackal, the slightly parted jaws vast enough to swallow a whole building. The towering fangs glistened with a golden sheen, and behind them a black tongue was hidden, covered in sores and scars. A great monster. Strangely enough, the Abomi. Nation was not moving. Its giant eyes were closed while its breathing was deep and sedate. There was no sign that it had sensed them. Nephis stared at the monstrous being for a while, then glanced at Sunny. He was treated to a rare sight. There was a hint of doubt on her fair face. "It's asleep." He glanced at the nightmare creature, then nodded. "Of course it's asleep." Not paying the great monster any attention, Sunny walked past it with cold indifference. I'm the one who put it to sleep, after all. Chapter 1669, Questions in the Light. Sunny walked deeper into the jungle, allowing his shadow sense to permeate the rustling darkness. Originally, this place was like a nearly impenetrable barrier, with thick vines and dense undergrowth barring one's path. Not only was the flora plentiful and terribly dense, but it was also predatory and lethally dangerous even for a saint. But now the abominable plants were still and docile. There were paths cut through the jungle, as well, even if no one except for Sunny himself would have noticed them. As such, he managed to maintain considerable speed, getting further away from the nameless temple with each minute. They had to hurry to maximize the chances of finding the two sleepers alive. As the two of them traversed the jungle, they encountered more sleeping nightmare creatures. There were hundreds of them, if not thousands, many of the great rank. Walking among the slumbering horde of abominations must have been a tense experience for Nephis, considering that the power sleeping under the nameless temple was truly dreadful. Perhaps even a sovereign would have been given pause after witnessing it. Sunny was calm, though. All of these nightmare creatures were in the thrall of the dream curse, lost in nightmare's lesser dream domain. Their souls were locked in a maze of nightmares, unable to escape for the most part. Exceptions happened, albeit rarely. The dream curse was silent and insidious. It had slowly infected every abomination in a wide area around the nameless temple, and because of how subtle the spreading plague was, very few of them had noticed anything amiss before it was too late. Lulled to sleep, they became trapped in nightmares. Those who had been able to resist the dream curse were disposed of by Sunny, a great demon being the last of the abominations he hunted down. The rest were now at Nightmare's mercy. If they died in his domain, their souls would feed the shadow, pushing the tenebrous stallion closer to supremacy. But if they continued to live, their dreams would strengthen his legion of horrors. Of course, there was a possibility that an especially ferocious abomination could destroy all of his nightmares, like Sunny had done in the Kingdom of Hope, but the chances of something like that happening were low. Not only were nightmare creatures less resolute than Sunny had been, but the current nightmare was also much more powerful than he had been all that time ago. The weaker of his horrors were being destroyed, but the stronger ones slowly took their place. As for the Dark Destrier himself, he was currently busy with a very important and sensitive task. After a while, Nephis suddenly spoke. Would you mind sharing how you put all these abominations to sleep? Sunny smiled behind the visor of his helmet, suddenly remembering their first meeting on the forgotten shore. He kept silent for a few moments, then answered neutrally. I would not if you shared something as well. Nephis simply nodded. That seems fair. Sunny contemplated the answer, then spoke simply. There is another transcendent terror serving me. His powers have to do with dreams and nightmares. It took a long time to lull the inhabitants of this corner of the jungle to slumber, but it couldn't be helped. My citadel would have never been safe if there was a constant source of danger underneath it. Now I only have to worry about the enemies coming from outside my territory. Nephis let out a sigh. I must admit, I'm a bit envious. My luck with echoes has never been great. It seemed that way, but actually, if she stopped giving all the echoes she had earned to her companions and followers, the situation would have been different. Of course, Sunny possessed a unique advantage unlike echoes. His shadows could grow and evolve to higher ranks. Otherwise, his retinue would not have been anywhere near as powerful as it was now. He lingered for a few moments, then said, his voice even. My turn to ask then. Sunny considered his words carefully. I've heard that you are an enlightened master of combat, Lady Nephis, a warrior who understands battle better than anyone else. So, as a master, if you had no other choice, how would you fight a supreme? Nephis smiled faintly. I'll assume that it is a hypothetical question. She lingered for a while, then answered casually. There are numerous ways to fight against a superior enemy, of course. Deception, manipulation, misdirectio. And all the usual tricks apply. Leveraging your advantages while making sure that the adversary is at a disadvantage. But honestly, I wouldn't trust in complicated schemes and ingenious strategies when facing a supreme. Nephis fell silent for a moment and said, he voiced devoid of any particular emotion. At the end of the day, the best way to fight a sovereign is to be a sovereign. Sunny chuckled. Interesting. It wasn't exactly what he had expected to hear. Nephis was currently in the middle of a grandiose and risky scheme, after all infiltrating a great clan to take down its ruler. And yet, she was disparaging such an approach, saying that the best way to kill a supreme was to first become a supreme. Was she having doubts about her plan? Or preparing to execute a different one altogether? No, that was impossible. She would never be allowed to challenge the fourth nightmare, let alone return from it and live. The jungle swallowed his quiet laughter, and in the ensuing silence, Nephis asked, "What about you, Lord Shadow? How would you fight a supreme?" He thought for a bit, then shrugged nonchalantly. Me, simple. Really, I would probably wait until the two of them clashed, watch one die and the other become weakened, and then stab the one who survived in the back. Nephis tilted her head slightly. When she spoke, her voice sounded a little amused. "Are you very confident in your backstabbing skill, Lord Shadow?" Sunny smiled behind the onyx visor. "Pretty confident, I guess. None of those I stabbed in the back ever complained." "Well, because they were dead." The corner of her lips curled upward. The two of them remained silent for a while. Eventually, Sunny said, "I have another question." He guided them to a barely noticeable path. The white radiance of Neph's flames was stark as it chased the darkness away. The darkness retreated, but not far, revealing the vibrant vermilion moss and the red vines growing on the twisted trunks of ancient trees. As soon as the two of them passed, the darkness returned, swallowing everything anew. Sunny sighed. "Do you know the legend of Odysseus?" Nephis seemed surprised by his question. "Sure, why?" He spoke without turning his head, his cold voice remaining emotionless and even. "Odysseus has been gone from his home for 20 years. Everyone thought him dead, and many suitors arrived to propose marriage to his widow. She refused them for a while, but they insisted that she must make a choice. One of them was meant for the throne of Ithaca." Sunny paused for a moment, then continued. "Eventually, Odysseus came back and infiltrated the gathering of the suitors disguised as a beggar, bringing himself into the very home where his enemies dwelled. None of them recognized him, assuming that he was weak and posed no threat. They were wrong. The jungle rustled around them, as his voice turned a little sinister. Odysseus then ruthlessly massacred the suitors, not sparing a single one. Not only that, but he even viciously killed the maids who had been deemed disloyal. A river of blood was spilled on that day, and scores of people lost their lives, their bodies sliced and mutilated. So my question is..." He stopped and turned, facing Nephis and her pure white flames. "Isn't Odysseus too cruel?" She looked at him for a while, her beautiful gray eyes filled with dancing flames. Eventually, Nephis said in her usual calm tone, "You've never hated anyone, have you, Lord Shadow? It seems to me that you are a very kind man." He laughed. "That is a first. I've been called many things before, but kind I don't think I've ever heard this one." He turned away and continued walking deeper into the jungle. "You are wrong, by the way. I know hatred, too. I'm a very hateful person, in fact." Granted, his hatred was probably not as scorching as hers. Chapter 1670, Welcome to the Jungle. The fragment of the Shadow Realm was vast, its darkness drowning not only the surface of the dead god's sternum, but also swallowing a considerable stretch of the abominable jungle thriving in its hollow depths. The dream curse had lulled the nightmare creatures populating the area to sleep, so it was relatively safe. Sunny and Nephis moved with sufficient speed, reaching the edges of the fragment in a matter of hours. They could have been much faster, of course, but he used that time to teach her about the dangers of what lay beyond. The jungle is hidden from the gaze of the sky, but it is much more dangerous than the surface. The nightmare creatures of Godgrave are all born on the surface, yet only those who are strong enough to survive their descend into the hollows. Here, they can exist indefinitely in theory. In practice, they are all cannibals. The competition for water and nourishment is fierce, so the inhabitants of the jungle constantly fight and devour each other. Nightmare creatures were known to battle among themselves. It was only in the presence of humans that they united to destroy the uncorrupted first. It was much worse in the hollows, though, where every abomination was of a type that had to satisfy its hunger often. Life and death came swiftly, and only the most vicious ones lasted for a while. His tone remained indifferent. Only the strongest and most fierce abominations get to descend into the jungle, and only the most ferocious of them get to survive here. It's a boiling pot of horror, where appalling monsters endlessly fight against each other, and only the most dreadful of them gets to live. As a result, the average power of a nightmare creature from the Hollows is truly daunting, and has been constantly growing for centuries. Nephis sighed behind him. Doesn't it remind you of something? Sunny shrugged. It's a bit like a demented, accelerated version of evolution, I guess. She looked at a sleeping abomination nearby, a contemplative expression on her face. I was thinking that they are just like us. He remained silent for a moment. I'm not sure I follow. Nephis looked away from the nightmare creature and used her sword to slice apart a thick vine that barred her path. Her voice sounded a bit wistful. The spell sends human youths into the first nightmare, and only those who are strong enough get to return. Then, it tosses them into the dream realm, where they need to constantly fight for survival. To grow stronger, they need to consume nightmare creatures or each other. So, we humans aren't that different from the abominations of Godgrave. Sunny smiled darkly. The parallel was indeed there. It was just that the pace of human advancement was magnitudes faster than that of the nightmare creatures here in the Hollows. What had taken the abominations thousands of years could very well be accomplished by humanity in less than a century. The spell was cruel but effective. He shrugged. In any case, this jungle is teeming with great nightmare creatures. There are cursed ones here, as well. I'll do my best to help us avoid them today. There are some corrupted abominations, too. These ones are too weak to contend against the stronger creatures, so they have developed many vile survival strategies. His face twisted behind the onyx visor. Many are tiny and aim to burrow into your flesh. Most are venomous. Some lure their prey into a helpless state with mind attacks or illusions. Pretty much all of them are great masters of disguise, blending in with the jungle. Try to rely on your hearing more than you do on your sight, and if we encounter a swarm of vermin, don't hesitate to burn them all to ash. Sunny's own most glaring weakness was that he did not possess means of dealing potent damage over a large area. So, he was vulnerable to vast swarms of tiny parasites. In that sense, having Nephis with him was a boon. Her ability to control incinerating flames covered for his weakness. They had always made a good pair in battle. He smiled quietly. Everything I mentioned can be applied to the plants here as well. This abominable jungle is just as predatory as the nightmare creatures populating it. So, be wary of things that seem like they can't move, too. Nephis remained silent for a while, then said, her tone slightly amused. I see that you've chosen a lovely place to live, Lord Shadow. A bit deadly, though. He chuckled. Don't you live in Bastion, Lady Nephis? That place is far more deadly, I think. She didn't answer, perhaps expressing agreement. Slowly, the impenetrable darkness around them receded. They were approaching the boundary of the fragment. Not long after that, the true appearance of the subterranean jungle finally revealed itself. Sunny and Nephis stopped, looking at the wild expanse of vibrant forest in front of them. The hollows were mostly dark, but there were towering pillars of light falling from above here, and those were the cracks in the dome of the ancient sternum. Currently, each was connected to the jungle by colossal tendrils of vines, moss, and vermilion growth, each functioning like a twisted sky bridge. When it rained on the surface, great waterfalls fell from the cracks, washing over the jungle and causing devastating flash floods. When the veil of clouds was torn, the vertical bridges ignited in a grandiose conflagration and turned to ash, which rained on the jungle and fertilized its soil. The cracks in the bone weren't the only source of light in the hollows, either. The jungle itself glowed with dim crimson light, many iridescent plants growing in the damp darkness. They were feeding on diffused sunlight through the vines extended to the surface, and then slowly released it, emanating light and heat. The sight of it all was alien, eerie, and frightening, but also darkly breathtaking. Letting out a quiet sigh, Nephis dismissed her flames and studied the jungle for a few moments. Then she closed her eyes and listened to it. Eventually, she said, I don't think we'll make it in time if we proceed on foot. Should we fly? Sunny glanced at her and hesitated for a moment. I'm not that great at aerial combat at the moment. Flying will be much faster, yes, but also much more dangerous. Nephis thought it over, then nodded calmly. Then let's fly. Chapter 1671, Fear the Sun. According to what the sleeper had told them, his two friends were not very far from Sonny's territory. However, they were well beyond the reach of his shadow sense. It had taken the youth 2 days of wandering to stumble upon the fragment of the shadow realm, where he was picked up by Saint. The only reason he had survived such a journey across Godgrave was because Nephis and her people had burned away most of the nightmare creatures on the surface, clearing a path to the vicinity of the Nightmare Temple. Sonny could traverse the distance. A sleeper could walk in 2 days in a couple steps, but using Shadow Step in such a manner was bound to consume a vast amount of essence, especially if he had to bring Nephis with him. Transporting her and 2 more humans all the way back was out of the question, unless he wanted to find himself severely weakened in the middle of a death zone, not to mention sabotaging his other 2 avatars. In short, he would rather move in a less wasteful manner. Flying suited him fine. As Nephis was summoning her beautiful wings, Sonny extended his shadow sense outward. He was cautious about exploring the abominable jungle. There were many nightmare creatures here who could feel his gaze and were not shy about gazing back. Soon his expression darkened. We will proceed slowly. The white wings appeared in a gust of wind. Illuminated by a soft radiance, Nephis raised her hands to tie her silver hair up. Stopping what she was doing, she raised an eyebrow and glanced at him, slightly confused. Haven't we decided to fly in order to save time? Sonny stared at her for a couple of moments, then slowly looked away. Yes, but if something truly powerful notices us, we'll be stalled, maybe even forced to escape, so we will traverse a dozen kilometers or so at a time. I'll scout for danger when we stop. He pointed to one of the vine bridges, stretching toward the dome of the hollows. Head there first. Nephis remained motionless for a few moments, then nodded and bent her knees slightly. Then she jumped powerfully, raising a gust of hurricane wind with one flap of her wings. Sonny dissolved into the shadows and followed her as a black crow. The 2 of them soared above the dense canopy of red leaves and flew swiftly to the distant pillar of vines. As they did, countless gazes followed their flight. Not good. A vast swarm of appalling creatures suddenly rose from the jungle, moving to intercept them like a buzzing cloud. Each abomination resembled a mosquito, if mosquitoes were the size of dogs and had glistening bellies full of rotten blood. Sonny let out a resentful caw. Am I going to have to summon Serpent? Before he made a decision, however, Nephi's black sword suddenly ignited with blinding white radiance. She swung it in the direction of the approaching swarm, causing a single radiant spark to glide above the jungle, seemingly carried by the wind. A moment later, the white spark suddenly blazed, and a hurricane of flame was born from it, enveloping the swarm. Burning abomination fell down like a rain of white fire, disappearing into the damp vermilion canopy. Those that had not been immolated slowed down, trembling. Nephis was shining with a pure white radiance. Flying above the jungle, she was like a small sun, and if there was one thing that the nightmare creatures of Godgrave feared universally, it was the sun. A moment later, those abominations that had avoided the initial conflagration were swallowed by the flame as well. Just like that, the swarm was eradicated. Sonny observed the scene incredulously. Damn, how convenient. Sonny had a lot of ways to deal with abominable giants and ferocious beasts, but these misbegotten pests had caused him so much grief in the past year now, he didn't even have to move a talon when they appeared. Hugging Changing Star's thigh was so great. Those firekeepers were living the life. A minute or 2 later, they reached the vine bridge. Neph's sword lashed out once again, this time without being augmented by her flames. Nevertheless, the decapitated body of a hideous primate monster plummeted down, crashing into the jungle with a thunderous noise a dozen seconds later. Nephis landed on a thick stalk of a red vine, using the vambrace of her armor to clear the wall of the living pillar of poisonous thorns. Then she thrust her gauntlet into the moss to find a handheld. Half standing and half banging above the abyssal drop, she observed the jungle, her eyes calm and focused. Sonny, in his crow form, landed on her shoulder. Nephis glanced at him briefly, but did not say anything. He extended his shadow sense forward once more. sensing several truly powerful adversaries hiding under the thick canopy not too far away from their position. One was already ascending, the sky bridge, hidden from sight by the mess of red leaves. The best way to proceed would be. He jumped off Neph's shoulder and glided forward, taking a smooth turn to the right after a couple of seconds. She followed. Just like that, they hopped between pillars of vegetation, not spending more than a few minutes in the air each time. There were other abominations that attacked them in the process, swarms of weaker ones, and truly harrowing creatures as well. The strongest of them was a great monster shaped like a crimson python, who had been pretending to be a part of the vine bridge. The creature's disguise was so thorough that Sonny did not notice it at all. Nephis, however, did. Not only that, but he also knew its exact rank, class, and attributes, making the battle much easier. Cassie must have been helping her from all the way in Bastion. In the end, Sonny used shadow manifestation to immobilize the gargantuan python, while she severed its head with several merciless strikes of her sword. The battle was short but fierce. It was so intense, in fact, that the commotion attracted the attention of other, much more dangerous beings. Luckily, Sonny and Nephis escaped before other abominations reached the corpse of the great python and clashed for the right to devour its massive body, making the jungle quake. Despite the fact that the two of them had not met in 4 years, and that she did not even remember him, their cooperation was as seamless and comfortable as it had been before. They moved like two parts of a single whole without having to say or signal anything to each other, raining death upon their enemies. Sonny had missed that feeling. All in all, had never had such an easy time traveling across the hollows. Before too long, they reached the approximate area that the sleeper had described. The pillar of vines he had used to climb to the surface, at least, was the correct one. Now, they had to find the dead tree under which the other two youths were hiding. If they were still alive, of course. Curse it! Sonny's mood turned somber when he saw what lay beyond the towering pillar. Out there below them, swallowed by the jungle almost entirely, was a vast ruin. Chapter 1672, All That Remains. Sonny assumed his human form, standing on a twisting stalk of a giant vine side by side with Nephis. Sunlight was streaming from above, illuminating her slender figure. His, however, was hidden in the deep shadows, almost imperceptible. If someone gazed upon them right now, it would have seemed as though she was observing the overgrown ruin alone. The ruin was vast and sprawling, but most of it was swallowed by the jungle. Only a few crumbling stone edifices rose above the canopy, covered in red moss. It was hard to recognize them as man-made structures, but the awakened were experts on all things having to do with ruins. The dream realm was littered with them, after all. Nephis tilted her head a little. Ruins? I didn't know that humans once lived here in Guiltythree. Sonny remained silent for a few moments. Guiltythree was densely populated once, in fact. There was a fairly advanced civilization thriving here. The surface was just as deadly, and I can't say anything about the sea of ash below. But there are many ruined cities in the hollows, some of them as large as the lesser population centers in the waking world. She glanced in his direction, seeing only the darkness. I didn't know that you have such a keen interest in ancient civilizations, Lord Shadow. He smiled. Those who forget the past are doomed to repeat it in the future. His words vaguely hinted at a double meaning, but he didn't say anything else. In any case, Nephis was right. Sonny did indeed have a keen interest in ancient civilizations. He always had, even back in the Dark City. Solving the mysteries of the past appealed to some hidden part of his heart. The thrill and charm of exploring forgotten ruins was the closest thing Sonny had to a hobby. Maybe, in a perfect world, it would have been one of his life's passions. However, his interest in the ruins of Guiltythree was special. The dead civilizations of the dream realm had always been one and the same for him. The people were different, the histories were different, but they all belonged in the pages of the same book. After meeting Wind Flower in the tomb of Ariel, though, Sonny learned that there were two entirely different kinds of ruins in the dream realm. One kind belonged to the people who had lived in the mortal realms, and were destroyed by the war between the gods and the demons, as well as its immediate outcome. The other kind belonged to those who had lived in the 5 divine realms, and fell under the tide of corruption later. The difference between the two was very important. The latter civilizations had been infected by the nightmare spell before their eventual fall. Just like the people of the waking world, the sixth divine realm were. The ruins in Godgrave belonged to the second kind, because Godgrave had once been a divine realm. If Sunny was correct, then this harrowing place was what remained of the sun god's world after it had been swallowed by the dream realm. The immolating white void hidden behind the veil of clouds, the sea of ash below it had to be the broken realm of the Lord of Light. If so, then the people of this realm must have survived the conclusion of the Doom War. The gods were dead, the nightmares of the forgotten god were slowly devouring the scattered lands. The dream realm was being born. But here, a thriving civilization survived and persisted, building populous cities in the bones of the colossal skeleton. He could only imagine how strange and vibrant this civilization had been. With vast cities rising in the glowing jungle, great waterfalls pouring from above to create swift rivers that would disappear without a trace a few days later. The vast sternum must have been the heartland of that civilization, with satellite kingdoms rising inside the ribs, and most remote cities being built in the arm and leg bones of the dead deity. But then the nightmare spell had descended, and just like the people of the Twilight Sea, the inhabitants of Godgrave failed to meet its dire challenge, being swallowed by the flood of nightmare gates. Now they were gone, even the memory of them was gone. The world they had called home was now part of the dream realm. All that remained were these overgrown ruins. Both Sunny and Nephis looked at them with the same emotion, even if they both hid it. Would their world be swallowed like this one, too? Would their people disappear like these people had one day soon? Sunny sighed and sent his shadow sense into the ruin. After a while, his expression turned grim. Sensing that the shadows around her grew darker, Nephis shifted and asked, her tone a little somber. "Are they dead?" He shook his head slowly. "I have a piece of good news and a piece of bad news, Lady Nephis." He paused for a moment, then added with cold indifference. "The good news is that the two sleepers are still there, in the ruins." She looked at him with a frown. "What is the bad news, then?" Sunny took a step out of the shadows, bright sunlight reflecting from the surface of his onyx armor. The crack of his visor, though, still brimmed with impenetrable darkness. "They aren't the only ones there. How the hell did that boy survive?" Out there, hidden in the canopy of the jungle below them, numerous shadows were moving slowly, each belonging to a powerful nightmare creature. He had never seen or sensed abominations like these before, but simply from the depths of their shadows, he knew that they were powerful. And there was a lot of them. These sleepers must have found the deadliest nest of nightmare creatures in the area to use as a hiding spot. Their luck, well, I don't even know if it's amazing or utterly terrible. They won't survive for much longer, but having survived for that long is already a miracle. She nodded calmly. "So we light, then?" Sunny stared at her for a few moments. "Or we grab them and run?" Nephis shook her head. "I don't think that will be possible." He frowned, not knowing what she meant. A few moments later, though, he understood. The bright light falling on them from high above suddenly grew many times brighter, becoming almost blinding. The clouds, and a split second later, the great pillar of vines they were standing on shuddered, the upper part of it turning to ash. As the tendrils that the subterranean jungle had extended toward the surface all moved and started to fall, torrents of flames spreading swiftly toward their roots, Nephis jumped off the stalk and dashed forward, toward the ruins. And away from sunlight. "Don't dally." Cursing silently, Sunny jumped after her, this time neglecting to turn into a small crow. Instead, he turned himself as light as he could and glided on the wind, descending in a somewhat controlled fall. He sighed heavily and then grinned, his eyes glinting with excitement. "I guess that means that we are going to fight." Chapter 1673, Entering the Ruins. The Lord of Shadows broke through the canopy and disappeared in the jungle, landing noiselessly in the ruins. Nephis folded her wings and fell toward the sea of red leaves to follow him. A moment later, she landed in a small clearing. The vermilion moss softened her landing, but she could feel the solidness of stone under her feet. There were crumbling structures all around her, most swallowed entirely by the vines and creeper plants. Some of the plants glowed beautifully, dispelling the deep darkness. The ruin of the ancient city was suffused with light, shadows, and ethereal twilight. The glowing plants emanated heat, as well, so the humid air under the impenetrable canopy of rusted leaves was suffocating and sweltering. Nephis inhaled deeply, her alabaster skin glistening with moisture. "It's hot." The ground shook as the great pillars of vines crashed into the jungle, wreathed in flame and scent. Clouds of burning debris flying in all directions. Ash fell down like snow. A few fiery meteors landed in the ruin, as well, starting small fires here and there. Nephis dismissed her wings and closed her eyes for a moment, listening to the jungle far away. There was a cacophony of indescribable sounds. The nightmare creatures populating this vibrant hell were on the move, incited to frenzy by the destruction of the sky bridges. But here in the ruins, everything was relatively quiet. The jungle rustled and whispered with 1,000 voices, but its tone was no different from how it had been before. Which was bad. It meant that nightmare creatures did not dare come here and challenge the masters of this place. She opened her eyes and glanced at the Lord of Shadows, who seemed to possess an attribute or an ability that allowed him to sense many things from afar. It was impossible to tell his expression, of course, because the mysterious man never revealed his face. His figure, however, was just as cold and aloof as ever. He didn't seem concerned, and strangely enough, that calmed Nephis as well. "How close are we to the sleepers?" His tone was indifferent, competing with her own as far as inexpressiveness went. "A few kilometers." She stared at him silently for a few moments. "Do I sound this way too, by chance?" Emotionless, aloof, and deadpan, king of haughty. She coughed. It was not that she did not have feelings. It was just that she had spent most of her formative years sheltered in solitude. So when other children learned how to use their voices and faces to express nuanced emotions in the company of their relatives and peers, she had not. Who was she supposed to express her feelings to if no one was around? Communication was an acquired skill. As well, Nephis knew how to do all these things now. Of course she had to, as a public figure. But her default state was still the same, reverting to how she had been in her childhood. She frowned. "Well, anyway, what about the nightmare creatures?" The Lord of Shadows raised a hand, and a graceful odachi suddenly appeared in it, its serpentine still as dark as a moonless night. There were no swirling sparks that usually appeared when memories were summoned, and almost no time passed before the black blade manifested itself into reality. "Already moving in our direction." Nephis nodded. No time to waste then. Using the longsword he had given her, she sliced a path through the vines and moved forward. The Lord of Shadows followed behind her, his steps not making any sound whatsoever. It was as if he was not there at all. As they made their way deeper into the ruins, the jungle tried to kill them. There were plants that tried to entangle them and pull them into pits of viscous digestive fluid. Vile critters fell from above, aiming to slither under their armor. Glowing flowers swayed beautifully, sending clouds of fleshiating pollen into the humid air. Nephis had long summoned her helmet. When thick vines moved to imprison her, she cut them. When revolting millipedes and grotesque ticks fell on her from the branches above, she sliced them apart. When clouds of pollen, spores, and poison tried to envelop them, she uttered the name of the wind, destroying them. What a terrible place. The Lord of Shadow simply walked behind her, not doing anything. He seemed perfectly content to use her as a pathfinder, only giving directions when Nephis was getting off course. "Aren't you going to summon your echoes?" He answered succinctly. "No, do I need to?" Nephis gritted her teeth. Those powerful creatures under his command were protecting the citadel. Was he worried that her fire keepers would come under harm without them, or that his citadel would be harmed by the fire keepers without anyone keeping an eye out? In any case, the Shadow Saint seemed to believe that just the two of them would be enough to escape these ruins alive. Nephis felt a little pleased by his vote of confidence, but also a little incensed. For some reason, Morgan has a lot of echoes too. Morgan had become much stronger after transcending. The defeat in Antarctica seemed to have tempered her character, too, and it was not as if Anvil coddled her, the opposite, in fact. And yet, there was a huge difference in how Clan Valor treated its true daughter and its adopted daughter. Granted, Nephis suspected that the harsh treatment she received from the King of Swords was actually a sign of affection. He had not given her any powerful echoes, though. It was fine for Morgan to have better equipment than her, but the Lord of Shadows, too. Just when she was considering making a remark against her better judgment, a soft voice resounded in her mind. Neph, she was already raising her sword. A great beast is approaching, some kind of a construct or maybe an undead. Very strong, be careful. A moment later, she sensed it. Not the creature itself, but the pressure of its passing the very mundane change in air pressure, caused by something moving with incredible speed. The mound of red moss in front of her exploded, revealing the dark interior of an ancient ruin. From it, surrounded by flying pieces of moss and shards of ancient stone, an eerie creature appeared, wielding a strange weapon. The creature was twice as tall as Nephis, but shriveled and hunched like a mummy. It was vaguely human in appearance, with a body made of cracked stone. Red moss grew on it like a tattered robe, and below it. Nephis felt a sense of distaste. There was desiccated flesh under the stone carapace, as if a human had once been imprisoned inside the golem. The stone face of the creature was featureless, except for the eyes inside the two round holes cut on its surface, two gaping wounds where human eyes should have been nestled with darkness, and from them, two beautiful blossoms grew on black stalks. The mace the golem held seemed to be cut from diamond. He looked like a monk who had gained enlightenment and became one with the abominable world of spreading corruption, filled with nothing but ancient evil and chilling malice. It only took a split second for Nephis to see all these details. Then the creature was upon them. Chapter 1674 in tandem. A great beast. Killing a great beast could pose no trouble at all, or all the trouble in the world. Beings of that rank were more than mere creatures. Each of them possessed a mythical power, reality itself coming undone under the pressure of their existence. When Nephis had been a master, a single great abomination was like a cataclysm. Now Nephis was a cataclysm herself. Igniting the flames of her soul, she shone with pure radiance and met the eerie golem with the full strength of a transcendent titan. Pain washed over her, bringing the world into focus. Everything was stark and clear in the world of pain, ready to surrender to her will. Except for the Lord of Shadows. The black blade of her sword met the diamond mace of the nightmare creature, deflecting it and dissipating its force. An impact that would have produced a devastating shockwave was suffocated, its destructive potential disappearing without a trace. The golem was faster than Nephis, but she knew its movement well. They were lacking insight and intent, almost entirely without refinement. Because of that, the creature wasted precious moments, while she wasted none. A split second later, the tip of her blade burrowed into the red moss, aiming to destroy one of the golem's shoulder joints. The sword the Lord of Shadows had given her was supposed to be equal to a transcendent weapon, and a potent one at that. Cutting the flesh of a great abomination would have been hard, but not impossible. Still, Nephis did not hope to break the golem's stone carapace and aimed at a weak point instead. She already knew that the creature would not be able to avoid her strike. That was Neph's power. She could not predict the future like Cassie could, and did not possess an aspect ability that would allow her to read the enemy's mind. However, she knew the laws of combat, knew them intimately, instinctually, and comprehensively. From the philosophy of combat to how the atoms interacted with each other to form a steel blade, she knew it all. So she did not have to see the future. Knowing the laws of combat, she could simply tell what movements her enemy could perform, was most likely to perform, and would perform in any given situation. That was the easiest part of being a master at combat. The hard part was actually dictating the situation to make the enemy move how she wanted them to move. Of course, to achieve that, she had to know the enemy as well. The shoulder joint of the Eeril golem had turned out to be far more durable than she had anticipated. Her blade bypassed the stone carapace, but the desiccated flesh beneath was just as tough. Her sword bit into it and failed to cut deep, leaving only an insignificant scratch. Nephis frowned, knowing that she was now open to the creature's retaliation. The diamond mace rose, flying at her head with terrible speed, and was pushed aside by the Odachi of the Lord of Shadows. Not only had he protected Nephis, but he also created an opening for her to deliver another strike. This time she aimed for the golem's eyes. Fighting side by side with the Shadow Saint was comfortable. Nephis had known that he was a swordsman of exalted skill, that much was apparent from their duel. However, what had stunned her the most was how excellent he was at supporting a partner in a battle, and being supported by a partner in turn. Too excellent, maybe. She would have expected that such a solitary and reclusive person would have trouble cooperating with others. But actually, the opposite was true. It was as though her shadow had really come alive, fighting by her side with effortless ease. The Lord of Shadow seemed to anticipate her every move, and was always exactly where she needed him to be, playing his role. Both flawlessly and with utmost effectiveness. Even stranger still, Nephis herself was oddly attuned to his style of combat. She didn't have to put any effort into acting in unison with him, as if it was something natural. The warriors of valor were highly disciplined and promoted unity, often training and going into battle together. And yet, she felt more at ease in the company of this total stranger. Perhaps that was a unique skill of a transcendent with a high affinity to shadows. Shadows never existed on their own, after all. It was their nature to be cast by someone. Her sword plunged into the golem's eye, sinking deeply. That did not kill the great beast, but it did seem to slow it down a little. Just to be sure, Nephis cut the flower growing from his other eye socket, as well, wondering if the creature was actually a predatory plant. But it was not. The flowers, it seemed, were mere decorations. Break the armor. Cassie's voice let her know where the creature's weakness lay. Living beings were relatively easy to kill, because they shared the same weaknesses: heart, brain, vascular system. But constructs and the undead were tricky, since destroying them was always a guessing game, especially if they were powerful enough so that obliterating them completely was out of the question. Aim for the breastplate. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows abandoned their attempts to damage the tough flesh of the abomination, concentrating instead on the cracked armor of the stone golem. She even sacrificed some of her physical augmentation to enhance the black sword instead. Luckily, the manifested blade easily accepted the soul flame, igniting with a strange kind of dark radiance. The battle lasted for a dozen seconds, and by the end of it, an entire swath of the jungle was completely overturned. Nephis and her aloof guide rained a barrage of blows on the breastplate of the great beast, easily avoiding its utterly devastating but simplistic and predictable attacks. Each of them might have had a tough time of fighting the creature alone, but together, they overpowered it without too much strain. Soon the ancient stone cracked even more, and then exploded in a rain of shards. The golem staggered and toppled to the ground. The spell whispered into her ear, its voice mocking and insidious. You have slain a great beast, usura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. Nephis breathed heavily and dismissed her helmet, loose strands of hair sticking to her fair face. She studied the collapsed golem warily, knowing that this was just the beginning of a dreadful battle. The Lord of Shadows had said that there were a lot of these abominations in the ruins, after all. Her guide, meanwhile, walked closer to the stone creature, stared at it for a bit, and then gave it a kick. Then he said, a hint of somber emotion in his usually cold voice. It's an MWP. Nephis was surprised. She lingered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. What? He pointed to the dead golem with the tip of his odachi. This creature, it's an MWP, mobile war platform. Well, I guess it's more of a powered armor suit. Mundane soldiers use them in Antarctica. The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a while, then sighed. The mummified corpse inside was an awakened warrior, and this golem is the power suit he wore. Of course, it was powered by sorcery, not technology. His voice slowly returned to the usual indifferent nonchalance. They were defenders of this city, I guess. Chapter 1675 uncovered. The jungle, which had been like a rustling ocean, was suddenly absolutely quiet. The dead silence that enveloped them was so utter and unnatural that, for a moment, Nephis felt a chill travel across her back despite the sweltering heat. The horrors of the forgotten ruin were drawing closer. She frowned slightly and then dismissed most of her armor. A whirlwind of sparks wreathed her slender figure for a few fleeting moments, and then dissipated without a trace, leaving only a thin white tunic behind. Free of the suffocating weight of her armor, Nephis inhaled deeply and noticed that the Lord of Shadows was staring at her intently. At least she thought he was. The darkness nestling in the crack of his visor was just as cold and nebulous as always. "What are you doing?" His voice was emotionless, but she thought she recognized a hint of emotion in it. Confusion, maybe. Yes, he was probably confused. She shrugged, enjoying the feeling of her skin breathing, unobstructed by the weight of metal. "My armor won't withstand a hit from a great beast. I'd rather have all the speed and agility I can get, considering the circumstances. That way, I stand the chance of not being hit at all." That was true. Her armor was a supreme memory of the second tier, but after the battle with this Usura, she had judged that it would not protect her from a blow delivered by one of the ancient golems. She could heal her body if it was damaged, but not her armor, and once the armor was wrecked and out of shape, it would constrict her movements even further. Now that the presence of the true masters of the ruined city had scared off all the pests populating the jungle, it was better to be fast and nimble. The other reason Nephis had dismissed her armor was necessity. She was pretty sure that she would be forced to use her transformation ability in the upcoming battle, so she didn't want to burn the supreme memory. That armor of hers was pretty decent. It would be a shame if it melted into a puddle of molten steel, like so many previous ones. Cassie had also told her once that it suited her well. Not that it mattered, of course. What am I even thinking about? Nephis looked away, hiding her embarrassment at the inappropriate thought, and summoned two charms, the dire warning and the testament of malice. One possessed an enchantment that scared off creatures of a lesser rank than her. The other added an element of insidious decay to her attacks, not too powerful, but cumulative. Finally, she activated the enchantment of her tunic, the remaining underlayer of the dismissed supreme armor, and sensed the air grow cool and soft around her, caressing her slightly damp skin like fine silk. That invisible barrier would not do much against sharp weapons, but it could lessen the impact of blunt ones, like the diamond mace the mindless Usura had wielded. Each memory was enhanced by the Crown of Dawn, making the enchantments much more potent. There were many more tools in her soul arsenal, but using them was a matter of resource allocation. Relying on memories too much would drain her essence, which could be better spent on her aspect and sorcery. She couldn't summon the Altar of Denial to lessen the essence consumption, either, since that memory could only be used in a static position. Nephis had earned a truly astonishing number of memories in the past 4 years, but most of them had not been worth her essence. Some had gone to the Fire Keepers, and some were sold off to fund them even with the nominal support of clan valor. Maintaining a citadel and a private army of masters was not cheap. The more clandestine affairs, which were handled by Cassie, also demanded a lot of funding, and the great clan could not be allowed to learn about them. As a result, Nephis kept only a few trident-tested memories, most of them useful in different kinds of situations. She summoned as few as she could in any given battle, relying on her skill and strength instead, as much as she could. The Lord of Shadows also did not seem like someone who relied on memories a lot, although she wasn't sure if his reasons were the same as hers. In fact, Nephis had not seen him summon a single memory apart from his serpentine odachi and his onyx armor, if those were even memories. At this point, she wasn't sure. His abilities were truly versatile. That manifested sword she had given her was holding up pretty well. With an ability like that and sublime swordsmanship, who needed memories? She wondered what other tricks he had in store. Just at that moment, the shadows stirred and drowned the mysterious saint like a dark tide. She remembered the scene of a black giant rising above the bone plain and was ready to take a step back, but the scale of it seemed much smaller. Indeed, a few moments later, a different kind of creature rose from the darkness. It was entirely black and demonic in appearance, with 4 mighty arms and a long tail, towering above her at least 3 meters of height, just as tall as the ancient golem had been. Its muscular body radiated a sense of chilling, ferocious physical strength and bestial potency. The stone-like armor of the Lord of Shadows shifted, covering the 4-armed demon like an onyx carapace, and at the same time, his great odachi rippled like liquid, growing even longer to match the demon's towering height. What a fearsome sword! Nephis stared at the dark demon in front of her, wondering for a moment. Was that perhaps the true appearance of the Lord of Shadows, while the human form he wore was no more than a disguise? The human, the dark colossus, the swift crow, and this shadow devil was that the result of his transformation ability. If so, it was much more versatile than Nephis had assumed, and any saint she knew possessed. Then again, shadows were formless and shapeless by nature, so maybe such versatility made sense. The form of a shadow demon was very much like the enchanted armor suits the defenders of the ancient city had once worn, in a sense. Was his body encased in a shell of shadows, like theirs had been in sorcerous stone? If so, it was an ingenious application of one's aspect. But it couldn't be just that. The Lord of Shadows could cover his human body in the shell of the four-armed devil and the shadow colossus. But what about the crow? It was much smaller than a human, so the fundamental principle of his transformation had to be different. As she was contemplating the nuances of his aspect, he Lord of Shadows spoke, his voice still cold and indifferent. "We must hurry." His voice was still the same, which was a little funny. A voice like that suited a young man of noble bearing very well, but coming from the chest of such a huge and ferocious creature, it sounded a little comical. Absurdly enough, Nephis found herself wanting to laugh. Of course, she did not, maintaining her usual calm expression. However, two sparks ignited in her eyes. "Yes, right, let us hurry." Turning away to hide her face, she gripped the hilt of her black sword and dashed into the jungle. Chapter 1676, Inalienable. The carnivorous plants and the abominable vermin populating the jungle had hidden away out of fear, terrified by the approach of the masters of the ancient ruin. So, Nephis ran fast, covering a great distance with each second. The wind was cool, soothing her slender body. The Lord of Shadows had taken the lead, his strides like that of a beast. His powerful limbs tore the ground, and from time to time he used the trunks of the towering trees to leap forward, sending splinters flying back. Soon enough, Nephis sensed the approach of a new enemy. The same kind of golem broke through the wall of vines, and the ground quaked from the crushing impact of its footsteps. The creature looked just like the one they had slain a minute earlier, tall, overgrown with scarlet moss, its ancient stone carapace covered by a net of cracks. This one was armed with a diamond scepter instead of a mace a split second later. The scepter was already flying at the shadow demon's head. Its speed was so dire that a fatal blow seemed inevitable. The jungle itself swayed, following the trajectory of the diamond weapon. Nephis raised her sword to block. A fraction of a second later, the Lord of Shadows simply disappeared from the path of the scepter. There was a thunderous boom, and a devastating shockwave spread in a wide cone from the point where the Usura's weapon had been supposed to hit. A vast swath of the jungle, hundreds of meters across, was instantly devastated. Sadly enough, Nephis was right in the middle of the cone of destruction. The sword she had raised cut through it, sharp and indomitable, allowing her to continue moving forward without slowing down too much. She jumped, stepped on the diamond scepter, ran across its length, and delivered a dire downward slash all in a matter of a single moment. The tough stone carapace of the great beast did not split open, but that was not her goal. What Nephis aimed for was to infect it with the decay of the testament of malice. Before the creature could catch her, she had already jumped back, twisting gracefully midair. The Lord of Shadows appeared from the darkness behind the creature, his enormous odachi falling down like the blade of a giant guillotine. In that demonic form, encased in fearsome onyx armor, he was no less imposing than the abominable Usura. The might of his strike was so terrible that the knees of the great beast buckled, its feet sinking deep into the moss. The ground itself split open. Stone shards shot into the air like shrapnel. There is another one. Towering above the kneeling nightmare creature, he used two of his hands to grab its head viciously, locking it in a chokehold. His other two hands turned the black odachi downward and drove its tip into the crack infected by the decay of the touch of malice. Nephis spun and swung her sword. Up until this point, she had only used her dormant ability. At that moment, though, she summoned a spark of soul flame and, enduring the agony, uttered the names of fire and wind. That single spark exploded into a raging inferno, incinerating everything in its path. The jungle in front of her turned to ash, revealing the dreadful form of the second Usura. The abomination's charge had been broken by the shockwave of the directed explosion, and the flame stuck to its carapace, burning hot enough to melt transcendent steel. The stone armor of the Usura held, but was softened by the terrible heat. The desiccated flesh buried within it, though, caught a flame. Wreathed in fire, the towering nightmare creature rose like an infernal fiend. There is no time. Nephis used the momentary delay to lunge at the abomination being held down by the Lord of Shadows. Knowing how to destroy one, they could dispose of it with relative speed, but a great beast was a great beast. It was already a miracle that it could be wrestled to the ground by a saint. Her sword blazed with brilliant radiance, absorbing the full augmentation of her titanic soul. There was an explosion of blinding light, and the abomination's stone carapace crumbled. The joint attack of light and shadow had overcome its decaying resilience, and the perfect unity of their murderous wills had overcome its will to live. The kneeling Usura slowly fell, the diamond scepter slipping from its grip. The second nightmare creature was almost upon them, with cold darkness nestling in the crack of his visor. The Lord of Shadows growled deeply and strained his mighty body. Nephis ducked as the massive corpse of the slain Usura was tossed into the air, its dire mass crashing into the burning abomination like a siege ram. After that, they made short work of the staggered creature. She killed the first, while the Lord of Shadows killed the second. 3 great beasts in just as many minutes even for Nephis. That was a remarkable result. But it was still not fast enough. Without even stopping to retrieve the supreme soul shards, the two of them rushed away. More of these terrible creatures were coming, and the survival of the 2 sleepers was hanging by a thread. As they ran, the Lord of Shadows spoke suddenly. "This place, we might very well die here." His voice was even and clear, as if he didn't care either way. Nephis answered succinctly, long accustomed to feeling the cold breath of death. "That is true." He lingered for a moment. "Is it really worth it to die for a couple sleepers?" She jumped over a fallen tree, landed nimbly, and lunged forward with stunning speed. "It is." To her, it was a strange question, but then again, people often misunderstood her. She had answered honestly, but the question itself was wrong and misguided. Because she wasn't risking her life for these sleepers. The sleepers were merely a circumstance, but what she was ready to die for were her principles. She believed that saving these teenagers was the right thing to do, and so she wanted to do it. And it was also the right thing to do because she wanted to do it. Before, a long time ago, Nephis had been truly powerless. She watched fearfully as everything their family possessed was taken away. Their heirlooms, their wealth, their home. Even people who surrounded her were either killed or chased away one after another, disappearing without a trace. Their absence had left a scar. Perhaps because of that, she didn't value material possessions and many other things that people usually held dear. The things she valued the most were inside of her, and therefore could never be taken away. Her beliefs, her principles, her will. As long as she held fast to that, nothing could scare her, and nothing could make her feel truly powerless. However, while these things could not be taken away, they could be lost. She could betray herself and thus discard them. It was the easiest thing in the world to lose oneself. Then she would truly have nothing. The thought of that was too appalling, much more terrible than death. And so Nephis would rather die. It didn't matter if she risked her life for 2 sleepers or to fulfill her greatest desire. To her, both were one and the same, both were expressions of herself, and therefore equally important. The Lord of Shadows laughed. Why? Hadn't she already told him that it was because she wanted to? It was simple as that, and as deeply complicated as that, as well. She had long given up on trying to explain herself to people. But somehow, Nephis felt that maybe the Lord of Shadows would be able to understand. Running as fast as she could, Nephis smiled faintly. "Because otherwise, I wouldn't be me." Chapter 1677, Spark of Longing. A towering golem made from crumbling stone, its cracked body overgrown with red moss, raised a hand. There was a corpse entombed within it. The soldier of an annihilated civilization had perished thousands of years ago, but their sorcerous armor still lived, infected by an abhorrent corruption. The creature, an Usura of condemnation, was holding a diamond cleaver in its hand. When the cleaver rose, the world seemed to tremble in fear. When the cleaver fell, reality itself seemed to split apart. A giant tree, its adamantine bark hard enough to resist the end of days, was cut down in one slash and toppled slowly. The wind raised by its fall fanned the flames that had been spreading through the jungle, and bitter smoke permeated the air. The tree had been dead for countless years, and its heart had long rotted away. There was a cave-like hollow between its roots, which was now revealed. Two terrified sleepers had been hiding in that hollow, and were now hugging each other as they looked at the sinister abominations in horror. The diamond cleaver rose again, spelling their doom. Before it could fall down to reap their lives, however, an equally menacing fiend appeared from the darkness, crashing into the great golem with a ferocious growl. It had sharp claws, twisting horns, and a long tail, its bestial body encased in a fearsome onyx carapace. The darkness itself moved, shrouding it like a mantle. And a moment later, the eyes of the two sleepers widened. A beautiful young woman wearing a fluttering white tunic fell from above, surrounded by pure light. Her skin was fair and flawless like polished alabaster, and her silver hair shone brilliantly in the dim twilight of the jungle. Her figure was slender and graceful, and her beauty was breathtaking. She held an incandescent sword in her hand. Landing on the shoulder of the ghastly golem, she delivered a terrible blow and severed its damaged neck. The headless abomination continued to resist furiously even after being decapitated. But the strange pair, the fearsome demon of darkness and the beautiful spirit of light, cooperated seamlessly, swiftly bringing it down. The diamond cleaver shattered and fell apart. The stone carapace crumbled. The mummified corpse that had been entombed within it turned to ash. The creature was dead before the falling tree collapsed to the ground, making the ancient ruin quake. Nephis jumped off its corpse and inhaled slowly. The Lord of Shadows had been wounded in that last clash, but his towering body was already repairing itself. She was unscathed for now. Most importantly, they made it to the two sleepers in time. Turning around, she walked to the remains of the giant tree and looked into the hollow space between its roots, where two ashen-faced teenagers were staring up at her with wide eyes. Both were girls, their faces smeared with ash and dirt. One of them seemed to maintain a shred of composure, holding the other tightly. The other girl didn't look too good and seemed to be slowly falling unconscious. The first sleeper opened her mouth and said, stuttering, "Your Ura-changing star." Nephis smiled in an effort to calm the girl. That calming smile was not natural to her, but she had practiced her communication skills diligently. After all, she was both a leader and a public figure. Now knowing how to make the right impression was one of the skills she had to master, and had mastered despite not having an innate talent for it. "Yes, I am Saint Nephis of the Immortal Flame Clan. This is Saint Shadow of no clan. We are here to bring you two to safety." The young girl lingered for a few moments, looking at her with a complicated expression. That expression was not what Nephis had expected. "Is she wary of me?" Eventually, the girl nodded and said in a tone that was meant to be steady, but betrayed a slight tremor, "I am Tamer of the Sorrow clan." Nephis lingered for a moment. Sorrow was a vassal clan of Song, so this girl was technically her enemy. It was indeed a bit awkward. The Lord of Shadows stared at her, as if curious to see what she would do. His demonic shell had almost entirely repaired itself already. Nephis jumped down into the shallow pit, put her sword down, and looked at the second teenager. Then she turned back to young Tamer. "What is wrong with your friend?" The girl glanced at her black sword, then gripped the other sleeper tighter. "Some kind of infection." She scraped her hand on a vine. Then her eyes trembled slightly. "Wait, did Ray find you, my lady? Is he alive?" Nephis nodded and kneeled near the unconscious sleeper, looking at her with concern. "He is safe and sound. You don't have to worry." The three must have bonded during their harrowing time in Godgrave. Before that, they had probably spent a lot of time together at the academy. It wasn't strange for them to care about each other. In fact, Nephis was the strange one, having formed no bonds at the academy. There had been a reason for that, of course. She did not know which of the fellow sleepers had been sent to kill her. At the time, Cassie had had her circumstances, too. Still, these girls reminded her of the two of them. Granted, there had been no third member to their small cohort on the Forgotten Shore. There had been no. A moment later, Nephis shook her head lightly, having lost her train of thought. Concerned for the unconscious girl, she gently placed her hand on her gaunt body and frowned. The girl's skin was as hot as a furnace, and her pulse was weak. She wasn't just infected, she was dying. Nephis lingered for a moment and then glanced at Tamar. She forced herself to smile again. "You are safe now. The worst part is almost over. Fear not, for we are here, and we will get you and your friend out no matter what." The young girl stared at Nephis for a few moments, then took a trembling breath and nodded. Then she suddenly slumped, as if finally allowing her exhausted body to collapse. Her eyes glistened with moisture, but she gritted her teeth and held the tears back. Thank you, Lady Changing Star." Nephis nodded and turned away, secretly gritting her teeth. Then she activated her dormant ability and endured the blinding pain, sending a wave of healing flame into the second sleeper's body. The infection was persistent and had spread to the girl's heart. Nevertheless, it was burned away by the purity of soul flame, leaving no trace behind. It just took a little longer than Nephis had expected. She healed most of the damage dealt to the body of the unfortunate sleeper as well. The shadows around her stirred, betraying her companion's restlessness. The Lord of Shadows spoke from above. "They're drawing close." At the sound of her voice, Tamar flinched and looked at Nephis, trying to hide her fear. This is Godgrave, is. And it, can we really escape?" Nephis dismissed her flames and took a deep breath. "Of course, I promised, didn't I?" The young girl stared at her for a few moments, then nodded gravely. "I'll trust in you, Lady Changing Star. I strive to survive no matter what." Her voice sounded resolute. Neph's smile faltered for a moment. "Good, strive well." While saying that, she could already feel it. A spark of longing igniting in the soul of young Tamar, and then turning into a gentle flame. Connecting the two of them together, and making her a tentative part of Neph's nascent, unrealized, almost non-existent domain. Chapter 1678, Path to Supremacy. Nephis had not been dismissive when she answered the question posed by the Lord of Shadows. How could one kill a supreme? After years of striving bitterly to maneuver herself into a position where resisting the sovereigns was not a foolish, futile, and frivolous delusion, she had come to understand that the only plausible way to defeat them was to attain supremacy herself. Years ago, she had come back to the waking world after an eternity of being lost in the dream realm, defeated and broken. Back then, she had made a decision to join the great clan Valor, knowing that there would be no better way for her to come to know her enemy. When Nephis killed a nightmare creature, she dissected the carcass to examine its anatomy and learn how to slay such abominations better. But she couldn't dissect a great clan, so joining one was the best way to study the enemy from within. She had also harbored other aspirations to earn the trust of the King of Swords, and therefore place herself in a position where striking him down would be tenable. Nephis was a master of combat, after all, of which deceit and misdirection were integral parts. Life wasn't that different from combat, her life was not, at least. But although she had attained some success in her ambition to infiltrate the great clan and become trusted by its king, the more Nephis learned about the enemy, the more hopeless her burning desire to vanquish the sovereign seemed. Even if she knew everything there was to know about Valor, and even if the King of Sword lowered his guard one day, she wasn't confident at all that she would be able to defeat him, despite all her power as a transcendent titan. So Nephis had to become a supreme titan instead. The problem was that she was not allowed to even try. Times had changed, and there were many more awakened, masters and saints walking the world today. The sovereigns had relaxed their iron grip on achieving greater power a little, but they still demanded fealty from the absolute majority of transcendence, and would certainly never let someone rise to the throne of supremacy and become their equal. Anvil and Kai Song could not even tolerate the existence of each other. How could they allow someone else to become their rival? Not to mention someone like Nephis, who had a perfectly justified reason to hate them and plot their downfall. They would never let her challenge the fourth nightmare. Even if she found a suitable seed, entered it without permission, and survived, she would be slaughtered immediately after returning to reality. The might of a sovereign lay in the power of their domain, after all, and hers would not be established yet right after achieving supremacy. A newly crowned supreme was only inconsequentially more powerful than a transcendent, considering the perilous threat of the older domains. For these reasons, there was only one path for Nephis to take. She had to attain supremacy without the help of the nightmare spell, by following in the footsteps of the awakened from ancient times. Not only that, but she had to do it in secret. Needless to say, that path was just as problematic. Nephis had learned a little about how the ancient awakened walked the path of ascension from Ankh. However, the old priestess had not known anything about the leap between transcendence and supremacy after all. There had been no supremes in Weave. In fact, the only sovereign of the river civilization had been the Serpent King, a stranger from a realm consumed by the nightmare spell. It meant that Nephis could not learn the natural way to supremacy from somebody else. She had to invent it herself, discovering the long-lost truth without anyone's help. The task seemed unreasonable even for her, but having no other choice, she had been striving to accomplish it for the last 4 years. She had not been able to come anywhere near becoming a sovereign, but she was mostly sure that she had discovered the key to supremacy, or rather, the correct lock to it. Just like the awakened of ancient times learned to control their essence before forming their soul cores instead of the other way around, Nephis believed that she had to realize a domain first to become supreme. The nightmare spell gave humans a chance to challenge the fourth nightmare, attain supremacy, and therefore the ability to manifest a domain. However, without the nightmare spell, Nephis had to claim that authority herself. It was her ability to be the ruler of a domain that would make her a sovereign, and not the other way around. However, she had no clues about how to manifest a domain either. In the beginning, that was. Now, 4 years later, Nephis was at least on the right track, at least she thought she was. The secret to going further on the path of ascension was, reasonably, hidden in the changes that the soul of a living being underwent during transcendence. The soul of a saint broke the limits of the mundane and expanded, coming into contact with the world and becoming intertwined with a part of it. The soul of a sovereign then had to not only become fused with the world, but also claim authority over its part. That was the essence of supremacy, to be a ruler. But every saint was unique. The nature of the connection they shared with the world was unique as well. Therefore, each transcendent had a unique path to supremacy. For Nephis herself, that path was easy to understand, but impossibly hard to tread. After becoming a saint, her soul had become capable of being nourished by the ambient essence of the world, the spirit essence. Of course, it was only so for the spirit essence born from a particular source. Most people assumed that her source element was flame, some assumed that it was light, but all of them were wrong. In truth, Neph's source element, the foundation of her future domain, was longing. In hindsight, she should have known it much sooner. It had always been there in the description of her aspect. Aspect light bringer. Aspect rank divine. Aspect description: you are a creature of light that was banished and doomed to exist in the darkness. You bring radiance and warmth to wherever you go, but with it comes indescribable longing. The spirit essence Nephis could absorb was born from the souls of those living beings she inspired to yearn for something. It didn't matter what they longed for, and unlike the loyalty demanded by the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, she didn't need to be the subject of their yearning. Any kind of aspiration born from knowing her, or knowing about her, became the source of spirit essence for her. Her longing ability also seemed to have evolved after her transcendence, fusing with her presence. Over time, Nephis had noticed that when people were in her presence, their souls grew more susceptible to inspiration, and the flames of their desires burned brighter. That was the foundation of her future domain, which she had already built without even knowing it. Chapter 1679, Beacon of Hope. Beacon of Hope. There were 2 ways to build a domain. One was provided by the spell and depended on the citadels. By becoming the master of a citadel, or having a person who had accepted your authority become one, a supreme could empower and expand their domain over vast territories. A citadel was much more than just a stronghold containing a gateway. It was a daunting construct of impossible sorcery that forcefully subjugated the part of the world surrounding it and brought it under the rule of a supreme. That was why both the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms, who controlled most of the human territories in the dream realm, were so immensely powerful. The second way was innate to each transcendent, and unique to their aspect. Nephis suspected that most domains were territorial in nature, which was the reason why the spell had based its method on territory. But not all of them were. Take the King of Swords, for example. He used the path provided by the citadels to expand his domain, but that did not mean that he limited himself to it. The true vessels of his authority were not lands, but people. Every warrior wielding a sword forged by him was a part of his domain and thus empowered it. Kai Song collected the dead. There was the mysterious Asterion as well, who didn't seem to rule any citadel. As for Nephis herself, the only way for her to build a domain was to inspire people, igniting the flames of yearning in their souls. At least that was her belief. It had taken countless hours of contemplation and meditation for her to learn how to truly sense the underlying source element of her aspect. She had noticed the subtle shift in her presence first, or maybe that subtle quality had always been there, too weak to be discerned. The souls of people shone brighter in Neph's presence, their innermost hopes and aspirations igniting with a stronger flame. Her presence was like kindling for their passions, turning desire into yearning. And if that yearning was inspired directly by her, or even the idea of her, then a subtle connection was established between them and Nephis, making the inspired a part of her source element. She had not learned to sense these connections swiftly, though. In fact, it had taken a small breakthrough in mastering her aspect legacy for Nephis to grasp the deeper meaning of longing. Her aspect legacy was a tree of knowledge that bore 7 fruits. She had reaped the benefits of one of them and comprehended the knowledge of fire in twilight. Since then, Nephis had made strides in comprehending a few others. Facing the first seeker in Verge, she had advanced considerably toward the knowledge of corruption. And in the last 4 years, she had not only fully mastered the knowledge of destruction, but also started on the path of comprehending knowledge of passion. It was that last branch of her aspect legacy that had helped her fathom the underlying nature of her aspect better, as well as what she was concentrating on mastering now. Nephis had learned how to sense the subtle connections formed between her and those she inspired. She had also earned the ability to vaguely feel the passions and desires of those around her, which were like sparks and flames burning in their souls. Of course, not everyone was easy to read. The Lord of Shadows, for example, was like a closed book, especially when he wore that mask of his. In any case, after Nephis had gained that understanding, she found out with a bit of surprise that there were already countless people in the world who were connected to her. As it turned out, her fame was the reason. From the day she had led the Dreamer army to siege the Crimson Spire and failed to come back with them, the mighty propaganda machine of the government churned, exaggerating her inconceivable achievements and making her into a tragic hero. A truly brilliant figure, indomitable changing star, the last daughter of the immortal Flame clan. They had even built on the legendary fame of her father and grandfather, turning her into a symbol of human valiance and perseverance. For as long as immortal flame burned, humanity would not be extinguished. These words were spoken often now by the people born into the era of the nightmare spell. There were even movies made about her, horrendous as they were. Her sensational return as the only sleeper in history to conquer the second nightmare had only deepened the reverence and veneration people felt toward her, followed by her adoption into valor, which added the great clan's storied prestige to her own. So by the time Nephis became a saint, there were already numerous people for whom she was an inspiration. And after she became a saint, their numbers only continued to grow. She could feel it clearly. Some were inspired to strive for martial strength. Some were inspired to cultivate the nobility of their characters. Some were inspired to live their lives with earnest confidence, and so on. There were even many people inspired with a straightforward carnal desire because of her looks. It was a bit awkward for her to sense the kind of yearning they had for her when she was out and about, and pretend not to notice. In any case, the foundation of her future domain was already vast and potent. But it wasn't vast enough, and it wasn't potent enough. And so, in the past 4 years, Nephis had endeavored tirelessly to make it even more solid. To touch the souls of even more people. She had learned how to carry herself, how to present a perfect facade to the masses. She poured her intellect into grasping the knowledge of passion. More importantly, she put her sword where her mouth was. In that sense, the way Clan Valor treated her was ironically of great help. They always sent her to the most deadly battlefields, dispatched her into the epicenters of the most dreadful calamities, as if wishing for her to die. Wherever there was a crisis, Changing Star and her fire keepers would arrive, dissipating a flood of nightmare creatures with their swords. Nephis played along with the will of clan valor, using these opportunities to show the world her incorruptible will and brilliant radiance, which made her fame even more widespread and exalted. Cassie, meanwhile, worked behind scenes to guide the narrative and fan the flames. Nephis herself, the ivory tower, the chain breaker, the fire keepers, everything was now a recognizable symbol of selflessness, strength, and nobility. They were beacons of hope in a dark and tumultuous world, bringing people solace and inspiration. The number of those touched by her light grew every day, forming countless connections to her soul. Not all of these connections were equal. Some were tentative and feeble, some were radiant and deep. The deepest connections by far were those of the fire keepers, her most loyal followers. It was to a degree that she could even reach them with her aspect abilities from a distance. That was one part of what Nephis was doing, the easier part. The harder part, by far, was coming up with a way to actually turn this spiderweb of connections, the nascent form of her future domain, into an actual one. Nephis still had no idea how to take this step. She had spent some time studying the changes that had happened to her soul sea after she bound the ivory tower and let the fire keepers place therein. Chores there, hoping to find a clue from the mysterious mechanisms of the nightmare spell. But that had turned out to be a dead end. So for now, Nephis was left with no choice but to search and wait. She had hoped that she would find a hint before the war started, but now that both of the great clans were on the move, that didn't seem possible anymore. Which was why it was so important for her to establish a foothold in Godgrave and ready herself for what was going to happen here. Anvil and Kai Song had to fall before the war was over. Because if one of them truly defeated the other, their authority would spread to all of humanity. Once that happened, even becoming a supreme would not be enough to slay them. Chapter 16, 80 Spirit of Light. The unconscious sleeper slowly opened her eyes, staring at Nephis with a dazed look. She smiled reassuringly and rose, picking up her sword again. There was not much time left. The enemies were approaching. Towering above the three of them, Nephis, and the two teenage girls, the Lord of Shadows, said coldly, "It's sweet that you promised to save them, but how are you going to do it? Once we start fighting with those abominations, a single shockwave will be enough to finish these two off." Nephis climbed out of the pit and helped the girls she had healed up. Tamar followed. "Good question." There was no time to run away because the Usuras were faster than them. Flying away wasn't an option either because they would be perfect targets in the air. One toss of a diamond weapon and there would be no escape. Even if Nephis could evade, she had to carry at least one of the sleepers, and neither of the girls would survive the crushing pressure of such maneuvers. She considered countless strategies in a single second and looked up at the Lord of Shadows. "You take them and retreat. I'll hold the enemy off and then join you." He remained silent for a moment and then said flatly, "I refuse." Nephis blinked. "Huh?" She had not expected that answer. "Why?" The shadow demon bent down, bringing his onyx helmet level to her face. The darkness nestling inside it was deep and impenetrable. "You might be fine dying for these sleepers, Changing Star, but I am not fine with you dying." One of his onyx claws pointed at her. "You still owe me a favor, remember? Wouldn't I be cheated if you died before repaying me?" Nephis tilted her head. At that moment she thought that she felt a hint of desire from the Lord of Shadows. Some people's longing was like a spark, some people's longing was like flame. His, though to her, it felt like a towering pyre that dwarfed everything around. As it turned out, the Lord of Shadows was a man of dire passion behind that cold exterior. She couldn't make out the details of what exactly he yearned for, but his unwillingness to see her dead before she made good on her promise at least seemed rather sincere. It looked like the favor he intended to ask from her was not simple. A moment later, his soul was shrouded in darkness once again, and she couldn't feel anything. Nephis sighed. "What do you propose, then?" The Lord of Shadows lingered for a moment. Then he scratched his horned head, the onyx claws scraping piercingly against the surface of his helmet. Finally, he sighed. I'll take them to the nameless temple and return. You stay alive while I'm gone. Wasn't that basically what she had suggested? Nephis raised an eyebrow. How long will it take you to make it back to the citadel and return, Lord Shadow? He raised one of his 4 hands and bent a few fingers, then answered evenly. About 6 seconds. She stared at him silently. Then she stared some more. Huh. You could make a trip from the citadel to here in 3 seconds this whole time. Why did we fight our way here through the jungle then? Usually, Nephis had to make an effort to put emotions into her naturally deadpan voice. But now, she was actually struggling to maintain composure and make it sound calm. It was an extremely rare occurrence. The Lord of Shadows shrugged indifferently. It would have consumed too much of my essence. Carrying these sleepers is fine, but you are too heavy of a burden. Nephis stared at him silently for a moment, then glanced down involuntarily. Her body was lithe and slender, like it had always been. Definitely. Huh. The Lord of Shadows remained silent for a moment, too, then added suddenly, his cold tone suspiciously close to sounding a tiny bit rushed. Because you are a transcendent. Your soul is too vast and powerful, that was what I meant. He took a step forward and placed 2 of his 4 hands on the shoulders of the speechless sleepers. Anyway, time is of the essence, so I'd better go. A moment later, the 3 of them dissolved into shadows, leaving Nephis alone in the small clearing. A spatial movement ability. She remained motionless for a second, then looked at herself again. A quiet mumble could be heard. Did I gain muscle? Sure, she was not as delicate and pretty as Cassie, and not as elegant and graceful as Sation. But Nephis was pretty confident in her figure. Granted, it wasn't as generous as Effie's. What am I even thinking about? Just at that moment, the jungle around her exploded, and 7 ghastly golems lunged at her from all sides, the world groaning in agony from the violent force of their passing. Nephis was still looking down. Before they could reach her, though, her body exploded with a brilliant radiance, and their towering figures were consumed by blinding light. Nephis had transformed into a spirit of light. In that state, her graceful body seemed to be woven out of immaculate white radiance. That radiance contained an unfathomable ocean of furious flame instead of flesh and bone, and was a beautiful vessel for her fiery, titanic soul. She was like a brilliant star that had taken the form of a human. The moisture permeating the humid air instantly evaporated. The rotten leaves blanketing the ground turned to ash. The remains of the dead tree blackened and caught fire, being consumed at startling speed. But the speed with which the mystical wood was being consumed by the white flame was nothing when compared to the speed with which Nephis moved. Unconstrained by the limitations of mundane flesh, her power exploded. The whole clearing was flooded with blinding light, and the towering figures of the Usuras dissolved in that light. They weren't destroyed, but the red moss covering their cracked armor was immediately incinerated. The mummified flesh within the stone carapaces blackened and smoldered. The 7-diamond weapon fell in unison, but Nephis effortlessly danced out of the way. Almost at the same time, she was suddenly in front of one of the abominations, her radiant fist brushing lightly against its stone breastplate. The massive creature was thrown back. The armor on its chest cracked and melted, and the thick armor plate on its back exploded, shards of stone turning into molten rain as they fell to the ground. The world was stark and clear, awash in annihilating pain. 3 more seconds. Nephis wondered how many of these nightmare creatures she would be able to kill before the Lord of Shadows returned. Chapter 16, 81 Battle Partners. In the form of the radiant spirit, Nephis was much more powerful than her human incarnation. Her speed and might increased vastly, and her fire powers grew much more potent, especially when the beautiful vessel of light was augmented 7 times over by her aspect. Not only that, but mundane attacks could not hurt her at all. Most weapons would simply turn to ash before reaching her, and those that did break through the immolating heat would find no flesh to harm behind it. Only fire. So what hurt her the most was her flaw, the pristine soul, and in that form the danger it posed was much more dire than the suffering she experienced when using her lesser abilities. The incandescent white void of her soul was so pure and searing that it threatened to consume her, burning away her very self, perhaps forever. At least that was what Nephis feared. She rarely used the power of her aspect in combat, relying on nothing but her martial prowess if there was a choice, and she used her transformation ability even less frequently. Of course, she was not invulnerable even in that brilliant form. There were many beings and weapons there that could harm this fiery vessel of hers, but the damage they dealt would be instantly healed at the cost of her essence. The form of the spirit of light was a manifestation of her incandescent soul, and so one would have to extinguish her soul completely to destroy it. Which was not impossible, especially when facing enemies of higher ranks. The ancient stone wraiths she was fighting were among such enemies. You have slain a great beast, Usura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast, Usura of condemnation. Your soul shines brighter. You have slain a great beast. Nephis managed to bring down 3 of the 7 nightmare creatures in quick succession, but after that, the situation worsened. The abominable golems witnessed her power and grasped it, their movements changing as a result. They were of the great rank, after all. For creatures like these, the distinction between flesh and flame was of no importance. The strange diamond weapons they wielded carried their killing will, and before that will, all would be annihilated. The laws of the world themselves bent to accommodate it. If she was struck by one of the Usuras, her soul would not collapse from a single blow, but the damage would be considerable. Even for a great beast, destroying a transcendent titan would not be easy, but there were a lot of these creatures here, so she had to be careful. Nephis gave up on offense and evaded the thunderous attacks of the menacing golems, biding her time until the Lord of Shadows returned. She had not waited for long. On the 7th second after his departure, the shadow demon shot out of the darkness on the border of the burning clearing, his great odachi plummeting onto one of the Usuras a split second later, like the edge of nightfall. Now there were 2 of them facing 4 great beasts. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows glanced at each other briefly. Her radiant, graceful silhouette contrasted starkly against his towering, tenebrous figure. Then they exploded with motion. I wonder. Nephis was concerned for a split second. Her partial transformation was less destructive than the full one, but it still generated terrible heat. The stone armor of the ancient golems withstood it easily, but what about the Lord of Shadows? Very few people were strong enough to fight side by side with her when she went all out. However, she didn't have to worry. The onyx carapace of the shadow demon glistened darkly, reflecting the furious white radiance of her flame, but held. That fearsome armor, it seemed, was of a better quality than her own, or at least possessed a very high resistance to elemental attacks. In any case, he did not seem to have any trouble plunging into the middle of the burning clearing, seemingly unperturbed by the blinding light, scorching heat, and lack of oxygen. His movements were just as swift, ferocious, and sharp as they had been before. That's a relief, then. Her spirits were uplifted. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows clashed with the 4 Usuras, the surrounding jungle swiftly turning into a wasteland of splinters and ash. The black sword she had wielded had been long obliterated by flames, so Nephis used her stunning speed and agility to fight the abominations with bare hands. She was swift and much smaller than the towering golems, her technique fluid and flawless. The diamond weapons flashed past, never managing to touch her radiant vessel. However, Nephis herself wasn't able to attack as brazenly as before either. Using her sublime grasp of the essence of combat, she delivered a constant stream of shallow attacks to her enemies. The stone armor on their wrists, ankles, and joints was gradually melting, slowing the abominations down. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, was a much easier target. Not only was his dark body broad and towering, but he was also slower than her, his terrifying odachi demanding a lot more space to be wielded effectively. And yet, somehow none of the attacks of the Usuras managed to land on his onyx armor. His technique was just as sublime as hers, but it was also strange. Sometimes his movements did not seem too swift compared to her, at least, but at other times, it was as if he was so fast as to leave afterimages behind him. No, not even that. It was as if the Lord of Shadows was sometimes in two places at the same time. It took Nephis a few moments to understand what was happening. Transcendent battle art. His spatial movement ability was intricately woven into his battle style. The Lord of Shadows masterfully used short-distance teleportation to maneuver around the battlefield, blinking from place to place with such speed that it seemed as if he was in several places simultaneously. The graceful movements of his sword flowed uninterrupted between the jumps, so a slash that started in one spot could land dozens of meters away. An enemy attack could be blocked despite him being nowhere near its path. In a sense, the whole battlefield was within the reach of his serpentine odachi. There was also another detail. He's jumping between shadows. After noticing that detail, Nephis also realized with a bit of surprise that the Lord of Shadows was anticipating and making use of her own movements. Currently, she was the brightest source of light on the battlefield, so the direction of the shadows cast by the massive bodies of the Asuras was dictated by her position. The Lord of Shadows was paying attention to her movements to anticipate the movement of the shadows, and was therefore able to escape the danger freely, unfailingly appearing behind the abominations to deliver a terrible strike and dissolve into the darkness before they could retaliate. It was an utterly beautiful display of flawless technique, firm intent, and devious ingenuity. Diabolical. Nephis was impressed. Dodging the crushing blow of a diamond staff, she floated into the air to avoid being thrown off balance by the quaking earth, and shot forward. Her incandescent palm touched the elbow of the ancient golem, and its elbow joint finally cracked, falling apart in a rain of molten stone. Now that the enemy was unable to wield the heavy staff effectively, she had a window of opportunity. Landing lightly on the burning ground, Nephis spun and delivered a devastating roundhouse kick to the towering abomination. Her long, slender leg connected to its abdomen, and the Usura was thrown back, its entire torso exploding and catching fire. By the time the burning golem fell to the ground, it was already dead. But just as it died, more Usuras appeared from the depths of Th. Ruin, lunging at Nephis and her battle partner with silent malice. Chapter 1682 Hasty Retreat. Nephis and the Lord of Shadow had slain the initial 4 great beasts, but by then, there were already more of the fearsome Usuras that had risen from the ruins and reached them, surrounding the two like a fatal tide of ancient stone and sinister, evil will. She was coming closer and closer to the cusp of fatigue. The Lord of Shadows, meanwhile, seemed to be holding back on using his teleportation ability. He must have told the truth when saying that carrying the 2 sleepers all the way to the Citadel and coming back would put a strain on his reserves of essence. It had to be conserved now. Luckily, their goal was not to obliterate all the ancient wraiths. Their goal was simply to escape. Granted, there was some bad luck involved, too. The easiest route of retreat would have been to escape to the surface through the nearest crack in the dome of the colossal breastbone. But the veil of clouds was torn right now, and the surface was bathed in the light of the annihilating sun. That path was not an option. Nevertheless, Nephis wasn't too concerned. She was still holding back the most destructive of her powers. She had no doubt that the Lord of Shadows had a few tricks up his sleeve as well. And yet, what was that cold, heavy weight pressing down on her heart? Move back. His voice was just as cold as ever. She didn't hesitate and pushed the grounds with her foot, leaving a scorched mark on it, and flying more than 100 meters back almost in an instant. In the next second, a small lantern of black stone appeared in one of the Shadow Demon's 4 hands. His onyx armor shifted and retreated under his obsidian skin, revealing his powerful physique. Left alone, the Lord of Shadow lingered for a moment, seemingly unable to evade the attacks of the abominable golems in time. Everything that followed happened in a split second. Their diamond weapons landed on his muscular body, mangling it gruesomely. A tide of darkness suddenly flowed out of the stone lantern and came alive, enveloping the advancing Usuras with 1,000 black chains. Even though the great beasts tore the chains apart with ease, they were still stalled for several precious moments. In those moments, the broken, savaged body of the Lord of Shadows swayed slowly and dissolved into nothingness. Neph's radiant eyes flashed. "Hey, But then a familiar human figure stepped out of the shadows by her side, the onyx helmet closing to hide his face, completely unharmed. She let out a silent sigh of relief. "I suggest we hurry and get away, Lady Nephis." Utter indifference. Well, to be fair, her face was also motionless and impassive. Not that he could see her features in the torrent of brilliant light. "It's good that he's alive." Was it good, though? If the Lord of Shadows perished, his citadel would be hers to take. Bringing such a precious gift to the King of Swords would further her goals greatly. And yet Nephis was happy that he was unharmed. Using the momentary delay of the sinister Usuras, the two of them made a hasty retreat. They ran through the ancient ruins, getting closer to the border. The golems gave chase and were gaining on them slowly, not as slowly as Nephis would have hoped, but enough so to give them a chance to escape into the jungle. There were still a few of the ancient golems stalking the ruin, though. One of them barred their path, prompting Nephis and the Lord of Shadows to perform a flawless pincer attack without exchanging a single word. His black Odachi fell, her radiant hand flew. The ghastly nightmare creature crumbled to the ground. "You have slain a great beast, Usura of condemnation." The rest of the abominations were right behind them, but the edge of the ruins was already close. Nephis could already see the remains of an ancient wall, overgrown with red moss and twisting vines. But the cold feeling grasping her fiery heart only grew stronger. She frowned. A saint's intuition was more than an unreliable gut feeling. Transcendent beings were greatly attuned to the world and could sense subtle changes in it. The flow of spirit essence, the movements of the underlying laws, the changes in the fabric of reality. Something was very wrong. What is that?" Both Nephis and the Lord of Shadows halted, realizing almost at the same time that the edge of the ancient ruins was somehow getting further away. No matter how fast they ran, the distance between them and the overgrown wall did not diminish. They glanced at each other somberly. In the next moment, the entire world quaked violently, and something massive moved behind them. Turning around, Nephis saw the ground at the heart of the ancient city moving, rising above the jungle like a mountain. Countless trees toppled and fell down, the sea of vines and bushes drowning in the rolling soil. El Cyrillic letter 456 GHTN of VEL World C tilde OM. The ancient structures were revealed from underneath the carp. T of red moss, only to crumble moments later. It was as though something colossal had been sleeping under the ancient jungle, and was now rising from below, its slumber disturbed by the incinerating heat of the white flames and the clamor of fierce battle. She suddenly felt horror. Horror was not something Nephis felt often, and definitely not on her own accord. The only reason for that feeling was that her mind was being affected by an external force. Neph's flames dimmed a little when a dire realization surfaced in her mind. Her lips parted, and she whispered a single word. Condemnation. The great beasts they had been battling were called the Usuras of condemnation. She had thought that they were simply a swarm of nightmare creatures populating the ancient ruin, their name hinting at some forgotten mystery of the past. But now, Nephis realized that it had a much more literal meaning. As the mountain of raised soil started to split open, revealing the appearance of the being that had been buried underneath, she thought that her horror had been quite an appropriate reaction. The Usuras of condemnation were not a natural swarm of great beasts bound to a single location. Instead, they were here together for another, much more sinister reason. They were the minions of a much more powerful being. Their names simply pointed at whom they belonged to. Their master had to be of a higher rank, after all. The cursed tyrant condemnation. Chapter 1683 Dark Deity. Accursed tyrant. Nephis felt an unfamiliar emotion that she couldn't quite describe. Awe perhaps, or maybe hatred. The pure flames of her soul roared, surging restlessly in the presence of the harrowing adversary. Cursed nightmare creatures were the epitome of terror. Each of them was equal to what a sacred being would have been, not that there were any of those around. Nevertheless, sacred beings held a special meaning for humanity. That was because of what the steps of the path of ascension meant, at least as far as humans theorized. If the path of ascension was the road to divinity, then each step brought those treading it closer to godhood. Transcendence was the step of breaking away from the limits of the mundane. Supremacy was the act of asserting one's power over the world, thus establishing the foundation of their future apotheosis. But it was the next step, which no awakened of their world had taken before, that signified truly attaining the qualities of the divine. A sacred being was already a deity, albeit a lesser one. The same could be said about a cursed being. The cursed tyrant, condemnation, could very well be called a deity, a profane deity of abyssal corruption. And so, in a sense, today was the first time Nephis would face a god in battle. But not the last. Time seemed to slow down as condemnation rose from beneath the ruins. The gargantuan shape of the ancient fiend was still hidden behind the layers of collapsing soil and crumbling buildings, but it was already like a towering mountain. The quaking earth, the scale of it all seemed more like a natural process than the movements of a living being. Or rather, unnatural. Witnessing the sleeping giant wake from its slumber, Nephis could finally guess how this ancient city had been destroyed, and why it had fallen despite the dire might of its defenders. The warriors that wielded the dreadful power of the sorcerous exosuits and the sublime diamond weapons, the Usuras had perished when the cursed tyrant descended upon their city like a cataclysm. Even their impossible strength had not been enough to save this land, which was now a forgotten ruin, one of many similar ruins swallowed by the jungle. Such was the caliber of enemies the civilization of Godgrave had faced before extinction. It certainly made one wonder if the same fate awaited the civilization of the waking world, the last human civilization. America had already been lost to the advent of a Category 5 gate, Antarctica to the chain of nightmares. Humans were migrating to the dream realm now, but what would happen if a cursed tyrant was attracted by the smell of human souls and attacked Bastion, or Ravenheart? How long would the great clans last if the true horrors of the dream realm abandoned the death zones to roam its vast expanse freely? Safety was an illusion. The waking world was dying, but the dream realm was a death trap as well. Of that, Nephis was certain. Which was why the sovereigns had to be eliminated. Not because they had killed her father, not because they had sent assassins after her and turned her childhood into a cruel nightmare, not because they had brought the immortal Flame Clan to ruin, although Nephis would lie if she said that none of that mattered. It was not even because of the countless lives lost because of their schemes in Antarctica. The reason was that the sovereigns were not up to the task. They were incompetent, strangling humanity's power in pursuit of misguided reasons. Kai Song, Anvil. Asterion, none of the three was wise enough, determined enough, and desperate enough. Their achievements were great, and they might have thought that their cynical tyranny was for the greater good. But they were not someone who could defeat the nightmare spell. That said, to have a chance to defeat them and bring about change, Nephis had to survive the meeting with this corrupted tyrant first. She gritted her teeth. There is no escape. A cursed tyrant was like a deity, and a deity could exert great power upon the world. The ruins of this ancient city were condemnation's territory, and so its will here was like a law here. If it didn't want to let the two saints leave, they wouldn't be able to leave. Nephis and the Lord of Shadows had already witnessed how space itself was preventing them from escaping into the jungle. What other option was there? If they couldn't escape, they had to fight. But defeating a corrupted tyrant in battle was not something either of them was capable of. Even surviving a single attack by the profane being was questionable. The gap was too great. Nephis glanced at the Lord of Shadows and asked, her clear voice resounding in the roar of the quaking earth. That spatial ability of yours, can you escape? He shook his head. Not this time. Not this time. It sounded as if this was not his first time encountering a cursed nightmare creature. Just what kind of life had he led? Nephis took a deep breath. Or rather, he mimicked the familiar motions of taking a deep breath. The radiant spirit did not have lungs, after all, and neither needed nor was capable of breathing. It was simply a vessel containing a vast ocean of flame. She had been prepared to unleash her full transformation if things went south. However, the current situation was way worse than even her worst prediction. Even if she did allow the spirit form to dissolve, releasing the ocean of flame contained within its brilliant figure, she wouldn't be able to contend against the cursed tyrant. No other choice then. Well, it couldn't be helped. She had managed to come closer than usual to fully saturating her soul cores this time around already. The important part was to make the sacrifice count. Watching a vague figure reveal itself from beneath the mountain of flowing soil, Nephis glanced at the approaching Usuras and said evenly, "Hold back these creatures, then. I'll create an opportunity for the two of us to escape." Surrounded by radiant light, Nephis concentrated for a moment and reached into her incandescent soul. Chapter 1684, Pure Agony. They could not escape, but they also could not fight the cursed tyrant. In that situation, the only way out Nephis saw was to create a momentary lapse in the tyrant's concentration. It was the abomination's profane will that was preventing them from reaching the jungle. If that will was weakened, even for a few moments, a path to freedom would be theirs to take. Nephis had no hope of killing the evil deity and no confidence to face it in a prolonged battle. However, she was pretty sure that she could at least hurt it. She knew pain better than most. She knew how hard it was to keep calm and steady when your body and soul were being blackened by flame, how it felt to burn alive. Anyone's will would be shaken by that agony. But her adversary this time was a cursed tyrant. Not any flame would be able to hurt it, and her usual attacks were woefully insufficient. So she had to give it her all, which required time. The Lord of Shadows had to buy her that time. As the pursuing Usuras closed in on them, he glanced at her briefly. Then he sighed and let go of his black odachi. The tenebrous sword fell to the ground, but rippled like liquid in the air. She thought that she saw a glimmer of serpentine scales. A moment later, the odachi turned into a torrent of shadows, and then coalesced into a human form, that of a woman, both her clothes and skin perfectly black, her hair like a waterfall of silken darkness. She was standing with her back to Nephis, so her face was hidden from view. And yet, it felt like the mysterious woman was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. More than that, her presence was that of a transcendent. A moment ago, there were two saints facing the great beasts. Now there were three. Pulling another sword out of the darkness, the Lord of Shadows lunged at the ghastly Usuras without wasting any time. The black woman followed, moving with dire speed and indescribable grace. They clashed with the abominations a split second later. Sadly, Nephis could not observe their battle. She was reaching into her soul. The blinding light emanated by her radiant figure grew even more intense, its heat more unbearable. The vines and moss covering the ruins around her turned to ash, revealing ancient stone structures. The weathered stone started to melt. It's going to hurt. Her goal was to cause the cursed being pain, but to achieve it, she had to withstand her own share of agony. As something too harrowing to witness and too appalling to see slowly revealed itself from beneath the collapsing soil, Nephis steeled her will and ignited her soul. It was different from summoning soul flame or activating her abilities. What she was doing was a derivative skill of her aspect, something she had always been capable of, but only truly learned how to do in twilight. Instead of merely burning soul essence, she was burning her very soul. But unlike the crude way she had done so in twilight, Nephis was doing it in a much more refined and controlled manner now. With each moment, her soul cores grew weaker, and her counter of soul fragments plummeted with dire speed. Each soul fragment she sacrificed turned into a torrent of immolating flame. That incandescent inferno grew and grew, the terrifying power contained within it reaching a truly chilling scale. Nephis could detonate a soul core to produce a tremendous explosion, but an explosion was a wild thing. It spread in all directions, annihilating everything in its path. Such a calamity could obliterate a vast number of enemies, both weak and strong. To deal a wound to someone as strong as a cursed tyrant, however, such a dispersed tool of destruction was salted poorly. She needed something much more concentrated, targeted, and controlled. Consumed by a harrowing agony, Nephis endured the feeling of her soul being burned to ash, and slowly raised a radiant hand. In front of her, the Lord of Shadows and the mysterious saint he had summoned were drowning in the tide of great beasts. She concentrated deeply and whispered several names, shaping them into a verse. Channeling that verse put a terrible strain on her mind, her burning soul, and even her brilliant vessel. The name of the fire to control the flames. the name of the wind to fan them. These two were easier. The other two. Nephis trembled as she uttered a terrible word. It was the name of destruction. The name of destruction to greatly enhance the destructive force of her soul flame. And finally, the last one. Perhaps the most important one. She smiled darkly. Condemnation. The true name of the cursed deity, the hint to which had been so generously provided to her by the spell. To bind the devastating flame to the ancient fiend, and bind the fiend to the flame. Names were a powerful thing. And so Nephis called flame and destruction upon the tyrant, using her own soul as fuel. In the next moment, a perfectly white ray of concentrated flame shot off her palm, connecting it to the terrible shape of the rising giant many kilometers away. Its arrival was instantaneous. Its passing burned the world itself, leaving a scar on it. Even though it consisted of flame, it seemed like a ray of pure white light. That light bit into the flesh of condemnation, slicing it apart like a sharp blade. Terrible burns were left in its wake. And just as Nephis was drowning in terrible agony, the cursed tyrant convulsed, its mind pierced by unbearable pain. An indescribable, deafening, harrowing sound shook the world. It was a sound that would drive a mundane person, no, even an awakened, a master, a weaker saint mad from simply hearing it. Condemnation was screaming. Arunt. Nephis swayed, her radiance dimming. Her transformation was dismissed, and she once again turned into a human. The white tunic she had been wearing was singed and burned, barely holding in place. Right, I should summon the rest of my armor. But she was momentarily dazed, paying the price for burning away a part of her soul. Nephis had told the Lord of Shadows to run, but found herself unable to follow her own advice. Before she could do anything, though, two strong arms grabbed her. Raising her unceremoniously, he dashed away without saying a word. The onyx surface of his armor was smooth and cool to the touch. Am I being carried? She was stunned. When had something like that ever happened to her? Grab a hold of yourself, princess. Despite the situation, his voice sounded as cold and arrogant as always, maybe even a little colder than usual. She closed her eyes for a moment, then summoned the rest of her armor. By the time it weaved itself from sparks of light, the Lord of Shadows let go of her, and they ran toward the edge of the ruins together. The echoes of the cursed tyrant's pained howie were still traveling across the hollows when they escaped into the jungle, leaving the forgotten city behind. Just like that, their one-and-on expedition into the hollows was over. A few hours later, Nephis was sitting on the steps of the nameless temple. The world was mercilessly stark, black and white, with no place left for feeling or compromise. As it always happened after she overused her aspect, her emotions were dampened and weak, almost gone. Her heart was cold. Or maybe it was so impossibly scorching that it felt cold. She was tired but couldn't feel the tiredness. One could not remember pain, but remembering having suffered pain was all too easy. Raising a hand, she allowed a soft radiance to ignite under her skin and stared at it silently. It still hurts. Good, that was good. Nephis knew that she had not truly lost herself as long as she could still feel the pain and fear it. Snee signed. It was time to return. The fire keepers had already gathered in front of her, ready to depart. The three sleepers were also there, looking around with awe and amazement. Even Tamar, the legacy girl, was subdued by the solemn atmosphere of the dark temple. The master of the temple, meanwhile, had not come to see them off. Only his echo was watching. The Lord of Shadows. Such a mysterious man. Nephis tilted her head a little, remembering how he behaved in the forgotten ruin, not during the battle but before it. Surprisingly enough, the cold warrior seemed to have a lot of interest in history, almost like an explorer. That was a side of him she had not seen before. Which was understandable, considering that they didn't know each other too well. However, at that moment, her indifferent eyes glinted slightly. She thought back to their first meeting, when he challenged her to a duel. The style he used once belonged to her family. Naturally, Nephis had asked the Lord of Shadows who taught that style to him. And what had he answered? And what had he answered? Her lips parted. Nobody. Chapter 1685 Booming Business. Boss, are you okay? Alco's voice sounded a bit confused as she glanced at Sunny with a dubious expression. The petite girl was floating near the ceiling, taking inventory of their liquor shelf. He, meanwhile, was busy cooking and cursing under his breath. There were a lot of customers today, but Sunny could not even manifest an avatar to keep up with the flood of orders. That third guy, selfish bastard. He gritted his teeth. Where did all my essence go? The gloomy shadow, left to its devices for once, was staring at him mockingly. Sunny glared at it back. What, I know we're the same person. It's a figure of speech, okay? The phrase, you have no one to blame, but himself had never been so poignant. The last few days had not been easy on Sunny, and it was all because of his third avatar. First, there was the problem with Weaver's mask. He had intended for the Lord of Shadow to wear it at all times, but in practice, it made having any kind of sensible conversation impossible. Well, not impossible, maybe, but definitely way too frustrating. So Sunny had been busy crafting a special memory for the third avatar ever since, returning from the mirror maze beneath Bastion. He could not really reproduce the mantle of lies. Weaver's mask was a divine memory. After all, so making a copy of even a single enchantment was utterly beyond his ability. He could create a knockoff Weaver's mask, though, by using an alteration of the nebulous mantle's enchantments. He had even added a bit of the autumn leaf, one of the memories he had Listinto the mix. As a result, the Lord of Shadows could still remain a mystery. His voice, height, hair color, and mystical traits were either hidden or distorted. Of course, he was not immune to all forms of divination unless the real Weaver's mask was summoned, but since Cassie already knew the truth and had agreed to hide it, there was no need for such a level of secrecy. For now, at least. Until the forces of the great clans arrived at Godgrave. In any case, creating this memory, which Sunny lazily named Definitely Not Me, had kept him awake for a few nights. It was imperative that he created it, though. Awakened with affinity to shadows were already very rare, and if the humble shopkeeper in Bastion was discovered, to not only share this rare trait with the mysterious Lord of Shadows, but also have similar height and build as the mysterious saint, his peaceful life would be over. Pulling a few all-nighters was a bit of a chore, but he could manage it. But then he had to go and waste an ocean of essence in Godgrave as well. Traversing the hollows and fighting great beasts was already bad enough. But then, Sunny decided to transport the two sleepers back all by himself. The ruins of the Forgotten City were situated in the vicinity of the Nameless Temple, but only relative to the overall size of the region. In truth, there was close to 200 kilometers between them. It was well within his power to make 3 or 4 consecutive jumps while carrying 2 dormant humans, and then come back the same way. The essence cost of such travel was very high, though, draining his reserves to a dangerous degree. So now, Sunny felt rather helpless. He couldn't even allow himself to manifest an additional avatar, let alone do something more strenuous. Whatever essence he had left had to be preserved in case there was an emergency. It was a good thing that Nephis had left Godgrave with the Fire Keepers. Gods knew. He wouldn't want her to see him in such a pathetic state. So Sunny had no choice but to suffer and curse silently. Ready, send it to the 7th table. Eiko used her telekinesis to send a beautifully plated dish into the dining hall, and he finally had a minute to rest. Sunny sighed, took a sip of water from the endless spring, and frowned slightly. Sunny. Cassie's voice suddenly resounded in his head, creeping him out. He was still not used to that. But at the same time, it strangely felt too familiar. Yes, Saint Cassia. A moment later, her soft voice resounded again. About the memory commission. I'll send someone to your shop today to explain the details. He raised an eyebrow. She was already whispering into his ear, figuratively speaking. Was there really a need to send someone? Couldn't she just explain what she wanted straight away? Maybe Cassie was conserving essence, too. He shrugged. All right, is there anything else? Sorry, I'm a bit busy, lots of customers today. She remained silent for a moment. There is nothing else. Well, actually, I do have something to say. Sunny's expression darkened. What was going on? Had she received a vision and wanted to hint at something? That couldn't be right. Hadn't Castle told him that the future could not be seen clearly anymore? He looked down. I'm all ears. Strangely enough, she lingered for a while this time. Eventually, though, her voice rustled in his mind once more. It's nothing important, really. Just a little piece of advice in the future. You might want to avoid using words like heavy and burden when speaking to women. Just thought I would share. His eye twitched. Cassie's tone was polite and serious, but he couldn't help but feel that she was suppressing laughter. Sonny cleared his throat. Oh, that's funny. Almost as funny as the fact that I've lived peacefully on my own, but just a couple of days after the woman in question showed up on my doorstep, there was suddenly a cursed tyrant trying to gobble me up. A person with less decorum than me could call that a bit burdensome, don't you think? There was no answer. He waited for a while, then took a deep breath. Damnation. Sonny was slowly starting to realize what the most terrible thing about Cassie's ability was not that she could spy on almost anyone undetected. It was that she was the one in control of who had the last word. Muttering under his breath, he returned to cooking. The day passed in a blur. Sonny was so busy that he had not sat down once until the evening, which, in theory, was a good thing. Why would he complain about how popular his restaurant was becoming? Cassie's commission was bound to be very profitable for the brilliant emporium as well. It was just that working hard, while also working hard in two other places, were two entirely different things. As the sun rolled behind the horizon and the crescent moon appeared in the velvet sky, the dining hall of the brilliant emporium became deserted. Aiko had left, leaving Sonny to close down on his own. He was carrying a tray of dirty dishes to the kitchen when someone approached the door. Must be the person Cassie sent. He turned to the door, waiting for the person to enter. When the silver bell rang, though, Sonny suddenly tripped and fell on his face. The dishes rolled on the floor. What is she doing here? Laying on the floor, he cautiously looked up. Long legs slender, waist a light summer dress alabaster skin. The silky hair was black, but it was hardly enough to disguise her. Sonny's eyes widened. The person Cassie promised to send is Nephis. Indeed, there was no mistake. Nephis, who had just left the nameless temple yesterday, was now somehow here, in the brilliant emporium. Looking down at him in confusion. She hesitated for a moment, and then asked in a polite tone, Master Sunless, I've been told that you can create powerful memories. Chapter 1680, 6 Acts of Humanity. For Nephis, the world was still stark and sharp, devoid of subtlety. Her emotions were still subdued and mostly missing. It had not been long since the battle with condemnation, if their desperate escape could even be called a battle, and so she had not recovered from the annihilating pain of burning her soul to ash yet. She had been in Godgrave just yesterday. Back then, they had waited on the steps of the nameless temple for a long time for its master to come and take them back to the waking world. Nephis could have carried her warriors across the threshold of realms herself, but the tentative agreement with the Lord of Shadows was preventing her from placing a tether in the vicinity of his citadel. In the end, the mysterious saint walked out of the darkness and silently brought the fire keepers, the three sleepers, and herself away from the dream realm, one at a time. She suspected that he could carry more than one person across realms. Nephis herself could carry 7 other saints, or more than 100 mundane people, but Shadow kept his secrets close to his chest, as always. She had been idly curious where his tether in the waking world would be. Saints usually had an established base most within the well-guarded walls of their clan's compound. Nephis herself, as well as the fire keepers, operated from the former manor of the Immortal Flame clan. It was a bit of a contentious topic, actually, because the Elders of Valor wanted them to reside within the great clan's stronghold in NQSC officially, for safety reasons, but truthfully to control them better. But the relationship between the Fire Keepers and the rest of Valor forces was generally a bit awkward, not the least because of the 6th month the survivors of the Forgotten Shore had spent hiding in the Dream Realm to avoid the fallout of Cassie's conflict with the Great Clan. It had only been resolved after Nephis returned and agreed to become Anvil's adopted daughter. In any case, there were no independent saints, really. Everyone either had a legacy clan supporting them or worked for the government. So Nephis was understandably curious about where the Lord of Shadows tethered himself in the waking world. Was it a secret compound in NQSC? an unassuming residential building, a stronghold of a minor legacy clan in one of the other quadrants, the remains of an abandoned government facility, perhaps. She had idly imagined all kinds of places, thinking that they might hint to his real background. Curiously enough, though, the tether of the Lord of Shadows was carelessly placed in the middle of an empty street in the outskirts of NQSC. The outskirts were much more desolate now than they had been before, with many people having left for the Dream Realm. There were many abandoned areas like this one, where there was hardly any foot traffic. While unconventional, the placement of the tether seemed to be dictated by nothing except for pure convenience, which had not told her anything at all. Nephis had been the last one to be brought over. The Lord of Shadows did not waste any time on saying goodbyes, nodding at her curtly before dissolving into the darkness. Just like that, her expedition to Godgrave was over. There were a lot of things she had to do after that. Nephis said her goodbyes to the three sleepers and sent them off to the academy. Since they had never managed to anchor themselves in the dream realm, they would have to request the help of a saint, pass through one of the dream gates, or wait for the next winter solstice to complete their awakening. She would have offered her help, but considering Tamer's allegiance to the Song domain, having her anchor in Bastion was not an option. The Fire Keepers either returned to the Immortal Flame Manor or went straight back to the Ivory Tower. They needed some rest. As for Nephis herself, she made her way to the compound of Clan Valor. Then, it was a whirlwind of briefings and reports, as well as a lot of waiting. Luckily, Castle was there to help her manage the most tedious parts. It was not until the morning of the next day that Nephis had a chance to rest and recover. She ate a late breakfast, took a long shower, and put on some mundane clothes, going through the motions. It was a bit annoying. Everything not having to do with furthering her goal was in her current state. Eventually, she ended up making an appointment with her therapist. Nephis had been assigned a psychological counselor after returning from her second nightmare, and was seeing one periodically to this day. Of course, it was a bit of a farcical affair. She believed that there was some benefit to receiving counseling. Gods knew her mental state was far from untroubled. It had been especially bad after the second nightmare, and would turn cold and emotionless every time she overused her aspect. Nephis was concerned about losing the sight of her humanity, which was the reason she had agreed to therapy. However, it wasn't hard to guess that her assigned therapist was making regular reports about everything she said during their sessions. At first, the reports had gone to the government. After Nephis joined Clan Valor, her initial counselor was suddenly unavailable and referred her to a colleague. The new counselor was unmistakably making detailed reports to the elders of the great clan. So it was a charade. Nephis pretended not to know and continued to visit the therapist to nurture the feeling of false control Clan Valor had regarding her. That said, even a charade could be useful sometimes. There were many useful things she had learned from the counselors, while they were learning falsehood from her. For example, the act of wearing mundane clothes. Nephis would have been comfortable never dismissing her armor memories, but it was these small acts of human behavior that tethered her to humanity. She was also often encouraged to participate in mundane leisure activities and communicate with ordinary people more. There were other small things she had learned to do as well. Nephis found these tasks a bit tedious, but beneficial to the state of her soul. It was also good to her current endeavor of mastering the Nold. G of passion. She tended to spend all her time in the company of a certain kind of people, awakened warriors, and elite ones at that. Their passions burned bright, but were usually colored with similar hues. Experiencing a wide range of human hopes and aspirations was bound to help her understand that elusive branch of her aspect legacy better. And so Nephis listened to her counselor well, which was why she arrived at the quaint cafe in a remote part of Bastion, feeling very uncomfortable in a light summer dress. Chapter 1687. Suddenly, and without warning. It was winter in NQSC, but here in Bastion, the weather was warm and mild. Nephis did not receive a lot of opportunities to take a leisurely stroll around town, but she remembered enjoying the thriving atmosphere of the swiftly developing city during her last outing, which was about a year ago now. The city sprawling around the beautiful lake had changed tremendously since then. Of course, Nephis was familiar with all these changes. She gazed down upon the bustling streets of Bastion, often from the tranquil height of her heavenly island, studying the lively flow of human activity from a distance. Every time the ivory tower returned here, the city seemed different. The humans, however, were the same. Sadly, Nephis did not enjoy diving into their liveliness today. She was still recovering from the battle with condemnation, after all. Her stroll was not entirely for leisure, either. She had left the castle with a specific purpose in mind. Nephis had long been searching for a talented enchanter. She and the Fire Keepers received plenty of memories by slaying nightmare creatures, sure, but those memories were too dependent on the whims of the spell. Very few of them suited her needs perfectly, or were powerful enough to make a difference. That was where awakened enchanters could help. The problem was that craftsmen capable of forging memories, or even enchanted items, were extremely rare. Most of them belonged to the Valor family, and while Nephis could easily commission a memory from her own clan that would defeat the purpose. It was precisely because her most powerful memories were either known to or directly created by the great clan Valor that she was searching for an independent enchanter in secret. Yesterday, Cassie informed her that their search had finally borne fruit. Not only that, but the person in question resided right here, in Bastion, and as a cherry on top, he even happened to possess an extremely rare affinity to shadows. The last part was of no importance for the commission, but given the sudden entrance of the Lord of Shadows on the stage, Nephis was curious to learn more about this unusual element and its nuances. Therefore, Cassie had decisively sent her to meet the enchanter personally. Nephis was not sure why she had to go herself, but since Cassie assured her that this person could be trusted to keep a secret, she arrived at the place late in the evening knowing her friend. The man would have passed an extensive background check, so there was no reason not to. That said, it wasn't easy for Nephis to walk freely on the streets of Bastion. Her fame was too great to remain unrecognized. So she used several cosmetic memories to slightly alter her appearance. Even then, she had only ventured out after it was already dark. Reaching the quiet lakeshore street, she glanced at the cozy brick cottage, and then at the sign hanging above the door. Sunny's Brilliant Emporium Cafe and Memory Boutique. For a moment, Nephis tried to imagine what it would have felt like to live in a simple cottage like that and make a living by doing peaceful things, away from the bloodshed and stench of the battlefield. All of it seemed so alien. And yet that was exactly how this humble enchanter and most people in the world lived. This peaceful life was what she was trying not to lose sight of. Well, the peaceful part was true, but very few people lived in a cottage quite as unique as this one. Cassie had warned her that it was a strange kind of echo. Otherwise, there was a risk that Nephis would misunderstand things and accidentally burn it to the ground. Nephis took a deep breath, prepared herself mentally for the awkward feeling of meeting an unfamiliar person, and walked inside. A moment later, there was the sound of plates scattering on the floor. She froze, looking down in confusion. The enchanter was sprawled on the floor, staring at her with a stunned expression. He seemed to be a very clumsy person to have tripped on his own feet like that. No coordination whatsoever. A person like that would definitely not last long on the battlefield, which was fine. Not everyone was born for combat. They stared at each other silently for a few moments, and then the young man jumped to his feet, dusting off his clothes in embarrassment. Having done so, he smiled at her as if nothing had happened. "Welcome to the Brilliant Emporium." Nephis was momentarily stumped. When Esai had told her about a talented master capable of forging powerful memories, she had imagined an older man, sharp and austere like most smiths of valor were. What she had not expected was that the shopkeeper would be so young, delicate, and good-looking. Nephis was used to being in the company of extremely attractive people, of course. And yet, the proprietor of the Brilliant Emporium stood out even among them, most saints included. He was not very tall, with a slender build and delicate features. His skin was smooth and white, like flawless marble, while his onyx eyes were like darkly glistening gems. His raven-black hair was carelessly gathered in a knot, and there was a subtle sense of calm confidence to him, one that seemed understated, but almost demanded attention. He was like an elegant porcelain doll dressed in fine black silk. This softer kind of beauty of his was so unlike the rugged handsomeness of the seasoned warriors Nephis usually encountered. More than that, the young man entirely lacked presence, the mystical kind, hinting that he wasn't very powerful a master. Which made sense. Not every awakened was a warrior, and after Antarctica, there were even plenty of masters who had ascended out of necessity, not choice. Someone with a utility aspect did not have to wield a sword, and many lived without experiencing much strife or violence. Or even none whatsoever. No matter how distant and strange, such a life seemed to Nephis. Cassie did not tell me. She suddenly realized that she had been silent for too long. Keeping her face expressionless, Nephis spoke. "Ah yes, Master Sunless, I presume. Saint Cassia sent me." The enchanter looked at her strangely, hesitated for a moment, and then said politely, "Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephis. Saint Cassia did not warn me." Nephis nodded. "Yes, she didn't warn me either." He blinked. "Sorry." She cleared her throat and looked away in embarrassment. "No, nothing. I'm here to talk about a memory." Chapter 1688, Cherry on Top. "I think I might kill Cassie." Sonny kept a smile on his face to hide how startled and rattled he was. It may have looked a bit sheepish, and he may have looked like a bit of a clown, but there was nothing he could do about that. It already took a titanic effort for Sonny not to glance at the dirty dishes scattered on the floor, or summon a swarm of shadows to quickly clean them away. "Keep calm." Nephis was here, in the brilliant emporium, looking at him with a strange expression. Well, of course her expression was strange. He had just made a fool out of himself right in front of her. And that was technically their first meeting, no less, which started with him planting on his face. Sonny wanted to fall through the floor. Actually, that might be possible. It would not take a lot for the marvelous mimic to swallow him into the basement. Struggling to throw these thoughts out of his head, Sonny asked in as polite of tone as he could manage, given the circumstances. "Indeed, I am called Master Sunless. Please forgive me, Lady Nephis. Saint Cassia did not warn me." Not only was Nephis here, but she was also wearing a dress. A dress? That should have been categorized as a crime. Her light dress was simple and white, with not much decoration. It covered her shoulders and had a modest neckline, the hem resting somewhat high above her knees. Nevertheless, the modesty of the dress only served to accentuate the graceful line of her slender body, and the stark contrast between her alabaster skin and black hair only made her gray eyes look more striking. Suddenly, Sonny was thankful that it was already dark outside. Otherwise, Neff's appearance might have caused the brilliant emporium to be besieged by a mob of admirers. And then he would have had to hold himself back from minting a fresh batch of soul coins. Suddenly, he realized that Nephis had said something. He had no idea what. Sonny blinked. "Sorry." She cleared her throat, then looked away perhaps in displeasure at his lack of manners and mental faculties. "No, nothing. I'm here to talk about a memory." Sonny forced out another smile, then gestured to one of the tables. "Please take a seat. I will be with you shortly." He pulled out a chair for her, then swiftly picked up the scattered plates and escaped into the kitchen. Before going in, though, Sonny hesitated for a moment. "Would you like something to drink? We just received a fresh batch of coffee beans and tea." She shook her head. "Water is fine." He nodded and entered the kitchen. A moment later, Sonny leaned against the wall and breathed heavily. What the hell? He had been anticipating meeting Nephis for a long, long time. So he was mentally prepared to face her, but the one meant to face her was the Lord of Shadows. Not him, the humble and unassuming shopkeeper. There was no reason whatsoever for someone as exalted as Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan to visit the brilliant emporium. So Sonny had never once imagined that she would. "Calm down." Sonny took a deep breath, then quietly checked to see if the nebulous mantle was working. Everything was fine. His presence was hidden, and his facade of a harmless artisan was sufficiently maintained. In fact, this year of living peacefully in Bastion had smoothed out his edges, so this incarnation of his looked somewhat gentle. There was no way someone would associate the innocuous owner of the brilliant emporium with the antisocial, menacing Lord of Shadows. "Good." Still, what the hell was Cassie thinking about? Saint Cassia, what the hell? As he poured water from the endless spring into a glass, she answered pleasantly. What do you mean? The glass almost exploded in Sonny's hand. Why is changing star here? He could just imagine the blind seer laughing somewhere across the lake, in the castle. Why wouldn't she be there? The memory I wanted to commission is for her. She is the best person to explain what she needs. He opened his mouth, then closed it again, not knowing how to answer. What have you told her about me? Cassie's voice resounded in his head, calm and steady. That you can forge powerful memories, can be trusted to keep a secret and have an affinity to shadows. The last part was a bit problematic, but after thinking about it for a moment, Sonny had to admit that it was for the best that Nephis had been warned in advance. She would have noticed the nature of his aspect sooner or later. Anyway, it was better to inform her first to prevent her from getting the wrong idea. Or rather, the right idea. In any case, carrying the glass of water back, Sonny somehow found himself also carrying a small plate with a piece of cherry cake on it, as well. He had made the cake this morning to prevent the batch of Beast Farm cherries from going bad, but as to how it ended up on a plate in his hand right now. Sonny's recollection was foggy. He was suddenly full of suspicion. You didn't erase my memories, did you? For the first time in a while, Cassie's voice sounded confused. Huh? He gritted his teeth. Of course, she didn't. She wouldn't have been able to in such a short amount of time, not to mention without looking him into the eyes. Never mind. It was already too late to turn back. Returning to the dining hall, he placed the glass of water and the piece of cake in front of Nephis. She stared at the cake silently, then looked up and glanced at him. Her serious eyes were way too tantalizing. Crap. This whole situation was wrong. Why wasn't she wearing her armor? Had she destroyed her armor again? Is that why she was wearing a dress today? Was the memory she wanted to commission an armor? Then he had to finish the commission as fast as possible. On the other hand, really? It wouldn't hurt to take his time with it, would it? He wouldn't want to make anything less than flawless if it was for Nephis. Keeping his expression neutral, Sonny sat down across from her and said with a polite smile, You probably haven't heard that our cafe is famous for its desserts. Of course she hadn't, because it wasn't. But then again, Nephis had made him dessert once. So it was only fair for him to return the favor, right? Chapter 1689 Satisfactory Answer. Nephis was surprised to see a piece of cake in front of her. The cake was placed on a beautiful porcelain plate, and even had a fresh cherry on top. It was not like she had never seen one before, but desserts weren't exactly a mainstay of her diet. Right, it's a cafe as well. She picked up a small silver spoon and tasted the cake, simply to not seem impolite. I wonder if he is really capable of forging a memory that would not lose to those created by valor. Wait, why is it so tasty? Placing the spoon down, she looked at the handsome shopkeeper and remained silent for a moment. Eventually, Nephis said, It seems that you have already recognized me, Master Sunless. I'll be straight, then I need a memory forged, and a potent one at that. Saint Cassia informed me that you are a talented enchanter who is only unknown because you prefer to keep your talents hidden. I can understand why, and it even makes things easier. But are you really good enough to satisfy the needs of someone as powerful as me? The young enchanter looked at her, a strange expression appearing on his charming face for a moment. Was he, perhaps, stumped by her question and felt insecure about his talent? Creating a memory for one of the most renowned saints in the world was not an easy task, after all. Master Sunless coughed and briefly looked away. Seeing that subtly bashful expression of his made Nephis understand why this cafe was so famous. Needless to say, it was probably not because of desserts. Cassie, what the hell? Cassie's pleasant voice resounded in her head a moment later. What? Nephis kept her expression neutral. Why is this enchanter you found so? Cassie answered innocently. So what? Nephis sighed. Never mind. It was a silly question anyway. She had just been startled a little. Master Sunless, meanwhile, seemed to find his confidence again and answered with a faint smile. I can promise that you'll be satisfied, Lady Nephis. His eye suddenly twitched for some reason. The poor man must have been nervous. Nephis knew that meeting her had that effect on many people. The enchanter continued in the same pleasant tone. Let me rephrase that. What I mean to say is that the memories I create are top-notch. That said, can I ask you a question? Nephis wanted to answer that he could, but suddenly found herself unable to. That was because, at some point in time, another bite of the delicious cake found its way into her mouth. She didn't even notice how. It was very strange. Is my blood sugar low? Yeah, that must be it. Pulling the spoon out of her mouth slowly, she nodded with a deadpan expression. Master Sunless hesitated for a moment. You are a princess of the great clan Valor. Surely, the renowned forgemasters of your clan have no shortage of powerful memories they've created. Why come to me? Nephis shrugged, not seeing a reason to hide the truth. It is precisely because you are not a forgemaster of clan Valor. The young man seemed to have a keen mind. He understood what she meant instantly and leaned back with a hint of amusement gleaming in the depths of his onyx eyes. I see. Master Sunless remained silent for a few moments, thinking about something. Finally, he asked, what kind of memory do you wish to commission? Nephis answered in an even tone. A sword. She needed a sword. The one she wielded, Kinslayer, was a beautiful weapon. It was an immensely powerful weapon, as well, and one that suited her well. Nephis had slain numerous nightmare creatures with its sharp edge, and had won countless battles while wielding it. But Anvil of Valor had branded the Kinslayer, and so it did not really belong to her anymore. She wasn't foolish enough to try cutting the King of Swords down with one of his own blades. This time, the charming enchanter remained silent for a while, studying her face with a strange intensity. Nephis could feel his desires faintly. They were subdued, as if something was obscuring them, but she discerned a volatile mixture of hopes smoldering beautifully somewhere deep in his soul. It reminded her of the King of Swords, a little maybe because both of them were spellsmiths. It vaguely reminded her of someone else, as well. In any case, Master Sunless seemed to be sincere enough and held no malice toward her. On the contrary, he appeared to have been inspired by her a little bit too much. Inwardly, Nephis was surprised. Is he smitten by me? She couldn't be sure, but something like that would not be an unfamiliar situation. Being a saint meant having a strong effect on people, and it was especially true for her. That said, at least Master Sunless had enough decorum and composure to hide his feelings. They didn't seem to be of the distasteful kind, either, although there was such an element as well. Of course, there was. He's a healthy man, after all. Accustomed to such things, Nephis did not hold it against him. In fact, she might have felt a tiny bit pleased with that reaction. It seems my soul is recovering faster this time. Feeling anything was already a good sign. Eventually, Master Sunless spoke. If that is the case, then there are 3 ways for me to make a sword for you, Lady Nephis. She tilted her head slightly. Oh. He nodded. The first way is the most straightforward. I can take an already existing memory and alter it to fit your needs. That method is the easiest, but also the most limited. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Cassie had not told her that Master Sunless was proficient enough to alter memories granted to Awakened by the spell, not just create his own. Even among the enchanters of Valor, that was a rare skill, in fact. He didn't know anyone except for Anvil himself who was capable of that feat. And the young enchanter called it the easiest. The charming young man, meanwhile, continued. The second way is to create a memory from scratch. That would take longer and would require me to use both suitably potent materials and soul shards of a high rank. Of course, the result would be much more lethal. Your current weapon, the Kinslayer, I am confident that I can forge something just as deadly, given enough time. Nephis was impressed. Her sword was a transcendent memory of the 7th tier, and an exceptionally powerful one at that. Strangely enough, it was as powerful as many supreme weapons were, but, of course, Master Sunless would not know that. While the name of her sword and its rank were well known, very few people had detailed information about it. It was more or less a military secret. Still, it was quite remarkable for an Ascended to be confident in creating a top-tier transcendent weapon. It seemed that he was supremely competent in his craft. Being one herself, Nephis liked competent people. What is the third way? He smiled softly. The third way is the longest and the hardest as well. It would require a lot of effort from both of us, actually, not just from me. We will also have to spend a lot of time together. But if I succeed, the resulting memory will be truly powerful. Nephis took a sip of cold water, suddenly feeling invigorated. She lingered for a moment, then asked evenly, "How powerful exactly?" Master Sunless looked at her seriously, his smile dimming. After a short pause, he said with a hint of sober ambition in his pleasantly melodious voice, "Powerful enough to kill a god, I'd say." Chapter 1690, A Blade to Slay the Gods. Understandably, Nephis seemed doubtful of Sunny's outrageous claim. She looked at him silently for a few moments, then raised an eyebrow. "But you are merely an ascended, forgive me for being blunt. How can an ascended create something that powerful?" Sunny could see how she would question his ability to keep such a promise. However, he meant what he had said, because he had been thinking of a way to achieve something like that for a long, long time. He lingered for a moment, then sighed. "It's easier than you think, not that any random ascended would be able to, of course. But my way of creating memories is rather unique, so I can do more than most. It would be easier for me to show you. Would you mind following me?" Nephis did not move, looking at him intently. "I don't mind following Master Sunless, but not yet." He frowned a little. "Not yet." She nodded slowly, her face still and motionless. Her voice sounded even. "Yes, I—" Nephis paused for a moment, then added stoically, "Haven't finished my cake yet." Sunny thought that he had heard her wrong. "What?" He blinked, but Nephis ignored his confused stare, picked up her spoon elegantly, and turned her attention to the piece of cherry cake. She ate it unhurriedly, maintaining a composed expression. He couldn't tell if she enjoyed the taste or was simply reluctant to waste food. A couple of minutes later, Nephis put her spoon down, wiped her lips with a napkin, and nodded courteously. "Thank you, how much do I owe you?" Sunny slowly shook his head. No, it's on the house." What was going on in that head of hers? They had been talking about killing gods and then paused for cake. Not that Sunny was complaining. In fact, he would have enjoyed watching her eat an entire cake instead of just a small piece, if she wanted to. 10 cakes, even although that would be a bit costly. "Shall we go, then?" He stood up and guided her to the basement of the marvelous mimic. Unlike the day he had led Tell of White Feather to retrieve the belated apology, though, Sunny headed for the back of the boutique. Nephis followed him, looking around with a hint of curiosity. He explained helpfully, "This is the memory boutique part of the brilliant emporium. As you might know, I don't advertise my ability to craft memories, so most of the customers think of me as a merchant with a wide network of connections. They peruse our inventory here or commission us to search for a memory that fits a set of custom parameters." Nephis nodded. "The interior is very tasteful. It suits you well." Huh. Sunny was not sure what she meant, but smiled in appreciation. "Thank you. Most customers only ever see the boutique, but it's actually just the front side of the business. My workshop is beyond that door over there, and beyond this door is where I keep valuable materials." As Sunny was opening the door, Nephis asked in her usual even tone, "Can I ask why you are so reluctant to reveal your talent, Master Sunless?" He lingered for a moment. "You certainly can. There are many reasons, but mainly I just don't like the great clans. Please don't take offense, Lady Nephis." She smiled faintly. "I won't." Sunny led her into the material storage, which was a vast hall drowning in darkness, with only a few lanterns illuminating its expanse. The lanterns were there for Aiko, who sometimes assisted him in crafting. Nephis paused at the entrance. The material storage was very different from the refined shopfront. The atmosphere here was cold and ominous, sinister, even. That was because it was full of monstrous remains, most of them belonging to truly harrowing nightmare creatures. There were grotesque bones, hollowed-out carapaces of vile abominations, and odd artifacts of all kinds. The remains of the winter beast were here. Shards of frozen shadows were here, too, among other trophies Sunny had collected in the past 4 years. He walked to the middle of the vast underground storage and turned to Nephis, pointing around. A powerful memory has to be crafted from potent materials, otherwise, it won't survive the burden of its own enchantments. The remains of nightmare creatures are the most easily accessible source of such materials, albeit not the only source. Nephis looked around with subdued interest. Have you chanced upon the remains of an unholy abomination, then? Is that what gives you the confidence to claim that you can forge a god-slaying sword? Sonny smiled and shook his head. No, actually, what I wanted to show you is not the materials, but rather the storage itself. Have you noticed how large it is? Nephis nodded slowly, prompting Sonny to smile. Saint Cassia must have informed you that my shop is actually an ascended devil. In fact, the volume of its interior seems a bit too vast, doesn't it? She lingered for a bit, then shrugged. It is hard to say without knowing what creature you killed to receive this echo. But yes, I would have expected it to be much smaller. Dimensional storage memories of the ascended rank are usually much more modest. Sonny pointed at himself. But you see, this dimensional storage is a bit unique, because its volume does not depend on the creature's rank and class, but rather on the potency of the creature's master's soul, which, in this case, would be my soul. Nephis remained silent for a moment. It seems that you have an unusually potent soul, then. He chuckled, causing a small smile to appear on her lips. Thank you for the compliment. That is not the point, though. She frowned, then suddenly pierced him with an intense gaze. Do you mean to say? Sonny nodded. Indeed, it is not impossible for me to create a memory that is bound to its wielder's soul, and is thus as powerful as the wielder is. You strike me as someone who will continue to grow stronger, Lady Nephis. So, it is not impossible for your sword to become sharp enough to slay a god, one day. Sonny was being a little dishonest, but only a little. In truth, his ambition was not to replicate the enchantments of the covetous coffer. What he was after, and had been trying to achieve for a while now, was to replicate the bound trait of the onyx mantle, which was responsible for that attribute of his being as potent as his soul was. The reason for that was the shift in his perception of power and his views of memories after becoming transcendent. Sonny had long realized that truly powerful beings did not pursue greater power from the weapons they wielded and the tools they used because they themselves were the power. The weapons and the tools were only meant to channel their own strength, not be a source of external might. And yet, it had always been the opposite for Sonny. He had made himself into a lethal warrior, yes, but most of his victories came from cleverly using the enchantments of his powerful memories, which he could utilize better than other awakened due to his eyes having been altered by blood weave. Being banished from the spell, he had lost most of these memories. That had shown him, in a rather cruel manner, the difference between internal and external power. So even though Sonny could craft himself a diverse arsenal of potent memories, he had not done so, because he was powerful enough to not need it and did not wish to be led astray by excessive reliance on undeserved strength. He would rather achieve such strength himself. That way, he would be following in the footsteps of those who were truly divine. So the only memories Sonny wanted to craft for himself were those that would help him channel his own power better, or provide simple convenience. He also wanted these memories to be able to keep up with his progress. Therefore, he had to master the bound enchantment. The problem was that forging a memory that possessed such a trait was not easy, since it had to be intricately tied to one's very soul. But it would be different if Nephis and her soul flame, as well as the crown of dawn, were there to help him. Chapter 1691 Skill Issue. Nephis remained for a while, considering what the charming enchanter had said. A weapon that was as powerful as its wielder was slowly, white sparks ignited in the depths of her eyes. A growing memory. They did exist, but were exceedingly rare. Most of the ones she heard of had not even been received from slaying nightmare creatures, but were instead aspect legacy relics. Having a sword that would allow her to fully express the power of her aspect was already exciting enough. But if that sword could also reflect her power as a transcendent titan, and one who had inherited the lineage of sun god as well, such a blade would indeed be worthy of slaying gods. As long as Nephis was worthy. She glanced at Master Sunless, who remained calm and composed. Was he really capable of forging such a memory? Suddenly, the young man seemed to possess a different kind of allure in her eyes. He's a precious resource, I mean. Cassie has really outdone herself this time. If what he had said was true. Nephis hesitated for a moment. Can you really do it? Master Sunless gave her an electric smile. I haven't done it before, but I am confident that it can be achieved. It might be that nobody else is capable, but I am. She raised an eyebrow, finding it hard to distrust his confidence, not just because it was hard to imagine someone who looked like him being dishonest, but also because she could vaguely sense his passion. Nephis had no doubt that Master Sunless was an inspired artisan. She was familiar with artistic ambition, and his was of the kind that could produce miracles. Of course, he could simply be delusional, but Cassie would not have sent her here if there was any doubt about his ability. How had Valor failed to scout this talent? She looked away, studying the abominable remains surrounding them. It was quite a collection since the charming young man did not seem like much of a fighter. He must have procured these material with soul shards and coin. That alone spoke volumes of his dedication. Nephis sighed. How are you so different from all the other enchanters? He smiled. It is simple, really. Have you read the exploration report of the tomb of Ariel? Master Sunless suddenly fell silent and then paled a little. In quite an endearing way. Oh, I am deeply sorry, Lady Nephis. I said something stupid. You were there yourself. He shifted from one foot to another, trying to hide his embarrassment. In any case, you must be familiar with the cult of the nightmare spell mentioned in the report. There used to be sorcerers of a very special kind among those cultists, called weavers. Nephis nodded. Indeed so. The young enchanter hesitated for a moment. Every person creating memories today is capable of doing so because of their aspect. In truth, they aren't the ones who are making the memories, it's the nightmare spell who does it for them. He pointed to one of his onyx eyes. But I am different. Due to one of my attributes, one possessed the ability to see the sorceress weave of memories, and since I can see it, I can strive to understand it. So my memories are not the product of a symbiotic fusion between my aspect and the nightmare spell. They are a product of skill. My skill, which I have bitterly honed and improved upon for many years. Nephis listened to his words intently. What she heard was rather wondrous. It was a good reminder to never underestimate people. This humble young man did not seem outstanding when compared to thousands of other masters and the exalted saints. He lived his life quietly, away from the spotlight and lacking fame. And yet he too was a singular existence. In his unique craft there was no one more accomplished. There were an infinite number of attributes, aspects, and memories out there. Anyone could be a wonder in their own way and be capable of things that everyone else would think impossible. Nephis made a decision. I'll trust in his skill. There was no downside to trusting the charming enchanter anyway. Even if he failed, Nephis would simply be back to where she had started, lacking a weapon to face the sovereigns, but having no other choice. She suddenly found herself responding to his slight smile with one of her own. In that case, I commend your ingenuity and persistence, Master Sunless. Nephis lingered for a moment, then asked, You mentioned that creating such a sword would require a lot of effort from both of us, and that we would have to spend a long time together. What did you mean? He sighed, then gestured for her to leave the ominous storage room. As they passed the elegant shopfront of the Memory Boutique and returned to the dining hall of the cafe, the charming young man explained in a pleasant tone. The first part is easier to answer. In short, I will need your assistance at certain stages of forging. It is no secret that your flames are born from the soul, Lady Nephis, so I'm inclined to believe that they are most suitable for forging a soul-bound weapon. He remained silent for a moment, then continued hesitantly. The second part is more sensitive. Usually I don't have much problem selecting suitable enchantments for the memories I create. But this one will be rather special, and so it must fit you and your powers perfectly. Such a fit won't be possible unless I have a deep understanding of your powers and how you conduct yourself in battle. It would be very helpful for me to observe your swordsmanship and your aspect closely and not just in a sparring ring. Nephis gave him a curious look. Are you very knowledgeable about swordsmanship, Master Sunless? The charming young man smiled. Well, I might not look it, but I do indeed know a thing or two about swordsmanship, as well as how to wield other weapons. After all, if one wants to forge a weapon, they have to know how to wield one, don't they? He paused for a moment, looked around, and then said with a hint of badly hidden pride in his voice, "Actually, I don't want to brag, but I once placed very high in the Dreamscape tournament." Nephis blinked. The Dreamscape tournament. That illusory game. Suddenly, she felt a very unfamiliar emotion rise in her cold and scorched heart. The contrast between the shy pride written all over the charming enchanter's beautiful face and the sheer silliness of the thing he was so proud of was W. As so cute. Nephis had to look away. "Ah, I see how remarkable. Well, in that case, we can arrange something." With that, she took a deep breath and headed for the door. "It's getting late and I need to return to the castle. We will be in touch. Oh, and thank you for the cake, Master Sunless. It was delicious." He seemed a little startled. "It was all right. I'll be waiting then. Good night, Lady Nephis." The silver bell rang melodiously as she left. Walking outside, Nephis felt the cool wind caress her cheeks. She kept her expression neutral as Est headed toward the ferry to the castle. "Well, what do you think?" Cassie's voice resounded in her head a moment later. Nephis contemplated for a few moments. "I like what I saw. Even if he fails to forge a worthy sword for me, we should work on recruiting him as a memory master for the Fire Keepers." Cassie remained silent for a bit. "You liked what you saw, huh?" Nephis did not deign to reply. Why was Cassie acting so mischievously these days? Well, actually, she was glad to see her friend coming back to a semblance of normalcy. Although very few people noticed, Cassie had not been doing well for the last few years. It was a good sign if she was in the mood to joke around. Nephis felt relieved. Just as she thought that, though, her friend suddenly spoke again. "But Neph, I have a little piece of advice. You know, just something to think about. The next time you meet a young man and like what you see, maybe don't start the conversation by demanding to know if he can satisfy your needs. You might give him the wrong idea." Nephis frowned. What is she talking about? Satisfy my? She thought back to her conversation with Master Sunless and froze. Suddenly, the wind did not feel so cool anymore. Blushing deeply, Nephis covered her face and walked away. Her steps might have been a little hurried. Chapter 1692, Return Customer. Back in the brilliant emporium, Sonny was standing motionlessly in the middle of the dining hall. His face was frozen. The streets of Bastion had long turned dark, and he was enveloped by a peaceful silence. Some time later, he looked down and stared at the gloomy shadow. "I did not imagine the whole thing, did I?" The shadow stared at him back and shrugged. Nevertheless, it seemed strangely elated. "Maybe." No, Nephis had definitely been here just now. Her plate was still on the table, and her glass was still mostly full of water. Not only had she been here, but Sonny was now apparently making a soulbound sword for her. Slowly his face paled. What did I do? It all seemed perfectly reasonable and cunning in the moment. Not only would he be able to fulfill his ambition of replicating the bound enchantment with Neph's help, but she would also reveal the secrets of her transcendent battle art to him, completely of her own volition. Not to mention the hefty sum he would earn for the commission. But now, Sonny was panicking. Why did he insist on spending lots of time with her? That was the exact opposite of what the humble shopkeeper was supposed to do. His only task was to stay as far away from Nephis as possible and live a tranquil, peaceful life. And now, in the span of just a few days, Sonny ended up being entangled with Nephis and Cassie both. Somehow. This wasn't a part of the plan. But it was also not that bad. Despite how contrary to his plans the current situation was, Sonny found himself smiling. In fact, despite his panic, he was just as elated as the gloomy shadow. Too much so, even, to the point that his second avatar was currently humming a happy melody in Ravenheart, which made Rain stare at him weirdly. Sonny abruptly stopped humming. Crap. He had did it now. The next day, Sonny informed somewhat sleepy Echo that Changing Star had visited the shop late in the evening to commission a memory. The petite girl just stared at him for a moment and then asked, her voice gruff. Oh yeah, who else came in? Was it Santa Claus? Hearing the unfamiliar name, Sunny frowned. St. Claus, who is that? Is there a new transcendent in the sword domain? Aiko just shook her head and looked away. Never mind. So you're telling me that both Cassie and Changing Star herself have visited the brilliant Emporium, but both waited until I was gone to spend some time with you alone. Am I getting this correctly? Sunny blinked a couple of times. I mean, that is a strange way of putting it, but yes, that is basically it. She nodded. Sure, why not? I shouldn't be surprised, really. By that point, Sunny was starting to get offended. What's the matter? I thought you would be happy. We'll get a pile of soul shards soon. Aiko yawned. Yeah, that's great. Don't forget to give me a fat bonus then. Her tone told him to leave her alone, but Sunny was not willing to. It's true, she even complimented my cake. The petite girl silently floated up to the ceiling. He stared at her in confusion. What are you doing? Aiko responded sarcastically. Checking the leak. Or, I just made an inventory yesterday, so don't think I'll fail to find out how much you guzzled after I left. Sunny threw his arms up. Is this how you talk to your boss? She scoffed. I apologize. Don't think I'll fail to find out how much you guzzled after I left, boss. Shaking his head, he mumbled a few curses and went about getting ready for the morning customers. A few days passed in idle tranquility. There was not much happening in the brilliant Emporium, so Sunny simply waited to be contacted by the fire keepers. Funnily enough, the Lord of Shadows was in the same situation. The elders of Clan Valor were taking their sweet time discussing how to negotiate with him, so he had nothing better to do than wait. Only the Avatar in Ravenheart was busy, since he and Rain were in the initial stages of planning a hunt for the awakened abomination. A few more days passed, and then Sunny was distracted by the sound of plates rolling in the dining hall. Looking up from the stove, he wiped his hands and went to check what had happened. When he left the kitchen, what met him was the sight of Aiko having planted face first into the floor. There was a new customer standing at the entrance, sunlight pouring over her shoulders and illuminating her slender figure. The customers were staring at her in silent awe. Nephis, meanwhile, looked down with a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. Aiko, are you all right? She was wearing civilian clothes once again, this time having replaced the criminal's summer dress with fashionable white trousers and a fitted black blouse. The petite girl mumbled a stifled curse and slowly picked herself off the floor. Ah, yes, I'm perfectly fine, Lady Nephis. Oh, what brings you here? Sunny had the same question. He had expected for Cassie to summon him telepathically, or maybe one of the fire keepers arrived to hand him an invitation. The fact that Nephis arrived personally was rather strange. Did she have a lot of free time? As a matter of fact, she probably did, waiting for the elders of Clan Valor to make a decision. The same way the Lord of Shadows was waiting. But that still did not explain why she had come to the brilliant Emporium. Secretly stumped, Sunny walked over and made sure that Nephis could not see and gave Aiko a smug look. Then he turned away with a pleasant expression. Welcome, welcome. I didn't expect you to visit our establishment again so soon, my lady. Nephis remained silent for a few moments, then said neutrally, I'm here to continue the discussion we started last time. Oh, and... Her expression remained stoic. I'm a bit parched. Would you mind serving me some tea, and something to go along with it? Cake will do fine. Sunny's smile wavered for a moment. He sighed. I'm afraid we don't have cake at the moment, but his chin rose a little. I've been told that my waffles are to die for. Please have a seat, I'll be with you shortly. Chapter 1693, Convincing Lie. Very soon, Sunny personally delivered a portion of his nearly immaculate waffles to Nephis, complete with a scoop of vanilla ice cream and some freshly cut strawberries. I think I've outdone myself this time, if I do say so myself. He was in a great mood. Sunny wasn't sure what had come over him, but he was especially inspired today while making the waffles. It almost felt like he was on the verge of breaking through the bottleneck of his culinary skill. Perhaps the missing ingredient was not the waffles themselves, but the customer for whom he was making them. Contemplating these profound issues, he sat across from Nephis and smiled. She wasn't wearing that clumsy disguise of hers today, so he could enjoy the sight of her lustrous silver locks. The few customers present in the dining hall were frozen in stunned awe, the name-changing star ready to fall from their lips. Sunlight seemed especially radiant in her presence, bathing the brilliant emporium in a warm glow. Sonny felt his heartbeat quickening. Nephis spared him a short glance, then looked away to take a sip of tea. Finally, she picked up the spoon and took a small bite of the waffle with an aloof expression. She won't even look at me. Well, makes sense. Why would she? Unlike Sonny, who couldn't help stealing glances at Nephis, she was probably preoccupied with different thoughts. He sighed. I can't help but notice that you are not hiding your identity anymore, Lady Nephis. I was under the assumption that you wanted to keep the commission secret, though. What changed? She put the spoon down, gave the waffles a strange stare, and then finally faced him. I still do. However, plans had to change due to our last conversation. Considering that we will have to spend a lot of time together, trying to hide our connection from Valor is not an option. They'll discover a new person in my immediate circle sooner than later, so we will have to resort to a bit of misdirection instead. A subtle smile touched her lips. Congratulations, Master Sunless. You are now the Ophic, Isle memory purveyor of the Fire Keepers, an independent specialist we've hired to handle sales and acquisitions of sorceress equipment. Of course, you will receive a generous commission for every deal you facilitate, which will pay for the actual commission. As Sonny froze, unable to speak, she studied his face for a few moments and then returned to the waffles with a small, but seemingly pleased smile. Goddamn, we've struck it rich, Aiko. Signing an official contract with the Fire Keepers was not much different from receiving a government tender. The memory boutique side of the brilliant emporium was about to explode in revenue, all of that simply to bury the exchange of soul shards for the actual work Sonny was being hired to do. Very crafty. It was Cassie who had come up with that scheme, without a doubt. However, something still did not make sense. He frowned slightly. That is great news, and I am definitely delighted to hear it. But my lady, even so, isn't it a little bit too strange for you to deliver the news personally? Surely, sending one of your subordinates would have been much more in line with such an arrangement. Nephis was an exalted existence even among saints. She would have never had to deal with something as mundane as hiring a procurement specialist personally. So, there was an obvious contradiction between her intention to create a cover for him and her actions, which only served to blow it. She remained silent for a while, savoring her tea and dessert or pretending to savor them, most likely. It was hard to tell from her expression if she was really enjoying the taste of what Sonny had cooked, which, honestly speaking, was a little heartbreaking. But that was how Nephis was. She had never really had a sweet tooth. Still, her acting skills must have improved tremendously in the past 4 years. Her pretense of being engrossed in his waffles was incredibly convincing. Sonny wasn't sure that he could have put on such a performance himself. Eventually, she put the spoon down with a masterfully acted-out hint of reluctance. Oh, you are correct, but that would not have solved the problem. You and I are going to be seen together often, after all, and there needs to be an explanation. So I am here to sow the seeds of that explanation. The memory purveyor position is an intentionally flimsy misdirection. No one would really buy it, considering the circumstances. Nephis paused for a moment. So there will be a deeper layer of deception hidden beneath it. Sonny smiled. A double misdirection. She smiled faintly in response and nodded. Once someone becomes suspicious of your official position and digs deeper, they'll discover the prepared explanation and come to a false conclusion, thinking that they've discovered the truth, not knowing that what they've discovered is actually another, more convincing lie. Definitely Cassie's idea. Sonny tilted his head a little. And that more convincing lie is. Nephis shifted a little. Well, I mean no offense, Master Sunless, but nothing about your background suggests that you are worthy of my attention. However, how do one say this? You must have looked in the mirror. What do you think people will assume when they see me keeping someone like that by my side? He blinked a couple of times, confused. Actually, I avoid mirrors. I'm sorry, Lady Nephis, but I don't quite understand what you mean. Strangely enough, Nephis seemed stumped. She remained silent for a while, then took a sip of tea. Then she cleared her throat. What I mean to say is that people will assume that I am infatuated with you. That I've arranged for you to have a position with the Fire Keepers because you are my paramour. So, I am here today to plant the seeds of that impression, Master Sunless." "A paramour?" Sunny froze. He was suddenly happy that he had not brought himself a cup of tea as well, because he would have definitely spat it all out at that moment. The implications of what Nephis had said slowly seeped into his mind. It wasn't that outrageous, on the contrary. It was an ingenious lie that would perfectly explain why the two of them were spending time together. People loved nothing more than salacious rumors, after all. But still, what she's trying to say is that my cover will be that I'm her boy toy. Sunny was mortified, but also intrigued, but also mortified. The mix of emotions must have been apparent on his face, because Nephis suddenly picked her cup, looked away, and said evenly, "It is just for the sake of deception, of course. I'll understand if you're uncomfortable with this arrangement." Sunny slowly shook his head and forced out a pale smile. I'm not uncomfortable." She looked at him with a hint of concern. "Are you sure? Come to think of it, I didn't even ask if you have a partner. I wouldn't want for your girlfriend to misunderstand." Sunny's smile grew brittle. "I am sure, and there's no one like that. This arrangement works for me. I think it's a splendid idea, very deceptive." "Internal? Why, though, he was imploding." "Saint Cassia, care to explain yourself?" Chapter 1694, Facing the Consequences. Cassie did not answer. Perhaps she wasn't in the mood to waste essence to hijack his senses, or perhaps she simply did not want to. In any case, after that bombshell of a revelation, Sunny sat quietly and stared into the distance for a while. He was trying to understand how he had ended up in this situation. It was all his fault, of course, really. Sunny had no one but himself to blame. Had he not suggested creating a soul-bound memory for Nephis on the spur of the moment, there would have been no need for them to interact, let alone do so while hiding the real reason from Clan Valor. The Lord of Shadows would have continued to play his role as her battle partner, while the humble shopkeeper would have continued living his mostly peaceful life in solitude. But now, I'm going to be a kept man, gods. Why am I so handsome? That pretty face of his was a curse. If Sunny had a more rugged appearance, Cassie would have had to come up with a different explanation for his presence near Nephis. The Lord of Shadows, who always wore a ferocious mask, received nothing but respect, but when Sunny showed his face, the most people could believe was that he had caught the princess's fancy due to his pleasing looks. Surely being a saint and ruling a citadel in a death zone had nothing to do with the difference in treatment. "I can't believe it." Jet had once told Sunny that he could become a flower boy one day. Who knew that her words would not only come true, but also come back to bite him one day? He glanced at Nephis furtively. She was finishing her waffles with a calm expression, seemingly not affected by the sensitive nature of their conversation at all. There was no hint of agitation or embarrassment on her beautiful face, and her posture remained graceful and poised, like always. Well, it made sense. It was nothing but a strategy of deception for her, after all. She did not know Sunny and only saw him as a valuable resource, a talented enchanter who could create a powerful memory for her to use. But it was different for Sunny, because to him she meant so much more. Throwing another glance at her, he sighed and leaned back in his chair. What happened happened. There's no point in worrying about it now. In fact, he should just accept the situation and allow himself to enjoy it. Sunny would have lied if he said that he didn't feel a little bit excited about the whole situation. After all, if Nephis was calm, then why couldn't he be calm as well? "He's looking at me. What do I do? He's looking at me again." Pretending to be nonchalant, Nephis tried to concentrate on the stunningly delicious waffles that Master Sunless had made for her, and not show any sign of her distress. She didn't quite understand how she had allowed Cassie to convince her to go with this plan. When they discussed how to go about allowing the charming enchanter to stay close to her without alerting Clan Valor to the true purpose of the arrangement, the idea seemed quite reasonable. Strategically, it was sound. There was even the added benefit of shielding Nephis from the pursuits of the prospective bachelors from other legacy clans somewhat. It was only this morning that she had gotten cold feet. Knowing herself, Nephis had rehearsed the conversation in her room extensively, and finally realized how deeply embarrassing it would be to say something like that to the charming young man's face. Nevertheless, she had gone through with it. She was not someone to back down from a challenge, after all. But now she had to face the consequences. Ah, he looked so upon. Well, why wouldn't he? Despite his alluring looks, Master Sunless was an incredibly talented craftsman, first and foremost. He must have taken a lot of pride in his skill. To be reduced to such a role had to be extremely humiliating from his point of view. Yet he graciously accepted their scheme without voicing any complaints. Being involved in all the lies and deceit surrounding the royal family of the Sword Domain could not have been easy for a decent and honest person like him, either. Nephis was starting to understand better why such a talented sorcerer had chosen to stay away from the great clans. She felt a little guilty. When her plate became empty, she sighed with regret and looked at Master Sunless. I should protect him well. There was no choice now but to proceed with the plan now. If you are ready, we should go to the castle. The charming young man seemed a little startled. Go to the castle right now. Having calmed down somewhat, Nephis nodded. Yes, we need to sign the contract officially. Apart from that, the more people see us together, the better. Don't worry, though there is no need for you to do anything extra or force yourself to act in any kind of way. As long as we are simply seen together, those who need to get the wrong impression will convince themselves of the falsehood, so you won't need to compromise your dignity. She lingered for a moment, and then added in a serious tone. You have my promise, Master Sunless. She meant it. He looked at her silently for a while, his expression unreadable. Eventually, the young man nodded. All right, give me a minute to give instructions to Eiko, and we can go. He stood up and retreated into the kitchen of the small cafe, leaving Nephis alone. She was using a memory to make it impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on their conversation, but people could still stare. So, she couldn't allow herself to show any sign of losing composure. Even thought all Nephis wanted to do was slump in her chair and bury her face in her hands. And maybe order another serving of those delicious waffles. Cassie. Her friend's voice resounded in her head a moment later, composed and calming. Yes. Nephis lingered for a few moments. Prepare the contract. There was a little pause, and then Cassie replied neutrally. Already done. Nephis was a little surprised. She hesitated for a bit, then asked mentally. You already did it, but what if he refused? Her friend chuckled. Why would he refuse? There's an army of men out there who would kill for the opportunity to act as your romantic partner. Don't sell yourself short. Nephis frowned. That was true. She was beautiful in her own right, young, wealthy, renowned, and had the backing of a prestigious family. So then, her frown deepened a little. Now wait a second. So why did he look so put upon? Who does he think? Her thoughts, however, were interrupted by Cassie's pleasant voice. Oh, I wanted to say something. The way you found out if he has a girlfriend, well done. Very slick. Nephis blinked. What? Then her eyes widened a little. A moment later, Master Sunless appeared near her table. He seemed to have regained his composure. Sparing Nephis a bright smile, the charming young man bowed slightly. We can leave, Lady Nephis. Are you all right? She took a deep breath. Yes, I am fine. Let's just go. Chapter 1695, all according to plan. Leaving an avatar behind to help Eiko in the kitchen, Sunny left the brilliant emporium with Nephis. The avatar did not have the benefit of wearing the nebulous mantle, but his transcendent presence would be safely contained as long as he did not enter the dining hall. Since the entire interior of the brilliant emporium was situated in the dimensional storage of the marvelous mimic, anyone would find it hard to catch a glimpse of what was happening in the kitchen. The cafe would still close for the day as soon as the current customers left, though. When Sunny told Eiko about the contract with the Fire Keepers, she was beyond happy for a few moments. However, pretty soon, they discovered a problem. Although the real purpose of the memory purveyor position was to hide the commission of an enchanted sword for Nephis, that cover still had to be maintained. Which meant that the brilliant emporium would really have to handle the sales of the memories earned by the Fire Keepers, as well as the acquisition of the memories they wished to purchase. The problem was that Sonny's reputation as a memory broker was all a smokescreen, and he did not really possess a network of connections to facilitate such deals. Luckily, Aiko still had some contacts from running the brilliant emporium alone in the past, so she had to come up with a business plan and accomplish a lot of relevant things with utmost haste. The petite girl seemed daunted by the sudden task, but he could almost see piles of coins reflecting in her eyes. In any case, that was what was happening to Aiko and the avatar in the brilliant emporium. Sonny himself, meanwhile, was accompanying Nephis on a leisurely stroll across Bastion. He had to admit that they made for quite a pair. Nephis looked elegant and sharp in her crisp civilian clothes, while his attire was refined and tasteful. Sonny noticed that the two of them collected a lot of stares. Some people even turned around to watch them go. Some of them recognized Nephis, some of them didn't. He felt a little uncomfortable with all that attention, but knew that it was the very reason they were out in the open. The streets of Bastion were lively at that time of day. Nephis looked around with curiosity, a faint smile playing on her lips. Eventually she asked, "Have you lived in Bastion long, Master Sunless?" He shook his head. "No, only for about a year." She raised an eyebrow. "Where were you before?" Sonny lingered for a few moments, then shrugged. "After Antarctica here and there. I spent some time exploring the wilderness after the nightmare." Sonny did not specify which nightmare he meant, letting Nephis make her own wrong conclusion. There was nothing strange with saying that he had wandered the dream realm for years before settling in Bastion. Either it would have been a deadly affair before. But after the dream gates were open, there was much more travel between various citadels. Both the Sword Domain and the Song Domain were swiftly turning into actual states, as opposed to loose alliances of isolated strongholds. There were all kinds of activities going on in the wilderness of the dream realm. These days, roads were being constructed, trade routes were being established, fortified relay stations were being constructed, and so on. As the infrastructure of the domains was being built at a staggering speed, there was a need for all kinds of people to head into the wilds. The vast expanse of the dream realm, the part of it conquered by humans, was not a place where only warriors could survive anymore. Of course, every team had to be guarded by awakened escorts, but there were geologists, map-makers, builders, explorers, messengers, merchants, and numerous other specialists traveling across it now. Nephis most likely assumed that he was a part of a large merchant caravan in the past. She smiled. "I've been here for about 3 years, one guess. But actually, with how often I am away, the actual number of days I've spent in Bastion won't even account for 3 months. So, in a sense, you've been living here longer than me." Her smile grew a little wistful. "How does it feel to live in Bastion? On this side of the lake, I mean." Sonny thought about it for a few moments, then answered in a light tone. "Well, it's sort of tranquil for me, at least. There's always something going on, and the city is boiling with activity, but unlike the cities of the waking world, it's less suffocating here, both literally and metaphorically. The air is clean, and the people are optimistic about their lives. Back on Earth, everyone spent their days pretending not to know that everything was falling apart. Here, everyone is working together to build something from the ground up instead. It's nice." He paused, then added somberly, "Of course, it's not all bliss and sunshine. Most of the people on this side of the lake come from Antarctica, so they are scarred and traumatized. In the worst cases, people reach their breaking point and snap. Crime is not exactly rampant, but it does exist worse than that. With how many awakened there are now, the government and the legacy clans can't police them all effectively anymore. It is one thing if a mundane person suffers a mental breakdown or succumbs to greed, but if it is an awakened, well, you can imagine." Sonny looked at Nephis and smiled sheepishly. "Sorry, I seem to have spoiled the mood." She stared at him for a moment, then hurriedly looked away. "No, it's all right. It is exactly what I wanted to hear. People like me are tasked with protecting humanity, but strangely enough, we mostly exist in isolation from the actual people we are meant to protect. So it is good to learn such things, so that we don't snap." They reached the waterfront and followed along the shore of the lake, heading for the distant ferry. This section of the lakeshore was fashioned into a park, and there were a lot of people here, resting on the grass. Many young couples included. Sonny suddenly felt a little hot. He caught himself staring at Nephis, whose profile was contoured by the radiance of the sun, for a moment too long. "Does it bother you, the isolation?" She looked at him and wanted to answer, but at that moment, Sonny's eyes suddenly widened. His expression changed. "What the hell, not again?" That was because just then, a powerful tremor shook the nameless temple in the distant god grave. He was momentarily distracted and slipped on a wrapper someone had carelessly dropped on the ground. "This can't be happening, I'm a saint for the love of gods." Why was it that every time he saw Nephis, he ended up tripping over his feet? Sonny considered whether he wanted to perform a sudden somersault to regain his footing, but that would look even more ridiculous than falling. Using Shadow Step was out of the question as well, since that ability was already known to belong to the Lord of Shadows. So he resigned himself and prepared to hit the ground. A moment later, though, Nephis took a step forward and wrapped her arm around his waist, gallantly stopping his fall before his back could touch the cobblestones. Sonny suddenly found himself face to face with her, his entire weight effortlessly supported by her strength, staring into her calm gray eyes. Their bodies were almost pressed against each other. Looking at him calmly, Nephis asked in an even tone, "Master Sunless, are you all right?" Sonny's heart fluttered. He stared at her silently, his face growing pale. He was not all right. What the hell is that? Am I in a romantic drama? If so, why the hell am I the one being caught? It's the man's job to catch the pretty female lead. Although romance was not his genre of choice, Sonny had consumed a lot of such stories during his years in the outskirts. Back then, he had always mocked the hapless female leads, who always seemed to trip, slip, and fall right into the arms of the cold and aloof male leads, of course. He had even suspected that there was something in the water wherever the characters lived, since their coordination seemed non-existent. Who knew that he would find himself in the same situation, one day? And in the wrong role to boot. He cleared his throat. "I am fine now, thanks. You can let me go." It seemed that Nephis only realized that she was still holding him at that moment. There were a lot of people staring at them with wide eyes. She remained silent for a few moments, then smoothly pulled him to his feet, unwrapped her arm from his waist, and touched her hair lightly. Her expression remained perfectly nonchalant. "I see, that is good." Sonny straightened the nebulous mantle, trying to chase away the memory of her warm touch from his mind. And failing. Turning away, he sighed, bent down, and picked up the wrapper. Then he walked to a nearby trash bin and tossed it inside. Returning to Nephis, he smiled apologetically. What was he supposed to say now? "I dislike people who litter." "What was that?" She nodded, still looking away. "Yeah, let's hurry to the ferry now. I think we put on a good enough act already. Well done." Sonny blinked. "Yeah, a good act, right? I thought I'd improvise." The two of them continued on their way to the ferry, both keeping quiet. Sonny was too indignant and embarrassed to speak, while Nephis probably didn't care to. There was something strange about her, though. Had her shoulders trembled a few times? No, it was probably just his imagination. Chapter 1696, VIP Treatment. Eventually, they reached the Plur. There were 6 ferries carrying people and cargo across the lake to the castle, operating in pairs. The one Sonny and Nephis approached was located on the eastern shore and was meant for passengers. There was another pair of ferries on the southern side of the lake, in the direction of the Dream Gate, mostly used for transporting cargo. The last pair was on the northern shore, usually used by the awakened warriors departing on expeditions. Every time Sonny returned to the waking world, he had to purchase a ticket, wait in line, and then spend some unpleasant time on the crowded passenger deck of the ferry. Most masters had access to much more comfortable accommodations, but they also had a higher status than him. Since Sonny did not serve any established power and preferred to remain low-key, the treatment he received was much less glamorous than what an ascended deserved. He didn't mind it too much. Today, however, his experience was entirely different. Not only did Nephis not bother to buy tickets, which made sense, considering that the enchanted ferry technically belonged to her family, but they were even immediately guided to the luxurious VIP deck. There was no crowd here, in fact. There did not seem to be any other passengers on the smaller deck, At all, at least not yet. Instead of the crowded standing arrangement, there were soft sofas and tastefully engraved tables. There were even refreshments and beverages provided, served on a separate table. The deck was situated at the front of the ferry and raised, so nothing obstructed the beautiful view of the vast lake and the picturesque castle rising from the waters in the distance. A soft breeze blew across the lake, playing with Neph's radiant silver locks. Sunny enjoyed the view for a few moments, then looked away and inhaled slowly. They walked to the beautifully laced wooden railing and looked at the sunlit vista. There was some time left before the ferry would depart, so they had nothing to do but wait. Both were silent, but strangely enough, Sunny did not feel awkward at that moment. Instead, he felt at peace. After a while, Nephis suddenly asked, "Master Sunless, you possess a high affinity to shadows, don't you?" He nodded slowly. "I do." She considered her next words carefully. "What can you tell me about shadows, and people whose aspects have to do with them?" Now it was his turn to choose words. After thinking for a bit, Sunny shrugged. "I can tell you a lot, actually, but also not that much. I'm ashamed to say that I don't understand my element well myself, which is a bit fitting if you think about it, considering that Shadow God was also the god of mysteries. Shadows are a unique concept. Someone considers them to be the opposite of light, but actually, shadows and light are just two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. It is true darkness that is their enemy." He paused for a moment, secretly studying her reaction, and then added, "Shadows are also intimately tied to souls. In fact, I am not even sure where the soul ends and the shadow begins. There are very few beings out there who can deal damage directly to one's shadow, but if a shadow is hurt, the soul is hurt as well. Granted, things without souls also have shadows. It's all very mysterious." She remained silent for a while, contemplating his words. Then she asked neutrally, "Do you know of any other awakened with shadow aspect?" "T.S." Sunny hesitated. "Well, I only ever heard of one." That seemed to pique her interest. "Oh." Sunny nodded. "Yes, there was a man who went by the name Shadow Blade Kurt. A really vicious fellow. I heard that he used to handle some truly distasteful tasks for a legacy clan, back in NQSC. I'm not sure which clan, though." Nephis raised an eyebrow. "Used to." He smiled somberly. "Yes, he was one of those awakened who couldn't handle their nightmares, overusing stimulants to stay away from the dream realm. He eventually lost control and was dealt with by the government. That was the last anyone had ever heard about Shadow Blade Kurt." She sighed with a hint disappointment. "That doesn't sound like the kind of person I would want to know about. Thank you, though." Sunny smiled. "No problem. I'll go get us something cool to drink." He walked back to the table with the refreshments and poured them 2 glasses of light wine. As he was about to head back, however, Sunny froze for a moment. What is this familiar feeling? Suddenly, he had a terrible premonition. "Oh, Niles." He walked hurriedly toward Nephis, but before he could reach her, a new passenger arrived. She noticed Neph's slender figure, grinned, and walked past him with wide strides. "Princess." Effie hugged Neph around the shoulder with a bright smile. "When did you return to Bastion? No, wait, you're not leaving right away again, are you?" Nephis opened her mouth to answer, but Effie gave her no choice. "Great, listen." She leaned closer and whispered loudly. "You're still single, aren't you? Well, let me tell you that won't do. A beauty like you should not just be worshipped by the masses, but also appreciated by a dashing man. The masses won't warm you on a cold and windy night, after all, well, unless you're into that kind of thing." Neph's eyes widened. "Effie." The huntress laughed. "I'm saying all this for a reason. How about you let me set you up with someone? Princess, I found you a perfect match. He's a young master here in Bastion, homeowner, runs a successful business. None of that tiresome legacy baggage, either. Oh, he's an amazing cook as well. Gods, I am starting to salivate just from thinking. Oh, and to be clear, one don't mean thinking about the food." Neph trembled. "Effie, wait." But Effie just smiled mischievously. "What, you were the one who told me that you were researching passion. How are you going to learn passion without, getting a little taste of passion? In any case, I saved the best for last. That guy, he's so cute. Or if I wasn't a married woman of modest disposition, I would have gobbled him up myself. He's just wow. Speak about tasty things. and you can tell that he hides a great body under that apron as well. Nephis grabbed her hand forcefully. Effie, stop talking. Effie looked at her in confusion. Then her smile slowly froze. She remained silent for a few moments, and then said in a stifled tone, "Oh, he's standing right behind me, isn't he?" Chapter 1697, Actionable Strategy. He's standing right behind me, isn't he? Nephis slowly released Effie's hand, suddenly feeling weak. It was too late. Oh, gods. She briefly considered lighting the ferry on fire. That would resolve the situation, wouldn't it? Yes, she would not have to face Master Sunless, at least. That was an actionable strategy. But no, she couldn't. The ferry had cast off moments after Effie showed up, which meant that the passengers would have nowhere to escape and drown in case of a fire. It also meant that Nephis, Effie, and Master Sunless were stuck on the VIP deck, just the three of them, with nowhere else to go. There was no escape. Nephis barely suppressed a shudder. I can summon my wings and flee. But that would mean leaving the charming young man alone with Effie. She was unwilling. No, actually, she was vehemently against it, for some reason. So Nephis just stared at the boisterous huntress impassively and said in an even tone, "Yes, he is." Effie trembled. Nephis wanted nothing more than to sigh and hide somewhere. She had just managed to regain her composure after the incident in the park. And now, oh no, why did I think about what happened in the park? To her distress, the image of the beautiful enchanter making timid excuses for his clumsiness resurfaced in her mind, and all her composure evaporated. The memory of embracing him tightly surfaced next. At that moment, Nephis did something that she never thought she would do. Maintaining a nonchalant expression, she took a casual step left and hid behind Effie. With Effie's robust body hiding Nephis from Master Sunless, she suddenly felt much better. Wow, did you just heartlessly abandon a friend? Cassie's voice made her flinch. Nephis greeted her teeth. I did not, I just retreated, to support her from the rear. Cassie answered with a dubious hum. Effie, meanwhile, remained motionless for a few moments, and then slowly turned around. Oh, Master Sunless, you were here. Her light-hearted tone ended a little forced. Nephis could not see the charming young man from behind the tall huntress, but she could hear his pleasant voice. He answered after a short delay, maintaining perfect decorum. Yes, it is a pleasure to see you, Saint Athena. With that, he took a step forward and appeared in view, carrying 2 glasses of wine. Luckily, Nephis had settled down a little by that point and was able to meet his gaze calmly. Master Sunless smiled lightly, then handed her one of the glasses. Your wine, my lady. He hesitated for a moment, then offered the second glass to Effie. The huntress silently took the wine and gulped it down in one go. I see. Has the brilliant emporium been contracted to provide catering for the ferry now? Good job, good job. Valor has deep pockets. The charming young man remained silent for a bit, then shook his head subtly. No, we are not providing catering for the ferry. Effie seemed confused. Oh, then how come you are here on the VIP deck? Not that I'm complaining. In fact, it's nice to see a pretty face, a friendly face. I meant to say a friendly face. Nephis observed their conversation without saying anything, secretly stunned. This was probably the first time she had seen Effie tongue-tied. Amazing. Master Sunless was far more formidable than she had thought. Of course, his advantage was not going to last long. Knowing the vivacious huntress, she was going to double down on her suggestive remarks soon. And if that did not work well, quadruple down then. It was all but impossible to fluster Effie. Anyone she aimed her sights on was doomed to be flustered instead. Granted, Nephis wouldn't mind seeing the charming enchanter flustered. What am I even thinking about? Feeling a little guilty for hanging Effie out to dry even though the huntress had no one but herself to blame, Nephis decided to clear the air and explain the situation. She would share the news about the memory purveyor position first, and then let Cassie explain the more scandalous layer of deception to Effie in private. After all, if the huntress heard it right now, she would not be able to help herself and tease the poor young man relentlessly. Yes, Nephis had to protect him from her vulgar friend. Him, definitely not herself. She opened her mouth, intending to say something. But Master Sunless beat her to it. Walking over, he leaned on the railing beside her and gently took her hand. Nephis froze. Well, how do I say this? I am on the VIP deck because Lady Nephis invited me to be with her on the VIP deck. Her eyes widened slightly. Nephis' hand was suddenly burning from his soft touch. Do not spit your wine, Nephis. She gulped the wine down and smiled weakly. Right. No, but how is his hand so soft? Nephis used to have rough, calloused hands, the hands of a swordsman. Later, as her body was fortified and tempered by the awakening, ascension, and transcendence, it rid itself of imperfections. Those calluses were long gone, and her skin was flawless. And yet, it was nowhere near the smooth silkiness of the beautiful enchanter's hand. Nephis was unyielding and lived a life that was harsh and full of hardships, so she wasn't used to soft things. I'm spacing out. Luckily, so was Effie. She stared at the charming young man with her mouth agape, then slowly turned to Nephis. Then she looked back at Master Sunless. And then back at Nephis. Nephis suddenly had a terrible premonition. Oh no. Gradually, a wolfish grin appeared on Effie's face. Oh no. She giggled. Oh damn, I see. Wow, Cassie sure works fast. The boisterous huntress leaned closer and whispered in an intimate tone. All right, I've already given this one the talk about the birds and the bees. Master Sunless, who was looking at Nephis with a prideful expression, as if asking her to praise his act, suddenly tensed. Effie, meanwhile, patted him on the shoulder. So kids, let Auntie Effie explain safety to you now. Maintaining a calm expression, Nephis turned and looked across the lake. The castle was so terribly far away. Chapter 1698, Auntie Effie's Lessons. I've made a terrible mistake. In hindsight, Sonny should have known that he was digging his own grave. It was just that he did not see Effie often these days, and so he had forgotten. That Effie's corrupting influence was just as terrible as the corruption of the void itself. No, was it even more terrible? In any case, the opportunities to stump the boisterous huntress were too rare. He simply could not pass on the chance to fluster her. More importantly, while Sonny knew that Nephis and Effie were close, Master Sunless had no way of knowing that. So, based on what he was supposed to know, the correct course of action had to be furthering the agreed-upon deception. Therefore, Sonny passed the wine to Nephis, and then took her hand. Why did he do that? Well, simply put, because he could. If there was an opportunity to hold Neph's hand, why would he not? Effie had accidentally provided him with a convenient reason, as well. It was all working out great. Sonny had promised himself to enjoy the odd situation, and he was going to enjoy it as much as he could. Neph's hand felt soft and cool in his grasp. He remained comparatively calm. That was not the first time the two of them held hands, after all, so there was no reason for him to lose composure. Sonny enjoyed the feeling silently, a small smile finding its way onto his face. Of course, it was only a familiar situation from his point of view. For Nephis, suddenly holding hands with a stranger must have been surprising. Her expression did not really change, but he could feel a subtle tension in her shoulders. It seemed that she was a bit uncomfortable with his bold action, maybe even dismayed by it. "Aw, did I mess up?" It was then that Effie's rattled expression slowly turned into a mischievous grin, and Sonny's eyes widened slightly. He had realized his mistake. But by then, it was already too late. Oh, gods! Soon, he found himself sitting on a sofa side by side with Nephis, listening to Effie explain contraception to them in gruesome detail. What the hell, weren't you the one who got pregnant in the middle of a disastrous military campaign? Why are you, of all people, telling me this stuff? On the other hand, perhaps Effie was the best person to teach people about safety, considering that she knew the consequences of carelessness better than most. Not that Sonny needed any teaching. Although truth be told, his knowledge on the topic was mostly limited to the precautions meant for mundane people, awakened at most. At higher ranks of power, things progressively became much more complicated. Nephis remained silent and nonchalant, but he found himself listening with interest. There was business to be made there as well. That was definitely the reason why he was paying attention. Wait, why I am acting this way? He frowned slightly. Truth be told, while his actions earlier were very much in line with his personality, Sonny felt strangely extra at the moment. After thinking for a while, he took a deep breath. He was being affected by Effie's presence. No, actually, his mood had been a bit strange ever since he met Nephis in the nameless temple. Was there such an element to her presence as well? If so, there were two different sources influencing him, mixing and fusing in a chaotic manner. The influence was in no way strong, and he could easily suppress it if he wanted to. But it did seem to release his natural inhibitions a little. What a mess. Spending time in the company of powerful saints was a strange affair. Getting himself under control, Sonny decided that he had enough of Effie's teasing. He smiled politely at her, waited for her to pause, and then asked leisurely, "Oh, by the way, Saint Athena, I couldn't help but overhear did you mention wanting to gobble up something tasty earlier? Was it something we serve in the brilliant emporium?" Effie, who was taking a sip of wine, suddenly spat it out. Sonny elegantly raised an arm, shielding Nephi's white trousers from the rain of wine droplets with the folds of the nebulous mantle. "I'm sorry, did I say something wrong?" Effie coughed a few times and shook her head. No, it's all right, and thank you, but no, I have a husband." "Now you remember." He smiled. "How is Ling's dad doing, by the way?" Sonny did not have a lot of friends in Bastion, and apart from Aiko, that nameless guy was the closest thing he had to a buddy. They often shared stories about managing the Beast Farm and the Brilliant Emporium, exchanging ideas and the like. However, Ling's dad seemed to be busy lately, so they had not had time to catch up in a while. Nephis was looking at them with a hint of curiosity and a hint of relief. She had seemed utterly unaffected by Effie's graphic tirade before, but maybe Sonny was simply underestimating her poker face. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "You know each other?" Sonny nodded. "Yes." Effie wiped her chin and smiled. "Ah, yes, we've had a surplus of produce at the farm for some time now, and the Brilliant Emporium is our main buyer. I haven't had the pleasure of dining there often, though. Still, Master Sunless is an incredible chef. Oh, and he also helped us a lot by enchanting a few items for the farm." She hesitated for a moment, and then gave Nephis a bright smile and a thumbs up. "Princess, I approve. Handsome, cooks well, and is great with his hands." The last part was said with emphasis and accompanied by a wink. Nephis tilted her head in confusion. "Well, yes, that is why I approached him." Effie choked on her wine again. Sonny, meanwhile, closed his eyes for a moment. He knew that Nephis failed to understand the double meaning in Effie's words, and was referring to his skill as an enchanter. However, did she forget that they had not shared the details about the sword commission with the huntress yet? He let go of her hand, afraid that his palms would become sweaty. A memory commission, that is what she meant. Nephis Lu cared at him strangely. "Of course, what else would I have meant?" Effie waved a hand in the air. Sure, I believe you." Followed by another wink. "Damnation." Effie laughed, then put down her wine and looked at them, her eyes glistening with curiosity. "Was that how the two of you first met?" Nephis nodded. "Yes." But Sonny, compelled by his flaw, answered at the same time. "No." Both Nephis and Effie looked at him with surprise. Sonny forced out a smile. "Crap." Chapter 1699, First Impressions. Nephis and Effie were staring at him in surprise, maintaining a smile. Sonny cursed inwardly. Over the years, he had gotten used to his flaw, and it rarely landed him in real trouble these days. That was why he had relaxed a little, allowing himself more leeway while holding conversations. There was also the fact that the true reason why the flaw was so dangerous, his true name, was gone now. But there were still things he should not say. "Crap." Sonny remained silent for a moment, then said calmly, "Lady Nephis might not remember, but we actually met before." It would have been extremely inconvenient if she asked when or where, so before either Nephis or Effie could, he added of his own accord. "We briefly met in Antarctica near the end of the campaign." Both statements were true, and since he had volunteered them without being prompted, there was no question that would have demanded a more precise explanation. Of course, The statements were also not connected to each other, and although each of them was factual together, they created a false impression. That Sunny had met Nephis for the first time in Antarctica. She raised an eyebrow. Really, I think I would have remembered someone so. She paused without finishing the sentence, remained silent for a moment, then added evenly. Remembered someone, so to speak. Huh. Her wording was a bit odd. Sunny pretended to be embarrassed. Oh, it was on the day the Sword King defended the SQSC. It might not have been very memorable for Lady Nephis, considering everything else that was going on. Well, I was also covered in dirt from head to toe, so anyone would have had trouble recognizing me. She stared at him for a few moments, and then asked suddenly, "Was meeting me very memorable for you?" Sunny froze momentarily. What kind of question is that? That meeting of theirs, yes, it was quite memorable. In fact, it was seared into his memory like a brand, still festering even after all these years. That was the moment he had learned about his existence being erased from the hearts of everyone who knew him, after all. Their actual first meeting was fresh in his memory, as well. Back then, on the bridge in front of the academy, he had been attracted by how aloof and detached from the world young Nephis looked, standing there calmly with her headphones on. He had also felt a subtle sense of kinship with her, because she had been the only other sleeper wearing the standard-issue police tracksuit, just like him. Sunny smiled. For me, it was unforgettable. Nephis kept his gaze on him for a brief moment, then looked away. Then a corner of her mouth curled upward slightly. A second later, though, they were interrupted by Effie's excited squeal. "I can't, the two of you are too cute." She laughed, then poured herself more wine and viciously attacked the plate of refreshments. As she was chewing, her gaze landed on the floorboards of the deck. Effie lingered for a bit, then asked curiously, "By the way, Master Sunless, it seems that you don't have a shadow today." He followed her gaze, noticing that Neff's shadow was all alone, painted in black across the floorboards. Gloomy was currently serving as an avatar, after all, channeling Sunny's consciousness to help Eiko. Sunny shrugged nonchalantly. "Oh, I seem to have misplaced it." It was not a big problem to be seen without a shadow while he was strolling with Nephis or here on the ferry. But once they reached the castle, he would prefer to keep the strange nature of his shadow a better guarded secret. What to do? Sunny hesitated for a moment, then used shadow control to call over one of the wild shadows populating the ferry. After it glided across the deck and glued itself to his feet, in reverent awe at the prospect of pretending to be the Lord's own shadow, he shaped it to resemble the contours of his body and nodded. "Is this better?" Effie blinked a couple of times. "Nice trick, right? So you were in Antarctica as well? I don't think I ever had a chance to ask. Were you one of us army grunts?" Sunny sighed. "I guess it was nothing spectacular, though certainly not anything worth bragging about. I had a cushy assignment at Army Command before ending up in a nightmare. By the time I returned, there was nothing left to do but get on a boat and escape." Sunny did not mention that he had been a member of the 1st Irregular Company and the Special Reconnaissance Unit before landing a position as a special government envoy to Clan Valor, technically assigned to Army Command. He wanted everyone to believe that he had been a mere paper pusher in the vast military machine. That suited his harmless persona much better than being known as a decorated officer who had fought on most of the deadliest battlefields of the Southern Campaign. Effie shook her head gently. "Frontline Army Command, it's all the same. Everyone did their part. Anyone who survived that hell deserves my respect." Then she grinned. "We are comrades, so how about a military discount next time I come to eat at the Brilliant Emporium? One soldier to another weight, actually. How about a family discount? Princess and I, we are practically sisters. Right, Neph?" She looked at Nephis expectantly. Nephis remained silent for a moment, and then said in an exceedingly even tone, "I don't know her." Effie stared at her with a betrayed expression. Then she whispered loudly, "Come on, Neph, help a sister out. Marry this guy fast so that I could save some money." Nephi's eye twitched a little. The ferry floated across the lake, slowly approaching the castle. The conversation flowed naturally, with Effie easing up on teasing them a little after getting her fill. Sunny was not supposed to know much about the inner workings of Bastion, so he mostly kept silent, letting the two women catch up after not seeing each other for a while. Effie was leaning back, looking at the water with a wistful expression. Anyway, I don't have much time to waste. As soon as we reach the castle, I'll be rounding up people and bringing them back to NQSC. There's trouble in the Western Quadrant again. I'm afraid that I'll be gone for a while this time. Nephis frowned, a hint of concern written on her face. How bad is it? Effie chuckled. Bad enough that they're sending Jet as well. That should tell you everything you need to know. Oh, I'm sorry, Master Sunless. Beast Farm is going to be gone from Bastion for a few weeks, maybe even a couple of months. You'll need to find a new supplier. He shook his head. That is okay, don't worry about it. He had other means of getting ingredients, albeit not as fresh and delicious as what Effie's husband grew. The brilliant Emporium would have to cut down on food services, too, with him being busy following Neph around and crafting a memory. Effie smiled, then looked at Nephis. What about you? Where are you off to next? I don't believe that those Valor Bast. She glanced at Sunny, then corrected herself. That those wise Valor elders will let you rest for long. Nephis lingered for a moment, then answered in a calm tone. Back to Godgrave, I suppose. The huntress suddenly seemed excited. Oh, right, you must have met him. That mysterious saint, the Lord of Shadows, what is he like? Sunny was suddenly all ears. Chapter 1700, His Own Worst Enemy. Gossiping about me, huh? How exciting. Pretending to be oblivious, Sunny looked at Nephis and Effie with a little bit of masterfully performed confusion. Nephis spared him a short glance, then shrugged. The Lord of Shadows, he is just as the rumors say. Immensely strong, more than a little bit sinister, and highly eccentric. Effie chuckled. Well, anyone who chooses to live in a death zone has to be a lunatic. Still, to be called immensely strong by you, princess, I am at a loss for words. Is there really such a monster in the world? Sunny blinked. Hey. What did she mean, highly eccentric? He was the picture of perfect mental health. Well, maybe not. Still, Sunny was a little hurt. Nephis, meanwhile, smiled faintly. At the same time, he is nothing like what the rumors say. He is surprisingly considerate despite his tyrannical strength, kind despite wanting to appear sinister, and very shrewd despite his eccentricity. Effie blinked, then briefly glanced at Sunny with a strange expression. Princess, well, why are you smiling that way? In front of your actually, never mind. Nephis raised an eyebrow. Oh, was I smiling? I didn't mean to. Sunny took a sip of wine. No, smile more. Why was Effie raining on his parade? What an insufferable woman. The insufferable woman in question, meanwhile, grinned. That's fine and all, but what does he look like? Is he handsome? I bet that even if he is, he can't be as handsome as Master Sunless. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Nephis shrugged again, seemingly uninterested in that topic. I don't know. The Lord of Shadows never shows his face. He is always either wearing a mask or a closed helmet. In fact, you can't even tell if there is a human body inside that armor most of the time. Effie seemed excited for some reason. Really, damn, what a pity. I guess he's horribly disfigured or just naturally ugly. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Wait, what if he is bald? Is he missing teeth? Did you say he never takes his armor off? He must really reek then. Gods, what a slob. Master Sunless here is definitely way better. He smells very nice. Simply delicious, am I right, Master Sunless? Sunny stared at her wordlessly. Why is she dragging me into this? No, wait, what the hell does she mean? In bald, I'm not bald. But having feigned ignorance, he couldn't really defend his honor. The third avatar's honor. No matter how much he wanted to. Hiding his frustration, Sunny said weakly. I guess I never really paid attention to how I smell. To his surprise, though, Nephis suddenly came to the Shadow Saint's defense. No, you're wrong. The Lord of Shadows, he is not disfigured or ugly. He seems like a very outstanding young man in all regards. Sunny nodded unconsciously. You tell her, Neph. But then he frowned. No, but why are you defending that bastard so much? I'm right here. Sunny was confused. The Lord of Shadows was him, but Nephis did not know that. So was she praising some random guy in front of her supposed romantic partner? That was unacceptable. But then their relationship was fake. They had only really met each other a few days ago, so technically she knew the Lord of Shadows longer and better. The two of them had even fought side by side against a harrowing, cursed abomination. It was so confusing. What is this situation? How was he supposed to react? While Sonny was questioning his life's choices, Effie scoffed. If he's such an outstanding man, why is he hiding his face behind a mask? What is he, an 8th grader? Nephis frowned. Maybe it has something to do with his flaw. Maybe he needs to hide his identity for an important reason. In any case, all I know is that a man whose swordsmanship is so beautiful can't be unsightly. Effie glared at her silently, as if wanting to say, "Princess, take a hint." What was the hint Nephis was supposed to take, Sonny did not know. The huntress took a deep breath. Well, anyway, that guy seems to be hiding a lot. Unlike Master Sunless, who is like an open book. An honest and sincere man like Master Sunless doesn't need to hide behind a mask, not to mention that hiding that face behind a mask would be a crime. She seemed to get distracted for a moment and then laughed. In any case, it seems that we are going to be arriving soon. Shall we change the topic? Nephis shrugged, seemingly confused by the whole conversation. You're the one who asked. Effie smiled, then looked at Sonny apologetically. Oh, by the way, have you heard the news about the House of Night? It seemed that she really didn't want to talk about the Lord of Shadows anymore. Sonny, who had been excited before, was now unsure how he felt about it. It was nice to hear Nephis praise him, but also made him angry for some reason. What was going on with him today? He spaced out for a few moments, listening to Nephis and Effie with one ear. Have they conquered another citadel? Effie nodded. Yes, it's the 7th one in 2 years, quite remarkable actually. Their leadership has been making one miracle happen after another recently. I guess the descent of the Dream Gates really lit a fire under them. The House of Night has never been that active, that daring, or that successful before. Nephis sighed. It still won't help them maintain their position. They are at too great a disadvantage without a supreme. Not only in terms of raw power, but also in terms of relevance and population, both mundane and awakened. I'm afraid that the House of Night is damned to lose its status. That was true, but although the third great clan was now miles behind the other two, without any hope of catching up, it was still vitally important. Both because of the role its ships played in the waking world, and because of how they could break the balance of power in the upcoming war. An alliance with the House of Night could very well be the linchpin of the entire clash between the two domains. Not even due to their saints, but because the Twilight Sea bordered both the Sword domain and the Song domain in the south. Song and Valor were only clamoring to conquer Godgrave, because the House of Night was stubbornly maintaining neutrality. If either of the great clans managed to lure the Nightwalkers to their side, they would be able to launch swift attacks into the enemy territory while bypassing the barrier of the death zones separating their territories. Effie grimaced. At least they are trying, and by the look of it, the House of Night is dead set on staying away from both Valor and Song. Well, I can understand why. Even if they join the winning side, there will be no future for them but to be absorbed and assimilated after the whole mess is over. Sonny sighed quietly. He wondered how Neve was doing somewhere out there. In the Twilight Sea, the friendly Nightwalker must be having it hard, considering how swiftly the fortunes of his clan had changed. Nephis, meanwhile, gave Effie a guarded look and then silently gestured to Sonny. You guys finally remembered that I'm not supposed to know anything about the war. Good for you. Effie blinked a couple of times, then shook her head. By the way, Master Sunless, did you know that all the legacy clans are about to go to war? Nephis' eyes widened. Effie, the huntress smiled with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. A war for this beautiful but dense princess right here. Now that she has shown interest in you, every legacy clan will probably scramble to get her hitched to one of their scions before it's too late. The elders of Clan Valor might put pressure on her, too. So, that talk about safety I gave you. Effie grinned. Forget everything said. As a former soldier, you must know the value of a preemptive strike, so aim well and get her pregnant as soon as possible. That will show them. The wine glass cracked in Nephis' hand. Sonny did not move, but somewhere far away, the Lord of Shadows gracelessly fell off his throne. The ferry docked at the castle, the silence broken only by the bright sound of Effie laughing uncontrollably.